Just after Qin Yang was fired from his company, the richest man in Haiqing came to his door, forcing him to marry his daughter, who was 6 months pregnant and in a vegetative state. But no one knew that the child in Jiang Mushua's belly was actually Qin Yang's. But it all started back then. Next to part 2, Huang Fuyin smiled and joked with Shen Feng, saying that he was already quite clever for betting only a late-night snack, otherwise he would have lost everything. Shen Feng's face darkened upon hearing this, and he simply said that he suspected Qin Yang of cheating. Qin Yang didn't say anything on the surface, but he knew very well that this suspicion was not unfounded. The second round of shooting quickly followed. Shen Feng gripped his gun and fired, his performance even more stable than before, ultimately scoring 49 points. However, this score was still lower than Qin Yang's. Qin Yang smiled and made the decision, declaring it 2-0. There was no need to play the third game. Shen Feng owed him a late-night snack, and he would have to make it up to him with a good meal when they returned to Haiqing. Shen Feng isn't the highest-ranking officer, but he's the captain of the 9th Bureau of Haiqing Security, so it's essential to maintain a good relationship with him. It will save you a lot of trouble when dealing with things in Haiqing in the future. Shen Feng was also willing to befriend Qin Yang. This young man had someone who valued him highly. Even Zhang Xiangang and Liang Guanjian paid special attention to him, and his future was clearly extraordinary. Qin Yang then picked up the rifle again and asked Shen Feng if he wanted to have another match. Shen Feng immediately shook his head, saying that if the pistol was this accurate, there was no suspense at this distance with the rifle. Qin Yang changed his mind again, saying they could compete against a moving target. Shen Feng still refused outright, only saying that Qin Yang was like he was cheating and he couldn't possibly beat him. Qin Yang picked up his rifle and fired swiftly and decisively. Several shots hit the targets in quick succession. Even with moving targets, he almost always got one hit per shot. He put down his gun, casually complimented the guns here, and then said there was no need to test the sniper rifle. 50 meters was too close, and the gunshots would be too deafening in the confined space. Huang Fuyin nodded and arranged bullets for him, 10 magazines of each type, telling him to play with them as he pleased, and to ask Shen Feng for more if he ran out. Shen Feng then reminded him that the 9th Security Bureau also had an outdoor shooting range, which was larger and more enjoyable. Qin Yang nodded and made a mental note of it, already planning to take Jiang Mushua there to practice shooting in the future. If Jiang Mushua improves her marksmanship, she'll be able to protect herself in real danger. Coupled with the SS-level defense of her guardian ring, she can definitely withstand heavy firepower and fight back fiercely. As they chatted, it became lunchtime. Huang Fuyin invited Qin Yang to eat. The table was already laden with hearty dishes, and several cases of liquor were neatly arranged beside it. Zhang Hong and the other 4 experts who were there to greet Qin Yang also sat down, making a total of 8 people around a table. As Zhang Hong poured wine, he said he wanted Qin Yang to feel the warmth of the 9th Security Bureau. Shen Feng coughed lightly and quickly reminded Zhang Hong not to be impulsive. Qin Yang's alcohol tolerance was unfathomable. If they really started drinking, even 20 bottles might not be enough to knock him out. Zhang Hong was stunned for a moment, and his face changed. He himself was already quite a good drinker, but if he had to drink 20 bottles, he would have been completely drunk and out of his mind long ago. Qin Yang smiled and told everyone to drink less, just enough to show their appreciation. Otherwise, he was afraid he would throw up on the way back in the helicopter due to the swaying. Zhang Hong immediately changed his mind, saying that each person should just have 2 or 3 bottles as a token gesture, and they could have more fun another time. After all, they were from the security department and had a mission to fulfill, so they couldn't drink too much. 2 hours later, the dinner finally ended. Qin Yang and the others had clearly grown closer over the meal, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed than at the beginning. Huang Fuyin then brought Qin Yang into his office and asked him directly about his illness, wanting to know how often he needed treatment. Qin Yang replied that he usually only needed to have a checkup once a month, but if he needed to have a severe attack, he would need to deal with it immediately. Huang Fuyin nodded, saying he would try to minimize his involvement. However, given his age, the powerful figures from Dongying Kingdom and the United States would undoubtedly continue to test his limits. Qin Yang then inquired about the situation in China, wanting to know if Huang Fuyin was the only martial arts grandmaster or SS-level expert. Huang Fuyin replied that the person behind Qin Yang who could impart his skills to him was likely also quite powerful. As for whether there are any other top experts in the country, Huang Fuyin couldn't guarantee it. With over 1 billion people in China, it's entirely plausible that there might be a few old monsters hiding among them. Qin Yang chuckled inwardly. That was true. He himself was an SS-level ability user, but others didn't know how deep his trump cards were. He then inquired about the situation abroad, specifically how many SS-level experts the United States and Dongying country had. Huang Fuyin told him that, on the surface, the United States had 2, while Dongying country appeared to have none. But those are just the numbers on the surface. Whether the United States is hiding anyone in secret is anyone's guess. And in Japan, there's at least one guy who refuses to show his face. Europe used to have 2 SS-level powerhouses, but one was allegedly killed by Americans, and the remaining one became very low profile. Southeast Asia and South America each have 1, and it's hard to say about other places. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised to hear this, not expecting that there were so few top-tier combatants in the world. Huang Fuyin, however, said that those who are truly good at hiding their abilities will never put themselves in the open. Some SS-rank powerhouses possess extremely strong attacks, but ridiculously weak defenses. If they were to encounter a sniper rifle, they might fall with a single shot. Others have astonishing defenses, but lack offensive capabilities. They could even be killed by a single packet of poison. Huang Fuyin added one last sentence. Times have changed. Ordinary people can pick up a gun and, after training, still have the chance to kill a grandmaster of internal energy with a single shot. But the country cannot be without them. Otherwise, powerful figures from enemy countries would dare to trespass at will. Qin Yang nodded in agreement, then inquired about the specific abilities of those SS-level experts from the United States and Japan. Huang Fuyin countered by asking him in return if his detailed inquiries meant that someone behind the scenes was planning something. Qin Yang frankly admitted that he was afraid of being targeted. If he developed more things in the future, he couldn't guarantee that those guys wouldn't keep an eye on him, so it was safest to find out their secrets in advance. Huang Fuyin thought for a moment and told him that he had never actually fought those 2 strong people from the United States. He only knew that they were both at the early stage of SS level on the surface, but he did not know their specific trump cards. The one from Dongying country is even more troublesome. He is an early SS level wind attribute ability user who also knows ninjutsu. He has a wide variety of methods and is very difficult to deal with in a direct confrontation. Huang Fuyin's tone grew more serious as he spoke. He had fought that person once, but the other party had escaped in the end. Qin Yang thought for a moment and then asked Huang Fuyin where the SS-level ability user from Dongying Kingdom lived. Huang Fuyin shook his head, saying he didn't know the details. He only knew that the man had fought with him when he infiltrated the capital and that he most likely lived in Dongjing. Qin Yang frowned and asked him why he hadn't shown up before, since he had already reached SS level. Huang Fuyin replied that none of the publicly known S-level and A-level powerhouses in Dongying Kingdom matched the characteristics. That guy has most likely been hiding his strength for a long time. Only by keeping his trump cards hidden can he survive more securely. If he were to reveal them, the United States might even strike first and pull out the fangs of East Asia. Qin Yang nodded slightly, but he made a mental note of it. He knew he had to find a way to eliminate such a formidable enemy lurking in the shadows sooner or later. Huang Fuyin looked at him and suddenly asked if he wanted the powerful figure behind him to intervene. Qin Yang shook his head, saying he was just asking casually and didn't know the extent of that powerful figure's strength. Huang Fuyin said with some regret that he had almost killed the other party 3 years ago, but the person's wind attribute speed was too fast, and he managed to escape in the end. Qin Yang pressed for the time, and Huang Fuyin said it was 3 years ago. After that battle, his strength hadn't improved much, and if he encountered his opponent again, he might not be able to maintain a decisive advantage. Qin Yang's heart sank even further after hearing this. His current strength was insufficient. He could protect himself against someone of this caliber, but he was far from being able to completely subdue them. Huang Fuyin comforted him, saying that he had almost succeeded back then, and even if the other party were stronger now, he might not be able to gain an absolute advantage in a real fight. Qin Yang solemnly told him that if Huang Fuyin was engaged in a fierce battle, he must notify him immediately. As long as he could get there in time, he would go and help treat him. Huang Fuyin smiled and thanked him sincerely. He said that Qin Yang had made significant contributions to the country in the field of AI, and that no one else would be qualified to sit here today. Huang Fuyin also mentioned that his weaknesses should not be exposed casually. Qin Yang nodded and promised to keep it a secret. Seeing that there was nothing else, he got up to take his leave. Huang Fuyin told him to bring his wife and children to the capital whenever he had time, as he knew several well-established restaurants with authentic flavors. Qin Yang agreed and left. Shen Feng followed Qin Yang onto the helicopter and returned to Haiqing. On the way, he said with a smile, "Isn't Director Huang Fu quite easygoing? He's completely unpretentious." Qin Yang also admitted that the director of the 9th Security Bureau was indeed unpretentious and quite different from the rumors circulating outside. Shen Feng, however, said that the director was gentle with his own people but ruthless towards his enemies. The number of enemies who died at Huang Fuyin's hands was at least 800, if not 1,000. In the past, when there were many invaders in China, he basically didn't arrest them, but killed them directly. Many people outside called him the iron-blooded killing god. After listening, Qin Yang finally understood that this title wasn't given lightly. In chaotic times, without ruthless methods, one simply couldn't suppress those powerful figures eyeing China. An hour later, the helicopter landed on the outskirts of Haiqing, but instead of going into Qin Yang's house, it stopped outside a heavily guarded factory. As soon as Qin Yang got off the plane, Luo Songheng, the factory manager, quickly came to greet him with great enthusiasm. Looking around the factory, Shen Feng couldn't help but ask him if the business was failing. Luo Songheng said with a wry smile, "The factory can still hold on, but the equipment is outdated. Many of its automated production lines can't compare to those of other companies. If it were only for civilian use, it could still manage." Qin Yang had originally intended to buy the factory, so he simply asked Qin Yang to show him around. He was willing to make a purchase if the conditions were right and the price reasonable. Luo Songheng nodded repeatedly and led Qin Yang on a tour of the factory. The factory wasn't top tier, but it wasn't small either, with over 1,000 employees and complete equipment, though the difference between new and old equipment was obvious. He frankly admitted that they can't compete with the automated factories outside in terms of cost, but the workers here are all skilled and can manufacture airplanes, missiles, armored vehicles, and even various drones. However, this advantage is being gradually eroded by machines. Time has been given for improvements, but if fully automated production lines are introduced, many veteran employees will have to be laid off. Luo Songheng didn't want to do it this way, which is why he kept pushing it along. But no matter how much he modified it, it would be difficult to compete with the most advanced production lines. Qin Yang listened and simply nodded calmly. He acknowledged that automated production lines are good things, but military factories like this still have value, especially given their proximity to the eastern coast and suitable location. When he asked about the price, Luo Songheng quoted 1 billion yuan directly, and also put forward a condition that Qin Yang must retain the factory's employees after taking over, and could not lay off people arbitrarily. He had already gone through 3 rounds of layoffs, and the remaining employees were all truly hardworking. Luo Songheng simply couldn't bear to let them go again. Qin Yang looked at him, confirming that he wasn't lying. Qin Yang then asked Luo Songheng what he planned to do in the future. Luo Songheng said he had no other choice but to go back to his hometown to retire. Qin Yang suddenly spoke up, saying he also had a condition. Luo Songheng's eyes lit up, knowing there was potential, and immediately urged him to speak. Qin Yang smiled faintly and told him that he had to stay and remain the factory manager. However, the factory would be a private enterprise from now on, and he would have to decide what to manufacture. Luo Songheng was stunned. What kind of condition was this? But he quickly realized that as long as he could stay and continue managing the factory, he was willing to do so. Qin Yang looked at him, his tone calm but firm, and said that he didn't have time to stay here every day, and it was safest to leave the factory to someone he knew to manage. Luo Songheng was overjoyed and quickly said that he would definitely organize production according to Qin Yang's instructions and would not dare to slack off in the slightest. Qin Yang first inquired about the workers' treatment, and Luo Songheng dared not hide anything, saying that the factory was not doing well and could only pay 80% of their wages and still owed a lot. After listening, Qin Yang immediately asked how much was owed in total. Luo Songheng quoted 30 million, his tone slightly probing, as if he wanted to see if his boss would feel bad about the money. Qin Yang smiled faintly and told him that he should call him boss now, and that he would transfer the money to the company account later to make up for all the back wages today. He then immediately established a new rule. From now on, everyone would have to set aside 20% of their monthly salary as bonuses. Luo Songheng was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with excitement. and he repeatedly asked his boss if he was joking. Qin Yang's answer was straightforward. Bonuses could be given, but rules had to be upheld. No slackers could be kept in the factory, and anyone who was unqualified would be fired immediately. He added that if a department has even one slacker, the entire department's bonus for the month will be wiped out. Luo Songheng felt a tightness in his chest as he listened, but he also understood that this was a real person who got things done. He immediately patted his chest and assured him that there were no more people with connections in the factory now. He also reminded Qin Yang that the factory's previous orders would soon be completed, and if there were no new orders, production would have to stop immediately. Qin Yang didn't panic and directly asked him if he could make small drones. Luo Songheng immediately nodded and said that the threshold for this was not high and many small private factories could assemble them. Qin Yang immediately placed an order for 100,000 aircraft, requiring them to be programmable and controllable, and to have a small bomb bay that could hold 500 grams of explosives. He also demanded that the size be as small as possible, the speed as high as possible, and the control distance as far as possible. Luo Songheng was completely bewildered and couldn't help but ask who these things were going to be sold to, since the military might not want this type of model. Qin Yang simply replied that he didn't need to worry about these things. He was only responsible for organizing production and didn't need to concern himself with anything else. Luo Songheng quickly understood that the higher-ups had already given instructions that although the military factory had been converted into a private enterprise, Qin Yang could manufacture whatever he wanted. Qin Yang then asked how long it would take to produce 100,000 units. Luo Songheng calculated that it would take at least 2 or 3 months to purchase equipment and raw materials. Qin Yang frowned, finding the speed too slow, and then asked how much each aircraft would cost. After careful estimation, Luo Songheng gave a result. Each aircraft would cost approximately 3,000, and with 100,000 aircraft, the total cost would be around 300 million. Qin Yang nodded and transferred 1.5 billion yuan directly to the company account. 1 billion yuan was for buying the factory, and the rest was left for Luo Songheng to arrange. He added that he would receive a report every month. If he performed well, he would receive a generous bonus, but if he did not, the consequences would be severe. Luo Songheng was shocked and immediately realized that the young boss's background was definitely not simple, otherwise he would not have dared to take over the military factory. Soon, 1.5 billion yuan arrived in the account, and half an hour later, all the contracts were signed, and the company officially became Qin Yang's property. Luo Songheng wanted him to meet all the employees, but Qin Yang said his wife was still waiting for him, and he should go back first, leaving the rest to Luo Songheng. Not long after, Qin Yang boarded a helicopter and left. On the way, he called Jiang Mushua to tell her that he was on his way back. When Jiang Mushua heard that he was safe and sound, she immediately became excited and asked him if he had encountered any danger this time. Qin Yang said everything was going smoothly and casually mentioned that he had bought a military factory. Jiang Mushua was stunned and asked him why he would buy a military factory. Qin Yang only said it would be convenient to make some small toys in the future. Her heart tightened as she listened, and thinking of the recent news, she couldn't help but ask him if he was planning to build airplanes and missiles. Qin Yang smiled and admitted it, then added that he might also create other things. Jiang Mushua became even more worried, fearing that he might be targeted by someone even stronger. The helicopter landed quickly in the residential area. Shen Feng smiled and said that he still owed Qin Yang a late-night snack, and he would definitely make it up to him another day. Qin Yang nodded and watched them leave. Then he hurried home. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Mushua came to greet him. Qin Yang reached out and hugged her, smiling as he said he was just going out for a short while and had already assured her that nothing would happen. Jiang Mushua was still afraid. She stared at him and asked in a low voice, "What will happen to me and Yaya if something really happens to him?" Qin Yang didn't say much. He lowered his head and kissed her. His emotions immediately surged, and Jiang Mushua gradually calmed down. After he let go, Jiang Mushua urged him to explain the situation in detail, and Qin Yang then recounted the general events. He didn't mention Huang Fuyin's physical condition, but only talked about the situation of SS-level powerhouses all over the world. Jiang Mushua's emotions rose even higher as she listened. Qin Yang quickly calculated in his mind that his emotional value had finally reached 10,000, and immediately asked the system to draw a reward of 10,000. The draw results quickly popped up, and Qin Yang's eyes lit up as a large amount of new technical information flooded into his mind. After he finished digesting it, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of the explosives. It's important to understand that the all-nitrogen anionic salt explosives developed by China were already quite powerful, but the new explosives they drew this time were even more potent. Green and pollution-free, and 3 times more powerful than all nitrogen and ionic salts. It's just a bit more difficult to manufacture. Qin Yang quickly calculated in his mind. He quickly realized that high difficulty wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If such explosives were easy to mass produce, they would be dangerous in the hands of anyone. Even if the formula were leaked now, small and medium-sized countries might not be able to manufacture them, and those who wanted to carry out terrorist attacks wouldn't even have a chance to get close to it. Even if a major power like the United States could try to replicate it, the rare earth elements used would be a key material, and China has the capacity to produce many of these things in large quantities. In other words, once this thing is finalized, even if others know the formula, it will be very difficult to mass produce it. Qin Yang's eyes darkened, and he already had a plan in mind. The drone he wanted to build could hold exactly 500 grams of explosives. Don't underestimate 500 grams of ordinary explosives. They are quite powerful. If you replace them with this new type of explosive, they are enough to be equivalent to a 155 mm howitzer. Once detonated, no one within 60 meters will be able to stand intact. Qin Yang thought even further ahead. If the system space were filled with these drones, in a life-or-death situation, releasing them at will would create a deadly trap. While a smartphone itself can achieve such a high level of intelligence, it also has a computer connected to a smart brain. The computer and smartphone work together in real time, and if needed, the computer can completely take over from the smartphone to control the drone. The image flashed through Qin Yang's mind. Thousands of drones launching simultaneously, leaving the enemy no time to react. With a burst of flame, swathes of people were instantly blasted into ashes. Just imagining that scene is exhilarating. Qin Yang thought to himself. If war were to break out with Dongying Kingdom, this tactic might come in handy. As he was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Du Onqing. After Qin Yang answered the call, Du Onqing cautiously spoke on the other end. Young Master Qin, my grandson, Du Chongming wants to come to apologize. Is now a convenient time for you? Qin Yang said calmly. It's convenient, but if you're not sincere, don't come. Du Onqing quickly replied. He's sincere. He's already outside the complex and will be here soon. After the call ended, Jiang Mushua asked from the side. Honey, who's coming? Du Chongming. Qin Yang answered calmly. Jiang Mushua frowned immediately. The Du family wielded considerable power in Haiqing, and Du Chongming had always been a nuisance to her, which was indeed annoying. She whispered, he's so persistent and has no sense of propriety. He's really annoying. Qin Yang glanced at her. He didn't do anything inappropriate, did he? Jiang Mushua shook her head. No. Elder Du is a grandmaster of internal energy, and the Du family has a lot of influence. Although our family is rich, there is no need to make a big fuss about it. Qin Yang smiled and said, let's see how he behaves first. If he behaves badly, I'll deal with him for you. If he behaves all right, then give him some face. Haiqing isn't that big. If we really go head-to-head with the Du family, the consequences will be significant. Jiang Mushua nodded and said nothing more. Not long after, Du Chongming arrived at the villa's entrance. He stood outside the door, his expression complex. In his eyes, Qin Yang used to be just a nobody he could easily manipulate. But now, he has to personally go to their door to admit his mistake and apologize. The people behind Qin Yang are even more powerful than his grandfather, and Qin Yang's own wealth is probably no less than that of the Du family. This young master of the Du family could no longer put on airs in front of Qin Yang. Even Secretary Dong and Mayor Yang spoke highly of Qin Yang. Come in, Qin Yang said, opening the door with his usual calm tone. Du Chongming's heart tightened, and he quickly followed her into the living room. Jiang Mushua wasn't there. She had gone to the gym for postpartum training, leaving Qin Yang alone in the living room. After Qin Yang sat down, he went straight to the point. Young Master Du, how do you intend to apologize today? Du Chongming stood there, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, Qin Yang, I asked Su Yu to seduce you before, hoping to get evidence of your infidelity and break you and Mu Shui up. I made a mistake in this matter. Qin Yang looked at him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? Du Chongming felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't believe Qin Yang knew nothing. Qin Yang had dug up so much dirt on the Mitsui group. This little thing couldn't be kept secret. I did it, Du Chongming said, forcing a smile, and bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize to you. That's it. Qin Yang's tone was very light. Du Chongming straightened up and quickly added, I also used my connections to buy you a gift, which cost 6 million. He opened the long box he was carrying and took out a precious sword. This sword is said to have been used by a grandmaster of internal energy cultivation. Take a look. Qin Yang took the sword, drew it, and a flash of cold light appeared. The blade was sharp and exuded a strong killing intent. A fine sword. A glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. This sword was clearly not something an ordinary craftsman could make, and the materials were definitely not simple either. It was probably something left behind by an ancient superhuman. Given the limited smelting conditions in ancient times, achieving this level of quality was already quite remarkable. He mentally asked the system, how's this sword? The system quickly responded, this is an antique, made from meteorite iron from outer space. Its hardness and toughness are no less than those of modern top-notch craftsmanship, and it can be used in actual combat. Qin Yang gripped the sword and swung it a few times. It was quite heavy, but because of his strong physique, it felt comfortable in his hand. This gift is rather thoughtful, Qin Yang said casually. Du Chongming felt a deep bitterness in his heart. He knew Qin Yang might not even want the watch, and the car Qin Yang drove was worth more than 5 million. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and used his connections to get this sword. Qin Yang sheathed his sword, his expression indifferent. I'll take this. You used to always pester Mu Shui, now you've slapped yourself 10 times. If you do it again, it won't be so simple. Du Chongming's expression changed instantly. He had already given away something so expensive, and Qin Yang still wanted him to fight himself? Qin Yang, I promise I'll never provoke Jiang Mushui again. Can I skip these 10 slaps? Qin Yang looked at him and shook his head. No, this is to teach you a lesson. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll help you. I still have some strength. Du Chongming's face stiffened. If Qin Yang, who had reached the peak of internal strength, really made a move, he was afraid he would be directly beaten to a pulp. I'll do it myself. He gritted his teeth and finally said, bowing his head. Slap, slap, slap. Du Chongming raised his hand and slapped himself, but Qin Yang frowned and said, Young Master Du, didn't you eat? These few slaps are too light. They don't count. Start over. Du Chongming's face darkened, and he could only grit his teeth and increase the force, slapping him hard again. After 10 slaps, his face wasn't swollen, but his cheeks were burning with pain. Qin Yang nodded indifferently. It's all right. We've settled our past grievances. Don't mess with me again. When I go crazy, I can really kill people. Upon hearing this, the anger that had just risen in Du Chongming's heart instantly dissipated. He knew very well that Qin Yang was someone he couldn't afford to offend now. Even his grandfather had to think twice. I understand, Du Chongming replied in a low voice, turning and leaving, his back view revealing his disheveled state. Qin Yang returned to the gym on the basement floor and told Jiang Mushui the results, saying that Du Chongming had left and had given her an ancient sword, asking for 6 million. Jiang Mushui was somewhat surprised after hearing this. 6 million to buy a sword as an apology was indeed a great show of sincerity. She knew that this amount of money was nothing to Qin Yang, but it was an astronomical sum for others. Qin Yang added with a smile that he had also made Du Chongming slap him 10 times, as a way of getting back at her for all the harassment she had suffered in the past. Jiang Mushui's eyes softened immediately, and she leaned against him, softly thanking him. She had long wanted to personally beat Du Chongming up, and today she finally got her revenge. But she soon brought up another matter. With only 2 days left until the full moon, she had been trapped for too long and really couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted to go out shopping, to the night market, and to see a movie. She spoke very seriously, saying that she had experienced almost none of the things that other couples would have, such as pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum care, and had been confined to the house the whole time. Qin Yang looked down at her, knowing that she was really holding back this time. In the end, he softened and pinched her cheek, agreeing to go out for a walk with her. Jiang Mushui immediately beamed with joy. She had been lying in bed like a vegetable for more than half a year, and then she couldn't move around much while heavily pregnant. After her postpartum period, she could hardly move an inch. She had been feeling incredibly bored. She told Qin Yang to wait while she went to change her clothes and would be leaving shortly. Qin Yang nodded and went to check on Qin Yu first, intending to look after the little one while he was at it. As soon as he entered the room, Qin Yu seemed to sense him and opened her eyes. The baby, who was almost a month old, had grown quite a bit, with big eyes and fair, clean skin, which softened Qin Yang's heart. Qin Yu stretched out her little hand, and Qin Yang immediately picked her up, gently asking her if she was hungry. Then, while connecting with her mentally, he skillfully prepared milk powder. The little one quickly drank the milk, and after half an hour, Qin Yu, who was full and tired from playing, slowly fell asleep, and the room became quiet. Jiang Muxue finally changed her clothes and came over. She was still a little uncomfortable standing in front of Qin Yang and asked him in a low voice if she still looked fat and that the clothes didn't look good on her. Qin Yang looked her over carefully and replied directly, "You call that unattractive? Anyone who dares to say you're unattractive should donate their eyes." Jiang Muxue was amused by him, and her unease subsided a little, but she was still worried about whether it was really safe to leave Ye alone at home. Qin Yang reassured her that Yang Xin and the others were at home, and that his mental connection with Qin Yu meant he would know immediately if the baby made any movement. Jiang Muxue was still uneasy. After all, there were people from the 9th Security Bureau outside, but their strength might not be comparable to Qin Yang personally overseeing things. She always felt that there was still a gap in her confidence. Qin Yang thought for a moment and felt that there were some things she should know. So he whispered to her that Xiaobai was not an ordinary cat and that it also had special abilities. Jiang Muxue was stunned. She looked down at Xiaobai lying next to the cradle and never expected that this quiet cat would have such a special ability. Qin Yang explained that he personally activated Xiaobai after discovering its potential, and now its strength has reached the peak of S level, which is equivalent to the peak of the transformation realm in martial arts. Jiang Muxue's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Elder Du, the mid-stage transformation realm expert from the Du family, might not be able to withstand more than a few blows from Xiaobai, let alone actually fight him. Qin Yang added that De Huang also has special abilities, but he is not as strong as Xiaobai yet, and his strength is only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Jiang Muxue was completely speechless. In her eyes, even the mid-stage of the transformation realm was considered very strong. No wonder Qin Yang had never really worried about his parents from beginning to end. Qin Yang continued, saying that his father had also become a superhuman, but his level wasn't high yet, currently only a level. Qin Hai was only B level when he first awakened, but he had already risen to that level recently. Jiang Muxue stared blankly at Qin Yang. "Honey, did you also help your father become a superhuman?" Jiang Muxue asked, looking up. Qin Yang nodded, his tone calm, as if he were stating something perfectly ordinary. He told her that when his parents came over last time, he casually turned his dad into a superhuman. Back then, he was only at rank B, but now he has steadily risen to rank A, a frighteningly fast pace. Jiang Muxue's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and her voice softened slightly. Qin Yang added that her mother also had a chance, but the time wasn't right yet. He wasn't confident he could bring everyone in at once. He needed to do some more research. Jiang Muxue took a deep breath, remaining stunned for a long time. Qin Yang casually reassured her, saying that it wasn't a big deal for her father and mother-in-law to become superhumans, and there was no need to worry. Jiang Muxue nodded, but she couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. She asked again if her mother knew about it, and Qin Yang shook his head, saying that she hadn't told her yet. Tomorrow is Saturday, and his parents-in-law will probably come to see Qin Yu, at which point he will check again. Jiang Muxue then remembered a more practical matter. Once her mother awakened, she probably wouldn't be able to hide it. Qin Yang also understood that Zhang's mother had far too many opportunities to come into contact with people with superpowers, making her chances of being exposed much higher than his father's. Jiang Muxue said softly that it was best to delay the exposure, so that when it was finally revealed, their strength would be even greater. She then asked about the safety of the house, and Qin Yang said that Xiaobai was guarding it, and there were also people from the 9th Bureau outside. The entire villa has been fitted with bulletproof glass. There aren't many SS-level powerhouses in the world, so Ye is very stable. Jiang Muxue lowered her head and kissed the sleeping Qin Yu, softly coaxing her a few words before following Qin Yang out the door. Qin Yang drove the bulletproof Cullinan, and half an hour later, the two arrived at a bustling large night market. The moment Jiang Muxue got out of the car, she seemed like a completely different person. She looked around with a sense of wonder and curiosity. She put on a fluffy hat, picked up a string of candied hawthorns, and completely abandoned her CEO demeanor. She even held the candied hawthorn to Qin Yang's mouth, smiling as she urged him to take a bite too. Qin Yang casually ate one, and the sweet and sour taste spread in his mouth, making him feel relaxed as well. As the two were enjoying their stroll, three young men suddenly squeezed in front of them, their eyes immediately fixed on Jiang Muxue. The one in the lead smiled frivolously and immediately asked to add her on WeChat, clearly not taking Qin Yang seriously. Jiang Muxue frowned and refused, saying she had a husband, and the man standing next to her was him. The other woman, however, stared at Qin Yang, feigning ignorance, and said they were at most boyfriend and girlfriend. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Qin Yang snapped his fingers, and two officers from the 9th Security Bureau immediately approached. He calmly told them to ask the three people to leave so as not to disturb Jiang Muxue's shopping. The young man, seeing this, became even more arrogant, patting his chest and announcing his name as He Qinwen. He even brought up his father, He Qiushan, saying that the night market and several nearby streets were under his jurisdiction. After hearing this, Qin Yang asked directly, "Is your dad from the neighborhood committee?" Jiang Muxue burst out laughing on the spot, while He Qinwen's face darkened instantly, his eyes filled with anger. He berated Qin Yang for being ungrateful and trying to put on airs, but before he could finish speaking, he was grabbed by the collar. The officers from Security Bureau 9th didn't waste any words and dragged him out. The other two youths tried to rush forward, but were immediately struck in the stomach with two heavy punches, their faces turning pale with pain. Before long, all three were taken away, and the night market returned to its lively state. Jiang Muxue held Qin Yang's hand, still a little annoyed, saying that they had only been shopping for half an hour when this happened. Qin Yang laughed and said it was normal. With a face like hers, she'd attract attention wherever she went. Jiang Muxue then admitted that she rarely came to places like this. The last few times she'd been there were with Tang Yin. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He really needed to find some time to figure out the gangs in Haiqing. The Du family wields influence in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and he has a good relationship with Dong Yuehua and Yang Shiyuan. However, he hasn't truly established himself in Haiqing's underworld yet, and tonight's events serve as a reminder of that. Jiang Muxue was a little worried, fearing that those people used dirty tricks and might do something underhanded behind the scenes. Qin Yang said that in the face of absolute strength, no underhanded tricks are useful, and anyone who dares to provoke them will have to pay the price. After saying that, he immediately dialed Du Onqing's number and recounted what had happened at the night market. Upon hearing this, Du Onqing on the other end of the line immediately understood that he wasn't just complaining casually, but was serious. Qin Yang got straight to the point, asking him to pass on a message the day after tomorrow. He wanted to invite people from the Haiqing underworld to dinner. All the big shots in Haiqing had to come. No one could pretend they didn't see it. Du Onqing paused for a moment, then said that he could go and say hello first, and there was no need to make such a big fuss. Qin Yang only replied that he wanted to discuss this matter personally. After hanging up, Du Onqing frowned. The Du family enjoys a stellar reputation in Haiqing, a reputation that brings them considerable benefits. However, if those forces switch their allegiance to Qin Yang, the Du family's interests will be forcibly divided up. After thinking for a moment, he called his second son, Du Hongyi, and told him to come home immediately. Du Hongyi was drinking with two bosses when he received the call and was filled with doubt. He knew his father was always calm and collected. For him to be in such a hurry, the matter must be serious. Something came up at home, and my dad is urging me to go back. That's all for today. Du Hongyi raised his glass in acknowledgement, then casually made up an excuse to take his leave of the two CEOs. Half an hour later, he rushed back to the Du family home as fast as he could, his face still showing some impatience. "Dad, what happened? I'm negotiating a cooperation deal that could earn me an extra 10 or 20 million a year." Du Onqing didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly if he knew He Qiushan. Du Hongyi nodded, saying he had met him before, but wasn't familiar with him, only knowing that the other party was Yao Hongxing's subordinate. Hearing this, Du Onqing recounted the whole story of Qin Yang and He Qiushan's son. While Qin Yang was shopping, He Qiushan's son harassed Jiang Muxue, and Qin Yang responded by making a statement. The day after tomorrow, he plans to invite some influential figures in the underworld to dinner and needs their help in making the announcements. Du Hongyi's face immediately darkened, and he instantly sensed something was wrong. Dad, the way he's acting makes it seem like he's going to get involved in underworld affairs. If that's the case, he'll probably take all our benefits. Du Wanqing said in a deep voice. We can choose not to help, but who knows if something unexpected might happen. Du Hongyi's lips twitched, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not underestimate Qin Yang's methods. The Du family earns 200 to 300 million yuan a year through their underworld connections. If that were to stop, the loss would be enormous. But then he thought of something else. Qin Yang might very well be the mysterious hacker that's been making headlines. That man is said to be worth billions. Would he really be interested in the Du family's small business? Dad, should I go see him first and sound him out? Du Wanqing nodded, saying that he and Qin Yang were both at the peak of the inner strength realm, and it wasn't shameful for them to be humble. Du Hongyi was stunned. You mean, we have to bow down and acknowledge him as the boss of Haiqing's underworld? Du Wanqing did not deny it, but simply nodded slightly. He also admitted that the powerful figure behind Qin Yang might not last long, but no one could predict the exact time frame. I'm going on a trip for a while. You can take care of things at home for now. Du Hongyi understood his father's meaning and readily agreed. It's not too late for the father to step back and wait for the situation to become clear before deciding which side to take. Go see Qin Yang tomorrow, bring a decent gift, and find out his attitude first. Du Hongyi said he would leave tonight to avoid getting involved in trouble. On the other side, Qin Yang accompanied Jiang Muxue to the night market and then took her to see a movie. On the way back, Jiang Muxue leaned against him, smiling contentedly. Qin Yang looked at her, then changed the subject, bringing up the matter he needed to take care of after returning home. Jiang Muxue blushed, pretending not to understand, and whispered that she wanted to wait a little longer. She said she hadn't fully recovered her figure yet and wanted to show him her best self. Qin Yang stared at her for a few seconds, then smiled and said that she was already perfect. Jiang Muxue insisted on exercising for another half-month, saying that she still had some fat on her stomach and legs and needed to work out more. Qin Yang didn't press her any further, only saying that he would give her another half-month. The next day, Jiang Wanqing and his family all came. They always came to see Qin Yu on weekends. Holding the child, Liang Lan was still a little worried when she saw that Jiang Muxue had already left. Jiang Muxue explained that she recovered faster than she had expected, and that Qin Yang had even treated her. Jiang Wanqing laughed and joked, saying that Qin Yang could even cure cancer, so this little thing was nothing. After chatting for a while, Liang Lan brought up the topic of going back to her hometown again, asking them when they would go. Qin Yang said he would go to Shanghai first, and then accompany Jiang Muxue back to her hometown after returning from Shanghai. Jiang Wanqing was somewhat surprised after hearing this, and asked them what they were going to Shanghai for. Qin Yang then said that the China Youth Martial Arts competition was about to begin, and he and Jiang Muxue were going to go and take a look. Jiang Wanqing was even more puzzled, saying that Jiang Muxue was not a martial artist, so she probably wouldn't understand even if she went. Jiang Muxue laughed, and replied that she was going to watch the excitement and treat it as a trip. Then, Qin Yang looked at the people in the living room and spoke calmly. Dad, Mom, there's something I want to tell you in private. Yang Xian and the others have already been given psychological suggestions and won't talk nonsense, but it's still best to avoid this matter. Before long, the group entered the study, and as soon as the door closed, the atmosphere immediately became quiet. Qin Yang looked at Liang Lan, his tone calm, but he dropped a bombshell that left her stunned. Mom, you're about to become a superhuman. Liang Lan looked at Jiang Muxue with annoyance and frowned, saying, Muxue, what nonsense are you talking about? When did Mom become a superhuman? Jiang Muxue smiled and said, Mom. Qin Yang said this. Upon hearing this, Liang Lan's eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Muxue deliberately scolded. Mom, what kind of expression is that? I told you you're about to become a superhuman, and you didn't believe me. But as soon as I said Qin Yang told you, you believed me immediately. Liang Lan grinned from ear to ear and quickly looked at Qin Yang. How can that be the same? Little Qin, am I really about to become a superhuman? Qin Yang nodded, his tone calm. Mom, do you remember the medicine you took before? That was to help you awaken. If all goes well, it should be done within a week. Jiang Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Qin, what about me? Don't I have any potential at all? Qin Yang glanced at him and replied directly, Dad, I haven't found it yet. Potential is like oil in the ground. You've buried it quite deep, and it hasn't been dug out yet. Jiang Wanqing. Liang Lan pressed on. What about Mu Shui and your parents? Didn't they notice either? Qin Yang shook his head. No, my dad was the first to discover it. He has already awakened and is now an A-level ability user. Upon hearing this, a hint of envy flashed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. He has a net worth of hundreds of billions, and women and enjoyment hold no appeal for him. The only thing that ignites his passion is becoming stronger. Qin Yang continued, Mom, you might experience some unusual things after you awaken, so remember to hide them well. At the beginning, you'll probably only have B-level strength. Reaching a rank shouldn't be a problem, but whether we can reach S rank depends on luck. Liang Lan nodded, her expression serious. I'll pay attention. Xiaoqin, do I really have a chance to reach S rank? What attribute will I awaken? Qin Yang smiled faintly. If you have the chance, Mom, you're a fire elementalist, so you'll most likely be a fire elementalist after you awaken. Be careful then, don't set the house on fire. After hearing this, Liang Lan was even more satisfied. Fire attribute is good. It sounds powerful. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but ask again. So what's my attribute? You can tell, right? Qin Yang glanced at him and said, Dad, you are a wood element person. Jiang Wanqing looked helpless. Wood attribute? Huh? Then when it encounters fire attribute, won't it be completely countered? Liang Lan glanced at him, her tone slightly teasing. You're rich, so there are plenty of women eyeing you. What? Want to go somewhere else to stir things up? Jiang Wanqing quickly waved his hand. Wife, you know I'm not interested in these things. I just want to make the company bigger and stronger. Liang Lan snorted and didn't ask any further questions. Jiang Muxue then looked at Qin Yang and asked softly, Honey, should we tell Mom and Dad those two secrets too? Qin Yang nodded, making no attempt to hide anything. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. There's another secret? Jiang Muxue said directly. Xiaobai also has superpowers, S rank perfect. Da Huang also has them, just a little short, already at S rank mid-stage. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan were stunned on the spot. Even their breathing slowed down. Who would have thought that a little white cat and a big yellow dog would both be ridiculously strong? Qin Yang said calmly, Dad, Mom, if you feel any danger while I'm not home, come here. It'll be safer here. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan nodded at the same time. Although they have vast assets and are not lacking in protection, that is only superficial security. If they encounter a top-tier expert, they will still run into trouble. Jiang Wanqing looked at Qin Yang, his tone full of admiration. Little Qin, you are strong, and Xiaobai and Da Huang are strong too. You have so many more trump cards in your hand than before. Qin Yang only replied, It's all right, but it's better to keep a low profile. He recalled what Huang Fuyin had said. The United States has 2 SS-level experts on the surface, and the Eastern Sakura country and Europe may also have them. He's so young. If he were to reveal all his strength, who could guarantee that those people wouldn't team up to eliminate him first? Qin Yang dared not underestimate this possibility at all. Jiang Wanqing nodded, his expression becoming serious. Better safe than sorry. That's true. Jiang Muxue seized the opportunity to speak up. Dad, Mom, we have to keep what we heard today a secret. Since you're here, you can take care of Yeya. Qin Yang and I are going out shopping. Liang Lan was taken aback. Didn't you already go shopping last night? Jiang Muxue laughed and said, I went to the night market last night. I've never properly gone shopping in a mall before. I'm going to buy some clothes for Qin Yang today. Qin Yang was about to say that he had clothes, but Jiang Muxue shook her head. Not enough. You don't even have a tenth of my clothes. You'll be attending many occasions in the future. You can't always wear the same outfit. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. Xiaoqin, go out and buy some. With your current status, you really can't just have enough clothes. You need to prepare a few more sets. Qin Yang didn't refuse again, and he and Jiang Muxue quickly went out. Liang Lan stood there, still somewhat dazed. Honey, I never thought I'd actually become a superhuman so soon. Jiang Wanqing looked at Xiaobai lying to the side, his eyes filled with even more complicated emotions. I never expected that such a small cat would actually be at the peak of S rank. Even Du Onqing might not be able to compare to it. He tried asking, Xiaobai, can you understand me? Xiaobai opened her eyes, stood up, and nodded at him. Jiang Wanqing clicked his tongue in amazement. Okay, you can continue sleeping. Just make sure to protect Yeya. Little White stretched, and then lay back down. Not long after, Qin Yang received a call from Du Onqing. Young Master Qin, my son would like to come and discuss some matters with you. Is now a convenient time? Qin Yang replied directly. I'm out. It's inconvenient for me. Old Du, you have 2 sons. Which one wants to come looking for me? My second son. Du Wanqing paused, then asked, Young Master Qin, is 7 o'clock tonight all right? Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, 7 o'clock is fine. Let him come over. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Mushua leaned over and asked, Honey, are you busy? Qin Yang smiled and said, The Du family contacted me, probably because of tomorrow night's matter. We arranged to meet at 7 o'clock tonight, so it won't interfere with our shopping. Jiang Mushua nodded. Then let's go to the next one. They shopped until evening before returning home laden with their purchases, filling the trunk and back seats of their car completely. After returning home, Jiang Wanqing asked solemnly, Xiaoqin, I heard some news. You're treating some people from the underworld to dinner tomorrow night. Qin Yang nodded. That's true. Du Hongyi from the Du family will be here later, probably to sound out the Du family and me first. Jiang Wanqing's face darkened. The Du family has billions in assets, and a lot of that comes from illicit income. If you invite those people to dinner, they will definitely be afraid that you will threaten their interests. They may not dare to openly lash out at you, but when it comes to their interests, their attitude will be different. Qin Yang's gaze turned slightly cold. Then we'll see how the Du family reacts. If they react well, I have no interest in this piece of the pie. If they react badly, don't blame me for being impolite. Ding dong. Du Hongyi personally approached Qin Yang, and as soon as the door opened, he introduced himself and adopted a very humble attitude. Qin Yang sized him up. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and had reached the peak of internal strength. His aura was indeed not weak. Qin Yang didn't even extend his hand, only casually uttering 2 words, Come in. Upon entering the living room, Du Hongyi had barely sat down when his expression instantly changed, and his head felt as if it were being pierced repeatedly by countless fine needles. He suddenly stood up, and the pain stopped, but the lingering, piercing force still pounded in his mind. Qin Yang didn't even glance at him, his tone frighteningly calm. Did I ask you to sit down? You've gotten so used to being the boss that you've forgotten the rules. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Du Hongyi's face. That last blow almost made him think he was really going to be crippled. He forced a smile through gritted teeth and said that he had come specifically for the banquet tomorrow night. Qin Yang then gestured for him to continue, and Du Hongyi dared not put on airs anymore and honestly confessed. On the surface, Haiqing may not appear to have any gangs, but in reality, it is teeming with companies and organizations. There are a total of 24 such organizations that have established themselves in the underworld. Du Hongyi's loan company is just one example, but it's one of the most profitable businesses he runs. Qin Yang listened with a half-smile. The Du family had a solid financial foundation, so lending money to other companies would naturally bring in money quickly. Du Hongyi nodded in agreement and even took out a card, saying that there was 50 million in it, and this year's share of the profits would be sent over first. Qin Yang scanned him with his mental energy and knew that he had more than one card on him, obviously having prepared different stories in advance. He suddenly spoke up, revealing that the Du family's real income was far more than that. Relying on their connections in the underworld, they could easily make 200 or 300 million every year. Du Hongyi was shocked, knowing that Qin Yang had already investigated them thoroughly, and he had no choice but to bite the bullet and admit it. Qin Yang had no interest in listening to his complaints about being poor and made it clear that he didn't care about this kind of dirty money. Du Hongyi felt relieved and quickly pledged his loyalty, asking what else the Du family could do for Qin Yang. Qin Yang only asked one question. Would everyone be here tomorrow night? Du Hongyi nodded quickly, saying that the notification had been made and no one should dare to be absent. Qin Yang told him to sit down and then explain the backgrounds of the others one by one. Du Hongyi then began to explain that none of the underworld figures in Haiqing were easy to deal with. The most eye-catching one is Cui Rongfang, whose assets are actually more than those of the Du family. Qin Yang immediately frowned and pressed him for an explanation as to how he could be so rich. Du Hongyi hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Cui Rongfang made his living by selling drugs. The Du family has the strongest martial arts, but they never touch that kind of thing, so they can never make money as fast as him. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. The country was investigating so strictly, yet he still managed to find a loophole. Du Hongyi explained that Cui Rongfang had been incarcerated before, but he was too shrewd, and the evidence was always just a hair's breadth away from being found. What's more troublesome is that he employs several top-notch lawyers who can turn black into white. Qin Yang then asked if the Du family had also made money off him. Du Hongyi paused, then only dared to say that he had made a little bit of money. Qin Yang's expression turned cold, telling him to go back and donate all that money. He wouldn't feel at ease keeping it. Du Hongyi nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a single word in response. After chatting for a while, Qin Yang let him leave, and casually asked if old Master Du was coming tomorrow. Du Hongyi said his father had gone on a trip and wouldn't be back for a while, but he would fully support Qin Yang tomorrow night. Qin Yang nodded slightly, and Du Hongyi, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, quickly took his leave. Once everyone left, Qin Yang went straight down to the basement server room and ordered the AI to investigate Chui Rongfang. Soon, the AI gave the results. Chui Rong was likely involved in drug trafficking, but the information they had was not enough to convict him directly. Qin Yang was not surprised. If this kind of person didn't have some ability, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant today. He then instructed the AI to investigate all the people Du Hongyi mentioned to see who still had serious problems. The answer came out not long after. Yao Hongsheng ran an underground casino, swindling many people out of their fortunes. Huang Lun was involved in human trafficking and had a number of cases involving women and children. The others were also dirty, but not as badly as these two. Qin Yang immediately asked if the evidence against Yao Hongsheng and Huang Lun was strong enough. The AI replied that the evidence had been obtained and could be sent directly to his phone. The next day, evening arrived in the blink of an eye, and Qin Yang prepared to meet the group of underworld bosses. Jiang Muxua stood at the door, a rare look of worry on her face, and told him to be careful on his way. Qin Yang pulled her into his arms, lowered his head and kissed her, but his tone was very steady. "Don't worry, they are nothing in front of me." Jiang Muxua wanted to maintain a mental connection with him so she could know what was happening over there. Qin Yang refused. He was likely to get into a conflict with someone tonight and didn't want her to see his violent side. He told Jiang Muxua to stay home obediently and not to overthink things. Jiang Muxua could only nod and watch him leave. As soon as Qin Yang got into the car, a notification popped into his mind. "System, I have over 20,000 emotion points now, right? I'll do a lottery, 10,000 emotion points for 2 draws." A flash of light appeared during the lottery draw, and the system notified Qin Yang that he had 1S level mental power. A surge of spiritual energy exploded in his mind, then quickly merged with him. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and his mental power, which was originally stuck at the early stage of SS level, surged upwards instantly. He knew in his heart that, relying solely on his psychic abilities, he was considered relatively weak even among SS level fighters. But things are different now. With his mental strength surging, his confidence has also grown stronger. "Keep smoking," Qin Yang urged in his mind, a hint of anticipation in his voice. The system responded quickly, the lottery started spinning, and then another notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the A-level skill, Dislocating Tendons and Bones Technique." Qin Yang was taken aback. The name sounded fierce, but it might not be very lethal in actual combat. But then he thought again. This method was just right if he really wanted to catch someone and interrogate them for information. The system then explained that this technique is strictly graded, with the lowest version being only grade C. A-level bone dislocating techniques can torture a person's meridians and bones to the point of collapse. Qin Yang quietly processed the information flooding into his mind, and the more he looked at it, the more sinister this method seemed. It's no longer just about the hands and feet. It covers almost the entire body's muscles and bones. The moment the blow is delivered, the pain will feel like needles piercing into the bone. An ordinary person simply cannot withstand it. On the other side, outside a quiet restaurant in Haicheng, luxury cars pulled up one after another. Those who came were all big shots in Haicheng, who usually ruled their own kingdoms, but today they all gathered together. Some people greeted me with smiles as soon as they got off the bus, seemingly warm, but their words were full of probing and wariness. Haicheng is only so big. Once interests clash, conflicts can't be suppressed, and people often turn against each other. If it weren't for the Du family acting as a mediator, many people would have already become mortal enemies. But today's guest wasn't from the Du family, but from Qin Yang, Jiang Wanqing's son-in-law. This made everyone uneasy, wondering what this young man was up to. A newly arrived bigwig spoke first, trying to probe the situation, but his words were immediately cut off. Yao Hongxing's face darkened. He could tell, of course, that these people were trying to shift the blame onto him. Wu Bin brought up He Qinwen's harassment of Jiang Shui with a cold smile, his meaning quite clear. That kid is Yao Hongxing's man. He got into trouble with the Jiang family and just happened to run into Qin Yang. Yao Hongxing was embarrassed, but he still forced himself to say that no matter how young Qin Yang was, he couldn't cause any trouble. But Wu Bin immediately raised another concern. The Mitsui Group's affairs were rumored to be orchestrated by Qin Yang. If this kid really has some dirty secrets, no one will be able to finish this meal in peace. Yao Hongxing was tough on the surface, but he was also nervous inside. He still forced everyone to join forces. Just as the atmosphere was getting increasingly tense, Du Hongyi finally arrived. Everyone swarmed around him, hoping to get some information out of him. Du Hongyi glanced around and thought these people were too naive. Qin Yang was not someone who could be easily suppressed. He made it clear that anyone who wanted to fight Qin Yang should go on their own. The Du family wouldn't get involved. Upon hearing this, Yao Hongxing became even more unconvinced and insisted on asking just how powerful the strong person behind Qin Yang really was. Du Hongyi glanced at him and said in a stern tone that he had better apologize honestly and not cause trouble for himself. Yao Hongxing frowned, wanting to retort, but he was clearly unsure of himself. Just then, a car drove up from a distance, and Du Hongyi immediately straightened his clothes and went to meet it. "Young Master Qin, everyone's here, just waiting for you," Du Hongyi said with a smile, his attitude very humble. After Qin Yang got out of the car, he glanced around and saw that everyone had different expressions. Some were smiling obsequiously, some were indifferent, and some were hiding hostility. He didn't say much, just casually said, "Go inside first, it's cold outside." Once everyone was seated, there were 6 tables set up in the restaurant, but the atmosphere was even more oppressive than outside. Qin Yang's gaze fell on a man in his 50s, and he directly named Cui Rongfang. Cui Rong's heart skipped a beat, but she forced a smile and walked over. Qin Yang cut to the chase and asked him if he was a drug dealer. Cui Rongfang immediately denied it, speaking with righteous indignation and claiming that if there were any problems, he would have been arrested long ago. Qin Yang saw through his lie at a glance, and only a cold smile remained on his lips. He deliberately reached out his hand, pretending that he had misunderstood, and his tone was very polite. Cui Rongfang quickly reached out to grasp it, and the moment they touched, Qin Yang's internal energy seeped into his palm. The next second, Cui Rongfang's expression changed drastically, and he looked as if his bones had been twisted. "Ah!" he screamed, his body arching instantly as he convulsed in pain. Qin Yang then let go, looking at him calmly as if nothing had happened. Cui Rongfang was already sweating profusely from the pain, his face contorted in agony, and all he could manage were intermittent cries of pain. Chapter 211 Qin Yang kills someone in public. Cui Rongfang quickly collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, his face turning deathly pale. Qin Yang's technique of dislocating tendons and bones was extremely ruthless. Cui Rongfang felt as if all the tendons and bones in his body were being forcibly torn apart. Those watching were horrified, and someone immediately suggested calling 120 for an ambulance. Qin Yang coldly swept his gaze across the crowd and retorted, "Who dares to make this call? If something goes wrong, who will bear the consequences?" The man shut his mouth and immediately dared not utter a sound. Someone else mentioned that Cui Rongfang's driver was still outside and wanted to call someone over quickly. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said that his medical skills were not bad, and he could tell that Cui Rongfang would not die anytime soon. Moving him around now would only make things more dangerous. After these words were spoken, no one dared to say anything more. Cui Rongfang was in so much pain that he was covered in sweat, and his voice was hoarse. He lay on the ground begging for mercy, pleading with Qin Yang to let him go. Qin Yang, however, did not budge an inch and pressed him directly to ask whether he had been trafficking drugs. Cui Rongfang stubbornly denied it, insisting that he hadn't done it. Qin Yang looked at Du Hongyi and told him to gag Cui Rong first, then tie him up, so that he wouldn't bite his tongue or roll around. Du Hongyi felt a tightness in his chest, but dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction on his face, and could only do as he was told. A wad of paper was stuffed into his mouth, and tape was wrapped around him in circles, quickly binding Cui Rongfang so that he could not move. Qin Yang then revealed a slight smile, but the surroundings were eerily quiet. Yao Hongxing stepped forward with a frown, thinking that if Cui Rongfang really had a problem, it should be handed over to the law, and Qin Yang's actions were against the rules. Qin Yang turned to look at him, speaking calmly, and said that Shui Rongfang's illness was sudden and had nothing to do with him. He then asked Yao Hongsheng if he was very disciplined. Yao Hongsheng said that he would of course follow the rules, but his eyes had already changed. Qin Yang casually handed him his phone so he could look at some documents. Yao Hongsheng glanced at it a few times, and his face changed completely. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, his legs went weak, and he actually knelt down. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected that Yao Hongsheng, who was usually the most arrogant, would kneel down so quickly on the spot. Qin Yang asked him what he did wrong. Yao Hongsheng's voice trembled as he admitted he had made mistakes and begged Qin Yang for a chance. Qin Yang only said that the law would give him a chance, but who would give a chance to those whose families he had ruined? Yao Hongsheng lowered his head, but a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. The next second, he suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed Qin Yang hard. This strike was so fast and ruthless that an ordinary person would have almost no chance to dodge it. But Qin Yang is no ordinary person. He sidestepped the blade with ease, then grabbed Yao Hongsheng's head. With a sharp crack, Yao Hongsheng's neck was snapped, and his head was turned around. The entire audience gasped in shock. No one had expected Qin Yang to kill someone in public. Yao Hongsheng fell down with his eyes wide open, unable to utter a single complete sentence. Qin Yang clapped his hands, his expression indifferent, and said that Yao Hongsheng had attacked first, and he was only acting in self-defense. Everyone turned pale, and no one dared to utter a word of rebuttal. Qin Yang then called Xin Feng and explained that someone had just tried to kill him, and that he had intervened and killed the person in return. Xin Feng on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, but his tone changed immediately when he heard it was Yao Hongsheng. Qin Yang gave them the address and asked them to come and collect the body as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Du Hongyi looked at the corpse on the ground and felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood that Yao Hongsheng had most likely died in vain this time. Qin Yang's gaze swept over the remaining group of people, finally settling on Huang Luan. Who is Huang Luan? His voice wasn't loud, but it made people's hearts tighten. Huang Luan's face changed instantly. He stepped forward with a stiff upper lip, his voice trembling. Qin Yang stared at him and directly exposed his involvement in trafficking women and children, telling him to confess when the police arrived. Huang Luan's legs went weak, and he shook his head repeatedly, saying that there must be a misunderstanding and that he had never done it. Qin Yang just looked at him, his tone as cold as ice, and said that he should either confess or take the evidence to the police station. Huang Luan's throat tightened, and he froze on the spot, his face as white as paper. Huang Luan mentally cursed. Should I rush up and ambush Qin Yang like Yao Hongsheng? That would be suicide. He dared not put up a fight anymore and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, begging Qin Yang to let him off the hook, and even offering to give half of his income away. Qin Yang's eyes turned cold, and he wasn't buying it at all. He forced Qin Yang to choose for himself, whether to go and keep Shui Rongfang company or to die like Yao Hongsheng. Huang Luan panicked and immediately went to ask Du Hongyi for help, but Du Hongyi shook his head decisively, saying that what he had done was too unscrupulous and he could not help him. Everyone around them turned their gaze away, no one wanting to get involved in trouble at this moment. Huang Luan felt utterly disheartened. Shui Rongfang was still writhing in pain on the ground, while Yao Hongsheng was already dead. Huang Luan knew that if he dragged things out any longer, things would only get worse. Qin Yang only gave him 10 seconds. When the time was up, Huang Luan finally couldn't hold on any longer and whispered that he had indeed trafficked some women and children. Qin Yang immediately pressed for details about where those people had been sold. Huang Luan hesitated for a moment, and Qin Yang then asked Du Hongyi to get some toothpicks. Huang Luan was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. He immediately shouted that he would confess that some of the goods were sold into the mountains and some were sent abroad. He said that selling to the mountains was less risky and less profitable, while selling to foreign forces would yield higher returns. As soon as he said this, many people in the room changed their expressions. Du Hongyi took the toothpick box and asked Qin Yang if he still wanted to use it. Qin Yang reached out and took it, his expression as calm as if he were setting a table. The next second, he flicked his wrist, and 7 or 8 toothpicks shot out, piercing directly into Huang Luan's soles. Huang Luan screamed in agony on the spot. Both of Huang Luan's feet were pierced, and he was in so much pain that tears and snot streamed down his face. He curled up into a ball, too weak to even curse. Du Hongyi felt a chill run down his spine. This hidden weapon was incredibly accurate. Qin Yang, like him, had perfected the hidden strength, but in a real fight, he might not have the upper hand. The others gasped in shock. A single toothpick piercing flesh hurts enough. So many at once would drive anyone crazy. Huang Luan cried and said he had already admitted it, but Qin Yang still stabbed him with a toothpick. Qin Yang simply replied that his hand had just slipped. He also casually asked Huang Luan to move aside so as not to block everyone's view while they ate. Huang Luan wanted to pull out a toothpick, but Qin Yang told him to just walk over there. If blood were dripping everywhere on the ground, how could anyone eat? Huang Luan was so angry he almost vomited blood, but he didn't dare to say a word in rebuttal. Seeing that he couldn't move, Qin Yang threatened to give him some more toothpicks to keep him rooted to the spot. Huang Luan could only grit his teeth and inch his way to the side. With each step, it felt like his feet were being repeatedly ripped apart by knives. Huang Luan was in so much pain that he almost fainted, and his face turned as white as paper. Qin Yang then glanced at everyone, his tone calm, yet it made everyone tense. Everyone should know which money they shouldn't earn. Anyone who dares to get involved in this kind of business will suffer a worse fate than Huang Luan and his group. Everyone nodded hurriedly, afraid that if they were even a little slow, they would be targeted. Qin Yang suddenly laughed again and said, "Everyone, please continue to sit down. Today is my treat. What happened just now was just a small incident. Don't take it to heart." But everyone knew that this was no small incident. It was a rule that Qin Yang set for everyone in public, a rule so ruthless it sent chills down their spines. 20 minutes later, Shinfeng arrived at the banquet hall with the people from the 9th Security Bureau. Everyone immediately stood up, their faces showing a hint of tension. Shinfeng is very influential in Haiqing. If he falls into the hands of other departments, they can usually find a way to deal with him, but if he really targets you, it will be a big problem. Qin Yang directly recounted Yao Hongxing's story, claiming that the other party had tried to kill him with a knife, and that his act of self-defense was legitimate, which could be testified to by those present. Everyone nodded quickly. Shinfeng didn't say much after listening, but instead directly concluded that Yao Hongxing deserved to die, and asked Qin Yang if there was any evidence of his guilt. Qin Yang said he had all the evidence, including that of Yao Hongxing and Huang Luan, and would send it over later. Shinfeng nodded, indicating that he would investigate immediately. At this moment, Huang Luan suddenly jumped out to complain, saying that Qin Yang had stabbed him with toothpicks, and that several toothpicks had been stuck in both of his feet. He quickly grabbed Qin Yang. Shinfeng glanced at him, and Qin Yang just shrugged, saying that his hand had slipped. Shinfeng didn't ask too many questions, only reminding him to be careful next time. Then he frowned, and said that wounds are prone to infection if not disinfected. Qin Yang slapped his forehead as if he had just remembered, and quickly said thank you for reminding him. He turned around, grabbed a bottle of liquor, and walked up to Huang Luan. Huang Luan turned pale with fright, and quickly said that he would use iodine later. Qin Yang said that it would be easy to get infected if it was too late. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured the whole bottle of wine down the drain. Huang Luan's foot instantly felt like it was on fire. Huang Luan was trembling with pain. On the other side, Cui Rongfang was also noticed by Shinfeng. Qin Yang said that he was in a lot of pain, so he had to tie him up first. Shinfeng ripped the food out of Cui Rongfang's mouth. As soon as Cui Rongfang opened his mouth, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, on the verge of a complete breakdown. Qin Yang pretended not to know anything, and said that he had just shaken hands with him and that he probably had a drug reaction. Shinfeng actually believed him to some extent. He prepared to take the person back and asked Qin Yang how long the situation would last. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said that if it wasn't dealt with, it would last at least 2 or 3 months, and at most 2 or 3 years. Cui Rongfang turned pale upon hearing this. In the past half hour, he had come to understand what it meant to be worse than dead. Cui Rongfang gritted his teeth and finally bowed his head to confess his crimes, repeatedly saying that he had confessed everything. Qin Yang wasn't in a hurry to listen, and instead asked him what he was going to confess, whether he was saying that he had used a new type of drug. Cui Rongfang's face turned pale. He endured the excruciating pain and directly admitted that he had been trafficking drugs for profit. Fearing that Qin Yang would torture him further, he immediately confessed everything about the source of the drugs, the method of transportation, the hiding place, and the people involved. After listening, Qin Yang raised his hand and patted Cui Rongfang's shoulder. With a burst of internal energy, the excruciating pain in Cui Rongfang's body instantly subsided. Chui Rongfang then realized that the suffering he had just endured was all caused by Qin Yang. But just as he was about to turn hostile, Shinfeng spoke up, saying that he only saw Qin Yang helping him relieve pain, and he didn't see anything else. Qin Yang smiled and saw the guest off, also asking Shinfeng to go back and take good care of Chui Rongfang. Chui Rong's heart sank. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have said anything earlier. Shinfeng quickly led his men away, taking the body with them, and the private room returned to its original state. Qin Yang glanced at everyone and said calmly, telling them to continue drinking, explaining that it was just a minor incident. But no one present dared to take it seriously. Yao Hong was dead, and Chui Rongfang and Huang Luan had also fallen. Du Hongyi was the first to stand up and offer a toast, his expression much more respectful than before. He originally thought Qin Yang was just lucky and had a powerful backer, but now he realized that Qin Yang himself was ruthless enough. Even a seasoned veteran like Chui Rongfang was brought to his knees by his interrogation, while an arrogant figure like Yao Hongsheng lost his life on the spot. Time passed slowly, and everyone took turns toasting. After about 20 bottles of liquor were downed, Qin Yang's expression remained unchanged. When the atmosphere was just right, Qin Yang stood up and announced that tonight was over, and whoever performed well next year could drink with him again. Anyone who performs poorly will be sent on their way. These words sent a chill down everyone's spine, and even their breathing tightened. Du Hongyi cautiously brought up the topic of profit distribution, but Qin Yang had no interest whatsoever. He simply told them to continue doing their jobs as usual and not to cause chaos in Haiqing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and took their leave, leaving only Qin Yang and Du Hongyi in the end. Qin Yang instructed him to keep an eye on these people, and if anyone caused trouble again, to go directly to the Du family to settle accounts. Du Hongyi could only nod in agreement, but he still had to arrange for people to keep an eye on Yao Hongxing's subordinates and family members to prevent them from causing trouble for Qin Yang in the future. After dealing with all of this, Qin Yang finally went home. As soon as Jiang Muxua smelled the alcohol on him, she immediately hugged him and asked if the night had gone well. Qin Yang smiled and said it went very smoothly. He also told her that she would be much safer when she went out in the future, and that people in the underworld would probably not dare to look for her again. Jiang Muxua felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this, tiptoed and kissed him, urging him to go and rest. After taking a shower, Qin Yang turned around and went into his study to continue processing emails. More and more people are asking him questions now, and even academicians can't do without him. He has to take time out of his day every night to reply to them. Meanwhile, after returning home, Du Hongyi immediately called his father, Du Wanqing, and recounted everything that had happened that night. Du Wanqing fell silent after hearing this, never expecting that Qin Yang would break Yao Hongxing's neck in public. What surprised him even more was that Chui Rongfang, that old fox, was actually forced by Qin Yang to confess his crimes. Du Hongyi also mentioned that Qin Yang was also skilled in using hidden weapons, shooting out 7 or 8 toothpicks at once, which accurately pierced Huang Luan's 2 soles. He even bluntly stated that if Qin Yang replaced the toothpick with a steel needle, he would probably be unable to withstand the attack in most cases. Du Wanqing quickly made a judgment. Since Qin Yang hadn't touched the Du family's interests, he would go along with him and not make any rash moves regarding the family matters. Du Hongyi agreed verbally, but felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The Du family used to be a prominent force in Haiqing, but now, in the blink of an eye, they seemed to have become Qin Yang's people. Fortunately, no one suffered any loss, so they had no choice but to swallow their anger for now. Late at night, Qin Yang's phone suddenly rang. The call was from Jiang Wanqing, whose voice sounded clearly urgent. He told Qin Yang that Liang Lan had a high fever, with her temperature reaching 45 degrees Celsius. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he instantly perked up. He told Jiang Wanqing not to panic, that a normal person could not possibly burn to this extent. This was clearly a sign that his superpower was about to be activated, which was a good thing. Jiang Wanqing felt a pang of anxiety as he looked at Liang Lan's high fever and asked her if her body could withstand the continued high temperature. Qin Yang remained calm, saying that ordinary people certainly couldn't handle it, but Liang Lan was awakening her fire attribute ability, so 50 degrees Celsius was normal for her. Jiang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yang then told him to prepare a basin of water and a fire extinguisher to stand guard nearby in case the house really caught fire. He glanced into the bedroom as he passed by. Jiang Muxua was fast asleep, and Qin Yu was also resting peacefully in another room. No one was disturbed. 15 minutes later, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Wanqing's house. The temperature inside had soared to 47 degrees Celsius, and even the walls were frighteningly hot. Liang Lan was awake, but her complexion was very stable. She even smiled and said that she was fine, just a little feverish, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. Qin Yang took her pulse and confirmed that everything was normal, which put his mind at ease. The system-produced medicine was indeed very safe. He judged that after a while, Liang Lan would first feel a throbbing in her head, and then her mind would become exceptionally clear. Sure enough, not long after, Liang Lan began to feel as if something was pushing out of her head, but she didn't feel any pain at all. Qin Yang asked the system in his mind why his mental strength had suddenly increased so quickly, since Liang Lan didn't have a system, and where did the energy come from? The system explained that the human body itself is a treasure trove, and the mental energy used in daily life is only the tip of the iceberg. What we are doing now is simply tapping into our potential. Just like ordinary people, they can suddenly unleash power far exceeding their usual strength in a critical moment. But this potential is not usually activated. Qin Yang then realized that the increase in mental strength did not appear out of thin air. It was simply that the dormant power within Liang Lan's body was being gradually drawn out. As time passed, Liang Lan's mental fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, eventually settling steadily at the late stage of B level. This was already a very high starting point, which surprised Qin Yang. The effects of the system potion were even more potent than he had expected. Liang Lan felt her head was no longer throbbing. Instead, she felt refreshed, as if her mind had been suddenly cleansed. Qin Yang told her that this was a sign that her mental strength had stabilized, and that her memory and analytical abilities would improve as well, but this did not mean that her IQ had increased. Jiang Wanqing was a little confused. He felt that having a better memory and faster reaction time sounded almost the same as becoming smarter. Qin Yang shook his head, saying that true intelligence lies in comprehension, and strong mental strength only means processing information faster. It's impossible for all people with superpowers to become scientists. Liang Lan was quite satisfied. She hadn't originally intended to study anything profound. As long as her mind was clearer, she had already gained something. Qin Yang told her to try the most basic step. First, to condense a flame at her fingertips. Only then could she be considered to have truly awakened successfully. Liang Lan raised her hand and carefully sensed the fire attribute energy around her. Before long, a small flame finally appeared. As soon as she got nervous, the flame went out. Qin Yang told her not to be afraid, that the fire he had started wouldn't hurt her. Liang Lan tried again, this time even faster. The tiny flame, no bigger than a mung bean, burned steadily at her fingertips, and she didn't even feel the heat. Jiang Wanqing casually picked up a piece of paper and brought it close. The paper was instantly ignited, and a flame leaped up. A smile immediately appeared on his face. He said cheerfully that with Liang Lan around, they wouldn't even need a lighter at home anymore, leaving Liang Lan speechless. Qin Yang continued to teach her how to control the fire. The flames slowly grew from the size of a mung bean to the size of a peanut, then to the size of a marble, and finally to the size of an egg. Liang Lan then said that she had reached her limit, but Qin Yang told her that this was not the limit of her mental strength, but that her control ability had just stopped. He told her to practice more in the future, firstly to make the flame bigger, and secondly to practice moving the flame, ideally until she could turn it into fire instantly, and then shoot it out like a cannonball. Liang Lan frowned after hearing this, feeling that it sounded difficult. Qin Yang, however, said that for fire attribute ability users, controlling fire was instinctive. Furthermore, her mental strength will continue to grow, and as her power increases, controlling flames will only become easier and easier. Jiang Wanqing thanked him repeatedly, saying that Qin Yang had gone to great lengths to come all this way. Qin Yang waved his hand and turned to leave. He also wanted to see with his own eyes what it was like when his superpowers were first awakened, since he himself had awakened them in a rather confused way. When she got home, Jiang Muxue was still rubbing her eyes in a daze. She looked down at her phone and realized it was already 2 a.m. She snuggled into Qin Yang's arms, murmuring for him to hold her. After Qin Yang held her, she quickly fell asleep again. The next morning, Qin Yang looked at Jiang Muxue, who had just woken up, and smiled as he told her that he had some good news to tell her. Jiang Muxue's first thought was about futures, and her eyes lit up as she asked directly how much money she had made this time. Qin Yang pinched her cheek and asked her with a smile if she was greedy for money. He said that the market had been flat recently, and he had only made 300 to 500 million, of which about 200 million would be distributed among the profits. Upon hearing that it wasn't about making money, Jiang Muxue immediately pressed for details about what the good news was. Qin Yang looked at her and said slowly, "Your mother has become a superhuman. She awakened her powers last night." Jiang Muxue's eyes lit up with surprise, and she asked him repeatedly, "Honey, really?" Qin Yang nodded and told her that he had gone there last night, and that she was still asleep when he returned, so he didn't disturb her. Jiang Muxue immediately grabbed her phone to call her mother and share the good news, but Qin Yang told her to go make breakfast first and come downstairs to eat as soon as she finished the call. She nodded repeatedly, her heart already burning with anxiety, and turned to get busy. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Muxue came downstairs with excitement on her face, saying that her mother had become a superhuman, and her father was so envious that his eyes turned red. Jiang's father also wanted to become a superhuman. Qin Yang smiled and said that there was hope for it, but no one could say for sure when it would be his turn. It could be a few months or a few years. Jiang Muxue was even happier after hearing this. As long as there was hope, she was already satisfied. She then mentioned that she wanted to visit Xingqian Technology to bring up the necessary adjustments in advance, so that he wouldn't have to redo them when he returned later. Qin Yang wanted to go with her, but just then, his phone rang. The caller was Jiang Xingang. On the phone, Jiang Xingang sounded very serious, saying that he had some troublesome matters to discuss in person in Haicheng. Qin Yang hung up the phone and could only tell Jiang Muxue that he couldn't go to Xingqian Technology because team leader Jiang had suddenly come to find him. Jiang Muxue was very sensible. She said that she could handle things at the company herself, and Qin Yang didn't like to get involved in those matters. She would visit him more often in the future, so she didn't have to accompany him every time. She raised her left hand and gently shook the protective ring, the meaning of which was clear. She had a trump card to save her life, and nothing serious would happen. Qin Yang nodded and let her drive his bulletproof car out again, as an extra layer of protection was never a bad thing. Jiang Muxue understood his meaning and knew that the secret of guarding the ring could not be easily exposed, so she agreed. After breakfast, she quickly went to the company. Qin Yang had just sat down when Jiang Xian arrived. Jiang Xian got straight to the point, saying that the higher-ups hadn't caused any trouble because of Cui Rongfang and Huang Luan's deaths. After all, the two weren't exactly clean, and Qin Yang had a license to kill. A report would suffice afterward. The real trouble is coming from overseas. Qin Yang immediately understood and asked if it was Cui Rongfang or Huang Luan who had brought it on. Jiang Xingang nodded and said that both of these people had run into foreign interests, and now there was a high possibility that mercenaries would come to retaliate against Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned and asked them if they weren't afraid that someone was backing them. Jiang Xingang said coldly that in the eyes of some warlords, no matter how strong a martial artist is, he cannot withstand guns and cannons. They have never been so respectful of martial artists, and have even killed a grandmaster of Transformation Realm. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang immediately guessed that it was a force from Myanmar. Jiang Xingang admitted that at present, it can only be confirmed that it is related to Myanmar, but it is still unclear which side it is. The forces there are deeply entrenched, and the situation is too complicated. Qin Yang quickly calculated in his mind that his parents lived in the village and rarely went out. They were also taken care of when they did go out. If mercenaries were to go, they might not be able to gain any advantage. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan don't seem like targets either. They are too wealthy and have the protection of the state. Taking action against them will only cause more trouble. Thinking about it this way, the most likely scenario is that it's aimed directly at him and Jiang Muxue. Kill him. That's the easiest way. Even if you mess with Jiang Muxue, you can still stab him in the back. Qin Yang immediately asked Jiang Xingang for all the clues, saying that he might be able to glean something else from them. Jiang Xian didn't hesitate and immediately sent the information over, also specifically reminding him not to let his guard down, as the higher-ups would temporarily strengthen security. Qin Yang appeared calm and told Jiang Xingang that since he dared to do it, he had already considered the consequences. Once the mastermind behind it was exposed, the other party would naturally restrain themselves. Jiang Xingang was not so optimistic. Some foreign forces were arrogant, especially drug trafficking groups, which did not follow any rules. Even if they were found out, they might not be afraid. Qin Yang just sneered and said that if the other party was unreasonable, He also knew a little about martial arts and could spar with them. Jiang Xian didn't say anything more. Before turning to leave, he solemnly reminded him to take good care of himself. Qin Yang took the documents, turned around, and went into the basement server room, where he instructed the AI to read the files. The AI quickly received the data and then began rapidly screening targets within the network and intelligence database. Not long after, the AI made a judgment that there was a 95.3% chance that one of the forces behind the scenes was the Golden Sands gang in Myanmar. Qin Yang frowned slightly after hearing this and asked if there were any other forces involved. The AI's answer was straightforward. There is indeed another one, but there isn't enough information to pinpoint their identity for the time being. Qin Yang then asked if the Jinsha gang could be definitively identified. The AI says that direct evidence is still lacking, and currently there are only multiple clues pointing to it. The safest approach is to continue infiltrating the Sands gang leader and dig deeper. Qin Yang nodded and did as instructed, quickly launching an intrusion into several key targets, with the AI then assisting in analyzing the new data. Soon, new key information was uncovered. It was confirmed that the Golden Sands gang was indeed one of the forces behind the scenes, and another force was connected to it, but remained deeply hidden. The more Qin Yang listened, the more suspicious he felt. How could a force connected to the Golden Sands gang be so difficult to understand even with its AI? He stared at the screen, his gaze gradually turning cold, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. This guy hiding behind the scenes is probably not an ordinary Burmese local force at all. Crackling and popping, Qin Yang directly hacked into the bank card of the leader of the Jinsha gang. He glanced at his balance and immediately frowned. My bank account only has around $100,000, which is far too little. He originally intended to transfer a large sum of money from the other party first, and then use it to suppress the Jinsha gang. But now it seems that this move won't cause much of a stir. The AI quickly provided the results. No other bank cards were found at the moment. These types of people keep their money very well hidden, and they mostly have cash on hand. Qin Yang's heart sank, and he immediately realized that the other party had been prepared for this move. Money can't threaten them, and dirt on them might not be useful either. This kind of force is very difficult to deal with. He realized that the Golden Sands gang wasn't even afraid of the Burmese government, so the dirt on them wasn't really a threat. To make such people behave, you ultimately have to rely on hard power to suppress them. Qin Yang didn't delay any longer and called Luo Songheng directly. He needs to go to the factory to arrange the manufacture of new explosives. Luo Songheng immediately agreed after hearing this, adding that the factory could spare a lot of manpower. Drones are still in small-scale production, which gives many people the opportunity to switch to other jobs. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang changed into his Porsche 918 and headed straight to the military factory. More than an hour later, he arrived at the factory he had bought. Luo Songheng was already waiting at the door with a group of people, and they greeted him as soon as he got out of the car. These people were very excited and impressed when they saw Qin Yang. When the factory was in arrears with wages, Qin Yang made up for it immediately after taking over. He also received a bonus every month, which made everyone remember his kindness. Qin Yang gave a brief greeting and then led everyone directly to the conference room. He doesn't like pomp and circumstance. He's here today to get things done, not just for show. Upon arriving at the conference room, Luo Songheng introduced the management team and key technical personnel one by one. Qin Yang swept his gaze across the crowd, his calm expression making the air tense. He got straight to the point, asking only 3 questions. Has he ever engaged in espionage, major embezzlement, or promiscuous relationships? Almost simultaneously, everyone shook their heads, answering quickly and in unison. But Qin Yang's mental power had already enveloped the entire area, and he knew perfectly well who was lying. He quickly named 4 people: Zhao Guangming, Wang Duxing, Zhang Kuan, and Li Changfu. First, explain your own problems clearly. Zhao Guangming, the deputy factory director, immediately changed his expression. He questioned Qin Yang on the spot, saying it was absurd to convict someone based on just 3 questions. But Qin Yang just looked at him and made his statement definitively. He had illicit relationships and embezzled money. If he confesses honestly, he can get a few years less in prison. Zhao Guangming's face turned pale, but he was still protesting his innocence. He felt that he had a good reputation and that Qin Yang couldn't provide any evidence. Qin Yang wasn't in a hurry and only asked him to tell a story that only he knew. Zhao Guangming casually mentioned that he paid back the money to the 3 people after receiving his salary. Qin Yang nodded and told him that it was true. Just as Zhao Guangming breathed a sigh of relief, Qin Yang urged him to continue talking about other things. He gritted his teeth and said that he had eaten 2 steamed buns and a fried dough stick for breakfast. Qin Yang immediately denied it, and Zhao Guangming's face turned completely ugly. Then, Qin Yang went through a few more questions, and he didn't get any of them wrong. Zhao Guangming felt a chill run down his spine, knowing he had run into a tough opponent this time. Qin Yang gave him one last chance. If he still doesn't confess, he'll pull some strings and get him a few more years. Zhao Guangming finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed completely. He admitted that he had indeed embezzled funds and had engaged in promiscuous relationships. The meeting room erupted in chaos. No one expected that the seemingly honest deputy factory director would turn out to be this kind of person. Qin Yang turned to look at Wang Dushing and the others, his tone still indifferent. He gave them a chance. If they confessed, they could receive a lighter sentence. Wang Dushing remained silent for a few seconds before finally standing up. He admitted that he was addicted to gambling and embezzled public funds to cover his losses. Zhang Kuan and Li Changfu couldn't hold back either and confessed the truth. They all knew that Qin Yang was no ordinary person, since he was able to buy this factory. If you honestly confess, you might get a shorter sentence. If you stubbornly persist, the consequences will only be worse. Qin Yang looked at Luo Songheng and told him to handle the matter according to the rules. Luo Songheng nodded in agreement, already knowing what to do. Zhao Guangming and his companions were quickly taken away. Qin Yang's expression softened, and he even began to reassure the crowd. He told everyone that getting rid of the parasites in the factory would be a good thing for everyone. What we should really be afraid of is not the investigation, but the fact that bad people are hiding in the factory. Luo Songheng then suggested that they simply inspect the entire factory. If there are still spies mixed in, it's better to deal with them sooner rather than later. Qin Yang shook his head. Ordinary workers don't need to be checked. Having a system in place to manage people is more reliable than random checks. If we investigate further, we might make too much noise and alert the enemy. Ordinary workers also have no access to core secrets. After everyone else left, only Qin Yang and Luo Songheng remained in the office. Luo Songheng asked in a low voice, "Boss, are you really going to develop a new type of explosive?" Qin Yang nodded and asked him in return, "Can't you do it?" Luo Songheng immediately shook his head, saying that manufacturing was of course not a problem, but the problem was that it was unnecessary. He mentioned that there are now extremely powerful all-nitrogen anionic salt bombs in the country. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said that what he was going to make would be at least 3 times more powerful than this. Luo Songheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he listened, and it took him a long time to finally manage to stammer, "Boss, you're not joking, are you?" Qin Yang looked at him and said in a steady tone that once this kind of thing comes out, there will definitely be people scrambling to get it. Luo Songheng then realized what was happening, and his expression changed instantly. The most expensive part of a long-range missile is not the warhead, but the entire system. If the power is increased several times, people will still buy it even if the price is higher. A target that would normally require several missiles to destroy may now only need one. Thinking of this, Luo Songheng's expression turned serious, and he immediately reminded Qin Yang that the formula must be kept strictly confidential, otherwise it would cause a major disaster. Qin Yang asked him if the factory could maintain absolute secrecy. Luo Songheng nodded quickly, saying that only a very few people would know the formula, and the people below would only be responsible for their respective parts, and the finished products would be strictly sealed. Qin Yang was relieved and told him to call all the people in charge so he could take a look himself. Luo Songheng said that everyone had already gathered, a total of 70 or 80 people, and they could meet in 2 batches. Half an hour later, Qin Yang finished reviewing the documents and confirmed that there were no problems with any of them. Luo Songheng then called over the technical director, Director Su, and Qin Yang handed him several sheets of paper filled with data. Director Su became more and more excited as he looked at it. His hands started to tremble, and he kept saying that this formula was too powerful. "This thing is powerful, cleans the environment after the explosion, and seems to be very cheap to manufacture." Qin Yang told him not to worry about the source, just to bring people to make it, and to make the first batch of 10 to 20 tons, and then put it into the drone. Director Su nodded in agreement, but he was still a little uneasy, saying that the formula looked fine, but it might not actually work. Qin Yang just smiled and said it would definitely work, but he needed to give him a spiritual hint first. He had to guard against being hypnotized by others, or having the formula leaked out by Director Su in his sleep. Director Su looked confused. He had just asked how to give a hint when Qin Yang told him to look into his eyes. Before long, the hints were given that Director Su would keep the secret and would not reveal anything else. Seeing this, Luo Songheng also came over, laughing and saying that he would have one too, so that he wouldn't be careless with his words after drinking. Qin Yang gave him a hint as well, and then repeatedly told him that the formula must be kept secret. Once production increases, he will personally report to his superiors, and he will take care of the rest. Luo Songheng and Director Su both nodded. This factory was originally a private enterprise, so they just had to follow Qin Yang's arrangements. As soon as Qin Yang got home, Ouyang Wu called to ask when he was coming to Shanghai. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang learned that Ouyang Wu had arrived that morning, saying that the people from Dongying Kingdom were coming to challenge the dojo, and they needed to discuss tactics in advance. Ouyang Wu also mentioned that the age limit for this competition is 30 years old, and the strongest opponents are mostly at the peak of internal strength. Qin Yang remained calm, for he was no longer at the peak of his internal strength. He is now a grandmaster of Transformation Realm, but his cultivation level is still at the early stage of Transformation Realm. However, his physique is almost catching up with that of a late-stage Transformation Realm martial artist, and his mental strength has reached the mid-SS level. He told Ouyang Wu that he and Mu Shui would go tomorrow, and they could catch the high-speed train to the competition the day after tomorrow. Ouyang Wu said he would pick them up at the high-speed rail station, and reminded Qin Yang that if he had any weapons, he could bring them along, as they might come in handy against the Japanese. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang asked the system in his mind how many emotion points he had. The system reported 34,000. Qin Yang immediately suggested 3 draws, each costing 10,000. He knew in his heart that this time he would most likely be fighting against the people of Dongying Kingdom, and the stronger he was, the more secure he would be. The system quickly began the extraction, and the first reward was awarded. 45 points of internal energy were absorbed into Qin Yang's body. His cultivation level jumped directly from the early stage of Transformation Realm to the middle stage. Qin Yang was secretly pleased, but he still complained that it was only an A-level reward, which was a bit stingy. Immediately afterwards, the second lottery gave him AB-level Japanese skill, and he became fluent in Mandarin and various regional dialects. Qin Yang was taken aback. This would make it easier to understand those people's coded language and conspiracies in the future. He was just about to complain that the system was a bit stingy when the third lottery draw suddenly revealed an S-level sword technique. A flood of sword techniques information rushed into Qin Yang's mind, and his eyes lit up instantly. The fighting skills I acquired before were only B-level. Although they included sword techniques, they were not even in the same league as the S-level sword techniques I have now. Qin Yang was now convinced. He had indeed been a bit too loud. The system fell silent. Soon, Qin Yang mastered the S-level sword technique, and the longsword given to him by Du Chongming fell into his hands. He used to think it was just an ordinary sword, but now when he picks it up, his whole demeanor changes. With his internal energy propelled by this sword technique, his combat power nearly jumped another level. Qin Yang asked the system in his mind, how does this S-level reward compare to other S-level rewards? The system was very direct, telling him that this sword technique was very strong, ranking among the top in the S-class. Qin Yang's lips twitched slightly. He could tell that this sword technique was indeed ruthless. He thought to himself, even SS-level sword techniques are rare to see, so his own is already very close to the top level. Holding the sword, he walked into the gym. As soon as the blade was drawn, a chilling, killing intent emanated from it. Little White, who was lying next to him, immediately looked up and stared at him warily. But it quickly recognized Qin Yang's aura, then slowly stretched and lay back down. Qin Yang didn't stop. He flashed, and his sword light exploded one after another. His moves were so fast that they were almost invisible. The most terrifying aspect of this S-rank sword technique is that once you get close, there's almost no chance of survival. Even if the other party is holding a gun, as long as he gets close, he can still be taken away with a single sword strike. After the first round of drills, Qin Yang felt more at ease. The destructive power of this sword technique had exceeded his expectations. Not long after he sheathed his sword, in the evening, Jiang Mushua drove home from the company. Meanwhile, inside a building in the city, two snipers had already pointed their guns at her. Target reached. Make your move in 3 seconds. Someone lowered their voice, their tone as cold as ice. As the countdown ended, almost simultaneously, 2 gunshots rang out on the rooftop. 2 bullets were fired one after the other. The one in front was responsible for shattering the glass, and the one behind was responsible for killing. They had already figured out which armored car Jiang Muxue was driving and calculated that 2 shots in quick succession would be enough to break through its defenses. However, when the bullet hit the windshield, the car only jolted violently, but the glass remained undamaged. Jiang Muxue slammed on the brakes, her face turning pale instantly, and the piercing sound of the impact still lingered inside the car. Qin Yang also sensed her emotional fluctuations at that moment, and his values immediately spiked. He immediately established a mental connection with Jiang Muxue to check on her situation. Jiang Muxue's voice was tense as she said that there were 2 loud bangs just now, as if something hit the glass. Qin Yang's face darkened instantly. This kind of commotion could not have been caused by ordinary pebbles. He quickly realized that Jiang Muxue had been shot, and that there was more than one attacker. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muxue's heart tightened, but Qin Yang told her not to get out of the car and to speed away from the spot. He also reminded her that even if the car really broke down, she still had the protective ring on her person, so the most important thing was to keep a steady grip on the steering wheel. Jiang Muxue forced down her trembling hands, gritted her teeth, and stepped on the gas, propelling the car forward once more. The sniper upstairs was dumbfounded. The first round of shots failed to penetrate, and the second round still left no trace. They dared not delay any longer, realizing that the 9th Security Bureau personnel might arrive soon, and immediately evacuated the scene. Just as Jiang Muxue caught her breath, she mentally told Qin Yang that it seemed like there were 2 more sounds just now. Qin Yang judged that it was still those 2 snipers trying to finish off the enemy, but they still hadn't succeeded. He had already arrived at the server room, his face as cold as iron, and immediately ordered the AI to begin investigating. He ordered the AI to immediately identify the 2 snipers who attacked Jiang Muxue from the surveillance footage and data. The AI quickly took over the surveillance cameras near Haicheng and instantly gained control of all the cameras around Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang simultaneously hacked into the household registration database and began comparing nearby people with suspicious targets. He also specifically reminded that snipers are unlikely to have mobile phones, and anyone without a mobile phone should be thoroughly checked. The AI quickly began comparing historical footage, filtering out frequently appearing faces and focusing only on strangers. Not long after, 2 people wearing motorcycle helmets hurriedly came out of the building. The AI immediately locked onto the target, but the helmet covered the face, so the specific appearance could not be seen for the time being. Qin Yang instructed it to continue tracing the route they had taken to get there, to see where the 2 men had entered the city from. The investigation revealed that the person had ridden in from outside the city and had not left any recognizable facial features along the way. Qin Yang frowned. These 2 were clearly well prepared, and their methods were quite sophisticated. Without hesitation, he immediately called Shen Feng and told him about Jiang Muxue's attack. Soon, Shen Feng received the location and photos of the 2 suspects, and his expression immediately turned serious. The location Qin Yang sent was still moving in real time, indicating that the 2 guys were still on the run. Shen Feng immediately ordered a split-up arrest operation. Fang Zhe went to Wudong Road first and blocked a motorcycle traveling from east to west. He also specifically reminded everyone that the suspect was likely carrying a gun, urging everyone to be on high alert. Not long after Fang Zhe arrived at the roadside, a motorcycle rapidly approached from a distance, and one of the suspects quickly came over. Chapter 219 2 Assassins Captured. Fang Zhe was looking down at his phone, pretending to cross the road, which forced the motorcycle to slow down and give way. The moment the vehicle slowed down, he raised his other hand, and the dark muzzle of his gun was already pointed at the rider. Stop the car, get out slowly, and raise your hands. Fang Zhe's voice was cold, but his movements were frighteningly steady. The rider's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected that his escape route would be blocked the moment he showed his face. Even flooring the accelerator at this point wouldn't help. The distance was too close, and Fang Zhe could shoot him down with a single shot. Fang Zhe stared at him and warned in a deep voice, "Slow down. Don't move your hands. You can't outrun a bullet." The man had no choice but to get out of the car and pretended to be aggrieved, asking him if he was a policeman. while his eyes were constantly looking for an opportunity. Fang Zhe wasn't fooled at all and kept his distance, letting him take off his helmet first to reveal his entire face. The nearby camera captured the scene, and the AI immediately recognized it, transmitting the photo to Qin Yang's computer screen. Qin Yang glanced at him and judged that although the person was of Asian descent, he was most likely not Chinese. The AI quickly completed the household registration comparison and coldly prompted, "Master, he has no identity information." Qin Yang's heart sank, but he then breathed a sigh of relief. These unidentified individuals were more like gunmen. Fang Zhe threw a rope out of his pocket, made the suspect sit on the ground, and tied his own feet together. The man was frantic with worry, but the gun was pressed down on him, and he couldn't find a chance to retaliate. After his legs were bound tightly, Fang Zhe stepped forward and handcuffed him, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the Ninth Security Bureau used the same method to apprehend the second suspect. The news quickly reached Shinfeng, who immediately called Qin Yang. "Both suspects have been caught." Qin Yang's tone was heavy. "There are no other targets for the time being. Send over the one closest to me first. I need to interrogate him." He worried that the two gunmen had accomplices, and that Zhang Muxue would still be in danger if he didn't find out more. Not long after, Zhang Muxue returned to the villa. When she got out of the car, her face was pale and her body was still trembling slightly. Qin Yang immediately hugged her and whispered to comfort her, "It's all right. The two gunmen who attacked you have been caught." Still shaken, Zhang Muxue's first question was whether any police officers were injured or killed, to which Qin Yang replied no. He told her that he had identified the suspect, and then had Shinfeng arrange for someone to arrest him, and the process went smoothly. 5 minutes later, a car from the Ninth Security Bureau pulled up outside the villa, and Fang Zhe escorted the suspect out. Qin Yang walked out of the villa, and Fang Zhe introduced himself, saying that he was ordered to escort the person over. The suspect immediately protested his innocence, saying that he had not provoked Qin Yang and had not done anything. Qin Yang's eyes turned cold. He could tell that the other party was lying, and a murderous intent instantly surged within him. "You didn't provoke me. You shot and attacked my wife not long ago, and you call that not provoking me?" The man quickly shook his head, refusing to admit it, and said that he didn't have a gun on him at all, and that they could search him as they pleased. Qin Yang sneered and continued, "Besides you two gunmen, are there any other accomplices? Answer yes or no." The man continued to play dumb, saying he wasn't the killer and had no accomplices, and that they shouldn't wrongly accuse him. Qin Yang didn't waste any more words and had Fang Zhe escort him into the house, leading him all the way to the gym. The next second, Qin Yang made his move, his bone-dislocating technique landing on the gunman, and screams of agony erupted instantly. Fang Zhe was stunned and reminded him that since their identities were not yet fully confirmed, this might not be appropriate. Qin Yang said calmly, "We've confirmed he's an assassin. Now we need to confirm if he has any accomplices." Fang Zhe immediately shut up after hearing this. Since Qin Yang could tell the truth from the falsehood, there was nothing to worry about. The gunman was in so much pain that he was covered in cold sweat, and tears were forced out of his eyes. He even shouted at Fang Zhe that this was illegal. Qin Yang looked at him, his voice eerily calm. "Answer the question again. Tell me, and I'll let you recover. Don't tell me, and I'll make you suffer for 3 days and 3 nights." The A-level bone dislocating technique is something no ordinary person can withstand. The gunman quickly broke down and begged for mercy. He gritted his teeth and confessed, "No, we have no other companions. It's just the two of us this time." Qin Yang stared at him, confirming that he wasn't lying this time, and his tense heart finally relaxed a little. He raised his hand to heal the gunman, then asked the second crucial question, "What faction do you belong to?" Hesitation flashed across the gunman's face, but Qin Yang directly reminded him that he could say it now or wait until he was in pain. The gunman took a deep breath and finally spoke in a low voice. "We are from the Black Tiger Company in Myanmar." He also deliberately threatened that Black Tiger Company was a very powerful mercenary organization and that it would be best to release them. Otherwise, there will definitely be bigger trouble later, and their people will never let it go. Qin Yang frowned slightly. He could tell that the other party was telling the truth this time as well. The question is, did Black Tiger Company have a grudge against him from the beginning, or was someone paying them to take revenge? Qin Yang pressed further. "How many mercenaries does Black Tiger Company have? Not counting clerical staff." The gunman replied in a deep voice, 36, all top-notch. "If you don't release them, they will definitely come knocking on your door. He said that releasing the person could resolve the feud, but the coldness in Qin Yang's eyes could no longer be suppressed. You attacked my wife, and you still think you can settle things? You're dreaming. Chapter 2:20 Little Qin. Have you started cultivating immortality? The gunman pleaded in a low voice, saying that Qin Yang was rich and powerful, and there was no need for him to fight to the death with these mercenaries. He thought that bringing up the phrase, licking blood from the edge of a knife, would make Qin Yang wary, but Qin Yang just sneered. Qin Yang knew very well that if he let them go today, more people would dare to point their guns at him tomorrow. So he wanted to beat these people until they were completely terrified, so that all mercenaries would know he was not to be trifled with. The gunman's face instantly turned grim. Threats were useless, begging for mercy was useless, and he realized he might really be going to die. Qin Yang asked him to reveal the personnel and locations of Black Tiger Company, but the gunman gritted his teeth and kept quiet, pretending to be tough. The next second, Qin Yang slapped him on the shoulder, and the dislocating bone technique was activated again. The gunman screamed until his voice changed. The pain was even worse than before, as if all the bones in his body were being twisted and crushed. Seeing this, Fang Zhe prepared to leave, as he still needed to report what he had heard to team leader Shun. Qin Yang nodded in agreement, and after Fang Zhe left, he immediately tied the gunman's hands and feet. He then stuffed 2 smelly socks into the gunman's mouth and sealed it with duct tape, preventing him from even begging for mercy. The gunman struggled frantically with wide eyes, but Qin Yang had already turned and left the gym. Back upstairs, Jiang Muxue told Qin Yang that her parents already knew about the attack and were on their way. The sniper rifle fired 4 shots in quick succession, making such a commotion that the Jiang family quickly received the news. Jiang Muxue was worried that her parents might be attacked on the way, but Qin Yang judged that the possibility of them being attacked was not high. The mastermind behind the scenes really wanted revenge on him. Jiang Muxue and his parents were easier targets to eliminate. Not long after, the doorbell rang, and Zhang Wanqing and Liang Lan rushed over. As soon as Liang Lan entered the door, she pulled Jiang Muxue up and down to check her over, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that her daughter was all right. Jiang Wanqing asked where the gunman came from, and Qin Yang said he was a mercenary from Myanmar, but whether he was actually hired still needed to be investigated. Jiang Wanqing immediately realized that Qin Yang must have threatened the interests of certain people behind Cui Rongfang and Huang Lun. Qin Yang apologized to them, feeling that he had dragged Jiang Muxue into this mess. Jiang Wanqing waved his hand and explained that he was not blaming Qin Yang. Cui Rongfang and Huang Lun should have been dealt with long ago. Qin Yang's actions in dealing with them actually helped many people in Haiqing, and besides, Jiang Muxue wasn't injured this time. Jiang Muxue smiled and comforted her, saying that she was just startled and there wasn't even a mark on the car window. Jiang Wanqing then became puzzled. Although the car was bulletproof, its performance could not possibly be that strong. Qin Yang confessed that he had modified the car so that it could stop almost any gunfire. Even if rockets were to come at it, it could withstand 10 or so. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan were stunned on the spot. That was no longer a car, it was more like a heavy tank. Liang Lan breathed a sigh of relief, but then worried about what would happen after Jiang Muxue got out of the car. Jiang Muxue looked at Qin Yang and, after receiving his consent, said that she also had defensive treasures on her. Even if a sniper rifle hits her directly, she will be fine. Jiang Wanqing looked incredulous and pressed Qin Yang for an answer, asking if it was really true. Qin Yang nodded, saying that without this layer of protection, he wouldn't feel comfortable letting Jiang Muxue go to the company alone. Jiang Wanqing looked at Qin Yang strangely and couldn't help but ask him whether he was practicing martial arts or had already cultivated immortality. Qin Yang shook his head and said that it hadn't come to that point yet, but he hoped that day would come in the future. After confirming that her daughter was safe, Liang Lan was finally relieved and asked them if they would take Ye with them when they went to Shanghai. After thinking about it, Qin Yang decided not to bring Ye and to have Jiang Wanqing and his wife stay here for a week to take care of her. After dinner, Jiang Wanqing followed Qin Yang to the gym on the basement floor. The gunman was still convulsing on the ground, his body soaked with cold sweat from the excruciating pain. Qin Yang asked him coldly if he wanted to talk now. The gunman nodded repeatedly. Qin Yang tore off the tape, took out the smelly sock, and warned him that if he kept hiding it, he wouldn't have to say anything more. The gunman was in so much pain he was on the verge of collapse, begging Qin Yang to help him recover so he could concentrate. Qin Yang refused, telling him to answer honestly before relieving his pain. The gunman dared not resist any longer and revealed all the information about Black Tiger Company, including its personnel, locations, boss, and important intelligence. Qin Yang pressed him for details, asking if anything had been missed. After thinking for a moment, the gunman added a few more key pieces of information. Only after confirming that there was nothing more to hide did Qin Yang relieve his pain. Jiang Wancheng looked at Qin Yang and asked him what he planned to do next. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes as he said he would nip the problem in the bud and wipe out the entire Black Tiger Company. Jiang Wancheng, however, proposed another idea, to first eliminate the boss of Black Tiger Company and then secretly take control of this force. Although Black Tiger Company has a small number of employees, each mercenary is experienced and highly capable in combat. No matter how strong Qin Yang is personally, he can't handle every little thing himself. Chapter 221, Turning the Black Tiger Mercenaries Against Them. Qin Yang pondered. Jiang Wancheng makes a good point. He does indeed lack his own power right now. Some things would be much easier if he had his own power. Even if he's incredibly strong, he can't be in two places at once. What if something happens in different places at the same time? According to the gunman codenamed Viper, the Black Tiger Company is quite powerful. Although they only have 36 people, each mercenary is very experienced. They carried various equipment and acted collectively, making them extremely destructive. I'll see if I can subdue them. If they don't obey, then I'll get rid of them. Qin Yang said in a deep voice. Jiang Wancheng nodded. You handle it as you see fit. I trust you'll act with discretion. Shao Qin, you and Mu Shui need to be careful in Shanghai. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Not long after, Jiang Wancheng and the others left, relieved that Jiang Mushui was indeed all right. Qin Yang went to the study. Beep beep. Qin Yang made a phone call. This call came from the mercenary captain of the Black Tiger Company. Hello. Mercenary Captain Sean answered the phone. He was speaking in English. Qin Yang has obtained a Level C English skill certificate, and his English is at a native speaker level, so communication is not a problem at all. Sean, I am Qin Yang. Perhaps you know me. Qin Yang said calmly. Sean, the target they were hunting actually called him. Qin Yang, Viper, and his men's operation failed. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly that it was our doing. Sean said. If you release them, our Black Tiger Company will abandon our plans against you. Qin Yang. Sean, as far as I know, you guys work your butts off, but your annual income isn't very high. Your boss, on the other hand, is making a fortune. I'm giving you a new choice. Kill your boss and then submit to me. Your annual salary will double. You will have far fewer tasks, and you will have more time to spend with your families each year. Sean sneered. Mr. Qin Yang, do you think we'll kill our boss with just a few words from you? Ridiculous. Qin Yang, I have information on all of you. If you don't accept it, I will issue a bounty. I'm offering a $5 million bounty on each of you. That should be enough to send you all to hell. Sean, his face turned pale. $5 million is no small sum. There are over 30 of them, and the bounty is over $100 million. There will be many people who want to kill them. Sean, think this through carefully. If you don't agree, I'll issue a bounty tomorrow morning, and you'll be hunted down all over the world. Oh, by the way, I have information about your family members, and I will make that information public later. Qin Yang said calmly. Sean shouted. Qin Yang, how dare you? Qin Yang, you assassinated my wife, and all I'm doing is releasing information about your family members. Is that a problem? Sean was speechless. Qin Yang continued. I will release the bounty at 7 a.m. tomorrow, China time. As the captain, your bounty will be higher. Here's $10 million. Sean, he doesn't need such preferential treatment. Mr. Qin Yang, I need to think about it. Okay, take your time to think it over. I'll send you the information. Qin Yang hung up the phone after speaking. He sent a document to Sean, who opened it and became increasingly alarmed as he read. The document contained detailed information about all of them, including their families. Some of the information wasn't said by the Viper, but found by the AI. Fuck, Sean cursed inwardly. If they were really put on such a large bounty, they would have no choice but to live as fugitives, but even then, they would most likely be targeted by assassins. With the global economy not doing well right now, the assassin industry is highly competitive, and the price of $5 million to kill one of them is very attractive. Sean paced back and forth in the room. He has a wife and children. He might not even be able to escape on his own, let alone with his wife and children. The assassins will come after them if they don't take their wives and children. They will seize them and force him to show himself. Kill the boss. The thought popped into Sean's head. Their boss wasn't exactly treating them well. Beep beep. Sean dialed the phone. He invited 2 other close friends over, 2 of whom were his life or death confidants. Sean, what's up? One of them sat down and asked. Sean explained the situation to them. What do you think we should do? Qin Yang is probably targeting that mysterious hacker from the Mitsui group. If he dares to target the Mitsui group like that, he'll definitely dare to target us. If we disagree, we'll have to flee for our lives, and we'll face a relentless hunt by many assassins. Sean's 2 friends frowned. They are all quite strong, but facing a large number of assassins would likely mean certain death. The boss isn't very nice to us. Is Qin Yang's promise of doubling our annual salary and reducing our workload reliable? After a long silence, one of them spoke. Sean, I feel like it should be reliable. Qin Yang is that mysterious hacker who targeted the Mitsui group. He made a lot of money that time and can afford to pay. Moreover, he doesn't need us to make money. He probably only recruited us to build up his power. Another person said, if we join him, our annual salary will double, we'll have more time to spend with our families, and we won't be hunted down by bounties. I think it's a good idea. But the boss has a powerful martial artist under his command. We will not be able to eat or sleep in peace if we do not get rid of this person. Sean looked at the other one. Another said, it's normal that we're not loyal enough to the boss because he didn't pay us enough. Killing the boss is much better than running away for our lives. Sean took a deep breath and said, then it's decided. I'll give Qin Yang a call. Rumors say he has a powerful martial artist backing him. Perhaps he can handle that martial artist next to the boss. Sean quickly dialed Qin Yang's number. Mr. Qin, you win. We'll do as you say, but we have a problem. Sean said. Qin Yang, what's the problem? Our boss has a martial artist under his command who is his confidant. Even if we kill the boss, he will still retaliate against us. Sean said worriedly. Qin Yang pondered. There's a 90% chance the Golden Sands gang is targeting him, so he'll have to go to Myanmar to confirm whether they're actually targeting him. We also need to find out about the other force behind the scenes. Sean, you guys aren't planning any operations for the time being, are you? Qin Yang said. Sean, Viper and his gang have been captured. The boss said the situation is unclear and told us not to take any action for the time being. Qin Yang, someone will come to Myanmar in a week. He will take care of the martial artist next to your boss. He has S-level disguise skills. He can then disguise himself and travel to Myanmar. Mr. Qin, do you still stand by your promise of double the annual salary and the reduction in our workload? Sean asked. Qin Yang, don't worry, it's a promise. We Chinese value integrity, and we always keep our word. Sean thought to himself, not all Chinese people value integrity. He had been deceived by Chinese people before, but he did trust Qin Yang. Chapter 222 Husband, do you still miss Tangyin? Shanghai Airport. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue got off the plane. Old Qin, over here. Ouyang Wu waved his hand in greeting. As Qin Yang and his group approached, Ouyang Wu said, Old Qin, I just saw some martial artists from Dongying Kingdom. They don't seem to have any good intentions. There are dozens of them. Some of them even looked at me defiantly. Qin Yang laughed and said, go up and fight them. Ouyang Wu. He said irritably, am I stupid? There are dozens of them, including martial artists at the transformation realm. If I went up there, I would be crippled in a minute. Jiang Muxue. Ouyang, besides me, are there any other ordinary people watching the game like me? Ouyang Wu nodded. There are quite a few. Many family members of martial artists were watching. Some of them were martial artists themselves, and some were not. There are also some people who are not family members of martial artists, but have strong connections and are able to get tickets. Jiang Muxue nodded. That's good. It would be too conspicuous if I were the only ordinary person. Ouyang Wu chuckled and said, Sister-in-law, with your looks, even if there are many ordinary people among you, you will still stand out. It's not that exaggerated. Jiang Muxue smiled and said, Ouyang Wu, it's not an exaggeration at all. I don't know what kind of luck old Qin had to marry you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, can you introduce me to one of your best friends? As long as you're half as pretty as my sister-in-law, that's enough. Jiang Muxue smiled and said, I have a close friend who will be coming this time. I'll introduce her to you then, so that someone won't be eating what's in their bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Qin Yang. Speaking of which, the harvesting of emotional points has been a bit slow lately. Mu Shui, is Tang Yin coming? It's been so long, I've started to miss her. Mood value plus 398. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Ouyang, did you see that? Qin Yang still has his eye on my best friend. I'll hurry up and introduce her to you. Hee hee. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ouyang Wu was delighted. Qin Yang shook his head and said, Ouyang, listen to my advice, you can't handle this. Tang Yin is also quite capable, and she won't be much weaker than you in the future. You might get a beating from her. Mood value plus 400. Jiang Muxue snorted. Does someone say that because they think they are strong enough to handle it? I'm sure I can handle it. With my abilities, taking on 3 or 5 is no problem. Qin Yang said with a smile. Mood value plus 403. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang again. Qin Yang is very good to her, her parents, and her children, and he is also very outstanding. Jiang Muxue's only worry is that Qin Yang is a womanizer. Before she woke up, Qin Yang told her that if she didn't wake up, he would find Tang Yin and make her the child's stepmother. Although Qin Yang said this was to stimulate her so that she could wake up sooner, if she didn't wake up, Qin Yang might really go looking for Tang Yin. Tang Yin had previously cooperated with Qin Yang in deceiving her, and after she woke up, Tang Yin rarely came to their house to avoid suspicion. Old Qin, you should be content to have married a wife like your sister-in-law. Ouyang Wu Dao. The three chatted for a while and soon got into the car. As Ouyang Wu drove, Qin Yang asked, Ouyang, Shaoyi should have arrived in Shanghai by now, right? Ouyang Wu nodded. He arrived a while ago. He originally wanted to come with me to pick you up, but something came up, so I came alone. He has late-stage dark force cultivation and is one of the main forces. My mid-stage dark force cultivation is just a background character. Old Qin, it would be great if you participated. With your perfected internal strength cultivation, you would definitely be a key player. Qin Yang, I won't participate in the friendly sparring among our own people. But if the people from Dongying Kingdom are too arrogant and you need help, I can lend a hand. It's not fair to you if I participate in the competition. Ouyang Wu said, Actually, there's nothing unfair about it. People with good family backgrounds get more resources, which is unfair to people with bad family backgrounds. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Old Qin, it's your own skill that you were able to receive the transmission of your skills from a top expert. Qin Yang thought to himself. He didn't receive a transfer of power. He awakened a system and got a cheat code. The transmission of skills was barely fair. He's cheating, it's really bullying. Ouyang, how many people are participating in the competition this time? Jiang Muxue asked curiously. Ouyang Wu. In previous years, there were 100 or 200 people. This year, people from Dongying Kingdom came to cause trouble, and some who didn't want to participate have also signed up for the competition. There are probably 200 or 300 people. Jiang Muxue asked in surprise, so little? Ouyang Wu. The youth martial arts competition has an age requirement. Participants must be under 30 years old and must have a cultivation level of dark force. It's not easy for young people to reach the level of internal strength. Jiang Muxue nodded slightly. She knew that Tang Yin was only at the early stage of internal strength. Tang Yin had good talent and was quite diligent in her cultivation. In addition, Tang Yin came from a wealthy family and had access to decent cultivation resources. Sister-in-law, Lao Qin is very strong, but he is an exception. I am considered good at the mid-stage of dark force, while Xiao Yi is definitely a top genius at the late stage of dark force. Jiang Muxue glanced at Qin Yang. She knew that Qin Yang was not only at the peak of internal strength. Ouyang, how many experts at the peak of the dark force realm are participating? Qin Yang inquired. Ouyang Wu. I estimate there are about 10. There are only 5 or 6 on the surface, but some of them are probably hiding their strength and waiting to make a name for themselves during the competition. The prizes for the competition are quite good. Xiao Yi will definitely miss out on first place this time, but he has a high chance of winning first place next time. Of course, this is only if you, Lao Qin, don't participate. If you do participate, Xiao Yi can only stand aside. Qin Yang. 10 or so isn't much. Martial arts are declining, it's a pity. Ouyang Wu sighed. They have declined. My grandfather said that more than 100 years ago, there were 100 or 200 people who had reached the peak of internal strength before the age of 30. At that time, many martial artists were poisoned, and with the subsequent wars, there were fewer and fewer martial artists. More than an hour later, Qin Yang and his group arrived at the hotel. Old Qin, how about we have lunch together? Some people in our circle want to get to know you. Ouyang Wu Dao. Qin Yang. Sure, where should we eat? Ouyang Wu. There's a restaurant nearby. The competition venue isn't far from here. Everyone lives nearby. You can rest for a bit, and I'll call you later. Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue went back to their room first. Mood value plus 399. You stinky husband, you still miss Tang Yin? Jiang Mushue glared at Qin Yang and said angrily. Qin Yang hugged Jiang Mushue and kissed her. Wife, don't worry, I will never think about Tang Yin. You're smart to know what's good for you. Jiang Mushue gave a soft snort. Qin Yang, Tang Yin is much less attractive than you. If you hadn't woken up, she would have been better off as your best friend and having her as your child's stepmother. But if you wake up, why would I look for her? There are clearly better options out there. Mood score plus 408. Jiang Mushue pinched the soft flesh of Qin Yang's waist. You naughty husband, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Chapter 223. Qin Yang sparring with others. Beep beep. Half an hour later, Ouyang Wu called. Old Qin, come down, we'll go together. Qin Yang and his group arrived downstairs quickly. After getting into the car, Qin Yang asked, Ouyang, who are the people having dinner later? Are they all from martial arts families? Ouyang Wu, they are all martial arts families. Among them, our Ouyang family is of average strength, but the Xiao family is the strongest among them. Old Qin, you don't need to be afraid of them. Qin Yang smiled. Are you afraid of them? He's SS level strength. What's there to be afraid of? Their cats are all at the peak of the transformation realm. Ouyang, how many people are there in total? They're not all men, are they? Jiang Mushue asked. Ouyang Wu, there are only about a dozen people in total. Don't worry, sister-in-law. There are men and women, but more men. Martial arts training is quite strenuous, so there are more men who practice it. Old Qin, it's still necessary to maintain good relations with them. These people have powerful backers. Qin Yang nodded slightly. These people come from powerful families, and these families certainly have strong connections. This is an extremely powerful network of connections. Although he is very strong, he also needs connections. If he tries to solve problems solely by relying on his strength, he will inevitably offend more and more people. What if someone uses state power to target him? He can't possibly go against the state, can he? If he has a strong network of connections, he won't have any problems even if he does some things that are a bit outrageous. The restaurant was nearby, and Ouyang Wu arrived shortly afterward. Xiaoyi was waiting outside. Brother Qin, sister-in-law. Qin Yang and the others got out of the car, and Xiaoyi came to greet them. Xiaoyi, you call Lao Qin Brother Qin, but you call me Brother Wu. Ouyang Wu Dao. Xiaoyi looked at Ouyang Wu. No problem, but there's one condition. You have to beat me. I'll only be willing to call Brother Qin if he beats me. Ouyang Wu curled his lip. Xiaoyi's martial arts talent is far superior to his. It's highly unlikely that he will ever defeat Xiao Yi in this lifetime. Xiao Yi, are you waiting for someone else? Qin Yang inquired. Xiao Yi shook his head. No need to wait for anyone else. Everyone else has already arrived. I'll come out to greet Brother Qin and the others. Brother Qin, some people may not believe in your abilities, and they might even challenge you. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. It's all right. It's normal for martial artists to spar. I won't have any objections. Okay, that's good. Xiao Yi nodded. Xiao Yi led Qin Yang and the others to the private room. The room was large, but there were only 2 tables set up inside. There are people practicing their skills in an empty space. Slap, slap. Xiao Yi clapped his hands. Everyone looked over, and the 2 who were sparring stopped. Xiao Yi laughed loudly. Everyone, let me introduce you. This handsome guy next to me is Qin Yang, and this beautiful lady is Qin Yang's wife, Jiang Mushue. Their experiences are truly legendary. Jiang Mushue had originally become a vegetable, but the power of love awakened her from her slumber. The crowd drew closer. One girl said, "This is a real-life Sleeping Beauty and the Prince. I know about Jiang Mushue's situation. The doctor said the chance of her waking up is less than 1 in 1,000. Jiang Mushue, my parents told me, and the doctors told them, that my chances of waking up are extremely low. I woke up thanks to my husband." As she spoke, she gazed at Qin Yang with tender affection. Ouyang Wu, sister-in-law, be mindful of your behavior. There are quite a few single people here besides me. Your public displays of affection hurt us. Jiang Mushue smiled gently. Someone stared intently at Qin Yang. Qin Yang, I heard you have reached the peak of dark force cultivation. I also have the peak of dark force cultivation. How about we spar? Xiao Yi, Brother Qin, he is Tuoba foam. a martial arts fanatic whose greatest hobby is finding people to spar with. He originally didn't plan to come to this dinner. He only came because he heard you were coming. If you beat him, everyone will respect you. Qin Yang looked at Tuoba Feng. He sensed a strong fighting spirit emanating from Tuoba Feng. Brother Feng, are you skilled in swordsmanship? Qin Yang smiled. Tuoba Feng nodded. That's right, I'm skilled in swordsmanship. But I didn't bring a sword, and it's not convenient to use it here. Let's have a fist fight instead. Can? Qin Yang nodded in agreement. We are all martial artists. Everything else is secondary. Only great strength can earn everyone's respect. Qin Yang, I am much older than you and have been practicing martial arts for much longer. I will hold back a little, so you can go all out. Upon reaching the empty space, Tuoba Feng said in a deep voice. Qin Yang smiled and said, Brother Feng, there's no need. You can go all out. That way you can have a good fight. Great, that's satisfying. I will accept you no matter what the outcome. Tuoba Feng clenched his fist as he spoke. Brother Feng, be careful. As Qin Yang spoke, he quickly attacked Tuoba Feng. He had obtained AB level fighting technique, which included fist techniques. The fist techniques included in B level fighting techniques are nothing compared to S level sword techniques. But in this situation, such fist techniques are sufficient to handle the situation. Drink. Tuoba Feng roared and charged into battle with all his might. Both of them were incredibly fast, a dazzling display of speed. So fast, Jiang Muxua stared blankly. She couldn't quite see Qin Yang and the others' movements. The rest of the people were fine. The rest of the group all possessed the dark force level of cultivation, and their eyesight was sufficient to clearly see Qin Yang and his group's movements. Am I seeing things? It seems Qin Yang is slightly ahead. Didn't he receive the inheritance from someone else? He can acquire internal energy, but where did he get his combat experience? Qin Yang does indeed possess the strength of a master of internal energy. The crowd whispered among themselves. Some of them originally thought that although Qin Yang had gotten lucky and received the transmission of skills from a top expert, his true strength was not yet at the peak of the Dark Force realm. Xiao Yi told them that Qin Yang had it, but since they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they didn't believe what Xiao Yi said. Xiao Yi and Qin Yang have a good relationship now, so he might just be trying to boost Qin Yang's profile by saying that. Qin Yang, you are very strong. I'm going to use my leg techniques now, so be careful. Tuoba Feng reminded him as he made his move. Use it as you please. Qin Yang replied with a smile. Drink. Tuoba Feng quickly unleashed his full power in both punches and kicks, making his attacks even more ferocious than before. Good timing. Qin Yang also used his legs. His legwork also comes from B-level combat techniques, which are on the same level as his boxing. It's not very strong, but it's enough for him to compete with younger players. Boom, boom. Qin Yang and Tuoba Feng clashed head-on time and time again. Tuoba Feng had already gone all out, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand. On the contrary, he was a tiny bit weaker. 2 minutes later, Tuoba Feng stepped back and said, Qin Yang, let's stop here. Your strength is very strong, but my skill in kicking and punching is not as good as yours. It's a draw. Qin Yang smiled. Tuoba Feng shook his head and said, it wasn't a draw. In the sparring just now, they could all see that I was slightly weaker. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. Chapter 2, 24 Conflict with the People of Dongying. I appreciate your concession, Qin Yang said with a smile. Tuoba Jin asked, Qin Yang, how is your swordsmanship? My swordsmanship is a little better than my fist and foot techniques, Qin Yang said. Tuoba Jin's eyes lit up. Great. Qin Yang, shall we find a place to spar after dinner? This place is too small to be suitable for sparring. Xiao Yi said, Brother Feng, let's do this later. The youth martial arts competition is about to start. Swords have no eyes, and it would be troublesome if you got injured. Tuoba Feng nodded slightly. Qin Yang, how about we have a spar after the competition? I heard from Xiao Yi that your daughter was born not long ago. If you win, our Tuoba family will give her a protective charm. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Qin Yang had heard about the Tuoba family from Ouyang Wu. Tuoba Feng's grandfather was a late-stage transformation realm martial artist. His father was also a martial artist with early-stage transformation realm cultivation. The amulets from the Tuoba family are quite effective. With the Ouyang family, the Xiao family, and the Tuoba family as 3 protective shields, anyone who targets his daughter Qin Yu is stirring up a hornet's nest and will certainly not have a good outcome. Which major domestic power would dare to disrespect her? And no foreign power would want to kill Qin Yu and bring themselves into huge trouble. Brother Feng, thank you very much, Qin Yang said with a smile. Tuoba Feng, you have to beat me first. I can lose to you in fist and foot fighting, but it will be difficult for you to beat me in swordsmanship. Xiao Yi said, Brother Qin, Brother Feng's swordsmanship is indeed far superior to his fists and feet. He is a completely different person when he uses a sword and when he doesn't. Qin Yang nodded. Knock knock. Then a knocking sound rang out. The restaurant manager entered and said respectfully, Gentlemen, the dishes are all prepared. Shall we serve them now? Let's go. Xiao Yi said to the manager. Okay, gentlemen, please wait a moment. The manager left. One by one, the waiters brought in the dishes. After the waiters left, Qin Yang and his group took their seats. Jiang Muxue naturally sat next to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, how's your alcohol tolerance? We're no match for you in martial arts, so we can only compete with you in drinking. A young man said with a smile. Ouyang Wu, Li Fei, don't be a pain. Old Qin's drinking capacity is better than his fighting skills. Although your drinking capacity is not bad, it is far inferior to old Qin's. Li Fei asked in surprise, that's strong. He was very confident in his alcohol tolerance. He can drink more than 10 bottles. Xiao Yi, the competition starts tomorrow. It's okay for everyone to drink today, but please drink less. We can have another get-together after the competition is over. Everyone nodded in agreement. Today's dinner was organized by Xiao Yi. Moreover, the Xiao family's strength is undeniable. After a few rounds of drinks, someone asked curiously, Qin Yang, I heard you're also a very skilled hacker? Qin Yang said, we live in the information age. I've studied a little about network technology and I'm okay at network defense, but I don't really understand hacking techniques for intrusion. What you've heard is just a rumor. The other person smiled. Qin Yang wouldn't openly admit he's a hacker, so if he says so now, it's likely that the mysterious hacker is Qin Yang. Qin Yang, let's have a drink. We should keep in touch more often in the future. Our Lu family is quite powerful. The young man who had just asked the question raised his glass and smiled. Qin Yang and Ouyang Wu had a drink together. Ouyang Wu said, Old Qin, among the martial arts families, Brother Lu's family has one of the largest businesses, with operations all over the world. Their family's assets are even more than the Jiang family's. The young man who had just asked the question was named Lu Anming. He smiled and said, Our Lu family has the biggest business. I wouldn't dare say that. Some families are very secretive. Ouyang Wu. That's why I said almost. Lu Anming looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang, our family has a lot of business overseas, and sometimes we encounter hacker attacks, which is a real headache for us. You might need my help sometime in the future. I hope you can lend a helping hand then. Let me toast you again. Qin Yang and Lu Anming drank another glass of wine. I don't understand hacking, but I know a little about defense technology. If you need help in this area, I can help you. Helping the Lu family invade other forces is unacceptable. They're not that close. But helping with defense is fine. Every time he helps, the Lu family will owe him a favor. The Lu family's influence and connections are quite valuable. Thank you very much, Lu Anming said with a smile. They suffered significant losses due to the hacker attack. If Qin Yang was the mysterious hacker who attacked the Mitsui group, his network skills must be top-notch. The drinking party gradually came to an end. Qin Yang and Lu Anming were much more familiar with each other, and Qin Yang's victory over Tuoba Feng earned them their respect. Moreover, Qin Yang is a friend of both Xiao Yi and Ouyang Wu. Honey, I need to go to the bathroom, Jiang Muxue whispered. Qin Yang nodded, and Jiang Muxue got up and went out. As she was leaving the restroom, a man from Dongying country came out of the men's restroom, and his eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Muxue. Girl, you are very pretty. I like. The man from Dongying said lecherously. Mood value plus 399. Jiang Muxue frowned and said, This is China. Show some respect, or you'll regret it. The man from Dongying grinned and said, Little girl, you're pretty hot, but that's exactly what I like about you. How about I give you 100,000 yuan to spend a week with me? Mood value plus 400. Qin Yang's mental energy connected at this moment, and he also heard what the Dongying kingdom person said. Roll, Jiang Muxue scolded. After she finished speaking, she quickly walked towards Qin Yang and his group's private room. Hey girl, don't run away. If 100,000 isn't enough, how about 200,000? The people of Dongying followed Jiang Muxue, swaying unsteadily. Jiang Muxue arrived at the door. Qin Yang opened the door and hugged her. Honey, there's a guy from Dongying Kingdom behind us. He's talking nonsense. Jiang Mushue said somewhat angrily. The Japanese from Japan followed behind. Chinese, let your woman stay with me for a week, and I'll give you 300,000. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He instantly kicked out with his leg. He kicked the man from Dongying in the face. The people of Dongying Kingdom took to the air. He crashed heavily into the wall, losing several of his teeth. Someone come quick. Someone come quick. The Chinese are beating people up. Come quick. The guy who was kicked away by Qin Yang shouted loudly. Soon, the door to another private room opened, and several martial artists from Dongying Kingdom walked out of the room quickly. He hit me. You guys quickly help me teach him a lesson. The people of Dongying Kingdom who were lying on the ground cried out in pain. Baka, Chinese people, you have some nerve. The people from Dongying who came out shouted, and they were speaking Japanese, but Qin Yang had acquired skills and could understand them. Qin Yang took Jiang Mushue's hand and led her into the private room. He could easily deal with those people from Dongying Kingdom, but fighting in the corridor would be a bad influence, affecting other guests' dining experience and the restaurant's business. Bang! The door to Qin Yang's private room was kicked open violently. 7 people from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom barged in. Chapter 225. Everyone beats someone up together. You come out. A man from Dongying pointed at Qin Yang and his group and said sternly. Xiao Yi and his group looked at the group of people from Dongying Kingdom who had entered. Some of these people from Dongying Kingdom also looked towards Xiao Yi and his group. The expressions on their faces immediately changed. They recognized Xiao Yi Tuo, Ba Feng, and the others. They had come to challenge the masters on the Chinese side, and they already knew something about them before they came. Tuo Ba Feng, who had mastered the hidden strength, was a key figure they wanted to learn about. Xiao Yi is a member of the Xiao family, and he has a high talent for martial arts, making him one of the people they are focusing on. None of the 7 were at the peak of internal strength. In terms of numbers, Qin Yang and his team still have a significant advantage. We're retreating. One of the people from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom said in Japanese. They didn't know Qin Yang. They barged in because they wanted to teach Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue a lesson, but they didn't expect there to be so many martial artists in Qin Yang's private room. If a fight breaks out, they will definitely suffer losses. Trying to run? A cold glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He deliberately lured these guys in. Beating them up in the hallway wouldn't look good, but beating them up in the private room wouldn't be a problem. Qin Yang pounced on him instantly. Boom! Qin Yang punched one of the men in the chest, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. 2 of the man's ribs were broken by Qin Yang's punch. Oh! The guy who was hit screamed in pain. Brothers, let's take them down. Ouyang Wu shouted and rushed forward. Xiao Yi and Tuo Ba Feng also rushed forward without hesitation. Take them down. They dare to break into our room. They still want to challenge us? We'll teach them a lesson today. Seeing this, the others also took action. The people of Dongying panicked. They wanted to escape, but Qin Yang had already reached the door and blocked their way. It was a pipe dream for these people of Dongying to escape. Oh no, my hand is broken. Who kicked me in the groin? Run? We have to run. We can't win. The people of Dongying Kingdom cried out in despair. Their strength was actually quite good. The weakest had the early stage of dark force cultivation, and the strongest had the late stage of dark force cultivation, but at this point, they had no chance of winning. Qin Yang only used his full strength of dark force, but even so, he and his group still crushed these people. Snap! Snap! Qin Yang was ruthless. He broke the bones of all the people in Dongying Kingdom. Wow, Qin Yang is a ruthless guy. Xiao Yi and some others kept a close eye on the situation. Among them, Qin Yang was the one who struck the hardest. The limbs of the people from Dongying Kingdom had been broken by Qin Yang. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. They heard screams coming from inside. Qin Yang stopped attacking. He took care of all the people from Dongying Kingdom. Given their injuries, they all needed to stay in the hospital for several months. Everyone stopped fighting. They're pitiful, Qin Yang said. Xiao Yi and his group stopped attacking. They looked at Qin Yang with strange expressions. They had seen that Qin Yang was the one who had attacked the most ruthlessly just now, and now he was even pitying these guys. You guys are pretty ruthless. They were all beaten until their heads were swollen like pigs, Qin Yang said with a smile. Xiao Yi and the others. Why aren't you getting out of here? Qin Yang's gaze swept over the people from Dongying Kingdom. They were bruised and battered, and they helped each other out. What's going on? The people outside the private room were very surprised. But seeing that it was a nobody who was beaten, no one called the police. Old Qin, what just happened? Ouyang Wu inquired. Qin Yang glanced at Ouyang Wu and the others. Thanks, everyone. You helped even though we didn't know the situation. Tuoba Feng said, don't ask questions about fighting the Japanese. Just fight them first. Now we can find out more. They will most likely call the police. We need to be prepared. Qin Yang said. When Mu Shui came out of the bathroom, she ran into a man from Dongying. He harassed Mu Shui, and I slapped him. Then he called out his companion. Xiao Yi. That solves the problem. They started it and broke into our room. He deserved to be beaten. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since they were in the right, they might as well have fought. If they weren't in the right, then things could get complicated. If the Japanese citizens called the police, it would be difficult for the police to handle the situation. Xiao Yi smiled and said, let's have some more tea. The police will probably be here soon, so let's wait a little while. Everyone nodded. Wah. Sure enough, 2 police cars arrived very quickly. The Dongying people who had been slapped by Qin Yang angrily protested. Several police officers arrived at Qin Yang's private room. Who beat those people from Dongying Kingdom? One of the police officers asked. Qin Yang and the others stood up. Xiao Yi spoke first. We all fought back. Someone was harassing my friend's wife, and my friend only slapped the other person once. The other side actually called their accomplices to break in and try to attack us. So we fought back. Tuoba Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Qin Yang said, you can check the surveillance footage to see what happened. It's perfectly reasonable for us to take action. I'll make a call, you guys answer it. Beep beep. Qin Yang quickly dialed Liang Guanjin's number. He also had the phone number of Huang Fuyin, the director of the 9th Bureau of Security, but it was not worth contacting Huang Fuyin for this matter. Xiaoqin, is there something you need? Liang Guanjin laughed on the other end of the phone. Qin Yang. Director Liang, I have something to attend to. Several Japanese people were beaten up by me and Xiao Yi, and we are in the right. The police are here now. Give the phone to the head officer. Liang Guanjin Dao. Qin Yang handed the phone to the lead police officer. Comrade, I am Liang Guanjin, Deputy Director of the 9th Bureau of Safety. You must handle this matter properly. Liang Guanjin spoke with an air of authority. The police officer who answered the phone trembled. Liang Guanjin, Deputy Director of the 9th Bureau of Security? Their bureau chief is nothing compared to Liang Guanjin. Director Liang, we will definitely handle this properly. The policeman quickly replied. Okay, give the phone back to the young man. The police returned the phone to Qin Yang. Liang Guanjin said, Little Qin, you're with that kid from the Xiao family. Did you come to Shanghai? Qin Yang laughed and said, We've arrived in Shanghai. Mu Shui and I came to watch the youth martial arts competition. I see. Xiaoqin, call me again if you need anything. Liang Guanjin hung up the phone after speaking. The police officers left quickly. Liang Guanjin said that they should handle it properly, and if they didn't understand what Liang Guanjin meant, then they had been wasting their time. Qin Yang, can you contact Director Liang directly? Lu Aming said in surprise. Qin Yang hadn't turned on speakerphone, but since they were martial artists, they had all heard what Liang Guanjin said. Qin Yang, is there a problem? Tuoba Feng, this is very problematic. My grandfather can contact Director Liang directly, but even my father can't call Director Liang directly. I doubt any of us younger generation are qualified. Xiao Yi nodded. Brother Qin, you're amazing. You called Director Liang, and you were so calm and collected. The way everyone looked at Qin Yang changed. Qin Yang is very strong. They have very strong connections. Chapter 226 S Rank Thunder Talisman. Qin Yang and Zhang Muxue returned to the hotel. Honey, the protective ring can block attacks, but what if someone's hand slowly reaches out? Zhang Muxue asked with some concern. Qin Yang, the guardian ring has recognized its master. If you try to stop someone, the guardian ring will defend you. If your life is threatened, it will automatically defend itself. So that's how it is. Zhang Muxue breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yang, I'll take you to practice shooting then, and I'll ask Director Chun and the others to help you apply for a gun license. If you encounter any threats, you can use the gun to fight back. Oh. Zhang Muxue stared blankly at Qin Yang. Although you will have people from Security Bureau 9 protecting you, it's still better to have your own offensive capabilities. Zhang Muxue nodded. Honey, Tuoba Feng and the others are really good. They took action against all those Dongying people who broke in. Qin Yang, they are a small circle. Xiao Yi and Ouyang are all of good character, and Tuoba Feng and the others are naturally not much worse. Besides, those people are obviously Japanese devils. Just like Tuoba Feng said, there is no need for a reason to beat up Japanese devils. Jiang Muxua, when they go back, they'll say that all those people in Dongying Kingdom probably hate you to death. They'll definitely cause trouble again. Qin Yang. Even if they don't cause trouble, I will cause trouble for them in the future. It's a two-way street. Time passed gradually. The beaten Dongying people sought help from others, even using their connections, hoping to have Qin Yang and the others arrested. However, their efforts were in vain. Qin Yang actually sought out Chen Guanjin. Moreover, the Shanghai Police Department also realized that Xiao Yi and his group all had very powerful backgrounds, and none of them were easy to mess with. Baka. The people of Dongying Kingdom were very angry after being rejected again. Gentlemen, the Chinese are completely unreasonable. Tomorrow you must use your fists and your samurai swords to seek justice for yourselves. A middle-aged man from Dongying Kingdom said in a deep voice. Yes. The young people of Dongying Kingdom said in unison. Another middle-aged man from Dongying Kingdom said, you must be ruthless and try to cripple their geniuses. Their geniuses will become a threat to the empire if they grow up. Remember this. This is not an ordinary competition. It concerns the rise and fall of our Eastern Cherry Empire. The fighting spirit of the young people soared. Yes. Mitsui Takuma of the Mitsui Group said, I'd like to add something. You should find a way to provoke Qin Yang, get him into the fight, and kill him in the duel. A reward of $100 million will be given to anyone who kills him. The young martial artists of Dongying Kingdom were extremely excited. Unlike the situation in China, many martial artists in Dongying Kingdom are recruited by various organizations, and many of them do not have powerful families behind them. $100 million is a huge sum of money for them. Even for those with families, $100 million is not a small sum. It can allow them to live a carefree life for a long time. Mr. Mitsui, is it true? A Grandmaster of Internal Energy asked. His son has arrived, and his son's inner strength has reached perfection. Takuma Mitsui nodded. It's absolutely true. Whoever kills Qin Yang will be rewarded by our Mitsui group. But you should keep this to yourselves and not tell anyone else. Everyone nodded. Before they knew it, it was the next morning. Today marks the start of the Youth Martial Arts Tournament. System, how many emotion points do I have? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, your emotion value is 20,800. Qin Yang said, 2 draws for every 10,000 emotion points. System, Mu Shui encountered trouble yesterday. She only has defensive capabilities and no offensive capabilities. You can decide what to do. System, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an A-level fighting skill. Your original B-level fighting skill has been fused to A+ level. A flood of information rushed into Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang smiled. A-level fighting skills are much stronger than B-level skills, and after fusion, they become A+ level fighting skills, which are even stronger. Yesterday, I sparred with Tuoba Feng. The punches and kicks from my B-level fighting skills were enough, but barely enough. Tuoba Feng is not very skilled in boxing or kicking techniques. He would be no match for someone of the same level who is skilled in both. It would be much better to be upgraded to A+ now. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3S grade early stage Thunder Talismans. After use, they can kill Dark Force level martial artists or a grade superhumans. A flood of information rushed into Qin Yang's mind. These Thunder Talismans can be used by ordinary people. Once thrown, they will automatically attack the person you want to attack. System, you are very sensible. I give you a thumbs up. Qin Yang thought to himself. He himself naturally didn't use this lightning talisman. He was only at the SS level, and even at the early S level, lightning talisman level, so he couldn't use it. But this thing was very suitable for Jiang Muxua to use. If an enemy at the peak of internal energy level attacks her, she can simply take out a thunder talisman from her pocket and send them to their death. Honey, I'm all better. Shall we set off now? Jiang Muxua came out of the bathroom. She was already very beautiful, and now with light makeup, she looks even better than when she's not wearing any. Honey, here, take this. 3 thunder talismans appeared in Qin Yang's hand. The 3 thunder talismans are about the same size as a 100 yuan banknote. Honey, what's this? Jiang Muxua took the thunder talisman and asked in confusion. Qin Yang said, these 3 are all thunder talismans. Since you are of the thunder attribute, take them out when you want to use them. Think about the target you want to attack and throw them out. It will transform into a target for a thunderous attack. Mood value plus 410. Jiang Muxua was astonished. This can transform into lightning? Qin Yang nodded. That's right. Wife, you still need to practice your marksmanship. Don't use this against ordinary enemies. This can kill a martial artist with perfect internal strength or a superhuman with perfect A-level ability. Mood score plus 408. Jiang Muxue was amazed. Is such a small talisman really that powerful? Honey, this must be really hard to make, right? Qin Yang nodded. It's not easy. Unless you encounter a very strong enemy, don't use it. If one of these were auctioned, it would definitely sell for tens of millions. Keep these 3 thunder talismans close to your body. You are of the lightning attribute, which can make your body stronger. Jiang Muxue nodded. Honey, can you fold this? Can. Jiang Muxue folded it and carefully placed the thunder talisman close to her body. Honey, I now have defensive abilities and can also attack with lightning talismans. If I make a move, people might think I'm a lightning attribute ability user. Jiang Muxue said with a charming smile. Qin Yang chuckled and said, You're not one now, but you'll definitely become a lightning attribute ability user in the future. Lightning attribute ability is one of the most powerful abilities. I'll protect you from now on. Jiang Muxue chuckled. Beep beep. Qin Yang's phone rang. Ouyang Wu called, and Qin Yang answered. Ouyang Wu said, Old Qin, are you ready? I'm waiting for you upstairs. Come down when you're done. We'll get off. Qin Yang said. Chapter 227, The Martial Arts Tournament begins. Ouyang Wu soon drove to his destination. Held inside the basketball court. Jiang Muxue said in surprise. Ouyang Wu nodded. The basketball court is great. It's the perfect size, and both teams can practice there without any problems. It's also close by, making it very convenient to watch the game. Jiang Muxue nodded slightly. After showing their admission tickets, Qin Yang and his group went inside. This is a high-end basketball arena. All facilities are top-notch. The seats around the basketball court rise in tiers, and many spectators are already seated in these seats. The basketball court was paved with bluestone flooring, which was 6 or 7 centimeters thick, making it difficult for even someone at the dark force level to damage. Old Qin, you and your wife have A-level tickets, so you can enter the A-level area to watch the game and see it more clearly. Ouyang Wu Dao. This even has levels. Ouyang Wu. Yes, there are levels. There are 4 levels. S, A, B, and C. S is the highest level, and it is reserved for the contestants. Classes A, B, and C are all in the audience seats. Initially, there was no distinction between ranks, but once a fight broke out among some people over seating arrangements, and someone even died. So, we simply started to establish ranks. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue quickly arrived at the front row. There were 3 rows of seats in front of them for the contestants, and the 4th row of seats offered a good viewing distance. Ouyang Wu sat in the 3rd row. He was right in front of Qin Yang and the others. Ouyang, there are quite a few people here. Qin Yang said. Ouyang Wu. This time there will be significantly more people. In the past, there were only 100 or 200 people competing and only 600 or 700 people watching, totaling less than 1,000. The people from Dongying Kingdom are going to cause trouble this time. There are 200 or 300 people who have signed up, and the audience may exceed 2,000. Time passed second by second. The basketball court was getting more and more crowded. System, how many Grandmasters of Internal Energy are there in total? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, there are a total of 21 Grandmasters of Transformation Realm, and a few more Grandmasters of Transformation Realm are coming in soon. Qin Yang was amazed. Quite a few people came. There are only a little over 100 Grandmasters of Transformation Realm in the entire country of China. Many of those Grandmasters have other commitments, so it's quite a lot for a competition to have so many Grandmasters of Transformation Realm present. System, what is their strongest ability? Qin Yang inquired. System, late stage of Transformation Realm. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Not at the peak of the Transformation Realm. Then his spiritual energy probably wouldn't be detected. His mental strength is at the mid-SS level. Old Qin, the people from Dongying Kingdom have arrived. Ouyang Wu said in a deep voice. Qin Yang looked in the direction Ouyang Wu was looking, and 30 or 40 people from Dongying Kingdom walked in with murderous intent, most of them carrying samurai swords. Old Qin, these guys from Dongying Kingdom don't seem to have any good intentions. Ouyang Wu said in a deep voice. Qin Yang, they came from Dongying Kingdom. Do you think they're just here to chat idly? You'd better be careful when you fight them. Ouyang Wu nodded. Although he only has the cultivation level of the mid-stage of Dark Force, there are also people from the early and mid-stages of Dark Force in Dongying Kingdom, so it is possible for him to fight against the people from Dongying Kingdom. Qin Yang's mental energy spread outwards. His mental detection range is over 400 meters, easily covering the entire basketball court. Let's take a look later. Let's find out their true strength before we take any action. A grandmaster of internal energy from Dongying Kingdom said softly. The Japanese he spoke was incomprehensible to most people, and even those who could understand it might not be able to hear it clearly enough, but Qin Yang could understand it and hear it very clearly. Time passed second by second. Soon everyone who was supposed to arrive arrived. An elderly man walked to the center of the basketball court. He didn't have a microphone, but his loud voice rang out. Everyone, welcome to the 15th Youth Martial Arts Tournament. The prize for this Youth Martial Arts Tournament is a piece of jade. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. In previous years, the Youth Martial Arts Tournament offered generous rewards worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Could a piece of jade really be worth hundreds of millions of yuan? Quiet. Gentlemen, that piece of jade is no ordinary jade. Even if you cut it with a sword, it won't leave a mark. It may be a relic from an ancient civilization. A look of surprise appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. Are they really artifacts left behind by an ancient civilization? System, you're not some product of an ancient civilization, are you? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, I don't know my origins. At this moment, a man from Dongying Kingdom shouted. If the final victor is our Dongying Kingdom's warrior, shouldn't our Dongying Kingdom's warrior receive the precious jade? You have 200 or 300 people, and we only have about 30. You're not afraid, are you? The old man in the middle of the basketball court said in a deep voice, These are prizes from our Chinese youth martial arts competition. You may be able to win prizes if you change your nationality. The person from Dongying Kingdom who was speaking gave a light snort and sat down. It's impossible to get them to change their nationality. Gentlemen, we have studied that piece of jade but have not found any results. Now we are giving it away as a prize to someone who is destined to receive it. If the winner doesn't want it, they can exchange that jade for a prize of 500 million renminbi at any time. Some people's eyes lit up. You can win the jade first and study it. If you don't find any results, then you can exchange the jade for money. 500 million is no small sum of money. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the 15th Youth Martial Arts Tournament officially open. In the first match, Shin Yu from the Shin family will face off against Tang Yin from the Tang family. Contestants, please come to the stage. Jiang Muxue was taken aback. The first match was actually a martial arts contest between Tang Yin and Tang Yin. Tang Yin and Shin Yu arrived at the venue quickly. Tang Yin, keep going. Jiang Muxue shouted loudly. Tang Yin looked over at Qin Yang and the others, and nodded to Jiang Muxue. Ouyang Wu, this is my best friend. Isn't she beautiful? I'll introduce you to her later. Tang Yin turned her head and said to Jiang Muxue. Ouyang Wu asked in confusion, Sister-in-law, she's your best friend, and she came too. Why didn't she come with you? Jiang Muxue glanced at Qin Yang. She probably wanted to keep her distance from someone, so I wouldn't misunderstand. Qin Yang, Muxue, what are you saying? I don't have any feelings for Tang Yin right now. Haven't you noticed that Shin Yu is prettier than Tang Yin? I'd rather go find Shin Yu. Mood value plus 412. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Inside the arena, Tang Yin and Shin Yu started fighting. Both of them are great beauties, and their fight was very entertaining to watch. The audience cheered continuously. Qin Yang strongly suspected that the reason they were arranged to go first was because of their good looks, to create a lively atmosphere. Tang Yin is quite impressive. I reckon she'll win between the two of them. Ouyang Wu looked at it for a while, and then said, Jiang Muxue, Tang Yin has great talent. In 2 years, she will definitely reach the mid-stage of Dark Force. Ouyang Wu, how about I introduce you to? Hee okay. Ouyang Wu nodded with a smile. Chapter 228 Casualties have occurred. Tang Yin and Shin Yu stopped after about 5 minutes. Shin Yu was slightly inferior. The second group soon took the stage. The two who took the stage were only at the early stage of Dark Force. The Youth Martial Arts Tournament is for martial arts exchange, so it's essential to allow even those with lower skill levels to participate. Time passed gradually. Most viewers enjoyed it. Even the early stages of internal strength are very powerful for them. Isn't this much more exciting than watching fake fights on TV? But the people in Dongying Kingdom weren't very happy. Although they managed to get in, the Chinese side only gave them 1 day. They wouldn't be able to get in tomorrow, even if they wanted to. They deliberately arranged for weaker opponents to fight. Watching these matches is pointless for us. A young man from the Eastern Cherry Kingdom complained in Japanese. Another person said, We only have one day. We can't let them waste our time like this. We have to show them what we're capable of. Several experts at the transformation realm level from Dongying Kingdom discussed the matter and quickly reached a consensus before taking action. At this rate, the morning might be over. The next group is... Just as the old man in the arena was about to make an announcement, a young man from Dongying Kingdom stood up and said sarcastically, "Is this what you Chinese call a martial artist? All of them are all showy but ineffective. They are far too weak compared to the martial artists of our Dongying Kingdom. Martial arts are not suitable for them. They would be better off doing embroidery." What did you say? Many Chinese martial artists stood up angrily. Many in the audience were also filled with righteous indignation. The young man from Dongying Kingdom who had just spoken continued. "Did I say something wrong? Real martial arts are killing techniques. What are they doing? No one has even broken a skin in so long. Your Chinese martial arts are just for show, while the martial arts of our Eastern Sakura Empire are the real martial arts. If you're not convinced, let's have a contest." Tuoba Feng said coldly, "How do we compete? How about we each have 3 matches? Early stage of Dark Force, middle stage of Dark Force, late stage of Dark Force, and perfect stage of Dark Force. Then we'll have another big free-for-all with 20 people each." That young man from Dongying Kingdom said. Tuoba Feng was somewhat puzzled. How could they compare like this? The beginning was fine, but they had a great advantage in the chaotic battle of 20 people later on. On the surface, they only had 5 or 6 people at the peak of the Dark Force realm, but in reality, there were probably more than 10. They may have half of their internal strength fully developed. There aren't nearly as many in Dongying Kingdom. Are you sure? Another person from China said. This person also possesses the perfect cultivation level of internal strength. The young man from Dongying Kingdom said disdainfully, "You have more people, but you might not win. We have one more condition. You can't admit defeat within 3 minutes of a one-on-one fight. You can only admit defeat if it exceeds 3 minutes. You can't give up within 10 minutes during a free-for-all." The crowd was buzzing with discussion. If we don't give up within 3 minutes, there will definitely be casualties. If you dare not speak. Another person from Dongying Kingdom provoked the tunnel. The Grandmasters of Internal Energy from China discussed the matter and ultimately agreed. The visitors from Dongying Kingdom were hostile, but they didn't believe they would lose. There are 200 to 300 martial artists from China participating in the competition, while there are only about 30 from Dongying. If we disagree, it will be easy for people to criticize us if word gets out. We agree. An elderly man from China said in a deep voice. Casualties are likely to occur. Ouyang Wu said in a deep voice. There have been injuries and fatalities in previous youth martial arts tournaments, but the situation has been relatively good. Today, however, there may be a lot of casualties. Ouyang, I'm afraid you won't be able to get on. Qinyang said. Ouyang Wu nodded. I definitely can't make it. There are more than 3 people in the mid-stage of Dark Force who are stronger than me. Some of them are only 1 step away from the late stage of Dark Force. Who will die? A young man from Dongying Kingdom stepped onto the stage. He drew his katana and said arrogantly, I'll do it. A young man from China stood up. He was at the early stage of internal strength, but only a little short of the middle stage. Luo Bin, you're the one. Be careful. A grandmaster of internal energy from China said in a deep voice. They acknowledged Luo Bin's abilities, and they had a general idea of the capabilities of the younger generation. Luo Bin arrived at the venue quickly. His weapon is a sword. Go Luo Bin. Go Luo Bin. Many spectators in the basketball court shouted loudly, and Zhang Muxue joined in the shouting. Mood value plus 395. Zhang Muxue was quite nervous at this moment. This was no longer an ordinary sparring match. They represented their country. Start. The referee gave the signal to start the countdown. Kill. The 2 people inside the arena quickly approached each other. The swords in their hands clashed heavily together. The swords clashed, and sparks flew. The battle escalated rapidly from the very beginning. Clang, clang. Swords clashed repeatedly. The battle was fierce and evenly matched. The fight between the 2 was far more dangerous than the previous battles. 2 minutes later, the young man from Dongying Kingdom created an opening, and Luo Bin's eyes lit up as he quickly launched an attack. His sword pierced through the other man's shoulder. However, at that moment a blade flashed, and Luo Bin's left hand was severed by the opponent's blade. Oh! Many people cried out in surprise. Mood value plus 420. Zhang Muxue was startled. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her heartbeat quickened considerably. Honey, don't be afraid. I'm here. Qin Yang held Jiang Mushua's hand and said softly, Jiang Mushua nodded gently. She was quite scared, but she continued watching, knowing that there were things she had to try her best to overcome. She needed to remain calm and composed when faced with problems. It hasn't even been 3 minutes yet. The young man from Dongying Kingdom grinned maliciously. He endured the pain and continued his attack. Luo Bin struggled to hold on. He had to use some of his internal energy to compress the blood vessels. Otherwise, if his hand broke and blood gushed out, he would surely die. Time passed second by second. That young man from Dongying Kingdom wasn't having an easy time either. He was also stabbed in the shoulder by Luo Bin. But Luo Bin's situation is much worse in comparison. In less than a minute, he had another wound, but the next one wasn't as horrific as the one that had been severed. 3 minutes are up. Someone on the Chinese side shouted loudly. I concede, Luo Bin said, his face pale. After he finished speaking, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. You're lucky. You'll die if you wait even a few seconds longer to admit defeat. The young man from Dongying Kingdom exuded a murderous aura. Luo Bin was quickly taken away. After receiving basic treatment, he will be taken to the hospital. There is a large hospital nearby, and the choice of this location for the competition is inseparable from that. Mood value plus 421. Honey, is the battle that dangerous? Jiang Mushua murmured. Qin Yang. The previous ones were just sparring matches, but this is a real battle, which will definitely be much more dangerous. But don't worry, I'll definitely be fine. Jiang Mushua nodded slightly. She would be very worried if Qin Yang only had perfected internal strength. But Jiang Mushua knew that Qin Yang was still an SS-level ability user. They are among the top experts on a global scale. Chapter 229, Are the Japanese devils even human? I'll play the second round. A young man from China stood up and said. Qin Yang was very surprised. This person was none other than Li Fei. Ouyang, is Li Fei very strong? Qin Yang asked, puzzled. Li Fei's cultivation level is at the early stage of Dark Force, and he is still some distance away from the middle stage. Among those at the early stage of Dark Force, his cultivation level is not the strongest. Of course, cultivation level is not the same as strength. Ouyang Wu. His idol is Little Li Flying Dagger, and he changed his name to Li Fei himself. He is skilled in throwing knives, and his combat ability is quite good. Li Fei, the second round is crucial. Let me take it. Another young man stepped forward and spoke. Li Fei, I believe I can win the second round. Brother Wu, you can beat me in our usual sparring, but in a life or death duel, you may not be able to beat me. Are you sure? Sure. Li Fei nodded emphatically. The Grandmaster of Internal Energy from China agreed, and Li Fei quickly arrived at the basketball court, where a young man from East Asia also joined him. You will die. This knife of mine has already killed 6 people. You will be the 7th. The young man from Dongying Kingdom grinned maliciously. He spoke in Japanese, which was translated into Chinese by a translator. That bastard is so arrogant. Go Li Fei. Many spectators shouted. Mood value plus 421. Jiang Mushua watched the field with a tense expression. They had lost the first game, and Luo Bin had lost an arm. If Li Fei also lost the second game, she would be devastated. You'll be the one who dies. Li Fei said in a deep voice. Referee, I'm ready. I'm all better now. The referee took a deep breath and said, Ready, the second match of the Dark Force early stage martial arts competition, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the warriors from Dongying Kingdom rushed towards Li Fei. Die. The warrior from Dongying Kingdom exuded an overwhelming aura. His imposing presence was in no way weaker than that of the first martial artist. Li Fei seemed to be frozen in place. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. In a short time, the distance between the two was only 4 or 5 meters. Now, in the blink of an eye, Li Fei made his move. A throwing knife shot out at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Li Fei's opponent dodged with all his might. However, the distance was short and the throwing knife was extremely fast, so even though he tried his best to dodge, he only managed to avoid it by a tiny bit. Puff! The throwing knife pierced the target's chest. The young man from Dongying Kingdom avoided his heart, but Li Fei's throwing knife still pierced deeply into his chest, and a sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. Die! Despite the excruciating pain, the young man from Dongying Kingdom continued his attack. Li Fei quickly retreated. He was uninjured, while his opponent was seriously injured. In this situation, there was no need to engage in close combat. Puff! Half a minute later, Li Fei seized the opportunity and made another move. The second throwing knife pierced the target's throat. The young man from Dongying Kingdom clutched his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Fei wasn't on the priority list, yet he was about to die at the hands of someone he hadn't paid any attention to. Damn it! The faces of the people from Dongying Kingdom were very grim. Li Fei, Li Fei. Many people shouted excitedly. Mood value plus 425. Jiang Muxue was overjoyed and clapped her hands vigorously. Honey, Li Fei killed someone. Aren't you scared? Qin Yang asked softly. Honey, he killed Japanese devils. Are Japanese devils even considered human? Qin Yang smiled gently. Ouyang Wu turned around and laughed. Sister-in-law, you're absolutely right. I didn't expect Li Fei to have this trick up his sleeve. He never used such a deadly move during our usual sparring. Qin Yang, Li Fei probably specializes in attack. Even many people at the mid-stage of internal strength would find it difficult to dodge his move. Ouyang Wu nodded. Inside the arena, Li Fei waved to his surroundings before walking away, while the body of the young man from Dongying Kingdom was quickly carried away by the staff. The blood on the ground was quickly wiped clean. I'll play the third round. Soon, someone from China stepped forward. This person is the young man who was just talking to Li Fei. I will go. I will kill him. People from Dongying Kingdom soon arrived at the venue as well. Clang. The third duel began quickly. Mood value plus 430. Jiang Muxue watched the battle with bated breath. 3 minutes later, the two were still locked in fierce combat. Their skills were evenly matched, and the outcome of this round was unpredictable. Qin Yang watched the battle calmly. If he secretly helps, the young man from China will definitely win, but winning in that way would be very dishonorable. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The battle continues. Both of them had several wounds on their bodies. These wounds were not deep, but they had bled quite a bit. Old Qin, who will win? Ouyang Wu inquired. He was only at the mid-stage of the Dark Force realm and couldn't tell the difference. Qin Yang, we should be able to win. The opponent is good at desperate attacks, which consume a lot of energy. If we can kill the opponent, then there will be no problem. If the opponent can hold on, then you will be the one who loses. Ouyang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. A few more minutes passed. Just as Qin Yang had predicted, the enemy's defeat was becoming increasingly apparent. I concede. The young man from Dongying Kingdom gritted his teeth and said. The young players on the Chinese field stopped shooting. More than 3 minutes had passed, and they could concede defeat at any moment. Splash! A round of enthusiastic applause erupted. The young Chinese man quickly left the arena, his body bearing at least 20 wounds of varying sizes, his clothes stained crimson with blood. These wounds are not fatal, but they still require treatment. Don't be arrogant. The best is yet to come. A young man from Dongying Kingdom shouted. They were very unhappy after losing 2 of their first 3 games and losing a player. Take a 15-minute break. The second round of battle will begin in 15 minutes. The elderly man hosting the event raised his voice. Beep beep. Jiang Muxue sent a message to Tang Yin. Tang Yin arrived after receiving the message. Muxue, did you call me over? Is there something you need? Jiang Muxue, let me introduce you. This is Qin Yang's good brother, Ouyang Wu. He has the cultivation of the mid-stage of Dark Force and comes from the Ouyang family in the capital. Do you two know each other? Ouyang Wu nervously replied, Hello. Although Tang Yin is not as pretty as Jiang Muxue, she is still a great beauty, a campus belle in college. Hello. Tang Yin nodded. Jiang Muxue. Tang Yin, there are seats here. You can sit here and we can talk. Tang Yin nodded slightly. Fearing that Jiang Muxue might misunderstand, she didn't get close. Now that Jiang Muxue had asked her to come over, there was no problem. Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Muxue's. Honey, I have no feelings for Tang Yin now, don't worry. Qin Yang's voice echoed in Jiang Muxue's mind. Jiang Muxue sent a message. Can I rest assured? Someone may be indifferent to Tang Yin, but what about the others? Qin Yang, others can still sense it. Tang Yin's strength is her long legs, but after you recover, that strength of Tang Yin is gone. Su Xiaoyu's strengths are still there, Mood value plus 425. Jiang Muxue secretly rolled her eyes. What are Su Xiaoyu's strengths? Her youthful appearance and, well, that's a huge advantage that's very attractive to men. Jiang Muxue, Chapter 230 Mom and Dad. Your son is unfilial. Mood value plus 425. Jiang Muxue's angry voice rang out. Honey, You're only happy if you make me angry every day, right? Qin Yang muttered to himself. If I don't get angry, how can my emotional value increase so quickly? Normal people don't experience much emotional fluctuation, so they can't harvest many emotional values in a day. Getting angry can earn you thousands more emotional points every day. These emotional points are very valuable. Moreover, the benefits weren't just enjoyed by him. His whole family, including Jiang Mushua's parents, also benefited. Honey, I'm telling you the truth. Mood value plus 420. Jiang Mushue reached out and put her hand on Qin Yang's waist. I'm telling you the truth. Ouch, ouch, ouch. 15 minutes were about to pass. The second round of the duel is about to begin. Nagano, you're the first one in the second round. You're good with hidden weapons. They killed one of our men, and you killed one of theirs with a hidden weapon. A middle-aged man from Dongying Kingdom spoke in Japanese, but his Japanese had a heavy regional accent, and most people who understood Japanese could not understand him. But Qin Yang could understand it. Beep beep. Qin Yang dialed Xiao Yi's number. Xiao Yi, check the messages. Qin Yang hung up the phone after speaking. Xiao Yi took out his phone to check and received a message from Qin Yang telling him that Dongying Kingdom was preparing to send someone skilled in hidden weapons. Elder Song, I have received reliable information that Dongying Kingdom will send someone skilled in hidden weapons to this round. They are very likely planning to report the first round. Xiao Yi quickly approached an old man and whispered, Are you sure? It should be possible to confirm. The old man quickly discussed the matter with the others. They had already decided on their first round of opponents, but upon hearing this news, they had to change their choices. While the original candidates were quite skilled, they weren't suited to fight against martial artists specializing in hidden weapons. The candidates for both sides were quickly determined. In the first round, one side steps forward first, and then the other side steps forward to challenge the person who stepped forward first. Someone died in Dongying Kingdom, and they lost the first round. They raised objections, feeling that it was unfair. With so many people in China, it's easier to find someone to control them. They proposed that both sides should stand up simultaneously. Attention everyone, the second round is about to begin. Players who are ready to compete in the first round, please get ready. I will count down from 3 to 2, and both sides need to stand up at the same time. 3, 2, 1, go. One person from each side stepped forward. On the Chinese side, it was a woman. Woman, I've never killed a woman before. You'll be the first. The young man from Dongying Kingdom stood up and said menacingly. It was her. Ouyang Wu said in surprise. Qin Yang. Ouyang, are you aware of her situation? Ouyang Wu nodded. Her name is Miao Qianfeng. I've sparred with her before. She's skilled in light footwork and illusion techniques. I couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes when we fought. Illusions are useful? Qin Yang was somewhat puzzled. Miao Qianfeng's mental strength is stronger than that of martial artists of the same level, but not by a significant margin, so it should be difficult for her to have any influence. Ouyang Wu, she would use a kind of powder. That powder has a strong hallucinogenic effect. Poisons can't be used, but this powder can. Miao Qianfeng and her group arrived at the venue soon. Miao Qianfeng didn't approach the young man from Dongying Kingdom at all. The young man from Dongying Kingdom frowned secretly. He is skilled at throwing knives, but if the distance is too far, the chances of the knife hitting the target will definitely be greatly reduced. If you don't come to me, I'll go to you. The young man from Dongying Kingdom had a cold glint in his eyes as he charged toward Miao Qianfeng, who was 10 meters away, with his samurai sword in hand. Miao Qianfeng quickly retreated. When her opponent chased her, she retreated, but she was faster, giving her opponent no chance to close the distance. As he removed the powder from her body, he scattered medicinal powder. The powder was silent and odorless, and her opponent did not notice it. What are they doing? Being constantly hunted down is just too passive. Could it be that they want to deplete the opponent's internal energy first? Some people were whispering among themselves. Ordinary viewers wouldn't understand it. At first, the people from Dongying Kingdom couldn't understand it either, but after 2 minutes, the young man from Dongying Kingdom in the arena felt something was wrong. His opponent's figure had become blurry. Damn it! The young man from Dongying Kingdom inside the arena cursed inwardly. He knew he had to use his hidden weapon, otherwise, he might not be able to see where his target was. Call out. He fired a hidden weapon at lightning speed. If the distance is close, even if the speed is very fast, it is difficult to avoid such a hidden weapon. However, Miao Qianfeng was 10 meters away from her opponent, and she was skilled in light-footed techniques, which was enough for her to avoid the hidden weapon. The hidden weapon grazed past her body. Hidden weapon? Damn, no wonder Miao Qianfeng wanted to keep her distance. But this only guarantees that you won't lose, not that you'll win. Many people are discussing it. Whoosh, whoosh. Inside the arena, the young man from Dongying Kingdom went berserk. He threw his katana to the ground and launched a barrage of hidden weapons at Miao Qianfeng. If it were a martial artist with weaker dodging ability, even at a distance of 10 meters, they would likely be hit by a hidden weapon. Miao Qianfeng was barely able to dodge. Another half-minute passed, and the young man from Dongying Kingdom panicked. Miao Qianfeng's figure was already appearing as a double image, and the hidden weapons he was carrying were almost gone. Right now, just as the young man from Dongying Kingdom ran out of hidden weapons and was about to pick up his samurai sword, Miao Qianfeng made her move, sending a hidden weapon flying out of her hand. She picked up the hidden weapon from the ground. She wasn't particularly skilled with hidden weapons, but she knew how to use them. Under normal circumstances, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hit him. But at this moment, his opponent was already hallucinating, and the young man from Dongying Kingdom couldn't see her movements at all, let alone the small hidden weapon. Puff! The hidden weapon struck him in the head. Miao Qianfeng's aim was usually quite poor when practicing hidden weapons, but this time the hidden weapon accurately pierced the enemy's temple. Baka! The people from the East Sakura Kingdom in the stand stood up. Their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. 2 of them have already died. Call! Miao Qianfeng breathed a sigh of relief. She waved to the stands and walked down, her opponent already lying on the ground, a corpse. Damn it, we were unlucky just now. The opponent's character was exactly the one that countered us. They probably anticipated our thoughts and knew we wanted to use a hidden weapon to kill one of them as well. We can't afford to lose the second game. The people of Dongying Kingdom whispered among themselves. Qin Yang heard it clearly, but it was useless this time. The person they sent was the strongest among the mid-stage Dark Force practitioners. The only option is to confront them head-on. The second game started quickly. The battle was extremely fierce from the start, with both sides clashing head-on and sustaining a growing number of wounds. Mood value plus 428. Jiang Muxue was horrified. The pace of sparring between mid-stage Dark Force martial artists is much faster than that between early-stage Dark Force martial artists. 3 minutes were up, and neither side conceded defeat. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Both sides' clothes were stained red with blood, but even so, they gritted their teeth and continued to fight. Mom and Dad, your son is unfilial. The young man from China shouted loudly inside the arena. After shouting those words, his momentum surged considerably. His knife struck his opponent relentlessly. I concede, the young man from Dongying Kingdom said in a flustered manner. Chapter 231. Qin Yang, will you participate in the duel? Qin Yang looked at the young man from China. He has many wounds, large and small, and since the outbreak just started, he might not survive if he doesn't receive timely and effective treatment. Although there are doctors on standby at the basketball court, they may not be able to provide timely and effective treatment. Quickly, go help. Although Xia Peng won, he is in great danger now. Several people rushed onto the basketball court. I'm fine. Xia Peng struggled to support himself and said. An elderly man who rushed to his side said urgently, if something happens to you, lie down quickly. We'll carry you down. Old Lu, I'm really fine. As Xia Peng spoke, he took a step to walk down, but as soon as he took a step, everything went black and he collapsed. Old Lu quickly helped Xia Peng lie down on the stretcher. Honey, I'm going over there to take a look. Qin Yang said to Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue nodded. Xia Peng's condition looked very abnormal. He had just said he was fine, but in the blink of an eye he fainted. Several people hurriedly carried Xia Peng down, and the doctor quickly examined him. Soon, one of the doctors said with a grim expression, his condition is very serious. I'm afraid. Old Lu's expression changed as he said, Doctor, he was just holding on. How could he suddenly be like this? The doctor said, he seemed all right just now because his brain was pushing all his organs to work at full capacity. This situation is even more dangerous than being extremely weak. A final burst of energy before death. Some people said with grim expressions, Doctor, more or less. Now we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Qin Yang arrived at that moment. I'll give it a try. Qin Yang spoke up. Some people around looked at Qin Yang with suspicion. They didn't recognize him. Xiaoyi was nearby, so he quickly went to his side and said, Old Lu, this is my brother. His medical skills are extremely high. Old Lu nodded. Young man, please give it a try. Qin Yang took out the silver needle box. Mood value plus 430. Jiang Mushua looked at Qin Yang with concern. Qin Yang quickly inserted needles into Xiaopeng's body, and a trace of internal energy also entered Xiaopeng's body, quickly sealing up Xiaopeng's wounds. The stagnant blood in the body was also guided out. At the same time, Xiaopeng's bodily functions were stimulated and stabilized. Xiaopeng's brain had already said goodbye to his body. If he didn't quickly regain his composure, his brain would really be gone. Shota, you did a great job. Although you lost, you are still alive. Your opponent will likely lose. You have avenged Fujiwara Koen. The players from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom also came down. The people of Dongying Kingdom were in a relatively good mood. They had lost the competition, but at least they were alive, so they considered it a victory. Xiaopeng, whoever survives is the winner. I'm the winner. The contestant from Dongying country spoke in broken Chinese. Qin Yang snorted coldly in his heart. While treating Xiaopeng, he channeled his mental energy into the body of the contestant from Dongying Kingdom. He quickly stimulated several acupoints on the opponent with his mental energy. The player from Dongying Kingdom won't die immediately, but after he provokes him, Dongying Kingdom is definitely doomed. He didn't interfere during the match. Chinese people should win fair and square. Now that the match is over, his interference is no longer a problem. Who told them to be so cheeky? Shut up. You're the one who lost. You just admitted defeat. The people on the Chinese side said angrily. The contestant from Dongying country said, I lost the match, but I won in life. I'm alive, and he's dying. Who said he's going to die? Qin Yang said coldly. He inserted another silver needle. Xiaopeng slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, Old Lu, I'm still alive? I thought I was going to die. That's impossible. The contestant from Dongying Kingdom's expression changed. Xiaopeng looked like he was about to die. How did he come back to life? Cough, cough. Enraged by this scene, he started coughing, and as he coughed up a lot of blood. No. The player from Dongying Kingdom panicked. Doctor, please examine Shota quickly. An old man from Dongying Kingdom hurriedly said. They also brought doctors to provide treatment, one of whom, a master of internal energy, was quite skilled. Lie down quickly. The player from Dongying Kingdom quickly lay down. His body began to convulse. He stopped breathing before the doctor finished the examination. Shoyuta is dead. The doctor who performed the examination frowned. The faces of the people from Dongying Kingdom turned grim. Some of them glared angrily at Qin Yang, believing that if Qin Yang hadn't treated Xiaopeng, their people might not have died from anger. Take him to the hospital. If we get a blood transfusion as soon as possible, there shouldn't be any major problems. Qin Yang said to a doctor next to him. Young man, you're amazing. I'm a doctor at a hospital in Shanghai. Would you be interested in coming to our hospital? An old doctor standing nearby said to Qin Yang. He thought Xiaopeng was definitely going to die, but unexpectedly, Xiaopeng's life was saved after Qin Yang's treatment. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I'm not a doctor. I only treated Xiaopeng because of the emergency. I have no interest in becoming a doctor. A look of regret appeared in the old doctor's eyes. Mood value plus 432. Jiang Mushua breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiaopeng was all right. It would have been troublesome if he had died after the treatment. Honey, come back soon. Jiang Mushua's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Everyone, I'll go back to my seat now. Qin Yang prepared to return to his seat. Mr. Qin, I heard you didn't register for the youth martial arts competition? Mitsui Takuma said to Qin Yang. Qin Yang asked, Is there a problem? Mitsui Takuma, Mr. Qin, your strength is inherited. Don't you have any confidence in yourself? He. Qin Yang smiled dismissively. Mitsui Takuma said, Even if you didn't register, you're Chinese, so there's absolutely no problem for you to participate in the duel as a contestant. Do you dare to participate? Another person sneered. Hey Qin, you dared to hit one of our men yesterday, so you're not going to be too scared to participate in the duel today? Are you afraid of dying on the stage? Qin Yang said calmly. It's not a question of whether we dare or not. It's simply unnecessary. You lost the first round, and you lost the second round too. Mitsui Takuma said, Mr. Qin, the fourth round is a duel between martial artists who have reached the peak of dark force. Do you dare to participate? Don't say anything else. Just ask if you dare to participate. Many Chinese people around felt a chill run down their spines. Qin Yang is a skilled doctor. Please don't die here. These people from Dongying Kingdom were clearly trying to provoke Qin Yang into taking the stage. Qin Yang snorted. What's there to be afraid of? but there are only 3 spots, so I might not even need to play. Mitsui Takuma said with a half-smile. That's easy, Mr. Chin. We can add one more game for you, in addition to the 3 games. And there's also a final free-for-all. Are you going to participate in the free-for-all? Qin Yang said. The Grand Melee requires 20 people. I have perfected the Dark Force cultivation level, so I will definitely participate. Mitsui Takuma and the others' eyes lit up. It's good that Qin Yang participates. The free-for-all requires 10 minutes before surrendering, and they will try to kill Qin Yang within those 10 minutes. Chapter 232, The Support of the Crowd. Mr. Qin, how about we add another match for you? Mitsui Takuma said with a smile. Qin Yang, there's no need to add another match. We'll see when the time comes. If there's no more suitable candidate for the 4th round of duels, I can participate. All right. Mitsui Takuma nodded. Qin Yang's mastery of the Dark Force is nothing special, but Qin Yang is very likely that mysterious hacker, and eliminating Qin Yang is one of their important tasks. Inside the arena, the elderly host announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd match of the 2nd round is about to begin. Those of you who are ready to enter, please prepare. Soon, players from both sides had entered the game. In this round, the Chinese side played it safe, sending out a martial artist skilled in defense who defended flawlessly. Although they didn't win, they didn't lose either. The 3rd match ended in a draw. The 2nd round of matches has come to an end. China has 2 wins and 1 draw, leaving the morale of the Eastern Sakura Kingdom extremely low. They lost in the 1st round and the 2nd round, and surprisingly, they didn't win a single game in the 2nd round. Attention everyone, the morning matches are over. The 3rd and 4th rounds will be held in the afternoon. The 3rd round will start promptly at 2:30 p.m. The elderly man hosting the event raised his voice. Call. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. The duel that morning had a huge impact on them. Some had their hands cut off, some were stabbed dozens of times and covered in blood, and 3 people from Dongying Kingdom died. Mood value plus 433. Zhang Muxue also breathed a sigh of relief. She used to think the fights on TV were really exciting, but now she realizes how bloody and brutal real battles can be. Tang Yin, shall we have lunch together? Zhang Muxue said to Tang Yin. Tang Yin nodded. Let's eat together. But after watching the game this morning, can you still eat? Mood value plus 425. She did feel nauseous and vomiting. So even at lunchtime, she could only eat light meals. I'm fine, I can eat. Zhang Muxue said. Qin Yang said. Ouyang, you should come too. Otherwise, Tang Yin will just be a big 3rd wheel. Okay. Ouyang Wu nodded with a smile. The crowd left the basketball court one after another. The Chinese viewers were all in high spirits. Although it was rather bloody, all the dead were Japanese. Xia Peng was on the verge of death when Qin Yang saved him. Baka, that Qin Yang deserves to die. As Qin Yang and his group left the pavilion, Dongying Kingdom cursed alone. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. They went out, but less than 100 meters away, his mental energy was still monitoring the situation of the people of Dongying Kingdom. If it weren't for Qin Yang, they would have lost people too, and we wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat this morning. We must kill Qin Yang. Our advantage lies in the late stage of Dark Force. We will definitely win this afternoon against martial artists who have reached the peak of Dark Force. The people of Dongying Kingdom were buzzing with discussion. Qin Yang frowned slightly. The advantage lies in the late stage and the peak of Dark Force? Then it seems the duel this afternoon will likely be even more intense. People might die here in China too. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. Someone quickly walked towards Qin Yang and his group. Qin Yang stopped, and a man approached. Mr. Qin, I am Xia Peng's uncle, Xia Ziyuan. Our Xia family is extremely grateful for your saving of Xia Peng. Xia Peng's parents went to the hospital and couldn't come to thank me right away, so I thank you first. My brother and his family will come to express their sincere gratitude later. The man bowed as he spoke. Qin Yang quickly replied, President Xia, it was nothing at all. Xia Ziyuan. Mr. Qin, it may be a small favor for you, but it is a life-saving grace for Xia Peng, and a great favor for our Xia family. Our Xia family will remember this. Qin Yang, how is Xia Peng doing now? Xia Ziyuan nodded. He's relatively stable. He's already had a blood transfusion, and the doctor said his life has been saved. Without your treatment, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Thank you. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It's good that he's all right. He has a lot of swords and knives on him. I'll give you a prescription later. You can use the prescription to get the medicine and apply it to him. The scars left behind should fade a lot in the future. Xia Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Mr. Qin, thank you. I won't bother you any longer. After Xia Ziyuan left, Ouyang Wu said, Old Qin, the Xia family owes you a huge favor this time. The Xia family's favor is very valuable. What's the background of the Xia family? Qin Yang inquired. Ouyang Wu, the Xia family has relatively little assets, not even as much as our family, probably not even 1 billion, but the Xia family has a strong presence in the military. Xia Peng's grandfather was a general. He was a high-ranking general with real power. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. The 9th Security Bureau is not part of the military system, and he has no connections within the military. It would be good to make up for this shortcoming. He will have to deal with the military in the future. He now owns a military factory. The products produced can only be sold to the military. Qin Yang and his group arrived at the restaurant shortly afterward. Jiang Muxue felt nauseous upon seeing the meat and vegetables in the picture. Ouyang, why don't you and Tang Yin sit at the same table? You can order whatever you want. Mu Shui and I will have vegetarian lunch. Qin Yang said. Tang Yin, I don't want to eat meat for lunch either. It's good to eat vegetables for lunch. I've gained some weight recently. A look of regret appeared in Ouyang Wu's eyes. He naturally had no objection to dining alone with Tang Yin. Let's eat together. I'm fine with being a vegetarian. Ouyang Wu Dao. An hour later, Qin Yang and the others finished eating. Wife, why don't you not go see it this afternoon? Wait for me at the hotel. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Jiang Muxue shook her head repeatedly. Honey, I want to go. If you're going to play, I'll definitely have to watch. And I also need to get used to such bloody scenes. Jiang Muxue knew that she had a high chance of becoming a superhuman in the future, and that she might also be involved in combat. What if you don't even dare to look at it in the future? Honey, are you sure? Sure. Jiang Muxue nodded firmly. At 2 p.m., Qin Yang and his group returned to the basketball court. A group of people walked towards Qin Yang. Brother Qin, they all want to get to know you. Xiaoyi smiled. Qin Yang's gaze swept over the many people who were coming from the distance. Most of them had the cultivation level of the late stage of Dark Force and the perfection of Dark Force. Brother Qin, I went to the hospital to see Xiapeng. He's fine now. Your medical skills are amazing. I might have to play some games later, so you'll have to look after me, Brother Qin. A young man in his late 20s said. Qin Yang laughed and said, I'm only 25 years old, so I should be younger than you. You don't need to call me Brother Qin, just call me by my name. The young man quickly said, No, that won't do. Your cultivation at the peak of internal energy is better than mine, and your medical skills are also so strong. It's perfectly reasonable for me to call you Brother Qin. Brother Qin, I'll probably be playing too. If I get seriously injured, I hope you can save my life. A young man who had mastered internal strength said. Brother Qin, how about we have dinner together tonight? Brother Qin, everyone started to speak. Chapter 233 Qin Yang joins the battle. Qin Yang said, Everyone, as far as I know, the late stage and perfect stage Dark Force martial artists from Dongying Kingdom are much stronger than the early stage and mid-stage Dark Force martial artists. The battles to come are likely to be even more brutal. In a normal duel, we would most likely lose someone. Tuoba phone. Qin Yang, is your information reliable? Qin Yang nodded slightly. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. The fighting in the morning was already brutal. It would be terrifying if the fighting in the afternoon were even more brutal. Brother Qin, is there something you're thinking? Xiaoyi spoke up. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, who said, They really want to kill me. If I suggest that we add a partner for each match, and I play in every match, they should agree. Tuoba Feng's expression changed, and he said, Qin Yang, although you have the cultivation of perfect internal strength, your internal energy will be consumed. It will be very dangerous for you to fight every match. That won't do. Qin Yang, I have great confidence in myself. If you are injured and need emergency treatment, I can provide it immediately. Tuoba Feng frowned deeply. No. Qin Yang, this is too risky. You're going to fight 6 times. Can you guarantee you'll defeat your opponent extremely quickly every time? Qin Yang, I believe I can. People from Dongying Kingdom walked in at this moment, and soon many people noticed that the number of Dongying Kingdom contestants had increased, and there were several new faces among them. How arrogant! A young man from Dongying Kingdom sneered. Qin Yang, we heard what you said. Adding a partner for each match? We, the Dongying Kingdom, have no objection. Qin Yang and his group looked at the people from Dongying Kingdom. Xiao Yi and the others' expressions changed slightly. They also saw new faces in the opposing team, and those people gave them a rather dangerous feeling. There's a hidden secret ahead of Dongying Kingdom. Their internal strength is indeed stronger in the later stages when it reaches perfection. Qinyang, you really played in every single game? Mitsui Takuma said loudly. Qinyang said, I do have that idea, but we also need the other players on our side to agree. If they have no objections, I will play in every match. Mitsui Takuma, we in the Eastern Sakura Kingdom have no objection. If you die, you can replace you with someone else. If you want more people to die, we'll grant your wish. Several elderly men approached Qinyang. Xiaoqin, your strength should be quite good, but you are only at the peak of Dark Force. They actually had a hidden strength, and there are 6 martial artists at the peak of Dark Force. It's probably not appropriate for you to keep going like this. An old man spoke up. Qinyang, old song, please believe me. My wife is here, and my baby is only a month old. I wouldn't take any risks if I wasn't sure. It will definitely be much safer for everyone if I go up. The people of Dongying Kingdom are all very angry because of my treatment of Xiaopeng. I would feel bad if someone on our side died. One of the older men looked at Jiang Muxue and said, President Jiang, why don't you try to persuade Qinyang? This is no joke. Jiang Muxue, I make the decisions on small matters in our family, but my husband can make the decisions on big matters. I believe him. Jiang Muxue was not happy at all. Qinyang is an SS-level cultivator. How could I possibly lose to someone at the peak of the Dark Force level? Qinyang, what are you dawdling for? Time is almost up. Hurry up and decide whether you want to do this or not. A young martial artist from the Eastern Cherry Kingdom shouted loudly. He was one of the newcomers, possessing perfected internal strength cultivation. Qinyang, everyone, is this settled? One-on-one is too dangerous. I estimate that more than one person will die, and even those who survive will be covered in wounds. The crowd looked at each other. In the end, no one objected. Qinyang is strong, skilled in medicine, rich, has children, and a beautiful wife. He shouldn't take unnecessary risks. That's settled then. An elderly man from China said in a deep voice. The people of Dongying Kingdom were overjoyed. Before they came, they were thinking about how to provoke Qinyang, but they never expected that Qinyang would actually jump into the fire pit on his own initiative. Brother Qin, shall we team up for the first match? Xiao Yi stepped forward. Qinyang smiled and said, sure. Soon the first match began, with Qinyang, Xiao Yi, and 2 martial artists from Dongying Kingdom arriving on the arena. Mood value plus 430. Jiang Muxue's heart raced. She knew Qinyang was definitely not in danger, but she was still a little nervous when he went on stage to face the enemy. Qinyang, you will die by my hand. One of the warriors from the Eastern Cherry Kingdom drew his sword. He possesses perfected internal strength cultivation. Qinyang, Xiao Yi, he is my opponent. You'll be fighting the other one, so you don't need to worry about that. Xiao Yi nodded. Although Qinyang had not shown much strength, and his displayed strength might even be slightly weaker than Tuoba Feng's, Xiao Yi had an inexplicable confidence in Qinyang. Kill. Xiao Yi charged toward his opponent. The martial artist from Dongying Kingdom, who had reached the pinnacle of internal strength, charged towards Qinyang. Good timing. Qinyang met the attack with his bare hands. Court death. A cold glint flashed in Qinyang's opponent's eyes. His sharp samurai sword slashed towards Qinyang. Watch out for my hidden weapon. Qinyang shouted loudly. His opponent's blade momentarily halted, and Qinyang instantly accelerated, closing the distance. The next second, Qinyang delivered a powerful punch, his fist slamming into his opponent's wrist. Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Qinyang broke his opponent's wrist with a single punch. The sword in the opponent's hand fell to the ground. Die! Qinyang kicked the hilt of the samurai sword, and the tip of the sword immediately shot towards Qinyang's opponent. Puff! The sharp samurai sword pierced through. No! Qinyang's opponent stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that he had been defeated so easily. He had only shown a tiny flaw when Qinyang seized upon it and easily killed him. Mood value plus 435. Jiang Muxue looked at Qinyang with delight. Brother Qin is awesome. Brother Qin has an amazing grasp of timing. His opponent's knife only paused for a moment before he seized the opportunity. Many viewers were discussing it. The faces of the people from Dongying Kingdom turned ashen. At the very beginning, one of their martial artists who had reached the peak of the Dark Force realm had actually died. The death of someone in the early or middle stages of internal strength is acceptable, but they should have no chance of becoming a master of internal strength. Those who reach the pinnacle of internal strength at a young age have a high probability of becoming grandmasters of external strength with continued effort. They didn't just kill a young martial artist who had reached the peak of internal strength, but a future master of external strength. Xiaoyi, you guys keep fighting. Would you like me to take some close-up photos of you? Qin Yang took out his phone and said with a smile. Xiaoyi laughed and said, then I'll trouble you to take a good picture of me. He was completely relieved. Qin Yang has reached the peak of his internal strength, while his opponent is at the late stage of internal strength. Their victory is a foregone conclusion. Xiaoyi's opponent's mentality began to crumble. How can he fight Qin Yang and the other two by himself? You cannot admit defeat or surrender within 3 minutes. He already had one foot in the grave. Snap! Qin Yang leisurely took photos with his phone. Chapter 234, I am a grandmaster of internal energy. Xiaoyi, shifting this sword 3 inches to the left will be more effective. This sword strike. As Qin Yang took photos, he gave pointers. Xiaoyi quickly realized that if he followed Qin Yang's instructions, his opponent would indeed have a more difficult time. I surrender. 2 minutes later, Xiaoyi's opponent shouted. He was under too much pressure. Xiaoyi's attack had seriously injured him, and with 3 minutes left, he knew that Qin Yang would definitely make a move, and if Qin Yang did, he would die. The time is not up yet. The old man presiding over the duel said in a deep voice. Xiaoyi, there's only half a minute left. I'm about to make my move. Qin Yang said. Xiaoyi's opponent's expression changed. He focused most of his attention on Qin Yang. Just then Xiaoyi's sword shot out like a venomous snake. Puff! Xiaoyi's opponent was stabbed in the chest. His heart was pierced by Xiaoyi's sword. Snap! That was a great sword strike, awesome. Qin Yang chuckled as he took photos. Xiaoyi sheathed his sword, and his opponent fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in death, unable to close them in peace. Baka! The crowd below the stage in Dongying Kingdom was furious. Both of the two who took the stage this time died. Moreover, one was at the late stage of Dark Force and the other at the peak of Dark Force. They might both become grandmasters of Transformation Force in the future. Thanks, Brother Qin. Xiaoyi smiled. His opponent was not weak. Even if he could win a normal one-on-one fight, he would be seriously injured. He killed his opponent without taking any damage. Qin Yang, I took a lot of photos. I'll send them to you later. Don't you have to treat me to a meal? Absolutely. Xiaoyi nodded with a smile. The two chatted and laughed, infuriating everyone in Dongying Kingdom. I'll go next. I'll kill Qin Yang. One of the young men, whose internal strength was at its peak, said in a cold voice. Terashima, you can go ahead, but be careful and don't be fooled by Qin Yang's tricks. His methods just now didn't work on me. I don't speak Mandarin, so no matter what he says, I won't be affected. The second duel began soon after. Brother Qin, please take good care of me later. The young man from China who came on stage smiled and said, Qin Yang, I'll take a picture of you when I'm done with my work. Their words were translated, and the two young men from Dongying Kingdom who came on stage looked very unhappy. They were being completely disregarded. Kill. The two charged directly at Qin Yang and his group. Behold my hidden weapon. Qin Yang shouted loudly. His opponent was unaffected and continued forward. Puff. A throwing knife flew out of Qin Yang's hand, accurately piercing his opponent's throat. Qin Yang's opponent's eyes widened. How could there really be hidden weapons? Qin Yang shook his head. I've already reminded you. Don't you understand Chinese? You're suffering because you're uncultured. Haha. Many audience members laughed. Mood value plus 430. Zhang Muxue smiled wryly. Her husband was too mischievous. This duel was becoming rather comical. Dude, go for it. I'll take your picture. Qin Yang took out his phone again. Qin Yang's partner. He felt like he had one foot in the grave. 2.5 minutes passed quickly. Qin Yang's partner failed to defeat the opponent. Qin Yang said, Dude, it's almost 3 minutes. I'm going to make my move. Let's take him down together. Good. Qin Yang's partner nodded. His opponent was stronger than him. If Qin Yang hadn't been there, he would have been seriously injured. Brother Matsuyama, run away. Just hold on for another half a minute. A young man from Dongying Kingdom shouted loudly from below the stage. The young man from Dongying Kingdom on the stage immediately fled, but Qin Yang approached him even faster. Snap! Qin Yang punched the man in the back. Bang, bang. After the first punch, Qin Yang delivered 2 more heavy blows. The young man from Dongying Kingdom, who had been punched 3 times, collapsed, coughing up blood and nearing death. Brother Feng, when you fought with Brother Qin yesterday, Brother Qin's punches didn't seem as heavy as they are now. A person standing next to Tuoba Feng said. Tuoba Feng nodded. He held back. His fist technique is much more powerful than mine. Even if I used my sword, I might not be able to defeat Qin Yang. Brother Qin, thank you. The young man from China on the stage laughed. His opponent was much stronger than him, but luckily Qin Yang was there with him. Otherwise he would have been in trouble. You could even die in the ring. You're welcome. Come find me on WeChat later, and I'll send you all the photos I took. Qin Yang said with a smile. Good. The young man went down happily. Although he hadn't killed his opponent, he was already very satisfied that he had been able to participate and come out unharmed. Qin Yang looked in the direction of the people from Dongying Kingdom. Who will die next? The people you sent out weren't very strong. I didn't even have to move around much, and I used up very little internal energy. Qin Yang smiled and said. The people from Dongying Kingdom all looked solemn. Qin Yang had shown great strength, and they weren't sure if the third group could win. What? You're too scared to go up. You cowards! Why did you even come to challenge us? Qin Yang said disdainfully. I'll do it. A young man who had reached the peak of internal strength stepped forward. He was fast and confident that he could hold Qin Yang off first, wait for his partner to take care of Qin Yang's partner, and then they would kill Qin Yang together. Tsuruta, I'm with you. Another young man from the Eastern Cherry Kingdom stepped forward. Although all of them who went on stage died, they still couldn't take Qin Yang's provocation. Moreover, they felt that Qin Yang had won by a trick, and that if they were careful, they might be able to beat Qin Yang as well. The third game started quickly. Qin Yang's opponent ran away from the start, and while running, he also attacked Qin Yang with hidden weapons. Using hidden weapons, is that it? Behold my hidden weapon! Qin Yang shouted loudly. His opponent quickly prepared to dodge. Qin Yang made his move, but his hidden weapon didn't attack this opponent. Instead, it was shot at someone else. Puff! Another young man from Dongying country was caught. Qin Yang's hidden weapon struck him precisely in the chest. Qin Yang, you cheated. A Japanese man from the east spoke angrily in the audience. Qin Yang laughed and said, What are you saying? We're 2 against 2 now, not 2 against 1. Who says I can't attack the other person? The people of Dongying Kingdom. Dude, we're 2 against 1 now, let's kill him. Qin Yang and his partner said, Brother Qin, I'll cooperate with you. In a 2-on-1 situation, Qin Yang was stronger, and the outcome was predictable. Their opponent died quickly. Cool. No wonder Qin Yang suggested a partner. I was very tense watching it this morning, and I thought it would be even more bloody and cruel in the afternoon, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The Chinese audience around him was very happy. The people of Dongying Kingdom felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten rat droppings. Qin Yang looked at them. Mr. Yamamoto, the next duel is for those who have reached the peak of Dark Force. You only have 3 of you left who have reached the peak of Dark Force. Are you going to pair a fully developed Dark Strength Cultivator with a late-game Dark Strength Cultivator to fight us? Qin Yang said with a smile. The people of Dongying Kingdom. Are you not allowed to team up with a master at the early stage of the Transformation Realm? I have the cultivation level of Transformation Realm. As Qin Yang spoke, his aura instantly intensified. He revealed his cultivation level at the early stage of the Transformation Realm. Chapter 235's Rank Hidden Weapon Skills. Many people stared blankly at Qin Yang. Is Qin Yang a Grandmaster of Internal Energy Transformation? Wow, sister-in-law, old Qin has become a Grandmaster of Internal Energy? Ouyang Wu couldn't believe it. Jiang Muxuan nodded slightly. I think so. Tuoba Feng's eyes widened. He still wanted to have a good spar with Qin Yang. Qin Yang was a Grandmaster of Transformation, and he was a perfected master of Dark Force, so wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Qin Yang, you cheated. How can you, a Grandmaster of Internal Energy, participate in a duel? A young man from Dongying Kingdom said angrily. Qin Yang looked at the young man from Dongying Kingdom. I cheated? The rules only require that the person be under 30 years old, but there are no restrictions on the cultivation level of the partner. You can also send in any Grandmaster-level experts under the age of 30. The young man who spoke was furious. The rest of the people from Dongying were also furious. 6 people died in the last 3 matches, and all of their deaths can be attributed to Qin Yang. Qin Yang was actually a Grandmaster of Internal Energy. Wasn't it already certain that those 6 people were doomed to die? Qin Yang is an invincible master of Internal Energy Transformation. No wonder Brother Qin said he wanted to be his partner. It turns out he's a master of Internal Energy Transformation. He has absolute confidence in him. Xiao smiled and said. A person nearby said, "It's a good thing this happened, otherwise we might have had some deaths this afternoon. Those guys from Dongying Kingdom who are at the late stage of Dark Force are quite powerful." The people around nodded. "Qinyong, you just said we could be partners at the Grandmaster level?" Takuma Mitsui's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Qinyong, that's what I just said, but I meant the early stage of the transformation realm. I'm just a young man. You can't possibly send someone who's a mid to late stage transformation realm expert to my aid, can you?" Mitsui Takuma said, "We agree. Do the rest of you in China agree with this opinion?" The elderly man hosting the event announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a 15-minute intermission." Qinyong came out of the arena. Xiao Yi and many of his companions quickly gathered around. A Grandmaster of Internal Energy said with a solemn expression, "Qinyong, you have become a Grandmaster of Internal Energy at such a young age, which is commendable, but isn't this plan too risky?" Among them are experts at the early stage of the transformation realm. Each of them has lived for a long time and has very rich combat experience. Another Grandmaster of Internal Energy asked, "Qinyong, have you ever fought against a Grandmaster of Internal Energy?" Qinyong shook his head. "I have never fought against a Grandmaster of Internal Energy. But don't worry, I'm still confident." Worry was evident in everyone's eyes. Qinyong has never fought against a Grandmaster of Transformation Realm, so he may not even know how powerful the other Grandmasters of Transformation Realm are. "Qinyong, if everyone is worried about casualties, then we won't team up. I'll spar directly with their Grandmaster of Internal Energy. I think they'll agree to that plan." Tuoba Feng, "Qinyong, I believe in you. I have perfected the dark strength, and I can try partnering with you." Qinyong looked at Tuoba Feng and smiled. "Brother Feng, you trust me that much? You're already very powerful with your internal strength at its peak. It would be a real pity if you died up there." Tuoba Feng said, "Qinyong, you became a Grandmaster of Internal Energy at the age of 25. Isn't your future much brighter than mine? If you're not afraid, why should I be? Just make sure you take a good picture of me later." Qinyong nodded. "Leave it to me." An old man said with a very solemn expression, "Qinyong, you are so young and you are already a Grandmaster of Internal Energy. We don't want anything to happen to you. Are you really confident?" Qinyong nodded. The old man took a deep breath and said, "Then for the first match, you and Tuoba Feng will try it out. If you can't win, try to last 3 minutes. When the time is up, admit defeat. Admitting defeat is not shameful. Surviving is the most important thing." Qinyong nodded. "Everyone, I'm going to talk to my wife." Qinyong emerged from the crowd and went to Jiang Mushue's side. "Husband." Jiang Mushue hugged Qinyong. Mood value plus 436. Qinyong kissed Jiang Mushue's forehead. "Wife, don't worry, I'll be fine. I just killed a few of them. Did that scare you?" Jiang Mushue shook her head. "No. Honey, I thought you looked really handsome up there just now. I took some pictures of you. We'll develop them later." She brought a camera with her. "I just took a lot of photos." Qinyong chuckled and said, "That's good. Otherwise, Xiao Yi and the others will show off in front of me with those photos later." Some people in the distant eastern Sakura Kingdom were furious. "I'll go up in a bit. I will crush Qinyang's bones inch by inch." A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s grinned maliciously. "Miyazaki-kun, Qinyang dared to provoke us. He must be confident. You must not be careless just because he is young." An old man said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man, named Miyazaki Ayumi, nodded and said, "Don't worry, he has already killed several of us. I will definitely not be careless and will do my best to kill him." The others nodded. They had a lot of confidence in Miyazaki Ayumi. Although Miyazaki Ayumi wasn't the strongest among them at the early stage of the transformation realm, she had practiced hard Qigong and had a very strong defense. It's relatively safer for him to handle it. "System, shouldn't I have reached 10,000 emotion points by now?" Qinyong asked in his mind. "Host, it's full." "Qinyong, I'll spend 10,000 emotion points to try my luck at the lottery." "System, I'm participating in a duel, and something might happen to me. Just give me any SS level reward." "System, is it still dangerous for an SS level expert to fight a martial artist in the early stage of the transformation realm?" Qinyang's martial arts are all at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. His physique is even stronger, reaching the level of the late stage of the transformation realm. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. Your hidden weapon skill has been upgraded to S level. A flood of information rushed into Qinyang's mind. Qinyang was taken aback. I actually got the skill of throwing weapons, not bad at all. If he uses his mental energy to shoot hidden weapons, his accuracy is decent, but when he uses internal force, it's just so-so. He's okay against those with perfect internal strength, but not enough against masters of external strength. Qin Yang's fist technique is a level. His sword technique is S level, but he has never acquired any skills in hidden weapons before. The technique of using hidden weapons is still part of the fighting style. There are so many different kinds of hidden weapons, Qin Yang thought to himself. Previously, he used hidden weapons in a straightforward manner. After obtaining the S-level hidden weapon skill, his hidden weapons can now turn and even accelerate twice midway through their trajectory. His speed in launching hidden weapons will also be greatly increased. Attention everyone, the fourth round of the duel is about to begin. The elderly man hosting the event raised his voice. Honey, I'm going now. Qin Yang smiled. Mood value plus 433. Jiang Mushua, honey, you can do it. When Qin Yang arrived at Tuoba Feng's side, Tuoba Feng said, Qin Yang, I originally wanted to spar with you, but you've already become a grandmaster of internal energy. I'm no match for you. Qin Yang, brother Feng, you cultivated on your own, while I got lucky. You're no worse than me. Tuochuo Feng said, not everyone can become a grandmaster of transformation realm like you by receiving inheritance and improvement, and martial arts skills cannot be passed on to you. You're good. Two people from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom walked over. One of the young men sneered. Qin Yang is indeed powerful, but you will all be dead soon. Dead people are useless no matter how powerful they are. Chapter 236 Qin Yang versus Miyazaki Ayumi. Tuoba Feng stared at the young man who had spoken. Qin Yang, you just focus on dealing with that grandmaster of internal energy. I'll handle this arrogant guy. Qin Yang nodded. The elderly man presiding over the competition announced loudly. Attention everyone, the first duel of the fourth round is now beginning. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Qin Yang and the others charged toward their opponents. Good timing. A cold glint flashed in Miyazaki Ayumi's eyes. Qin Yang used his fist, and he used his fist as well. Their fists collided head-on and precisely. Boom! A dull sound rang out. Uncle Miyazaki's lips twitched. He had practiced hard Qigong and had strong defensive capabilities. He thought he would definitely have the upper hand in this fight, but after the battle, he felt his fists were very painful. He didn't gain any advantage in this exchange of punches. He actually practiced hard Qigong. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Miyazaki Ayumi's defense is quite good, but he is at the late stage of the body transformation realm. If Miyazaki Ayumi and he were to fight each other in terms of defense, he would make Miyazaki Ayumi question her life. I'd like to see how many punches you can take. A sharp glint flashed in Miyazaki Ayumi's eyes. Since Qin Yang's strength was enhanced through the transfer of internal energy, his internal strength is quite good, but his physical strength needs to be gradually honed. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Yang and Miyazaki Ayumi exchanged blows, each punch carrying immense power, producing a series of muffled sounds. Mood value plus 436. Jiang Mushua looked at Qin Yang and the others nervously. She knew Qin Yang would definitely win. But Qin Yang is an SS-level superhuman. If they attack each other like this, will Qin Yang's body be unable to withstand it? Clang! Whoosh! The battle on Tuoba Feng's side was also fierce. Tuoba Feng was using a sword while his opponent was using a knife, and both of them were frantically attacking each other with their weapons. A minute passed quickly. Qin Yang and Miyazaki Ayumi have already exchanged dozens of punches. Qin Yang held back. Otherwise, Miyazaki Ayumi wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Even without using her mental power, Qin Yang's strength would be much greater. How could that be? Ayumi Miyazaki still has some doubts about life. He was injured after being punched dozens of times by Qin Yang, and he felt pain all over his body. What's wrong with Qin Yang? His defenses seem to be no weaker than mine. Miyazaki Ayumi thought to herself. He continued to exchange blows with Qin Yang, feeling that it was not easy for him to bear, and Qin Yang probably felt the same way. Was he going to back down prematurely? Brother Qin is so strong. Ayumi Miyazaki has been a master of internal energy for quite some time now, yet Qin Yang has been able to fight him head-on for so long. Brother Qin is definitely a grandmaster of internal energy. Xiao Yi and some of his companions whispered among themselves. 2 minutes passed quickly. Miyazaki Ayumi's face showed pain. He was about to reach his limit after fighting Qin Yang for so long. I'm not playing with you anymore. I still have things to do. Qin Yang spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated several meters, and a throwing knife flew out of his hand at lightning speed. Not good. Miyazaki Ayumi was terrified. After taking many punches, his defenses weakened, his body ached, and his reaction speed decreased significantly. Puff! The throwing knife pierced Miyazaki Ayumi's abdomen. Uft! Uft! The second and third throwing knives arrived quickly. Miyazaki Ayumi's body stiffened as the third knife struck his throat. Ayumi Miyazaki covered her throat. Blood kept gushing out from between his fingers. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was a grandmaster of internal energy, and he had come to watch the battle. He never expected that he would die in a foreign land. Call. Qin Yang breathed a long sigh of relief. He was obviously acting on purpose. He can't let the people of Dongying think he's having an easy time, otherwise they might not play again. Xiao Yi, throw the phone to me. Qin Yang said to Xiao Yi. He brought his phone with him during the previous duel, but during the last duel, he asked Xiao Yi to keep it for him. Brother Qin, catch it. Xiao Yi tossed his phone away. Qin Yang caught it. Brother phone, let me take a picture of you. You'd better hurry up. If you can't deal with him in half a minute, I'll have to take care of him myself. Tuoba Feng attacked with confidence and boldness. He was initially worried that Qin Yang would fail, but Qin Yang defeated his opponent in just 2 minutes. Snap! Snap! Qin Yang took close-up photos from the side. Tuoba Feng's opponents are starting to lose their composure. His strength was already slightly weaker, and now that Qin Yang has won, it will be very difficult for him to last more than 3 minutes. Half a minute passed quickly. Behold my hidden weapon, Qin Yang said loudly in Japanese. The young man from Dongying Kingdom was greatly alarmed, and most of his attention instantly focused on Qin Yang. Puff! Tuoba Feng seized the opportunity. His sword pierced his opponent's chest. There are no hidden weapons, I was just kidding, Qin Yang said in Japanese. Tuoba Feng's opponent. You will die too, and I will wait for you on the road to the underworld. Tuoba Feng drew his sword, and his opponent staggered and fell to the ground. Qin Yang, thank you. Tuoba Feng looked at Qin Yang and said with a smile. If Qin Yang hadn't just affected his opponent, he knew he would have had a hard time seizing an opportunity to kill him. Brother Feng, I didn't do anything, Qin Yang said with a smile. The two left the arena chatting and laughing, while the people from Dongying Kingdom seemed to be spitting fire in their eyes. Qin Yang, what are you doing down here? The second duel of the 4th round is about to begin, Mitsui Takuma said loudly. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Mr. Mitsui, don't be in such a hurry. Can't you take a break between the 2 matches? Are you sure you want to continue? You've lost a grandmaster of internal energy. Why don't you just admit defeat? Mitsui Takuma, we can't give up. Qin Yang, you promised to fight 6 rounds. You're not going to chicken out now, are you? Qin Yang said calmly, of course not. But let me tell you, my greatest strength isn't my fist technique. If you want to continue, you'd better think it over, hee. Many people went to Qin Yang's side. Qin Yang, are you alright? Qin Yang also took quite a few punches from Miyazaki Ayumi. Is he alright? One by one, the Huajin grandmasters from the Chinese side inquired. Qin Yang took a deep breath. It's alright, I can handle it. Killing 2 more grandmasters of internal energy is no problem. If they dare to come at me, they'll definitely be doomed. Is there anyone else who wants to partner with me? If not, I'll do it myself. A young man with perfected internal strength said, Brother Qin, I'll do it. Brother Qin, you'll have to look after me later. Brother Qin, I can do it too. I can do it too. The other young man who had reached the peak of internal strength also spoke. Qin Yang laughed and said, you guys decide. I'm going to rest for a bit. Miyazaki Ayumi's punches are pretty heavy. Mood value plus 333. Jiang Mushue squeezed next to Qin Yang. She hugged Qin Yang, her eyes brimming with tears. Qin Yang sent a message. Wife, don't worry. Others may not know, but you know the situation, right? I'm faking it, otherwise how can I keep them in suspense? Honey, are you really okay? The other person's punch was very heavy. Jiang Mushue thought to herself. Qin Yang, relax, relax, I'm really fine. Chapter 237 Qin Yang is injured. Qin Yang was punched over 100 times by Miyazaki Koen. Everyone knows how heavy Miyazaki Koen's punches are, so Qin Yang is definitely not feeling well right now. Qin Yang said that his most powerful skill is not his boxing, but he is probably just bluffing to intimidate us. Now is the best time to kill Qin Yang. If he doesn't die, he will definitely become a major threat in the future. The group from Dongying Kingdom were communicating in hushed tones in Japanese. They quickly realized they had to continue. Qin Yang must have been quite exhausted just now, and they refused to believe that they couldn't defeat him under these circumstances. 5 minutes will soon pass. Honey, here you go. Jiang Muxue picked up a sword and handed it to Qin Yang. This sword was a treasure given to him by Du Chongming. Qin Yang originally kept it in his system space, but this time he brought it out openly. Honey, I'll take care of them right away. Qin Yang smiled and said. He took the sword and walked towards the entrance. Qin Yang soon spotted the people from Dongying Kingdom. He said calmly, You'd better think this through. I didn't use any weapons before, but now I will. You will die. Someone translated this for the 2 men from Dongying Kingdom who were preparing to make a move. Hearing Qin Yang's words, their confidence soared. In their view, Qin Yang was bluffing. Qin Yang, don't even think about scaring us away. The warriors of our Eastern Cherry Empire will never back down. The younger man among the two said coldly. Qin Yang shook his head. You're courting death. Since you want to die, we'll grant your wish right now. Soon, Qin Yang and his 3 companions entered the venue. Qin Yang's partner was a little nervous. Qin Yang had taken a lot of punches in the last round, and he was unsure whether they could win this round. Brother Qin, I'll come help you if I win. Qin Yang's partner took a deep breath and said. Qin Yang laughed and said, Brother Zheng, don't worry, I can win. Your most important thing is to ensure your own safety. Qin Yang's partner, Zheng Qi, nodded. The elderly man presiding over the competition announced loudly, Contestants, prepare yourselves. The second duel of the 4th round is about to begin. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Qin Yang's opponent immediately drew his knife and attacked him. Qin Yang drew his sword, and Tuoba Feng stared intently at him. Qin Yang said his swordsmanship was stronger, but I don't know if that's true. Die! Qin Yang's opponent attacked in the blink of an eye. The sharp samurai sword carried a powerful aura, as if it would cleave Qin Yang in 2. Qin Yang raised his arm. He blocked his opponent's knife with his arm, and at the same time, his sword flashed out like lightning. Clang! Puff! Qin Yang's opponent looked surprised. He never expected Qin Yang to defend like this, and moreover, Qin Yang's sword was incredibly fast. His throat was pierced by Qin Yang's sword. You'll die if I tell you. Qin Yang kicked his opponent away, and when he lowered his hand, blood flowed down his arm. Mood value plus 340. Husband! Jiang Muxue exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yang's voice echoed in her mind. Don't worry, wife. I got injured on purpose. Otherwise, Dongying Kingdom might not have participated in the last round. Jiang Muxue anxiously sent a message. Husband, but there's a lot of blood flowing from your hand. The wound on your arm must be quite large. Qin Yang, if it's just a small wound, they won't fall for it. After all, so many of their people have died. Don't worry, with my physique, this is just a minor injury. Mood value plus 342. Jiang Muxue's eyes were still full of worry. Blood was still dripping from Qin Yang's hand. Old Qin, are you alright? Brother Qin, are you alright? Ouyang Wu, Xiao Yi, and the others also shouted loudly. Qin Yang tapped his left arm a few times with his right hand. Don't worry, with my medical skills, this is just a minor injury. Brother Zheng, it's not convenient for me to take pictures of you right now. Let me help you deal with him as soon as possible. Zheng Qi. Brother Qin, why don't you just stay and watch from the sidelines? I can handle him. I'll help you deal with him. I need to get my wound bandaged. A throwing knife appeared in Qin Yang's hand. It's over. Fear flashed in Zheng Qi's opponent's eyes. Zheng Qi's strength was no weaker than his. How could he defend against Qin Yang's flying knives while dealing with Zheng Qi's attacks? Qin Yang made his move. Puff! The throwing knife grazed past Zheng Qi's opponent's neck, leaving him with only a minor injury. But Zheng Qi almost died from Qin Yang's knife. The throwing knife flew past Zheng Qi's ear. Brother Zheng, I'm so sorry. I'll try again. Qin Yang then made another move. Puff! This time, the throwing knife finally hit its target, piercing Zheng Qi's opponent's chest, just a hair's breadth from his heart. But this strike had already severely injured the target. Puff! Zheng Qi quickly added insult to injury. Brother Qin, are you alright? Zheng Qi looked at Qin Yang and said. Qin Yang's face looked somewhat pale. Qin Yang shook his head. It's alright. I can kill another Grandmaster of Internal Energy without any problem. I'll go down and get bandaged up first. Qin Yang arrived at the foot of the arena very quickly. Husband, Jiang Muxue said in a trembling voice. She slowly took off Qin Yang's coat. A half-centimeter thick curved steel plate was tied to Qin Yang's left forearm. The steel plate was cut open, and Qin Yang's left arm was cut into it to a depth of nearly 1 centimeter. Mood value plus 450. Husband, sob. Jiang Mushua burst into tears. Qin Yang comforted her. Honey, I'm fine. This little injury is nothing to a martial artist. Move aside, Dr. Shun, please stitch me up. No anesthesia. Good. An elderly doctor standing nearby nodded. He deftly took out the suturing instruments. Qin Yang, just bear with it. It will hurt more without anesthesia. Qin Yang nodded. Dr. Shin stitched him up. With Qin Yang's mental strength and powerful physique, this pain was nothing, but he used his internal energy to force out a lot of cold sweat. Qin Yang, all done. 2 minutes later, Dr. Shun breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yang nodded. Dr. Shin quickly bandaged Qin Yang's wound. 5 minutes had passed by the time the wound was treated. Qin Yang stood up. He coldly glanced at the approaching people from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom and said, Mr. Mitsui, have you come here to surrender and admit defeat? Mitsui Takuma said with a forced smile, Mr. Qin, you're joking. We came here because it's almost time, specifically to remind you. You said you'd play in all 6 shows. You won't go back on your word, will you? Qin Yang sneered, of course not. Although I am injured, it is still not a problem for me to take down another Grandmaster of Internal Energy. Takuma Mitsui, is there anyone who would like to partner with you? The people around were somewhat subdued. Qin Yang's face was pale, and his condition looked bad. The probability of dying if you went with Qin Yang in this situation was not low. Honey, I'll go with you. Jiang Mushua stepped forward and said. Mitsui Takuma looked at Jiang Mushua and said, Ms. Jiang, as far as I know, you are not a martial artist. Jiang Mushua said, Can it be done if they're not martial artists? As long as we have 2 people on our side, it'll be fine, right? Brother Qin, I'll go with you. Brother Qin, I can do it too. 2 young men who had reached the peak of internal strength stepped forward and spoke. If Jiang Mushua, an ordinary person, dares to stand up, how can they, as martial artists, not stand up and save face? Qin Yang squeezed Jiang Mushua's hand and said, Wife, you just stay down here and watch. If you go up there, I'll have to take care of me, and we might die here. Brother Zhao, let me go with you. Soon, Qin Yang and the other 3 arrived at the venue. The duel began quickly. Qin Yang's partner, Zhao Yi, looked very serious. Die. Qin Yang used his full S-level hidden weapon skill, and just when his opponent thought he had dodged it, the hidden weapon Qin Yang shot out suddenly changed direction. The hidden weapon flew out in an arc. Puff. Qin Yang's opponent's eye was hit precisely. The throwing knife sank deep inside. Brother Zhao, should you fight him, or should I take care of him? Qin Yang said with a smile. His pale face visibly regained its color. Everyone stared at Qin Yang in shock. The people of Dongying were dumbfounded. They quickly realized they had been tricked by Qin Yang. Chapter 238 1 verses 20, The advantage lies with me. Qin Yang, you did this on purpose. Takuma Mitsui's face was extremely grim. Qin Yang looked at Mitsui Takuma and smiled. Mr. Mitsui, my hand is genuinely injured. A martial artist from Dongying Kingdom angrily said, with the strength you just displayed, did you need to get injured in the last match? You even deliberately missed the target earlier. You deliberately set us up. Qin Yang chuckled and said, So what if I did it on purpose? Don't you know the principle that all's fair in war? Brother Zhao, they might be trying to stall for time and let your opponent hold out. Let me take care of him. Zhao Yi. Brother Qin, thank you for your help. Puff. Qin Yang's flying knife was thrown instantly. The throwing knife hit its target with extreme precision, and Zhao Yi's opponent fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Qin Yang's skill with hidden weapons is much better than before. In the last match, I thought Qin Yang almost hit his own man, but now it seems that he did it on purpose. He's such a rip-off, but I like it, haha. Many viewers discussed it with delight. The people of Dongying Kingdom were furious. After Qin Yang entered the arena, all of their opponents died, including 3 late-stage Dark Force martial artists, 6 perfect Dark Force martial artists, and 3 Grandmasters of Transformation Force. This loss was devastating. In terms of quantity, they have lost less than half, but in terms of weight, their losses have definitely exceeded half. Mr. Mitsui, didn't you mention a free for all of 20 people? Shall we start the free for all now? Qin Yang smiled and said, Takuma Mitsui. He said coldly, we've lost so many people, including 6 martial artists at the peak of the Dark Force realm. How could we possibly still engage in a chaotic battle with you? Qin Yang said, didn't you say before that the warriors of your Dongying kingdom would never back down? The people of Dongying kingdom had dark faces. They did say that. But in the current situation, if they were to engage in a chaotic battle, wouldn't they be throwing their lives away? Even if Qin Yang didn't participate, their people still wouldn't be able to win. Qin Yang said sarcastically, cowardly retreating in the face of battle. So this is what you call the Bushido spirit. Mitsui Takuma took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, to do something that is known to be impossible is not the act of a wise man. Qin Yang, don't give me that nonsense. A coward is a coward. Since you don't dare to have a 20 versus 20 free-for-all, I'll give you a chance. I can take on all 20 of you by myself. Even those of you in the early stages of the Transformation Realm can participate. There are 4 more Grandmasters of Transformation Realm from Dongying Kingdom, but only one of them has the cultivation level of the early stage of Transformation Realm. The remaining early stage Transformation Realm expert, along with all the Dark Realm level figures, can barely make up 20. You think you can take on all 20 of us by yourself? Mitsui Takuma was stunned and said. Qin Yang laughed and said, that's right, I'll take on all 20 of you one-on-one. You're not going to be too scared to fight like that, are you? If that's the case, what's the point of you practicing martial arts? Mood value plus 443. Jiang Mushua cried out anxiously. Husband, you're injured. Are you in danger? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Mushua. He chuckled and said, don't worry. With my strength, I have the advantage against 20 opponents. And those cowards probably won't even dare to go up. The people of Dongying Kingdom were furious. So many people have died, and they are still being mocked like this. I have the advantage against 20 opponents. Brother Qin is awesome. Brother Qin's left hand is injured and cannot be used, which means that Brother Qin is fighting 20 people from Dongying Kingdom with only one hand. If we win, Brother Qin will be my god forever. Many people in China are discussing this. The people from Dongying Kingdom also began to discuss in hushed tones. The conditions were very good and tempting. Qin Yang was injured, so how could they, with 20 people against one, possibly lose? But if we lose, 20 people will die at once. This loss is very heavy for the entire Eastern Sakura Kingdom. Gentlemen, you have 3 minutes to consider. Come on up if you want to fight. If you don't want to hit me, then you'll have to avoid me from now on. Qin Yang smiled faintly. A young man from Dongying Kingdom gritted his teeth and said, gentlemen, there are 20 of us. Are we really not enough to kill Qin Yang? He only has one hand. We unleashed all sorts of hidden weapons at him. I don't believe he can withstand that. Another person said, Qin Yang is very powerful, but I don't think he's that powerful. If we can kill him, at least we'll have something to show for it. Killing a top genius might not be a loss for us. The third person said, Qin Yang has set a time limit. I think he's scared. He just wants to undermine our confidence. If we lose confidence, our martial arts will be ruined. Gradually, the majority of people agreed. Just as 3 minutes were about to pass, the remaining early-stage Transformation Realm expert from Dongying Kingdom said, Qin Yang, the warriors of our Dongying Kingdom cannot be intimidated by your few words. We'll fight you. Mood value plus 450. Jiang Mushua's eyes showed worry. She knew her husband was very powerful, but in a one-on-two situation, if Qin Yang didn't unleash his SS-level mental system, he might have to suffer serious injuries to win. Honey, don't worry, I'll be fine. Qin Yang sent a message to comfort him. The 20 people from Dongying Kingdom quickly entered the court. Qin Yang was the only one on one half of the basketball court, while the other half had 20 people, making it look like a large force. The elderly host said in a deep voice, attention everyone, the free-for-all is about to begin. The rule of the free-for-all is that neither side is allowed to surrender within 10 minutes. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as he finished speaking, all 20 people in the Dongying Kingdom field fired their hidden weapons, and various hidden weapons quickly attacked Qin Yang. Qin Yang quickly dodged. At the same time, he thrust his sword forward. Qin Yang dodged most of the hidden weapons and blocked the few that followed with his sword. Kill. Qin Yang charged towards the enemy like a tiger descending a mountain. An even stronger aura erupted from him. Damn it. Qin Yang isn't at the early stage of the transformation realm. He's at the middle stage. He lied to us again. The 3 powerful figures outside the Dongying Kingdom's arena had drastically changed their expressions. They couldn't believe it. Qin Yang is only 25 years old. Even at the early stage of transformation realm, Qin Yang is already incredibly powerful. How come he's already at the mid-stage of transformation realm even after receiving the transmission of his skills? Ancient texts record that one must spend a considerable amount of time digesting and adapting to the power after receiving the transmission of skills. Otherwise, unstable internal energy is extremely dangerous. What's going on with Qin Yang? Fire quickly. Kill him quickly. The people from Dongying Kingdom inside the arena panicked. They heard the voices outside the arena. Qin Yang was actually at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Could they still defeat Qin Yang? Whoosh! Whoosh! The people of Dongying Kingdom desperately fired their hidden weapons. However, Qin Yang was faster than they had anticipated, and he managed to dodge most of the hidden weapons. A small number of hidden weapons posed no threat to Qin Yang. Qin Yang quickly closed in on the enemy. You're all going to die. Qin Yang smiled and began harvesting. Chapter 239. The people of Dongying Kingdom were completely cowed. Qin Yang's sword was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping savagely. The people from Dongying Kingdom in front of him either had swords in their throats or chests, and those who were stabbed would fall to the ground and die. Brother Feng, Brother Qin's swordsmanship is better than yours, Xiao Yi said beside Tuoba Peak. Tuoba Feng stared intently at Qin Yang in the arena. Qin Yang's swordsmanship is far superior to mine. Even my grandfather's swordsmanship might be weaker than his. Xiao Yi asked in surprise, Are you sure? Tuoba Feng's grandfather was a late-stage transformation realm martial artist. His swordsmanship was very strong, and he could even fight against a transformation realm perfection realm expert. Tuoba Feng said, I feel that way. Qin Yang's cultivation level is lower now, so his combat power should be weaker, but his swordsmanship is extremely exquisite. No wonder he was able to inherit the legacy. It's normal for someone with his talent to inherit it. Inside the arena, 7 or 8 of Qin Yang's opponents were quickly killed. Run! Everyone scatter and run. We are no match for Qin Yang at all. If we continue to fight, we will only be sending ourselves to our deaths. A young man from the Eastern Cherry Kingdom cried out in fear. Everyone, run for your lives. The Grandmaster of Internal Energy in the arena said in a deep voice. He himself is now afraid of this situation. He originally thought that they should be able to kill Qin Yang with a 20-1 advantage. He only realized they were overthinking things when the fight broke out. Qin Yang actually has the cultivation level of the mid-stage of the transformation realm, and his swordsmanship is extremely strong, so he is estimated to have the combat power of the late stage of the transformation realm. How could they possibly win? Attention everyone. Let's maintain order during the duel. Anyone who tries to rush out before the time is up will be killed. The old man presiding over the duel spoke with murderous intent. Yes. Many powerful figures in China echoed this sentiment. There are more than 20 grandmasters of Huajin here, and many more experts at the late stage and perfect stage of Anjin. They are all on high alert and ready to make their move. You can't do this. Mitsui Takuma shouted eagerly. Qin Yang smiled and said, Mr. Mitsui, there are rules to duels. They cannot leave until 10 minutes have passed. You think this is child's play? Puff. A young man from Dongying Kingdom tried to rush out, but he was immediately killed by someone nearby as soon as he left the basketball court. It's over. The contestants from Dongying Kingdom inside the arena were terrified. Staying meant they couldn't defeat Qin Yang, and breaking out was impossible. It seemed that death was the only path they could take. Don't be discouraged. Kill Qin Yang and fight your way out. A powerful figure from the Eastern Cherry Kingdom roared from outside the arena. Kill. The remaining Dongying people rushed towards Qin Yang. They knew that he was indeed their only hope, but given Qin Yang's strength, such hope was slim. Uft, uft. Qin Yang's sword continued its reaping. You? The Grandmaster of Transformation Realm from Dongying Kingdom was stunned. Qin Yang's sword had pierced his left chest, and his heart had been pierced by Qin Yang's sword. Spare me. Spare me. Don't kill me. The remaining few people from Dongying Kingdom completely broke down. The Grandmaster of Transformation Realm among them also died. How could those few possibly be a match for Qin Yang? Spare me. If I lose, will you spare my life? Qin Yang coldly continued his attack. Soon, the remaining few people all fell to the ground. Everyone stared in shock at Qin Yang on the court, who stood there like a terrifying god of death. Master Qin is mighty. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. Master Qin is mighty. Many others also shouted loudly. Many of them used to call him Qin Yang, but after this battle, they felt a little embarrassed to call him that. even though Qin Yang already had the cultivation level of the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Furthermore, he possessed the combat power of the late-stage transformation realm. Qin Yang killed nearly 30 people today. Brother Qin is awesome. Brother Qin's strength is truly terrifying. I'd be grateful if I could become a Grandmaster of Transformation Realm in 10 years, but Brother Qin is already at the mid-stage of Transformation Realm. Moreover, Brother Qin's fist techniques, sword techniques, and hidden weapon skills are all extremely high. The young martial artists were discussing it animatedly. Many of the young martial artists were unconvinced of each other, but they were all convinced by the strength Qin Yang had demonstrated. Even if they trained for another 20 years, they might not be this strong. It's over, it's all over. How are we going to explain this when we get back? Takuma Mitsui muttered to himself, his face pale. The three experts beside him were filled with grief and indignation. 30 or 40 martial artists had come, but only the three of them had survived. Mr. Mitsui Takuma, shall we continue? Mitsui Takuma angrily retorted. How can we compete now? You've already wiped out all our men. Qin Yang looked at the three Grandmasters of Transformation Realm. Don't you still have 2 mid-stage Transformation Realm experts and 1 late-stage Transformation Realm expert? They can all come at us together. Takuma Mitsui. Is Qin Yang planning to kill them all? Many Chinese people also looked on with a strange expression. With only 3 of the 30-odd martial artists remaining, Qin Yang still wanted to continue fighting them. What did he say? One of the 3 Grandmasters of Transformation Realm from Dongying Kingdom inquired. Takuma Mitsui translated it. Qin Yang laughed inside the arena. I've been fighting for so long, and I'm even injured. Are you guys afraid of me, 1 against 3? You can come up here and avenge your people. The 3 powerful figures from Dongying Kingdom. They were slightly tempted, but they held back. One of them said, let's not fall for it. Qin Yang might still be hiding his strength, and even if he isn't, we might not be able to win. The other 2 nodded. Qin Yang feigned weakness, deceiving them time and time again. If he had displayed overwhelming strength from the start, they would have quit long ago. We're not competing anymore. We admit defeat this time. We'll find another opportunity to compete with you in the future. That expert at the late stage of the transformation realm said in a deep voice. Qin Yang, so many of your people have died. Are you sure you don't want to avenge them? I'm very weak right now. You have a chance. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for you in the future. The 3 warriors from Dongying Kingdom still refused to compete. If they were to compete with Qin Yang again, they would probably be wiped out here. You guys are really cowards. Since you're not going to compete, I'll come out. Qin Yang walked out from inside as he spoke. As soon as he stepped off the basketball court, Qin Yang stumbled, his face turning pale. It's a good thing you guys didn't agree to the game. If you had, I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. I only had that kind of strength because I unleashed my full power. I can't maintain this situation for long. The expressions of the 3 experts from Dongying Kingdom who had reached the transformation realm changed. Husband, Jiang Mushua quickly approached and helped Qin Yang up. Qin Yang sent a message. Wife, I was just acting. I'm putting on an act so they won't get away with this when they go back. Jiang Mushu, my husband's acting is getting too much of an addiction. Let's go. Mitsui Takuma said with a grim expression. They were filled with regret after Qin Yang's performance. If they had attacked earlier, they might have been able to kill him. That way, the responsibility will be lighter when you go back. Going back now would be very stressful from all sides. Mitsui Takumi felt bitter inside. He came here to atone for his crimes and make amends. Now he might have to commit seppuku to atone for his sins. Chapter 240 Qin Yang wins the grand prize. Soon the people from Dongying Kingdom left. Others will come and deal with those bodies. There's no way a few of them could move so many corpses. Master Qin is awesome. Someone shouted loudly. More people shouted loudly, and enthusiastic applause quickly resounded throughout the basketball arena. Damn it! Mitsui Takuma and the others heard it. The faces of all of them were extremely grim. They had considered the possibility of failing to challenge the organizers, but they never imagined they would lose so completely. They are fortunate that some of them were hospitalized yesterday. Otherwise, all the young martial artists who came this time might have died. Qin Yang, we owe you a lot this time. An elderly man in the late stage of the transformation realm sighed. The experts from Dongying Kingdom who came this time are quite powerful. If it weren't for you, some of us would definitely have died. Another old man nodded. That's right. I've done the math, and if it weren't for you, 3 or 4 of us might have died, and others might have been seriously injured by them. The others also spoke up. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Seniors, I am Chinese, and it is my duty to take action." The elder at the head of the group smiled and said, "Qin Yang, we've discussed it. The prize for first place in the youth martial arts competition will be yours, and we'll prepare other prizes for the others." Qin Yang said in surprise, "A reward for me? Elder Zhang, isn't that inappropriate? I didn't even sign up to participate." "We think it's suitable." Old Zhang nodded and said, "Qin Yang, you are a genius. You might make a discovery when that jade is in your hands. We will also give others a generous reward." Tuoba Feng, "Qin Yang, you are very suitable to take it. Besides you, who else would dare to take that reward?" Many other young people nodded in agreement. They were all well aware of the dangers of the duel. If Qin Yang hadn't stepped forward, their casualties would have been significant. "Brother Qin, take this one if it suits you. Brother Qin, please don't refuse." Several young men at the peak of internal strength spoke up. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "If that's how you put it, then I won't stand on ceremony. You said before that the jade could be exchanged for a 500 million prize, so I'll pay that 500 million prize myself." The elderly man at the head of the group quickly said, "No. Qin Yang, you've already done a very good job. How could we possibly let you pay for the bonus? We don't lack the money." Another old man smiled and said, "Qin Yang, let's chip in. Each family doesn't need to contribute much money. That jade is on its way. Your wound is bleeding again. Let's treat it first." Qin Yang nodded slightly. The wound bled a little during the fight, and the doctor removed the gauze and re-cleaned and bandaged it. The jade was delivered not long after. "Qin Yang, your prize is this piece of jade. Even a grandmaster of internal energy cannot harm it in the slightest with their sword. We believe this jade is a product of an ancient civilization." Old Zhang handed a piece of white jade to Qin Yang. Qin Yang grasped the jade. This piece of jade gave him a warm and smooth feeling. "System, what is this?" Qin Yang asked in his mind. "System, host, this is an energy stone. According to Chinese fantasy novels, it's a spirit stone. Host, I can absorb the energy within it." Qin Yang, what are the benefits of absorbing it? System, host, we don't know yet. Perhaps if you absorb it, your lottery limit can be increased. Currently, the highest reward is only SSS level. Qin Yang wondered to himself, the highest reward right now is only SSS level. Could it be that my system is lacking energy? System, can't you absorb energy from the heavens and earth? Qin Yang inquired in secret. System, host, I can absorb energy. Otherwise, where would you get the items and skills you obtain from the lottery? But this way, the energy acquisition speed is relatively slow. It's very fast to obtain energy directly from spirit stones. This spirit stone contains a lot of energy. Qin Yang put the spirit stones away. "Everyone, I'm going back to the hotel to rest first." Tuoba Feng, "Qin Yang, are we still going tonight? Can you drink since you're injured?" Qin Yang laughed and said, "Of course we should make an appointment. I'm in a great mood after killing many geniuses from Dongying Kingdom today. We'll definitely have to drink and celebrate tonight. This minor injury is nothing to worry about. Call me tonight." Beep beep. Takuma Mitsui's phone rang. It was a call from Taro Mitsui, president of the Mitsui Group. Takuma Mitsui's expression changed slightly. He dared not answer the call. "But I can't refuse to accept it. President, dial the phone and Mitsui Takuma will be there," he said respectfully. On the other end of the phone, Mitsui Taro asked, "How did it go? You lost this morning, but you should have won this afternoon, right? We martial artists with late stage and perfected internal strength are even stronger." Takuma Mitsui, President, "We suffered a crushing defeat." "What?" Mitsui Taro's expression changed. "How exactly was it a crushing defeat? Did you lose $5 in 6 games? What about the free-for-all mode?" Takuma Mitsui, "We lost all 6 matches, including the free-for-all. We were defeated by Qin Yang alone. He caused the deaths of many of our warriors. 4 of the Grandmasters of Transformation Realm who came here have died." Mitsui Taro felt his head buzzing. He couldn't believe it. How could a Grandmaster of Internal Energy die? Mitsui Takuma, "Qin Yang lured our Grandmaster of Transformation Realm to attack, and the 4 of us, who were at the early stage of Transformation Realm, went up against him. In the end, Qin Yang concealed his strength and killed them. About 30 of us died." Mitsui Taro's face turned extremely ugly. Mitsui Takuma heard a loud bang, and then the call was cut off. Mitsui Taro's phone had been smashed. Qin Yang and Zhang Muxue arrived at the hotel. "Honey, your hand is injured like this. As Jiang Muxue spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Qin Yang hugged Jiang Muxue, kissed her, and smiled. Don't worry, with my medical skills, you'll recover quickly. I'll treat myself first. Jiang Muxue nodded. Qin Yang removed the gauze from his hand, then inserted silver needles into himself and took out several talismans. Honey, what's this talisman for? Jiang Muxue asked curiously. Qin Yang said, this is the Zhuyu technique, which includes incantations, talismans, prohibitions, and spells. Talismans can draw upon the power of heaven and earth to aid in recovery. However, my skill level is still very limited, and my recovery speed is average. After explaining, Qin Yang began the treatment. Mood value plus 452. Jiang Muxue stared at Qin Yang in surprise. As Qin Yang's wounds healed, although the speed wasn't particularly fast, it was still incredibly fast compared to natural healing. Half an hour later, Qin Yang's wound had scabbed over. Honey, you're recovering so fast. Jiang Muxue exclaimed in amazement. Qin Yang smiled and said, I have a good physique and plenty of energy in my body. If I were to treat someone else, the recovery speed wouldn't be as fast. Beep beep. Jiang Muxue's phone rang. Honey, it's Dad calling. Jiang Muxue glanced at her phone and said, You answer it. Jiang Muxue answered Jiang Wanqing's call urgently. Muxue, I heard Qin Yang was injured. How is he now? Jiang Muxue said, Dad, Qin Yang is fine. He's right here. You can talk to him yourself. As she spoke, Jiang Muxue turned on speakerphone. Dad, what do you know? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Wanqing. All I know is that you were injured and that you participated in a duel, but no one else told me the specifics. Chapter 241 Mitsui Takuma dies. Qin Yang laughed and said, Dad, I'm fine. I just pretended to get injured so I could kill a few more Japanese devils. Jiang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right. How many Japanese soldiers did you kill? Qin Yang. We killed more than 20 people in total. Among them were 4 powerful martial artists at the early stage of the transformation realm. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. You killed 4 grandmasters of internal energy. Qin Yang laughed and said, Yes, they brought 7 grandmasters of transformation realm, but unfortunately the last 3 didn't fall for it and refused to compete. Jiang Wanqing. He felt something was amiss. With 4 of the 7 grandmasters of transformation realm killed, it's no wonder the remaining 3 grandmasters can't compete with Qin Yang. Muxue, Qin Yang killed some Japanese devils. Were you scared? Just don't think of them as human beings. Jiang Wanqing said. Jiang Muxue. Dad, I didn't. Killing such a few Japanese devils wouldn't scare me. I was just startled when Qin Yang was injured. Jiang Wanqing. When are you coming back? Jiang Muxue looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang said, We'll go back in a few days. The duel with the Dongying people is over, but the other matches aren't finished yet. Let's take a look at the matches. I'll have a good talk with the others in the next few days. The Youth Martial Arts Tournament is a great opportunity for many young martial artists to strengthen their relationships. Okay, be careful. Jiang Wanqing hung up the phone after speaking. Beep beep. Liang Guanjian's phone rang. Lu Kai, what's the matter? Liang Guanjian answered the phone and inquired. Lu Kai, an employee of the 9th Security Bureau in Shanghai, said, Director Liang, the duel with Dongying Kingdom is over, and the result is as follows. Liang Guanjian was stunned after hearing the whole thing. Does Qin Yang possess the strength of the late-stage transformation realm? Director Liang, his cultivation level is only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. He may have the strength of the late-stage transformation realm when he unleashes his power, but he may also have the strength of the late-stage transformation realm in normal times. Liang Guanjian asked in disbelief. You don't even know this? Lu Kai. Qin Yang looked very weak at the time. He said that he could only have that kind of strength by going all out. But it's possible that he said that on purpose to deceive the people of Dongying Kingdom. Okay, I'll ask Qin Yang myself. After hanging up the phone, Liang Guanjian was puzzled. When he examined Qin Yang before, Qin Yang was only at the peak of internal strength. Could it be that Qin Yang had received another inheritance? Beep beep. Liang Guanjian quickly called Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, are you all right? Qin Yang smiled and said, I have no problem. Director Liang, you called me to ask why your strength has increased so much, right? Liang Guanjian coughed lightly. Xiao Qin, I'd like to know more about it. Qin Yang, I later received the inheritance. My internal strength reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people. My internal strength is truly at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. He wasn't lying about that. His internal strength is indeed at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. However, he still possesses mid-SS level mental strength. Little Qin, your internal strength has increased so much. Has something happened to the powerful person who gave you that internal strength? Qin Yang, Director Liang, I don't know. He should still be alive, but I don't know how strong he is now. Liang Guanjin took a deep breath and said, I hope he's feeling better. You killed so many martial artists from Dongying Kingdom. They definitely won't let this go. Shao Qin, although your strength has increased, you need to be more careful in the future. They will definitely launch an assassination attempt against you. Qin Yang, Director Liang, I will be careful. In the evening, Ouyang Wu called Qin Yang. Old Qin, how was your rest? Are you going to eat? If so, I'll wait for you and your wife downstairs. Come down right away. Qin Yang said. Qin Yang and his group arrived half an hour later. The restaurant we're having dinner at tonight isn't the same one we had last night. Tonight's restaurant is bigger and more luxurious. Brother Qin is here. Hello, Brother Qin. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Yi and many others shouted. There were only a dozen or so people having dinner together last night, but there are probably 200 young martial artists coming to eat today. Tuoba phone. Qin Yang, are you physically capable? You're likely to have a tough battle tonight. Everyone wants to get to know you better. Qin Yang chuckled and said, I'm fine. You guys should drink less. Some of you have a martial arts competition tomorrow. Time passed second by second. Qin Yang drank and chatted with Tuoba Feng and the others, and Qin Yang made contact with most of the martial arts families across the country. These martial arts families are scattered throughout the country. Although they are not the richest in the country, their strength is considerable. Eastern Cherry Kingdom. The plane carrying Takuma Mitsui landed. Several black cars were parked next to the plane. Upon seeing one of the cars, Mitsui Takuma's expression changed slightly. It was their company president's car. If they returned victorious, their president would come to pick them up, which would be a good thing. But the current situation is probably not good. President. Takuma Mitsui quickly disembarked from the plane. He bowed beside Mitsui Taro's car. Get in the car. The car window rolled down, and Mitsui Taro said calmly. Mitsui Takumi got into the car with trepidation. As the car started, Mitsui Taro calmly said, many martial artists died this time, and someone has to take responsibility. President, Takuma Mitsui had a bitter face. He was just a translator. Mitsui Taro. If you don't take responsibility, are you going to make Ito Kuin and the other two take responsibility? Two of them are at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, and the other is at the late stage of the transformation realm. Who do you want to be responsible for? Takuma Mitsui. The other three are all grandmasters of transformation realm. Their value is higher than his, and the organizations behind them will definitely do everything they can to protect them. Mitsui Taro lit a cigarette and said, the root of your conflict with Qin Yang lies in the conflict between us and Qin Yang. You are the most suitable person to take charge. Your family foundation will take care of it. Mitsui Takuma said bitterly. President, the main problem is that Qin Yang concealed his strength and deceived us. This is Qin Yang's problem. Does someone have to be held responsible? Mitsui Taro, Qin Yang deceived us, and someone will naturally hold him accountable in the future, but since we didn't recognize it, someone within our organization must take responsibility. You don't want to? Takuma Mitsui. He really didn't want to. But if he doesn't want to be dignified, then he will be dignified. His family will also be in trouble then. President, I'm willing. Mitsui Taro closed his eyes to rest. Pull yourself into a seppuku. After you get home, say goodbye to your family, and then write your will. Yes. Mitsui Takuma gritted his teeth and said. The next morning, Qin Yang received a call from Zhang Xingang. Captain Zhang, what's the good news so early in the morning? Zhang Xingang. Qin Yang, Mitsui Takuma, is dead. He committed seppuku not long after he returned. Qin Yang remained calm. This was expected. This matter is related to the Mitsui group. With so many people dead, other organizations, conglomerates, and families in Japan will definitely put pressure on the Mitsui group. If Takuma Mitsui doesn't die, the Mitsui group will have to pay a lot of benefits. Captain Zhang, it's good that he's dead. He's no good either. Qin Yang chuckled. Zhang Xingang. If Mitsui Takuma hadn't died, they would have continued to fight amongst themselves for a while. But now that he's dead, they will definitely focus their efforts on you. Chapter 242 System Absorption of Energy Stones. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The youth martial arts tournament has concluded. Huang Fuyin, the director of the Ninth Bureau of Security, came on the last day. His main purpose was to seek treatment from Qin Yang, and the youth martial arts competition gave him ample reason to come. Little Qin, I didn't expect you to be at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. The last time I saw you, you were only at the peak of the dark realm. The two exchanged private words, and Huang Fuyin smiled slightly. Qin Yang. Director Huang Fu, I just got lucky. Huang Fuyin shook his head. No. Even if someone else received the inheritance, who could adapt so quickly, who could master swordsmanship and hidden weapons so fast, these experiences cannot be passed on. Qin Yang thought to himself, I have a system, and through the system, I can also inherit this combat experience. Xiao Qin, the main reason you've become so amazing is because you have exceptional talent. The expert behind you is amazing. He was able to find such a gem among so many people in China. Huang Fuyin was amazed. Qin Yang smiled, but didn't say anything. He wasn't originally a rough gem, but just a stone. Little Qin, the martial artists of Dongying Kingdom are very arrogant. Your actions this time have dealt a serious blow to their arrogance. The higher-ups appreciate your actions. Huang Fuyin said with a smile. Qin Yang, this is what I should do. Director Huang Fu, I have a request. Huang Fuyin quickly said, go ahead. Qin Yang, I want to teach my wife how to shoot. Could you give her a gun license so she can protect herself? Huang Fuyin, hand license isn't a problem. But even if she's a good shot, can she use it for self-defense? She has people from the Ninth Security Bureau secretly protecting her, so it seems that her carrying a gun herself wouldn't be very effective. Qin Yang said, it will be useful in some situations. Director Huang Fu, I'm entrusting Mu Shue's gun license to you. Huang Fuyin nodded slightly. It's a small matter. We'll issue her the permit once her marksmanship improves. We can't just give her a gun license if her marksmanship hasn't improved. Qin Yang nodded. Of course. Director Huang Fu, let me examine you first. Huang Fuyin extended his hand. Qin Yang took his pulse for a while and said, Director Huang Fu, you should have been taking the medicine I prescribed recently, right? Your condition has improved quite significantly. Huang Fuyin laughed and said, I've been taking medicine all along. You're a miracle doctor, so I'll definitely take the medicine you prescribed on time. Qin Yang, let me treat you some more. Half an hour later, Qin Yang finished his treatment and readjusted the prescription based on the changes in Huang Fuyin's condition. Director Huang Fu, although you are getting better, you still need to remember to avoid intense fighting as much as possible. If this happens, please tell me immediately. Huang Fuyin nodded. Xiao Qin, a powerful figure has been passing on his skills to you, and you've reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. His strength has probably dropped considerably. Qin Yang, I'm not too sure about that. Huang Fuyin sighed softly. I do hope that the powerful figure behind you is a grandmaster of the transformation realm. There's something you might not know. World war is unlikely, but a very intense war could break out in the martial arts world. Qin Yang paused for a moment and said, Director Huang Fu, is this kind of trend emerging? Huang Fuyin nodded. The United States is instigating the martial arts community in Dongying. If we suffer heavy losses, American martial artists and superhumans will also take action. This was their test, but you were an exception, and the martial arts world of Dongying suffered a crushing defeat. Qin Yang said, if that's the case, they'll probably continue to find excuses to oppose us in the future. Huang Fuyin looked solemn. That's for sure. We are not afraid of ordinary confrontations, but we are afraid that a large number of top-level experts will come to kill us. Qin Yang laughed and said, Director Huang Fu, don't worry. Maybe by then your illness will be cured, or another powerful figure will emerge in our country. I hope so. A look of worry appeared in Huang Fuyin's eyes. Xiao Qin, how about you guys go to the capital for some fun? Qin Yang, next time, after the new year, I'll take Mu Shue to the capital for a trip, and I'll give you another treatment then. The Lunar New Year, the end of the year, is a tough time. Huang Fuyin frowned. Qin Yang asked, Director Huang Fu, what do you mean by that? Huang Fuyin, the Spring Festival is a time of joy for us, but it is also a time when many foreign forces are acting recklessly. I hope everything will be peaceful this year. Not long after, Huang Fuyin took his leave. Qin Yang escorted Huang Fuyin upstairs and watched him leave. Huang Fuyin is the Ninth Bureau Chief of the Security Bureau. He has a high status and great power, but he also faces great pressure. Qin Yang muttered to himself, This pressure mainly stems from insufficient strength. If we are strong enough, what are the threats to the martial arts world of Dongying Kingdom? It wouldn't be a problem if the strong from Dongying Kingdom and the United States acted together, plus some strong individuals from the Western world. System, how many emotion points do I have? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, you currently have 58,000 emotion points. 58,000. Qin Yang thought for a moment and refrained from participating in the lottery. I've recently won quite a few prizes with 10,000 emotion points, so I'll save up for another 100,000 emotion points draw. A few hours later, Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue returned to Haiqing. Mood value plus 452. Yeah, do you miss your mother? Jiang Muxue picked up Qin Yu and kissed her repeatedly. Mood value plus 223. Qin Yu chuckled, and she also gave him emotional points. Qin Yang cannot receive the emotion value when the distance is too far. This distance is related to Qin Yang's strength. Currently, the farthest distance at which he can receive the emotion value is about 200 kilometers. Honey, let me hug you. After Jiang Muxue hugged Qin Yang for a while, Qin Yang took over Qin Yu's hug. Giggle. Qin Yu kept laughing. She provided a significant amount of emotional value in a short period of time. Honey, when are we going to your parents' house? Jiang Muxue asked. They need to go back before the Lunar New Year. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, I'll go back next week. I have some things to do this week. I have to go to Myanmar. He originally planned to go to Myanmar secretly, but now that his mid-stage transformation realm cultivation has been exposed, he plans to go to Myanmar openly and legitimately. Mood value plus 453. Jiang Muxue's expression changed slightly as she asked, Husband, what are you doing over there? Qin Yang laughed and said, Are you afraid I'll be fooled? The forces that assassinated you came from Myanmar, and the forces behind them should also be from Myanmar. I need to go and have a chat with them. Honey, is it safe for you to go to Myanmar? Qin Yang, don't worry, I'll be fine. With my strength, I can go anywhere on the entire planet Blue Star. After hugging Qin Yu for a while, Qin Yang went to the gym. System, absorb that spirit stone. Qin Yang thought to himself. The system told him that there might be some unusual phenomena during absorption, and advised him to absorb the nutrients when he was alone. Okay, host. Host, take the energy stone in your hand. The system says. Qin Yang took out the jade from his pocket. The jade contained a lot of energy and could not be stored in the system space. It's only a small piece. But the annual electricity generated by 10 large hydroelectric power stations is not as great as its. Chapter 243 The Benefits of System Upgrades. The system quickly began absorbing the energy stones. The jade in Qin Yang's hand gradually heated up, and at the same time, it emitted a soft white light. System, I can't sense any energy. Qin Yang thought to himself. System, host, this is normal. This spirit stone contains a higher level of energy, which you naturally cannot perceive with your current cultivation level. To feel its energy, you need to reach SSS level. Qin Yang wondered to himself when he would be able to reach SSS level. System, how long will it take you to absorb this? About 5 hours. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. It takes this long? Host, the energy here is very strong. It contains energy equivalent to the explosion of billions of tons of TNT. Qin Yang clicked his tongue in amazement. How can such a small thing contain so much energy? Honey, I'm going to practice for a few hours. Don't bother me unless it's something very important. Qin Yang connected with Jiang Muxue through mental energy and communicated. Jiang Muxue. Okay, husband. 3 hours later, Jiang Wanqing and the others arrived. Knowing that Qin Yang was cultivating, they did not disturb him. Muxue, I didn't expect your trip to Shanghai to cause such a big commotion. Liang Landau. Jiang Muxue, Mom, no, right? Information about the youth martial arts tournament isn't usually spread around easily. Only a small number of people would know about this. Jiang Wanqing. In the upper circles, this news is basically no secret. In the past 3 or 4 days, many people have called me to congratulate me. Congratulations? Jiang Muxue asked in confusion. Jiang Wanqing. Masters of Transformation Realm are extremely rare. It is certainly worthy of congratulations that Qin Yang has reached the mid-stage of Transformation Realm at such a young age. So that's how it is. Jiang Muxue suddenly realized. Qin Yang has already become an SS-level ability user, but Jiang Muxue overlooked this. In fact, let alone the mid-stage of the Transformation Realm, even reaching the early stage of the Transformation Realm would be a great achievement. Muxue, Is Qin Yang hosting a banquet? Many people who break through to become grandmasters of internal energy will hold a banquet. This wine is called the Grandmaster's Feast. Liang Lan inquired. Jiang Mushue shook her head. I don't think so. Qin Yang didn't tell me, and he's not the type to be high profile. Jiang Wanqing. He was quite high profile this time. He killed more than 20 Japanese soldiers in front of more than 2,000 people. The people of Dongying are probably furious. 2 more hours passed before we knew it. The precious jade in Qin Yang's hand disappeared. The enormous energy it contained was absorbed by the system. System, has anything changed? Qin Yang asked expectantly in his mind. System, host, there are 3 changes. First, a new level has been added above the SSS level, called the Earth Immortal level. Reaching the Earth Immortal level makes one a terrestrial immortal. Host, you will no longer be a mortal being at that time. A look of surprise appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. Even if he reaches the SSS level, he is still just a mortal. If he can reach the Earth Immortal level, his life level can be elevated. That spirit stone is extremely valuable. And the second benefit? Qin Yang asked impatiently. System. The second benefit is that the range for collecting emotion data has been increased. It's currently about 200 kilometers. The collection range has been increased to 1,000 kilometers. As your strength increases, host, the range will also increase. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. That's a good benefit too. A range of 1,000 kilometers is quite good. Even if Jiang Mushue and Qin Yu stay in Haiqing, he can still receive their emotional points when he goes to the capital. His hometown is only 1,000 kilometers away from Haiqing. If he needs to go back to his hometown alone, he can still receive emotional points from Jiang Mushue and the others there. System, this upgrade is a huge improvement. Qin Yang chuckled and asked, what's the third benefit? System. Host, the third benefit is that your chances of winning better rewards in the lottery have increased. Real? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This is a pretty good benefit. The first benefit is that he can't get a piece of the future pie for now. And the second benefit is that he won't feel it if he doesn't leave Haiqing or bring Jiang Mushue and the others with him. The third benefit can be felt immediately and tangibly. Host, it's true. What you get depends on your luck, host. The system says. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction. The benefits of this upgrade are enormous. Qin Yang believes that the spirit stone is worth at least 1 trillion. Since there is an energy stone on Earth, there should be more. If we can obtain another energy stone, the system can be upgraded. Qin Yang thought to himself. The Eastern Sakura Kingdom launched a war and plundered everywhere back then, so it's possible that the Eastern Sakura Kingdom might have some. The United States is now the world's #1 superpower, so the possibility of it having some is very high. Perhaps the British Empire will also exist in Europe. System, if I get close to the energy stone, will you be able to detect me? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System. Host, I can detect it. But the energy stone's energy is very stable. I can only sense it if you are within 1 kilometer of me. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Although the sensing range is quite short, it's good enough that it can detect us. System, can you detect something a kilometer underground? Able. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. If he can discover energy stones deep underground, then he will have another way to obtain energy stones in the future. Dad, Mom. Qin Yang came out of the gym. Xiao Qin, are you alright? Let's take a look at the wound on your arm. Liang Lan quickly replied. Qin Yang took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves. This? Liang Lan and Jiang Wanqing were stunned. Qin Yang has only 1 scar on his arm, about 5 or 6 centimeters long, and the scar has faded quite a bit. Little Qin, is this the knife wound? Jiang Wanqing couldn't believe it. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. I have a good physique and my medical skills are quite good. This kind of injury is just a minor injury for me, which is why I deliberately injured myself. It's good that you're all right. Liang Lan breathed a long sigh of relief. After staying for a while, Jiang Wanqing and the others left. They had been staying here for the past few days. Now that Qin Yang and the others had returned, Liang Lan and the others naturally had to move back. Honey, when are you planning to go to Myanmar? Jiang Mushue asked. Qin Yang, I haven't spent time with Yeye for several days. I just got back. I'll spend 2 days with Yeye before I go to Myanmar. Jiang Mushue nodded. The next day, Qin Yang arrived at the military factory he had bought. Boss, Luo Songheng said respectfully. He was well informed and had already learned that Qin Yang had reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm and could even fight at the late stage of the transformation realm. In addition, Qin Yang has good relationships with many martial arts families. Manager Luo, how many of the new explosives have been manufactured? How are the drones progressing? Qin Yang inquired. Although he is quite capable, he should bring some good stuff with him when he goes to Myanmar, lest he suffer an unexpected setback. Luo Songheng, some of the raw materials needed for the new explosive are very rare. We have only produced about 20 tons so far. We have tested the new explosive with a small amount. Its power is quite astonishing. We have only manufactured 1,000 drones so far, and it will take some time for drone production capacity to ramp up. If you like this book, please give it a 5-star review. Chapter 244. The drones have arrived. Has a new type of explosive been loaded into the drone? Qin Yang inquired. Luo Songheng nodded. It's already installed, but the new explosives are extremely powerful, with each drone carrying more than 500 grams of explosives. We haven't tested it yet. The explosive power of such a new type of bomb is comparable to that of a heavy howitzer, and it cannot be tested in ordinary places. Let me see one. Okay, boss. Soon, Luo Songheng brought Qin Yang one. After inspecting it, Qin Yang found that the drone Luo Songheng and his team had made wasn't as aesthetically pleasing as the commercial ones. But there is absolutely no problem with the materials used. The drone's bomb bay is also large enough to hold 500 grams of bombs. Boss, this is insurance. The drone will explode upon impact after the safety is released. In addition, it can also be remotely detonated. Luo Songheng pointed to a small switch above. Qin Yang asked, of the 1,000 drones, only half a ton of new explosives were used. What did you do with the other new explosives? Luo Songheng said, most of them are stored away. We used a small portion to make some gadgets, including thousands of hand grenades, hundreds of landmines, rockets, mortar shells, and so on. If the military has a need, we can conduct experiments immediately. Qin Yang, the drones, grenades, landmines, rockets, mortar shells, etc. that have already been manufactured, find a truck and load them all in. Arrow launchers and various types of mortars are also included. By the way, does the factory have any military-grade signal jammers? Luo Songheng nodded. Boss, yes. I'll have them loaded into the truck right away. Luo Songheng didn't ask why they were doing this or where the goods were being shipped. Qin Yang was now the boss. Moreover, the instructions above stated that he should simply listen to Qin Yang. Judging from how Qin Yang dealt with those Japanese devils, Qin Yang must be a patriot. He shouldn't act recklessly. Luo Songheng quickly relayed the order. Manager Luo. Boss, you can just call me Lao Luo. Luo Songheng used to be somewhat arrogant. Even though Qin Yang was the boss, he wasn't completely convinced by Qin Yang. But now that he knows Qin Yang's strength, he is completely convinced. Qin Yang is already a grandmaster of internal energy at such a young age. Hey Luo, how's things at the factory lately? Are there any special circumstances? Qin Yang inquired. Luo Songheng. Boss, everything is fine. Everyone is very motivated and working hard. It's just that there is a shortage of some rare materials. It is difficult to make large-scale purchases under normal circumstances. Qin Yang. How did you guys resolve this before? Luo Songheng. In the past, we were a state-owned enterprise. When such problems occurred, we would report to our superiors. Once approved, they would increase the supply. We may need your intervention, boss, to resolve this now. Qin Yang nodded slightly. He can ask Liang Guanjian or Huang Fuyin for help later. You should start with small batch production. We'll start mass production once the orders are finalized. Qin Yang said. Okay, boss. An hour later, the factory workers loaded many things onto a large truck. Qin Yang went to the side and used his mental energy to scan and check them. Everything he said was included. Who is in charge of driving? Qin Yang inquired. A middle-aged man who looked honest said, Boss, I'm in charge of driving. My name is Luo Hai, and I used to be a soldier in the truck industry. Qin Yang, you follow me in your car. Qin Yang walked in front, followed by the truck. Half an hour later, Qin Yang drove into a warehouse he had rented, and the truck drove into the same warehouse. Luo Hai, take a taxi back. Go to the warehouse gate 3 days later and drive the truck away. Qin Yang gave the instructions. Okay, boss. Luo Hai didn't say much and quickly turned and left. Qin Yang's mental energy spread out rapidly, but there were no suspicious persons nearby, nor any members of the 9th Security Bureau. He had already demonstrated his mid-stage transformation realm cultivation. He told Zhang Xiangang and the others that the people protecting them didn't need to follow him. They only needed to protect Jiang Muxue and the others. Receive. The contents of the truck quickly disappeared. In the end, only one drone remained. AI, control this drone. Qin Yang took out his phone and gave the instructions. The AI in his home is connected to his mobile phone, and he can command the AI to do many things through his mobile phone. Buzz. The drone immediately took off. A look of satisfaction appeared on Qin Yang's face. The AI can easily control many drones. There are 1,000 drones in the system space. Even if it is attacked by many people, it is not afraid of those drones. Receive. With a thought, Qin Yang stored the drone into the system space. Once inside, the drone lost signal and immediately stopped. A look of satisfaction appeared on Qin Yang's face. In this situation, he can instantly recover a large number of drones. Beep beep. Qin Yang's phone suddenly rang. The call was from Dong Yuehua, the party secretary of Haiqing. Secretary Dong, is there anything I can help you with? Qin Yang inquired. On the other end of the phone, Dong Yuehua pretended to be angry. Xiaoqin, you call Lao Lin Uncle Lin and me Secretary Dong. Do you have a problem with me? Uncle Dong, no. Why would I have a problem with you? Qin Yang quickly replied. Dong Yuehua laughed and said, that's more like it. Xiaoqin, I'm off work today, and my wife has heard some things about you. She really wants to meet you. Are you free tonight? Would you and Mushue come over for dinner tonight? Qin Yang said with a smile. Uncle Dong, even if I have something to do, I have to put everything else aside. It's a rare opportunity to have a meal at your house, Uncle Dong. Dong Yuehua laughed and said, you rascal, you're always welcome to come and eat whenever you want. Just come in person, don't bring any gifts. I'll send you the location right away. When Qin Yang got home, he told Jiang Mushue, honey, this is normal. You've shown great strength in Shanghai, and you have good relationships with many martial arts families now. Secretary Dong definitely wants to build a closer relationship. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Jiang Mushue said, honey, I reckon it's not just Secretary Dong. There will be others who want to invite you to dinner. It's just that they don't want to get ahead of Secretary Dong in inviting you. Qin Yang sighed softly. There were advantages to being low-key in the past. Now that you've demonstrated your strength, how much more socializing will you need? Qin Yang and his group arrived at 5 p.m. Xiaoqin, Mushue, come in quickly. Mushue, do you remember me? We met at the party. The door opened, and a woman greeted us warmly. Aunt Lu, of course I remember you. Jiang Mushue quickly replied. Uncle Dong, Aunt Lu. Qin Yang smiled, and they went inside. Dong Yuehua said with a smile. Xiaoqin, Mushue, don't be shy, just make yourselves at home. Dong Yuehua's wife, Lu Jing, smiled and said, Old Dong, you take care of Xiaoqin and the others, I'll continue cooking. Aunt Lu, let me help you. Jiang Mushue followed her into the kitchen. Dong Yuehua led Qin Yang into the study. Little Qin, I've heard about your exploits in Shanghai. I didn't expect you to be a grandmaster of internal energy at such a young age. Heroes emerge from among the young. Chapter 245 SS Level Spatial Ability. Qin Yang. Uncle Dong, I was young and impetuous and killed quite a few Japanese devils from East Asia. Has that affected Haiqing's economy? Dong Yuehua chuckled and said, it will have some impact, but Haiqing can completely withstand it. If martial artists from Dongying Kingdom come to challenge us, they will have to bear the consequences. Xiaoqin, I didn't call you over because I'm angry with you. As a Chinese person, I still have this much awareness. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Dong Yuehua, I heard your calligraphy is very good. Why don't you give it a try? I also quite like calligraphy. Qin Yang laughed and said, sure. Dong Yuehua quickly prepared paper and pen and wrote a few himself. His handwriting looked quite good, which was considered very good among amateur enthusiasts. Xiaoqin, come here. Qin Yang accepted the calligraphy brush. He considered it briefly and then began to write. Man Jianghong. My hair bristles with rage. I lean against the railing as the rain subsides. I raise my eyes, look up to the sky and roar, my heart filled with fierce ambition. 30 years of fame and glory are but dust and dirt. 8,000 miles of road are but clouds and moon. Dong Yuehua watched quietly from the side. Well, after Qin Yang finished writing, Dong Yuehua clapped her hands. Xiaoqin, sometimes I worry when I look at my son. What will happen to the country if all young people are like him? But when I see you, I feel that our country has a lot of hope. Dong Yuehua exclaimed in admiration. Xiaoqin, can I have this calligraphy? Qin Yang chuckled and said, of course. Uncle Dong, the paper and pen are yours. I only wrote a few words. Thanks. Dong Yuehua said happily. Xiaoqin, You must have made some money, right? I wonder if you have any plans to invest in Haicheng recently. Qinyang. Uncle Dong, tell me the truth. Has Dongying Kingdom withdrawn a lot of investment from Haicheng? Dong Yuehua nodded. They hate you. Some investors in Haicheng have withdrawn their investments, while others are preparing to do so. This will have a significant impact on Haicheng's economy. Some businesses can actually make money, and if you're interested, you might be able to invest in some of them. Qinyang muttered to himself. Dong Yuehua sought him out for two reasons. Firstly, to get closer to him, and secondly, probably to solicit investment. If the economy goes wrong, Dong Yuehua will bear a great deal of responsibility. Uncle Dong, how much money did they withdraw? Qinyang inquired. Dong Yuehua, the amount of capital withdrawn is as high as 10 billion. The government and related enterprises can find a way to withdraw about 4 billion, but even so, there will still be a relatively large gap. A lack of funds would affect the operation of many businesses. A shortfall of 6 billion is definitely not a small amount for the Jiang family, even with assets of hundreds of billions. Working capital and assets are not the same thing. However, it wasn't a big problem for Qinyang. He made a lot of money from the 2 billion yuan investment Jiang Wanqing gave him, and he also made some money from investments in the billions of US dollars he had overseas. That sum of money overseas has now reached 1.3 billion US dollars. Uncle Dong, there's no problem with the investment. But I'm here to invest, not to help the poor. I can invest in good assets, but not in problematic ones. Qinyang said. Dong Yuehua quickly replied, of course. Don't worry, Xiaoqin. Those people from Dongying are very shrewd. The assets they choose are all excellent. They're probably all unwilling to leave now. Qinyang. Uncle Dong, give me a list, and I will investigate it. If I confirm there are no problems, I will invest. Good. Dong Yuehua nodded. I will have my staff tidy it up. 2 hours later, Qinyang and his group left. Honey, you and Uncle Dong spent quite a bit of time in the study. What were you talking about? Jiang Mushua asked. Qinyang. I killed a lot of people from Dongying Kingdom. Their petty nature broke down, and they withdrew a lot of their investments from Haicheng. Secretary Dong and I discussed the investment. Jiang Mushu. Husband, you killed many of their geniuses and even 4 grandmasters of internal energy. It would be strange if they didn't break through your defenses. Honey, do you have that much money to invest? Should I talk to Dad? The group should still have money left. Qinyang shook his head. Don't touch the group's money. If we suffer such a loss, they might target the Jiang group. The Jiang group needs to set aside enough money to cope with the situation. Jiang Mushua frowned. They suffered a loss against the Jiang group last time. Why are they coming back? Qinyang. Last time it was just the Mitsui group, but this time we've offended more forces, some of which are very audacious. They might take action. That's fine too. I'll be able to make a little money then. The next day, Dong Yuehua sent a document. The document involves many companies. Each of these companies clearly states how much investment they need and how much equity they are willing to give up. AI, take a look at this document. Then you can look up these companies. Mark the companies that are worth investing in now. Mark the companies that have investment value but whose equity needs to be negotiated. And mark the companies that are not worth investing in as well. Qinyang arrived at the server room and gave instructions. Yes, master. The AI quickly started searching. It would take humans a long time to conduct such a survey, but for AI, it's a matter of minutes. The AI quickly produced a result. Qinyang selected one of the documents to read. The assessment provided by the AI was based on a comprehensive analysis of many dimensions, and the results should be more accurate than those of professional companies. 40% of the companies are worth investing in now, 40% of the companies still need further equity negotiations, and the remaining 20% of the companies are not worth investing in. Qinyang muttered to himself. Smart brain. Is it a company worth investing in now? How much investment is needed in total? Around 2 billion. Qinyang nodded slightly. 2 billion won't require using foreign accounts. Uncle Dong, I've taken a quick look, and some of the companies seem sincere and are ready to invest directly. We'll talk about the other companies later. Companies that are genuinely interested can sign a contract today. Qinyang called Dong Yuehua. Dong Yuehua's eyes lit up, and she said, Xiaoqin, give me the list, and I'll arrange for you to sign the contracts right away. Qinyang was busy from morning until evening. 2 billion has been spent. Qinyang has invested in many companies in Haicheng. Xiaoqin, what about those other companies? Dong Yuehua inquired. Qinyang, some companies lack sincerity, and I don't like some of them, so I probably won't invest. I don't have time for the next few days, so let's talk about it later. Dong Yuehua nodded. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. My emotional value has finally reached 100,000. System, you said the probability of drawing good items has increased. This is the first draw after the upgrade. You need to step up your game. Qin Yang thought to himself. 100,000 emotional points lottery. System, lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level spatial ability. The host originally had S level spatial ability, and after fusion, the host's spatial ability has reached SS plus level. A massive amount of information quickly flooded into Qin Yang's mind. Chapter 246 Qin Yang heads to Myanmar. System, what are the benefits of enhancing spatial abilities? Qin Yang asked impatiently. It takes time to process a massive amount of information, so asking the system directly will allow it to know the results of the improvement more quickly. The system said, Host, the power of your spatial slash has increased, and the defensive power of your spatial shield has also increased. The teleportation distance has also doubled. Host, you have also gained 2 new skills. One of them is Void Step, which allows you to walk in the void as if you were on solid ground. The other skill is Spatial Confinement. Host, you can use spatial confinement to imprison people and objects. A look of joy appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. My original 3 spatial skills have been upgraded, and I've also gained 2 new skills. It's so awesome. System, what level is my mental strength at now? Qin Yang inquired. He clearly felt that his mental strength had increased. System, Host, you have acquired spatial abilities. These spatial abilities have raised your mental strength to the late SS level. Your spatial abilities are now at the late SS level. Psychic abilities are only at the mid-SS level. Qin Yang asked in confusion. System, didn't you just say that my mental strength has reached the late stage of SS level? System, your mental strength is at the late SS level, but your mental ability skills have not yet reached that level. In reality, your combat strength in this area is only at the mid-SS level. It would be clearer to calculate it based on combat strength. Qin Yang nodded slightly. His psychic abilities are indeed a bit weak. His previous skills were barely enough to match mid-SS level psychic power, but now they're barely even that. My spatial abilities have reached the late stage of SS level. With other abilities added, my overall combat strength is approaching the peak of SS level. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. This strength is probably among the best in the world. If he had no parents, no wife, and no children, with that kind of power he could roam the world with impunity. We still need to be somewhat wary of this. Qin Yang's upgrade was completed shortly afterward. He also fully digested the massive amount of information he received. Our strength has increased quite a bit this time. Qin Yang was completely satisfied. Knock knock. There was a knock on the gym door. Jiang Muxue called out from outside. Honey, breakfast is ready. Qin Yang is preparing to leave for Myanmar today, and Jiang Muxue volunteered to make breakfast. Honey, what do you want to eat? Qin Yang opened the door and smiled. Jiang Muxue looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled expression and said, Honey, why do I feel like you've changed a bit? Qin Yang chuckled and said, You've become more handsome? I wonder if any Burmese beauties will take a liking to me this time I go to Myanmar. Mood value plus 452. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Honey, be careful you don't get tricked into going to the park, humph. Qin Yang smiled and said, Seduce me? I doubt they have the ability to do that with other methods. Jiang Muxue. The two quickly went upstairs. Honey, these noodles look great. And the fried egg is perfectly done too. Honey, you should try it. Jiang Muxue looked forward to it. Qin Yang sat down and started eating. The taste was a little off, but it was still quite good for Jiang Muxue to make it like this. It's delicious. Qin Yang said as he ate. Mood value plus 454. Jiang Muxue looked at Qin Yang with delight and said, Honey, I'll practice a bit more these next few days, and I'll make it for you when you get back. It will taste even better then. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Muxue with a smile and said, Wife, when I get back I want to eat something else, hee hee. What do you want to eat? Jiang Muxue asked. Qin Yang, of course I'll eat you. Mood value plus 453. Jiang Muxue blushed. You're being indecent. Honey, be careful. Hurry up and finish this and come back. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang went out. Mood value plus 455. Mood value plus 452. Qin Yang occasionally received emotional points from Jiang Muxue. System, my mental strength is now at the late SS level. How far has the range for collecting emotional points increased? Qin Yang asked in his mind. Host, the speed has been increased to 1,200 kilometers. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. The 1,200-kilometer radius doesn't cover Myanmar, but it covers the entire southeastern part of China. Beep beep. Qin Yang's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Zhang Xingang calling. Qin Yang, are you on your way to the airport? The system shows that you have booked a flight to northern Myanmar. Zhang Xingang asked. Qin Yang, Captain Zhang, is there a problem? I'm going abroad for travel. Zhang Xingang, traveling abroad to Myanmar? Qin Yang, things are very chaotic in Myanmar. What if something happens to you if you go? Do you really have to go? Zhang Xingang said worriedly. Qin Yang, Captain Zhang, with my abilities, I shouldn't be in trouble so easily, right? I'll only be gone for a few days. Zhang Xingang, is it about Jiang Mushua being attacked? Team Leader Zhang, I'm going on vacation. Whatever happens over there is none of my business. Qin Yang said calmly. Zhang Xingang, Qin Yang, I know I can't dissuade you. You must be careful and come back safely as soon as possible. Zhang Xingang said. You need to be careful. The news that you're going to Myanmar probably won't stay hidden from those who are interested. You need to be on high alert from the moment you get off the plane. Qin Yang arrived at the airport an hour later. 2 hours later, the plane he was on took off. A secret base in the mountains of Myanmar. Beep beep. The satellite phone rang. A burly-looking man answered the phone. Hello. Chief Wei, I've received some information that's very important to you. I'll sell it to you for 1 million. Do you want it? The person on the other end of the phone asked. 1 million shots. The person on the other end of the phone said. Boss Wei, you must be joking. Would I come looking for you for 1 million shots? $1 million. The gang leader, Wei Changxiong, frowned and said, US dollars are out of the question. If it's really important to me, I can give you 1 million RMB as a reward. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before saying, Okay, 1 million RMB it is. Qin Yang is on the plane to Myanmar. You're targeting Qin Yang. He's probably here for revenge. Wei Changxiong's expression changed slightly. He is the leader of the Jinsha gang. He was the one who hired mercenaries to kill Jiang Mushua. Which flight is Qin Yang on? A fierce glint flashed in Wei Changxiong's eyes. He already knew that Qin Yang was quite strong, but even a grandmaster of internal energy would be riddled with bullets. Chief Wei, which flight was he on? Lord of Wei Qin, remember to send the money. The man on the other end of the phone hung up after he finished speaking. Wei Changxiong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Qin Yang, you have many people protecting you in China, but now that you're in Myanmar, do you think being a grandmaster of internal energy is something special? Since you've come to Myanmar, don't even think about leaving alive. Chapter 247. Who agrees, who disagrees? Wei Changxiong quickly summoned several other people. After he explained the situation, one of them laughed and said, Boss, isn't Qin Yang just courting death by coming alone? Even a grandmaster of internal energy could block bullets. Another person said, Have the 9th Security Bureau arrived yet? Although they are not as good as us in martial arts, they are good marksmen and pose a considerable threat to us. Wei Changxiong, they probably didn't come. If the 9th Bureau of the National Security of China were to be dispatched, the situation would be different. What are your thoughts? The man next to Wei Changxiong grinned and said, Boss, since Qin Yang dares to come, let's send him to his grave. He's already at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, so the expert who passed on his skills to him is probably not strong anymore. Boss, should we send Black Tiger Company to act first? Black Tiger Company failed to kill Jiang Mushua. Another form of humanity. Wei Changxiong. Qin Yang will probably contact Black Tiger Company. I will notify Black Tiger Company to eliminate Qin Yang, but I estimate they will ask us for more money. It's normal to pay extra if Qin Yang is a grandmaster of internal energy. We can pay extra as long as we can get rid of Qin Yang. Humanity is humane. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wei Changxiong said, Since no one has any objections, let's show Qin Yang what we're capable of. He's young and arrogant and doesn't know his own limitations. Let's teach him. Not long after, they contacted Black Tiger Company through special channels. Boss, just as we predicted, Black Tiger Company agreed, but they're asking us to add another 30 million US dollars. Wei Changxiong. Talk to them properly, at most 20 million, otherwise make them return the money they have already paid. Yes. 5 minutes passed. Boss, they've agreed. Wei Changxiong nodded slightly. Black Tiger Company has many professional mercenaries, and their combat strength is not weak. Qin Yang may not be able to get past them. It would be best if Black Tiger Company could kill Qin Yang. Gentlemen, we also need to prepare. Brothers who are away from home should try to come back first. Weapons that need to be prepared should be prepared, and those that need to be maintained should be maintained properly. Wei Changxiong glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief when the plane landed. The possibility of an enemy attacking a civilian airliner is low, but it cannot be completely ruled out. If that happens, he would have to jump out of the plane immediately. He can teleport, and now he can even use the void step, so he can fly out from thousands of miles in the sky without any problems. AI, any new information? Qin Yang typed on the plane. The AI quickly displayed a lot of information. The AI originally estimated that there was a 95.3% chance that one of the masterminds was the Sands gang, but now that chance has increased to 99%. The Jinsha gang is still gathering. It's great that you're all together now. It saves me the trouble of searching for you all separately. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. Qin Yang got off the plane very quickly. Beep beep. Qin Yang dialed Sean's number. "Mr. Qin, I am Sean. I know you are already a Grandmaster of Internal Energy. It's amazing that you became a Grandmaster of Internal Energy at such a young age." Sean said respectfully on the other end of the phone. He originally thought Qin Yang wasn't that great. Qin Yang might be a great hacker, but his mastery of internal energy cultivation was nothing special. He had killed martial artists like that before. Things are different now. Qin Yang had actually reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm, and he had also killed more than 20 martial artists in the duel. Qin Yang is capable and ruthless. "Sean, your choice." Qin Yang said calmly. "Sean, Mr. Qin, we're with you. Will you honor your promise of double annual salary and vacation time?" Qin Yang said, "That's for sure. Sean, Mr. Qin, the boss knows you're here. He's ordered us to take you out near the company. Are your boss and his cronies here?" Qin Yang inquired. Sean said, "The boss was at the company just now, but I'm not sure if they'll leave. Even if they do, the boss probably won't go very far." After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang typed on his phone, "AI, please process the airport surveillance. Once I'm in a blind spot, remove myself from the surveillance." "Yes, master." Qin Yang soon arrived at a blind spot in the surveillance system. The AI easily accessed the monitoring system and erased Qin Yang's image from the surveillance footage. 3 hours later, Qin Yang arrived in another city, near the headquarters of Black Tiger Company. Black Tiger Company's headquarters are located in the suburbs, occupying a considerable area, with dedicated training areas and a helicopter landing pad. There are few ordinary people living in the surrounding area, since they train frequently, which ordinary people cannot endure. The defense is quite formidable. Qin Yang muttered to himself. His mental power can now cover hundreds of meters, so he can see clearly where gunmen are lying in ambush. Beep beep. Qin Yang dialed Sean's number again. "Mr. Qin," Qin Yang said calmly, "I'm here. You can explain the situation to everyone else. If anyone is unwilling, you need to deal with them. Your boss and his cronies are underground. We'll deal with them after we've dealt with your issues." Sean paused, taken aback. How did Qin Yang know that their boss was underground? "Mr. Qin, have you really come? Our CCTV footage suggests you haven't left the airport yet." Sean said, "Qin Yang, I have no reason to lie to you. Sean, if you don't surrender, you can all die." Sean's expression changed slightly. He didn't believe Qin Yang when he said he would kill them all. Killing people is no small matter. Would Qin Yang really dare to do it? But now the people of Dongying have confirmed that Qin Yang really dares. "Mr. Qin, if anyone disagrees, I will persuade them." Sean took a deep breath and said. Qin Yang said calmly, "I'll give you 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Sean quickly issued an order. "Everyone, attention. Assemble at the training ground immediately. Get moving. You only have 5 minutes." Sean and most of the others knew the situation, but a small number of them were unaware that they planned to defect to Qin Yang. "Captain, what's going on?" "Captain, aren't we supposed to be maintaining a tight defense?" Someone asked into the headset. "Sean, don't ask so many questions. Just gather together and I'll tell you why." The mercenaries sprang into action. Sean is their captain, and everyone trusts him as their captain. Beep beep. Soon Sean's phone rang. "Sean, what are you doing? Why did you call everyone together?" The person who called Sean was the boss of Black Tiger Company. "Sean, boss, I have a plan. I'll report it to you in detail later." "No, report immediately." "Sean, boss, there's no time right now. I'll definitely give a detailed report within an hour." After saying that, Sean hung up the phone. You bastard. The Black Tiger Company boss had a gloomy face. A middle-aged man next to him said, Boss, I don't think Sean is suitable to continue serving as captain after doing this. The boss of Black Tiger Company nodded slightly. Soon Sean and the others were all gathered together. Brothers, there's something I need to tell you all. Sean explained the situation. Who agrees and who disagrees? A voice came from afar. Chapter 248, Taking Control of Black Tiger Company. Qin Yang's figure rapidly approached. Several men immediately drew their guns and aimed them at Qin Yang. Stop, Sean quickly replied. Qin Yang quickly moved within a few dozen meters, a distance from which a shot would have a very high accuracy rate. Don't shoot. Whoever shoots will die, Sean said sternly. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Qin Yang quickly arrived in front of Sean and the others. The men with guns were still aiming at Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at Sean and said, Sean, what kind of captain are you? If you can't manage them, should I find someone else to manage you? Sean's expression changed slightly. York, I order you to put down your guns immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Several men who had been aiming at Qin Yang slowly lowered their guns. Most of them didn't draw their weapons, making it clear that they weren't entirely loyal to their former boss. Captain, Viper and his men have been captured. If we join forces with Qin Yang and his Viper, will we be able to return? One of them is humane. He was speaking in English. Qin Yang said in English, they can't. Using firearms on Chinese territory violates Chinese law. Besides, they were trying to kill my wife. I'm being kind by not killing their families. The man who had just spoken said, Mr. Qin, with your current influence in China, if you give the word, Viper and the others should be able to return. Qin Yang stared at him with cold eyes. You may have had a good relationship before, but if you want to work with me, you must put my interests first. If you betray us, you shall die. Do you understand? The man's expression changed. I understand. Viper saved my life. I just hope I can help him. Qin Yang said, I didn't care about these things before. They attacked my wife, so they both deserve to die. Those of you who want to stand up for me, come forward. Those who don't want to follow can stay where they are. Sean and a dozen others immediately stepped forward, and the rest followed suit. Even if you have a very good relationship with Viper and his group, if you don't stand up now, the consequence might be death. Very good. As long as you are loyal, your annual salary will double, and your annual vacation will be greatly increased. Anyone who is disloyal will also suffer severe consequences. Qin Yang glanced at them and said in a deep voice, Yes. Sean and the others said in unison. Inside a hidden safe house underground, the boss of Black Tiger Company looked extremely grim. Sean and his men had all sided with Qin Yang. Contact the leader of the Jinsha gang. The boss of Black Tiger Company said in a cold voice. Yes. His trusted confidant immediately dialed the number, but it didn't go through. Qin Yang had already interfered with the communications. He took a military-grade jamming device from his own factory. Boss, I can't get through. How could that be? The boss's expression changed. Boss, this safe house is well hidden. They probably don't know about it. After Qin Yang leaves, I'll rush out and deal with Sean and those traitors as soon as possible. The boss nodded. His trusted confidant has the cultivation level of the early stage of the transformation realm. He definitely can't beat Qin Yang, but as long as Qin Yang leaves, he can assassinate Sean and the others one by one. On the ground, Qin Yang led Sean and the others forward. Boss, something's wrong. Qin Yang and the others are coming this way. The martial artist, who was at the early stage of the transformation realm, changed his expression. They can see outside through surveillance. On the ground, Qin Yang and his group were indeed heading this way. 5 minutes later, Qin Yang stopped and said, Sean, your former boss is right under this building. You thought he left by helicopter. Actually, no. You guys figure out a way to find him. Sean nodded and went to the monitor. Ronald, are you going to come out here yourselves, or should we use explosives to destroy this place? Even if there's food inside, how long can you last? Ronald frowned as he entered the underground safe house. There was indeed some food and water stored inside, but if the building above were destroyed, they would be buried alive. Nobody will know they're in here. They will surely die once they run out of food and water. Boss, we need to get out of here. Maybe we can buy our lives. And if I get close to Qin Yang, I might be able to kill him. Ronald's close confidant. Ronald nodded slightly. Qin Yang and his team located the exact spot, knowing that pretending not to be there would be pointless at this point. Let's talk to Qin Yang first. If you can solve it with money, then solve it with money. If not, then find another opportunity to kill Qin Yang. Ronald said in a deep voice. Okay, boss. The two opened a thick security door, then went through a security passage, and finally opened another hidden security door before they reached the outside. Puff! Qin Yang raised his hand. In an instant, Ronald's confidant was struck in the eye by a slender throwing knife that pierced precisely into his left eye. Ronald's expression changed drastically. He even wanted his confidant to find an opportunity to kill Qin Yang. But as soon as they met, his confidant was killed by Qin Yang. Sean and his team were shocked. They knew that Ronald's confidant was very capable, with high combat skills and excellent marksmanship. Unexpectedly, he was instantly defeated by Qin Yang. Qin Yang, don't kill me. I'll give you the money, Ronald said in broken Chinese. Qin Yang said with a half-smile. Ronald, let's talk inside. Sean, you guys stay outside. Okay, boss. Sean nodded. Qin Yang and Ronald entered the house. Mr. Ronald, how much money are you willing to pay to save your life? 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Ronald took a deep breath and said, Qin Yang, before I came here, I checked. Mr. Ronald, you've made quite a bit of money. You have over $1 billion in your bank account. You're only planning to take out 100 million to buy your life. Ronald, Qin Yang said calmly. Mr. Ronald, transfer all your money to me, and I'll spare your life. What do you think of this deal? Ronald said with a gloomy face. Qin Yang, you're too ruthless. I've worked so hard all these years to earn so little money. I'll give you a maximum of 300 million. Qin Yang, it seems you don't understand the situation. Oh, Ronald screamed in agony. Qin Yang threw a knife that struck his foot, the knife going in through the instep and coming out through the sole of his foot. Mr. Ronald, you have 2 minutes to consider. If you disagree in 1 minute, I'll cut off one of your hands. If you disagree in 2 minutes, you're dead. Qin Yang smiled and said, Ronald, Qin Yang, leave me a little bit. 2 or 300 million will do. Qin Yang shook his head. 20 or 30 million is impossible. Think it over carefully. I mean what I say. I agree. It's almost time, Ronald said dejectedly. Qin Yang smiled and said, the right choice. 10 minutes later, Ronald completed the transfer. He was like a deflated balloon, having transferred a total of $1.5 billion from several of his accounts to Qin Yang. They've run out of money and power. People he offended in the past are likely to come after him. Whether we can survive is the question. Let's go, Qin Yang said calmly. Ronald followed him outside, limping. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Ronald was shot in the forehead. Sean fired the shot. Qin Yang looked at Sean and frowned, saying, Sean, I told him to spare his life, but you still shot him. Boss, I was wrong. Sean lowered his head and said, Qin Yang, I'll fine you a month's salary. Chapter 249 Qin Yang's Night Raid on the Golden Sands Gang. Boss, I accept the punishment. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It's good that you accept the punishment. Your attitude is quite correct. Captain, you can continue doing your job. This time it went relatively smoothly. As the captain, you will receive a bonus of $1 million, and everyone else, except for the few who pointed guns at me, will receive a bonus of $500,000. Sean was overjoyed. Although his monthly salary is quite substantial, it's nowhere near $1 million. That shot was well fired. The men pointing guns at Qin Yang. They were completely stunned. Losing $500,000 in one fell swoop? $500,000 can buy a supercar. If it were a woman, how many could you get for $500,000? Sean, the money is transferred to you. Send it out immediately. Okay, boss. Qin Yang quickly transferred the money to Sean. There were 34 of them, 6 of whom were armed. The money transferred to Sean was less than $15 million, while Qin Yang had just received a full $1.5 billion. Boss, will we get bonuses if we do a good job in the future? One of the people who did not receive the bonus inquired. Qin Yang said, judging from your performance, if you continue to act like you did today, not only will you not receive a bonus, but you may also be completely laid off. The group was terrified. Boss, we know we were wrong. One of them lowered his head and said. The others also quickly admitted their mistakes. Keep today's events a secret. I don't want anyone to know that I'm your boss. Qin Yang said in a deep voice. Sean, boss, we'll keep it a secret, but as time goes on, other people will definitely find out. Qin Yang, it's okay if you know in secret, but I don't want this kind of thing to be brought into the open, understand? Some of the work you'll be doing in the future isn't exactly legal. Clear, Sean and the others said in unison. Does anyone here know how to fly a helicopter? Take me to the area where the Sands gang is located. Qin Yang said. Sean, boss, are you targeting the Sands gang? Although our Black Tiger company is quite strong, the Sands gang has a lot of people and we are no match for them. The headquarters of the Golden Sands gang is located in a mountain. They have built many bunkers around it, and their spies are everywhere in the nearby villages, making it very difficult to infiltrate. In the past, the government deployed tens of thousands of regular troops, but they were unable to do anything to them. Qin Yang said calmly. Is there anything else? Sean said with a solemn expression. Boss, the Golden Sands gang has over 1,000 people, and they have light and heavy machine guns, rockets, mortars, and even anti-aircraft missiles. They are really not to be trifled with. Qin Yang, you don't need to go now. You can take care of the few who manage to escape later. The mission objectives will be sent to you later. Qin Yang soon left by helicopter. Captain, although the boss is very powerful, is it possible for him to defeat the Golden Sands gang by himself? Someone next to Sean said. Sean, it's impossible if it's just the boss. The internal energy of a grandmaster of internal strength is limited. Killing thousands of people is not easy. A place like the headquarters of the Sands gang is a good place to launch a sneak attack. Boss, another 20 or 30 kilometers ahead is the territory of the Golden Sands gang. Flying any further ahead will be dangerous. The helicopter pilot shouted. Qin Yang, lower your altitude. The helicopter rapidly descended, and when it was only about 10 meters above the ground, Qin Yang jumped out. Martial artists are truly wonderful. The helicopter pilot was filled with emotion. The helicopter quickly departed, and Qin Yang put on his headset and asked, AI, how far am I from the Jinsha gang headquarters? Master, we are still 53 kilometers away from their headquarters. Qin Yang thought to himself, 53 kilometers is a bit far. Using his lightness skill to get there would be very taxing. Not long after, Qin Yang got into a car. The car took him to the city closest to the headquarters of the Sands gang, a city that was Sands gang territory. Qin Yang arrived at a crowded market, and by the time he left, it had transformed into something else entirely. He has obtained an S-level disguise skill. His pupils and fingerprints have now changed. The sky gradually darkened. The AI has gathered a lot of information, and most of the Sands gang members are now gathering at headquarters. Boss, why hasn't Qin Yang arrived yet? Someone in the Golden Sands gang couldn't help but ask. Wei Changxiang, why would he come during the day? It's getting dark. Tell everyone to be alert. I'll reward whoever kills Qin Yang with $10 million. Yes. Several people around Wei Changxiang said in unison. Time passed second by second. It was completely dark. There was no moon tonight. It was all right in the city, but in the mountains, it was almost pitch black. That's about it. Qin Yang rode a dilapidated motorcycle to the outskirts of the city. With no one around, Qin Yang used the void step. The void step can solidify the void beneath one's feet. If one only knows this, one can only walk slowly step by step. However, Qin Yang also possesses an A-level lightness skill, which allows him to travel far in one step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Qin Yang took 10 meters or more in the air with each step. This thing really consumes a lot of mental energy. Qin Yang thought to himself. He can use void step for short distances without any problem, but his mental strength can't withstand it for long distances. The Jinsha gang had been keeping a close watch on the perimeter, and they never expected that Qin Yang would fly over from the sky. Traveling by air, there was no need to go around, and in less than 10 minutes, Qin Yang had already arrived near the headquarters of the Golden Sands gang. Let's play slowly. Qin Yang muttered to himself. He found a great sniping position. With a thought, a sniper rifle appeared in Qin Yang's hand. This sniper rifle was obtained as a system reward. It has no model number, and no clues can be found from the bullets. Uft, uft. Qin Yang set up his sniper rifle and fired. 2 members of the Jinsha gang, carrying guns, were shot and fell to the ground. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A member of the Jinsha gang nearby roared. Puff. The next second, this person also died. Da-da-da. The Jinsha gang members opened fire on Qin Yang. It was pitch black, and they couldn't see where Qin Yang was, but they knew which direction the bullets were coming from. Uft, uft, uft. Qin Yang calmly pulled the trigger. The enemy cannot see where he is, but his mental power can see hundreds of meters away. He can see the enemy's location very clearly. The enemy should be here. This is a very good sniping position. One of the people next to Wei Changxiong analyzed it. Wei Changxiong, have people prepare mortars. Fire multiple mortars simultaneously. I want to blast the enemy to pieces in the first round. Yes. Wei Changxiong and his men quickly prepared the mortars. Qin Yang could see it clearly through his mental power. He quickly changed his location. Boom, boom, boom. In a very short time, the place where Qin Yang had just been was bombed. Uft, uft. Qin Yang continued firing from a different location. He needs to put enough pressure on the Sands gang so that they will call over more people and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Chapter 250 Qin Yang versus Jinsha gang. Da-da-da. Boom. Wherever Qin Yang fires, bullets from all kinds of guns, including mortar shells, will soon rain down upon him. But none of this could affect Qin Yang at all. Qin Yang would fire a few shots and then quickly move to another location, while his mental energy constantly monitored the enemy's movements. Even if someone occasionally hits him with random shots, the space shield can easily block the bullets. Charge there. Surround them from all sides. Don't let Qin Yang escape. Also, let the people on the outside come closer. Wei Changxiong said angrily. In a short period of time, they lost 20 or 30 people. Now, Qin Yang is in the core area, and those who died were all elites of the Golden Sands gang, his trusted confidants. If a large number of his trusted confidants die, it will affect his position. Yes. The people around Wei Changxiong quickly said. The members of the Jinsha gang on the outskirts quickly arrived. Many of these members were hidden among ordinary people, making it difficult to find them. Now that Qin Yang is putting immense pressure on the Jinsha gang, it's best to let Wei Changxiong and his group bring their own people over. They wanted to rush over. Qin Yang muttered to himself. A grenade appeared in his hand. This grenade was produced in his factory. It was about the same size as a regular grenade, but its power was more than 10 times that of a regular grenade. Get out of here. Qin Yang threw the grenade. The grenade landed on a relatively narrow mountain road. There were quite a few members of the Golden Sands gang crammed in here. Boom. A violent explosion rang out. Several members of the Golden Sands gang were killed in the bombing, and many more were injured by grenades. Many people, both injured and uninjured, screamed in fear. This power is really impressive. Qin Yang muttered to himself. A single grenade blew up the road, making it much more difficult for the Jinsha gang members to get through. Go. Qin Yang threw another grenade. People coming from the other road were also bombed. What did Qin Yang throw out? Wei Changxiong inquired. He was inside a heavily fortified bunker, and he could see outside through the bulletproof glass. The explosion and the sound were so loud that it couldn't have been a grenade. Boss, judging from the power of the explosion, it should be a mortar shell. He is a grandmaster of internal energy, able to throw a mortar shell like a grenade. A person next to Wei Changxiong said. Another person said, the weight is there. Even if he were a grandmaster of internal energy, he couldn't bring much with him. He's dead. Wei Changxiong nodded. Where are the drones? Why haven't they launched an attack yet after all this time? They've now kept up with the times and bought drones. Boss, I have a question. The person next to Wei Changxiong immediately made a phone call to inquire. Brother Gua, we're being interfered with. We were just about to launch a drone attack, but all the drones crashed down after taking off. We still have drones, but the rest don't have infrared capabilities. The person on the other end of the phone said angrily. How could it be interfered with? Brother Gua, Qin Yang might have brought a signal jammer. After hanging up the phone, Brother Gua immediately reported the news. Wei Changxiong's face darkened considerably upon receiving the message, as the drone team was one of his trump cards. This is very useful for dealing with martial artists. Unexpectedly, the drone team was completely rendered useless. Drones without infrared capabilities are now completely unusable. Boss, we can surround them without attacking. On one hand, we can wait for the people on the outside to arrive, and on the other hand, we can wait until dawn. One of Wei Changxiong's close followers. Wei Changxiong nodded slightly. He had lost 70 or 80 men, most of whom were his trusted confidants, and he was heartbroken. Qin Yang quickly discovered that the enemy was retreating. The enemy's attacks became sporadic. With the enemy hiding, it became more difficult for him to snipe them. Want to wait for reinforcements? Qin Yang muttered to himself. He also hoped that more people from Sands would come over. He must completely destroy the Sands gang. China. Beep beep. Liang Guanjin received a call from Zhang Xiangang. Xingang, what is it? Liang Guanjin inquired. He had already finished showering and was getting ready for bed. Zhang Xingang. Director Liang. Qin Yang went to Myanmar. A fierce battle broke out at the headquarters of the Golden Sands Gang there. Are these two things related? Liang Guanjin inquired. Zhang Xingang. Qin Yang went to Black Tiger Company, and then took a helicopter to approach the territory of the Golden Sands Gang. A few hours later, a battle broke out in the Golden Sands Gang. Intelligence indicates that no other forces are attacking the Golden Sands Gang. Liang Guanjin. What can our satellites detect? Zhang Xingang said. Infrared satellites show that there is a person on a mountain next to the Jinsha Gang headquarters. He is being attacked from all sides by many people from the Jinsha Gang. The Jinsha Gang used mortars and other weapons to attack him. Liang Guanjin. Is that person all right? Can you confirm that person is Qin Yang? Zhang Xingang. That person is fine for now, but many members of the Jinsha Gang are approaching from the outside. Whether they can hold out is a question. It cannot be confirmed that it is Qin Yang, but the probability is relatively high. The Jinsha Gang must have hired the Black Tiger Company to kill Jiang Muxua. Liang Guanjin asked, is Black Tiger Company all right? Zhang Xingang. Those mercenaries are fine, but I suspect the boss of Black Tiger Company is in trouble. Black Tiger Company might already be under the Qin family's control. Director Liang, what do we do? What if Qin Yang gets into trouble with the Golden Sands Gang? Liang Guanjin paced back and forth in the room. He was also worried. Qin Yang is very strong in scientific research, and at a young age he has already reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm, and his strength has even reached the late stage of the transformation realm. Qin Yang was extremely important to the country. Do we have people over there? Make sure you are ready to provide backup. Liang Guanjin said in a deep voice. Qin Yang fought his way out from inside. I believe he should be able to do it. He's not someone who doesn't know his limits. Yes, Director Liang. Time passed second by second. One car after another approached the headquarters of the Golden Sands Gang, and members of the Golden Sands Gang in the surrounding area gathered around. The Golden Sands Gang has over 1,000 members, but Qin Yang only killed 60 or 70 of them. The headquarters now has 800 or 900 members. A small number of Jinsha Gang members have not yet arrived. Those who were supposed to come should have all arrived. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Now that the enemy has almost arrived, it's time to start a new round of killing. Qin Yang turned off the signal jammer. Buzz. Several drones took off. Under the control of the AI, these drones flew to several key locations, where the roads were relatively narrow and there were relatively high mountains on all sides. One of their drones arrived first. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the mountain collapsed, and a lot of mud and rocks blocked the road. Boom. Boom. Then came several more violent explosions, and the mountains and other places were also blasted and collapsed. Our way out is blocked. How could such a small drone explode so powerfully? Many members of the Sands Gang were somewhat panicked. All the roads leading away had been destroyed by the bomb, and large amounts of earth and rocks blocked their vehicles from driving out. What's the panic? We have 800 or 900 people, but Qin Yang is all alone. We still can't beat Qin Yang. Wei Changxiong said sternly. Chapter 251. Is he a devil? Experienced the fear of being dominated by new types of bombs. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Dozens of grenades appeared around him. It's worth mentioning that he was in a cave, so even satellite surveillance wouldn't detect anything unusual. Go! Qin Yang swung it with all his might. A grenade landed several hundred meters away, and several people took cover from snipers near the grenade's landing point. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. Everyone near that spot was killed. One grenade thrown by Qin Yang was equivalent to more than a dozen. Boom! Boom! Qin Yang threw out grenades with all his might. With his mental power, he could see where the enemy was, and the grenades seemed to have eyes as they fell towards the enemy. Oh! My hand, my hand! Immediately, cries of agony erupted from the members of the Golden Sands Gang. Qin Yang quickly threw out dozens of grenades, killing hundreds of Jinsha Gang members and injuring many more. The entire area was filled with screams of agony. Wei Changxiong began to question the meaning of life. Qin Yang was alone, while they numbered 800 or 900, yet Qin Yang managed to unleash firepower far superior to theirs. Dozens of mortar shells, drones, and jammers. How did Qin Yang bring them all here? Wei Changxiong said with a grim expression. One of his trusted men said, Boss, it's not easy to get up there. We don't usually go up there. It's possible that someone has already transported some equipment up. Another person said, There's a hole up there. The equipment that was delivered in advance is very likely hidden in there. Wei Changxiong said with a grim expression. Can we blow up that hole? Boss, the cave is surrounded by a stone wall, so it's not easy to destroy it accurately. Besides, Qin Yang just destroyed most of our mortars. Wei Changxiong paced back and forth. You guys hurry up and think of a solution. Qin Yang has already killed 200 of our men, and many more have been wounded. Are we really no match for him? Everyone fell silent. A direct assault was necessary. Qin Yang's marksmanship was terrifyingly accurate, and the path up had already been destroyed by him, making it difficult for their men to clear a way forward. They no longer have infrared drones. The mortars could indeed reach Qin Yang, but most of them were destroyed, so whether the remaining mortars could even reach him was a big question mark. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously. Soon someone shouted into the walkie-talkie, Boss, Qin Yang came down from up there after the explosion. He's in the woods southwest of headquarters. Wei Changxiong's expression changed. Everyone, kill him with all your might. Qin Yang fired bullets through the woods. He couldn't snipe the enemy when they were hiding on the mountaintop, but now he could. In the darkness, his figure was like a ghost. His mental energy covered an area of several hundred meters, which was equivalent to having a full map open, making it impossible for the enemy to launch a sneak attack on him. Da-da-da. Bang, bang. The Jinsha gang members had even fiercer firepower, but since they couldn't see where the enemy was, they fired randomly. Qin Yang, on the other hand, precisely eliminated them. He's a devil. He's a devil. Even with so many of us firing, we couldn't hit him. He probably killed half of us already. Many members of the Sands gang collapsed. Their casualties totaled 400 or 500. Even a regular army couldn't withstand such heavy casualties. They weren't soldiers. They were just ordinary gang members. Boss, our casualties are too heavy. The men down below can't hold on any longer. The deputy gang leader, next to Wei Changxiong, said in a deep voice. Wei Changxiong's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't believe it. They had killed a Grandmaster of Internal Energy before. That Grandmaster of Internal Energy came to their door and only killed about 30 of them before being shot to death by their own men. How is Qin Yang so strong? Boss, our losses are too heavy. Should we send them into the hidden bunkers one by one? Wei Changxiong was a close follower of the Taoist. Their bunkers are very well defended. Now that Qin Yang has charged down, they probably don't have any bombs left. Besides, the bunkers could withstand bombs like those they've used before. Let's switch from offense to defense. Wei Changxiong took a deep breath and said, if Qin Yang switched from offense to defense, he might be able to escape, but his men were on the verge of collapse, and the offensive could not be sustained. Yes. Wei Changxiong's order was immediately transmitted. The gang members, relieved to receive the order, believed they could survive, relying on the powerful fortress. They had seen some fortresses when they were building them. The fortresses were basically located underground, with walls nearly a meter thick, and the security doors of the fortresses could withstand rocket attacks. Go inside quickly. Retreat immediately. The members of the Golden Sands gang all went into hiding. At this point, they no longer considered killing Qin Yang. Although killing Qin Yang would earn them a reward of $10 million, they only cared about actually getting that $10 million. Hide. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. If so many of them were to scatter and flee, perhaps a few individuals would manage to escape. But if they hid, none of the Jinsha gang members would be able to escape. Close the door now. We finally survived. One fortress after another sealed off the security door, and the Jinsha gang members who had taken refuge inside all breathed a sigh of relief. The fortress was stocked with food and water, enough for them to survive for a month. A certain intelligence agency in the United States. Their infrared satellites are conducting observations. The Golden Sands gang was actually defeated by one person, and they had to go into hiding. Is that guy a devil? A white man exclaimed in surprise. Try to confirm whether that person is Qin Yang. The other person said in a deep voice. Infrared satellites can only provide a general picture. They only know that one person defeated the Sands gang, but they don't yet know who that person is. Yes. Qin Yang approached a fortress. Most of the fortress was buried underground, but part of it was above ground. The fortress had firing ports and was equipped with heavy machine guns. Qin Yang's mental strength scan. Most of the people who entered the fortress hid below, but there were also several people guarding the top of the fortress. These people were being observed by someone. Someone was gripping the handle of a heavy machine gun tightly with both hands. Goodbye, and don't bother seeing me off. Qin Yang muttered to himself. He sent a grenade into the fortress. The fortress was very strong, but it couldn't stop mental energy. He could send things from the system space into it. Boom! A violent explosion occurred inside the fortress. The ammunition inside the fortress was detonated by Qin Yang's grenade. The entire fortress was destroyed. What was that noise? Quickly contact the other bunkers to see what's going on. Wei Changxiong quickly replied. They heard a sound. Boss, there's no response from bunker number 3. Soon, one of Wei Changxiong's confidants replied. Wei Changxiong's expression changed. One of the bunkers was destroyed so quickly? Qin Yang quickly arrived near the second bunker. Boom! The second bunker was also destroyed. Boss, we can't get in touch with bunker number 4 either. Wei Changxiong's confidant said in a trembling voice. Chapter 252 The Demise of the Golden Sands Gang. Beep beep. Liang Guanjin received another call from Zhang Xiangang. Xingang, is there something wrong with Qin Yang? Liang Guanjin quickly asked. Zhang Xiangang. Director Liang, something strange. According to satellite images, the Jinsha gang has switched from offense to defense, and their bunkers are being destroyed. Liang Guanjin was taken aback. So fast, doesn't the Golden Sands gang have over 1,000 members? He had been to Myanmar and knew about the Golden Sands gang. Zhang Xingang. That's the strange thing. Even if Qin Yang has the strength of the late stage of the transformation realm, it should be difficult for him to win against a force like the Golden Sands gang. Not to mention winning so quickly. Could it be that the person over there isn't Qin Yang at all? Liang Guanjin pondered. You mean, the person who went to the Golden Sands gang might be the powerful figure behind Qin Yang? Zhang Xingang. We can't rule out that possibility. Based on the infrared images taken by the satellite, we estimate that the person used a lot of ammunition, which Qin Yang couldn't possibly carry. Unless Qin Yang is a space-age ability user. After considering for a moment, Liang Guanjin said, it's unlikely that Qin Yang is a space ability user. I checked his mental strength before, and it wasn't that strong. The powerful figure behind him can help him conceal his internal energy, but it's unlikely he can help him conceal his spiritual energy. The powerful figure behind him might be a spatial ability user, Zhang Xingang said. If that's the case, even if the internal energy is transferred to Qin Yang, his strength will still be very strong. Xingang, continue to keep a close eye on things, and let me know as soon as you have any news. Liang Guanjin hung up the phone after speaking. On Qin Yang's side. Boom. The fourth bunker also exploded. Each bunker contained a considerable amount of ammunition. Detonating it would certainly destroy the entire bunker. Boss, we've also lost contact with bunker number 6. Wei Changxiong's confidant said in a trembling voice. Wei Changxiong's face was frighteningly dark. In less than 10 minutes, 4 bunkers were destroyed. There were only 6 bunkers outside their main bunker in total, and now only 2 of the outer bunkers remain. We can't continue like this. We have to fight our way out. That's our only chance of survival. A person next to Wei Changxiong said. Everyone, charge out. If we can kill the enemy after we get out, that would be best. If we can't kill the enemy, then we should all try to escape. Wei Changxiong took a deep breath and said, yes. They quickly relayed the orders. Boom. The other 2 bunkers had just received the order when one of them exploded violently, turning the entire bunker into ruins. Quick, let's get out of here. Staying here is tantamount to waiting to die. The people in the main castle and the last hidden bunker hurriedly went out. They can fight back when they're outside. Inside the fortress, they could only passively wait to die. Will this be enough to survive? Innocent. Qin Yang muttered to himself. In the darkness, he quickly approached bunker number 1. Many people inside bunker number 1 came out in panic, and Qin Yang fired his gun at them continuously. Da-da-da. Bang bang bang. The members of the Jinsha gang fought back desperately. But it's useless. Even if they were lucky enough to fire at Qin Yang, the spatial shield could easily block the stray bullets. Uft, uft. Those with the most powerful firepower were singled out by Qin Yang. Many of the people who came out of bunker number 1 died, and the rest were forced back into the bunker. Go! Qin Yang sent a grenade into the bunker. Boom! The entire bunker immediately exploded violently, and bunker number 1 was destroyed in the towering flames. Boss, bunker number 1 is also gone. A person next to Wei Changxiong said in a trembling voice. Wei Changxiong looked in the direction of bunker number 1. Bunker number 1 had the strongest defenses outside the main bunker, but he never expected that it would be completely destroyed by the enemy. Boss, the enemy is too strong. The way out is blocked, and I'm afraid we can't escape. Why don't we negotiate with the enemy? The deputy leader of the Jinsha gang spoke up. Wei Changxiong frowned. He had originally thought that the people in Bunker Number 1 could hold out for some time, but he never expected that Bunker Number 1 would be destroyed so quickly. Of the thousands of members of the Jinsha gang, only they remain. Everyone gather together. Find cover and wait for the enemy to come. Wei Changxiong said in a deep voice. Wei Changxiong's son asked in confusion. Dad, we're guarding the outside. Why don't we go inside? Wei Changxiong said, don't you understand? The destruction of our bunkers must have been caused by the detonation of the ammunition inside. Going in would be suicide. Defend from the outside. We are waiting for the other party to come and negotiate with him. The Jinsha gang was down to just over 100 men, who were taking cover behind bunkers and defending themselves in a staggered fashion. This defense can prevent them from being sniped from a distance, and they can also counterattack if the enemy gets close. A few minutes passed. Qin Yang, I knew you were here. You're very powerful. We, the Jinsha gang, are impressed. If you let us go, we'll give you money to buy our lives. Wei Changxiong shouted loudly through a megaphone. Qin Yang had indeed arrived nearby. He stood on a tree, looking towards Wei Changxiong and his group. Qin Yang, I have 2 sons. My second son isn't here. Even if you kill us all, some members of the Golden Sands gang will still survive. They will avenge us. You can get a lot of money if you let us go, and our Sands gang will never retaliate against you in the future. I guarantee it with my personal integrity. Qin Yang feigned an aged voice. Wei Changxiong, do you even have any integrity left? Let me correct you on one point. You have 3 sons in total. The second son is in Europe and the third son is in the United States. Wei Changxiong's expression changed. Even his closest confidants were unaware of the existence of his third son. How did the other party find out? You're not Qin Yang. You're the powerful figure behind Qin Yang? Wei Changxiong inquired. Qin Yang is a young man, but this voice sounds very old. Qin Yang looked up. He can't see anything, but there should be satellites watching this place right now. Who I am is not important. The important thing is that you are going to die here today. Qin Yang used the void step, and his figure rapidly rose into the air. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Qin Yang quickly reached an altitude of 700 or 800 meters. Most guns simply can't shoot that high. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yang fired his gun from midair, looking down at the Golden Sands gang members, whose cover was completely useless. He is in the air. Shoot. Many of the remaining members of the Sands gang fired into the air, but most bullets couldn't reach that height. A few guns could reach that height, but it was difficult to hit them accurately. Even if they hit their target accurately, they couldn't harm Qin Yang. It's over. Despair was evident in Wei Changxiong's eyes. How can they possibly win when their opponents can fly? Uft, uft. One by one, the members of the Jinsha gang fell to the ground. I surrender. I surrender too. Many people dropped their guns and knelt on the ground. You've taken control of a few of the leaders. An aged voice came from the air. Wei Changxiong and the others' expressions changed. The next second, some of the gang members pointed guns at them. Chapter 253: The Deaths of Wei Changxiong and Others. Wei Changxiong was furious. His close associates were among those targeting him. Boss, we're sorry, we want to live. One of Wei Changxiong's confidants took a deep breath and said. Qin Yang gradually descended from the sky. Wei Changxiong and the others got a clear look at Qin Yang. Qin Yang's face was not exactly old, but he looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Die. The dozen or so members of the Jinsha gang turned their guns on Qin Yang. Bang, bang, bang. They pulled the trigger immediately. Qin Yang did not dodge, but when the bullets shot at him reached him, they seemed to hit an invisible wall, and he could not advance an inch. Those who fired the shots were dumbfounded. They had lights on their side, so they could see clearly, and their bullets couldn't harm the other side at all. Court death, Qin Yang said indifferently. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and all of them died. Only 20 or 30 people remained alive. Who are you? Wei Changxiong said in a trembling voice. Fear showed in his eyes. A dozen or so men fired at Qin Yang, yet they couldn't harm him at all. Their strength was terrifying. Who I am is not important. The important thing is whether you cooperate. Qin Yang looked at Wei Changxiong and said calmly. Wei Changxiong said in a deep voice. I'll give you money. I'll give you $200 million to buy the lives of these few people. He was referring to the few people who were being targeted by guns. The others were aiming guns at him, but he naturally didn't care. $200 million? You have nearly $2 billion in your accounts combined. Qin Yang said with a half-smile. Wei Changxiong, if we hand over the money, will you let us go? Qin Yang shook his head. No. Wei Changxiong and the others. Wei Changxiong's eldest son said with a grim face. Since we're going to die whether we give it to you or not, why should we give you money? Qin Yang quickly patted them on the shoulder. Oh. Soon, Wei Changxiong and his men began to scream in agony. Qin Yang used the dislocating bone technique on them. Gag them all, tie their hands and feet, and you can live if you do your job well. Qin Yang said calmly. Okay. Those targeting Wei Changxiong and his men acted swiftly, quickly binding their hands and feet and stuffing their mouths with smelly socks. Wei Changxiong and the others stared wide-eyed. The dislocating tendons and bones technique caused them excruciating pain. Qin Yang said, if you hand over the money, you won't live, but at least you can die a quick death. Whether you hand over the money or not is up to you. One of them kept nodding. He knew very well that he wouldn't survive, so there was no need to suffer before he died. Very good. You'll have your chance to perform in 10 minutes. If you don't do well, your next chance will be in a little after tomorrow. The person who just nodded. I didn't expect that even after agreeing to pay, I still had to wait another 10 minutes. Half a minute later, the second one also nodded. Qin Yang looked at him. You're the second one. I'll give you the chance to transfer the money in 20 minutes. If you miss this chance, the next one will be in 2 hours. Wei Changxiong and the other four were dumbfounded. Are you still going to play like this? The later the person goes, the longer they suffer. Soon all four of them nodded in agreement. They lined up one by one. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang patted the first person, and the terrifying pain quickly left him. Call. The man breathed a long sigh of relief. His clothes were completely soaked. Qin Yang, I've given you a chance to prove yourself. I hope you seize it, or the consequences will be severe. I know. I need a laptop. Soon someone brought a laptop, and the person with a pained expression transferred money from card to card one by one. All right. 6 or 7 minutes passed before the man walked away. Qin Yang, are you still hiding anything? No. Qin Yang could tell that the man was not lying. His gaze swept over the 20 or so rebels. Each of you shoot him once, and fire at the same time. Some people's expressions changed slightly. Qin Yang ordered them to assassinate high-ranking members of the Jinsha gang, so that they would completely sever ties with the gang. Is there a problem? Qin Yang said in a deep voice. No. These people quickly replied. Bang! They all raised their guns and fired at the same time. The person who had just completed the transfer was hit by about 20 bullets in an instant. Wei Changxiong and others. Now you. Qin Yang then went to the second person who agreed to transfer the money. As time passed, an hour went by. Everyone else had transferred the money and died. Only Wei Changxiong remained who hadn't transferred any money, and he was also the richest among them. Senior, could you please spare my other 2 sons? They are not members of the Sans gang. Wei Changxiong prayed. Qin Yang, there are 2 forces secretly plotting to kill Jiang Muxue. What is the other force? Wei Changxiong. Senior, I know that. If I tell you, will you let my 2 sons go? Qin Yang said calmly. I won't kill them, but if they take action, they will definitely die later. Thank you, Senior. Senior, you should know about the Photosynthesis Society, right? The Photosynthesis Society is another force that wants to kill Jiang Muxue. Wei Changxiong said in a deep voice. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. He deduced that Wei Changxiong was not lying. So it's the Photosynthesis Society. Tell me about all the people in the Photosynthesis Society you know. Wei Changxiong hesitated for a moment. He said that if he told the Photosynthesis Society, they would definitely cause trouble for his son. Qin Yang, you have 10 seconds to think it over. If you go over it, you can think it over for several hours tonight. I'll talk. Wei Changxiong quickly replied. He never wanted to endure that kind of pain again. Wei Changxiong quickly spoke up. He didn't know many members of the Photosynthesis Society, only 3. The Photosynthesis Society also had influence in Myanmar. Senior, I'm transferring the money to you. After you transfer the money, please just give me a quick settlement. Wei Changxiong spoke with bitterness. He never imagined that he would one day want to die. About 10 minutes later, Wei Changxiong finished the transfer and said, Senior, I have transferred all the money in my card to you. Qin Yang's gaze swept over the 20 or so rebels. Bang! They quickly shot and killed Wei Changxiong. Qin Yang, some members of the Jinsha gang are not here. If you kill Wei Changxiong and his men, you'd better get rid of those who are loyal to Wei Changxiong and his men. Do you understand? The 20 or so people nodded. Qin Yang said, Do you want to seek revenge on me or Qin Yang and the others later? In no mood. These people quickly shook their heads. Qin Yang deduced that they were telling the truth. He didn't need to kill these 20 or so people. Keeping them alive can also tell the others that Qin Yang was not the one who committed the murder. Even if the Golden Sands gang commits numerous evils and kills thousands of people, it will still have a negative impact if word gets out. Qin Yang didn't want to be labeled a serial killer. Get out of here, Qin Yang said indifferently. Thank you for sparing my life, senior. The remaining 20 or so people scrambled away as fast as they could. Once they left Qin Yang and approached Fortress Number 1, his mental energy entered Fortress Number 1. There's nothing good inside the other fortresses. But Wei Changxiong had hidden something good in Fortress Number 1. It includes both gold and cash. The gold inside is worth hundreds of millions of US dollars, and while the cash isn't quite that much, it's still around 20 to 30 million US dollars. Chapter 254 Burmese police arrive at the door. Receive. Qin Yang had a thought. Everything Wei Changxiong had hidden had disappeared. The gold, cash, and other items had all ended up in the system space. Qin Yang's mental energy entered the system space, which now has a volume of over 2,000 cubic meters, with the contents occupying less than 1/10 of the space. The Jinsha gang has had a good haul here. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Wei Changxiong and his group transferred about 2 billion US dollars, and the value of the other items was about 200 million US dollars. With $2.2 billion plus $1.5 billion from Black Tiger Company, the total revenue from this trip has already reached $3.7 billion. Boom! Qin Yang sent a grenade to the ammunition depot, which was quickly detonated, completely destroying the main bunker. Qin Yang looked up at the sky. When he arrives, no satellites will be watching him, but at this time, there will definitely be infrared satellites monitoring this area. Qin Yang took flight. He used the void step to quickly return to the city. Beep beep. Zhang Xingang contacted Liang Guanjian again. Liang Guanjian answered the phone helplessly and said, Xingang, I'm afraid you don't want me to sleep tonight. Zhang Xingang. Director Liang, I have important information. The powerful figure who attacked the Golden Sands gang can fly. Liang Guanjian was taken aback. Can it fly? Zhang Xingang. Yes, he can fly thousands of meters into the air, and he is currently flying rapidly toward a nearby city. It's the one where Qin Yang is. Liang Guanjian. If someone has spatial abilities, it's not surprising that they can fly. Even martial arts grandmasters cannot truly fly. They can only glide by. However, it is possible for superhumans to fly. Xingang. What's the current situation with the Golden Sands gang? Zhang Xingang said, the Jinsha gang is finished. Satellite infrared photos show that only about 20 people are alive, and these people should have killed Wei Changxiong and his men. The other side probably wants to use them to eliminate some remaining forces. Liang Guanjian, when Qin Yang returns to China, come with me to see him, and I'll talk to him again. Yes, Director Liang. The U.S. intelligence agencies also learned of this, and the report shocked many people. To be able to fly, and to fly so fast, means one must be incredibly strong. Ordinary ability users who can fly very slowly. Check, I need to know who he is. A senior U.S. intelligence official said in a deep voice. Yes. Qin Yang arrived in the city not long after. The city was crowded with people and houses, and the satellite overhead quickly lost track of Qin Yang. Should we go and deal with those 3 from the Photosynthesis Society? Qin Yang pondered. The 3 members of the Photosynthesis Society could only get there quickly by helicopter from other cities in Myanmar, but going by helicopter would likely alert the other side. Moreover, even if we capture those 3 people, we might not be able to get a lot of information out of them. It would be better to have the AI keep an eye on them secretly for a while, and then have Sean and his team take them down secretly later. They are just henchmen of the Photosynthesis Society. Whether he kills them or not will not have a significant impact on the Photosynthesis Society. He needs to find the boss behind the Photosynthesis Society. Let's go back tomorrow. Qin Yang thought to himself. This trip to Myanmar went smoothly. We took down the Black Tiger Company, dealt with the Golden Sands gang, and also uncovered another behind-the-scenes force. He also made a little money. Before they knew it, it was the next morning. Qin Yang called Jiang Muxue. Wife, do you miss me? Jiang Muxue's eyes lit up. Of course I want to. Honey, you didn't call me at all yesterday. I was so worried. Honey, how are you now? Are you all right? Qin Yang chuckled and said, what could possibly be wrong with me? Things here are all taken care of. I'll head to the airport later, and I should be back this afternoon. Uh-huh. Jiang Muxue was overjoyed. Yeah, Daddy's coming home. Talk to your dad. Qin Yu began to speak in a babbling voice. Qin Yang smiled and said, Yeah, Daddy will be back soon. When Daddy gets back, he'll take you to see Grandpa and Grandma. After chatting for a while, Qin Yang hung up the phone. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Qin Yang used his spiritual power to check and saw that there were several Burmese police officers outside the door, and they looked very nervous. Qin Yang frowned slightly. He went over and opened the door. Mr. Qin Yang, we would like to have a talk with you. The lead police officer said in a deep voice. Qin Yang, come in. Several police officers followed them into the room, some with their hands on their waists, ready to draw their guns at any moment. Qin Yang sat down and said calmly, Gentlemen, you should know my strength. At this close range, no one can shoot faster than me. Put your hands down. The lead police officer said in a deep voice. Mr. Qin, where did you go last night? Qin Yang smiled and said, Take a stroll around. Some of the customs and traditions in Myanmar are different from ours. Just browsing. Another policeman said in a deep voice. Qin Yang said with a half smile. Otherwise what? I'm here for tourism. What else would I do if I didn't wander around? The lead police officer asked. Mr. Qin, how long have you been here on vacation, and when do you plan to return to your country? Qin Yang frowned. Gentlemen, are you treating me like a criminal? No, Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand. We were instructed by our superiors to inquire, and we are acting under orders. Mr. Qin, please let us know if it's convenient for you. The lead police officer quickly said. They knew about what happened to the Jinsha gang last night. Even if Qin Yang wasn't the person from last night, he must be involved in the Jinsha gang's destruction. They can't afford to mess with Qin Yang. Qin Yang, the scenery here is nice, but the place is a bit small. I've seen most of it last night, and I'm planning to book a flight back to China today. Are you going to take me back for questioning? If so, I'll stay here for a few more days. The lead police officer quickly said, No need. Mr. Qin, if you want to go back, you can go back immediately. Mr. Qin, shall we take you to the airport? Qin Yang thought to himself, They're afraid I won't leave. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? It's not troublesome at all, not troublesome at all. Sitting in a police car, Qin Yang arrived at the airport. He figured that his visa wouldn't be approved next time, and he'd probably have to sneak around to come back. Of course, this doesn't affect him much. He can disguise himself and fly across the border. Mr. Qin, I wish you a safe journey home. Several police officers escorted Qin Yang all the way to the plane. They only felt relieved after watching the plane take off. Beep beep. The lead police officer's phone rang. Boss, we found survivors of the Golden Sands gang, and we learned from them that Qin Yang was not the killer. The murderer looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and his height, appearance, and skin color were all different from Qin Yang's. The lead police officer paused, taken aback. Not Qin Yang. Have you collected that person's fingerprints? The police officer on the other end of the phone said, We've collected the fingerprints, but we don't have Qin Yang's fingerprints to compare them. I have Qin Yang's fingerprints here. I'll send it over, and you can compare it immediately. Qin Yang came in their car. Collecting Qin Yang's fingerprints was not difficult. Chapter 255. Of course, I'm not that person. Boss, the comparison results are in. Qin Yang's fingerprints don't match that person's. The police captain who approached Qin Yang received a report. Are you sure it doesn't match? Boss, we've checked carefully, and Qin Yang's fingerprints do not match that person's fingerprints. They are not the same person. The police officers who approached Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't the same person. If it had been the same person, they might have had nightmares after being in close contact with Qin Yang. The Golden Sands gang lost over 1,000 people. Not the same person? U.S. intelligence agencies quickly learned that they possessed very strong intelligence capabilities on Earth. Boss, this was expected. It's already remarkable that Qin Yang has reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm at such a young age. Could he possibly be an SS-level ability user? The intelligence agency's boss is named Jeffrey. He said, even if it's not the same person, Qin Yang and he definitely know each other. This operation is related to Qin Yang. We still need to find out who this person is. The middle-aged man in front of Jeffrey asked, Boss, do we really need to investigate? This guy took down the Golden Sands gang all by himself and could fly so fast and so far. He is very likely an SS-level superhuman. You'll get into trouble if you anger him. Jeffrey said, we conducted a secret investigation, without letting you openly confront Qin Yang and him. Find a way to find out the truth. Several hours later, after Qin Yang transferred flights, his plane landed at Haicheng Airport, where Zhang Xian was waiting. Captain Zhang, what brings you here? Qin Yang greeted Zhang Xiangang with a smile. Zhang Xiangang. Qin Yang, not only am I here, but Director Liang is also here. However, Director Liang is waiting for you in the car. We are all very worried about your trip to Myanmar. Captain Zhang, I'm just going to take a look around. You don't need to worry. Zhang Xiangang. How could we not be worried? Knowing you'd be back today, Director Liang and I flew to Haicheng immediately. Director Liang even canceled a meeting today. Qin Yang and the others quickly got into the car. Zhang Xiangang sat down in the front. Qin Yang and Liang Guanjin sat in the back of the car. Xiaoqin, we've come to talk to you. According to our information, you are not the same person who killed the Jinsha gang. After the car started, Liang Guanjin walked along the path. Qin Yang. Director Liang, how did you know? Liang Guanjin. There are still people in the Jinsha gang who are alive. Those people have confirmed that you are not the same person at all, and your fingerprints do not match that person's. Qin Yang laughed and said, before the results are in, Director Liang, do you think that I and that person are the same person? Do I have that ability? Liang Guanjin sensed Qin Yang's spiritual power. Qin Yang's spiritual power was much stronger than before, but this spiritual power was only in line with the cultivation of the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Based on their assessment of that powerful individual, that person should be an SS-level ability user with much stronger mental power. Liang Guanjin is a top-tier S-class psychic, and even if Qin Yang is an SS-class spatial ability user, Liang Guanjin believes he should be able to detect some anomalies. But he didn't notice. Qin Yang's strength is concealed by the system. He can reveal whatever strength he wants. Xiaoqin, do you know that person? Liang Guanjin inquired. Qin Yang. Director Liang, would you believe me if I said I didn't know him? Zhang Xiangang, sitting in the passenger seat, said, Qin Yang, it's such a coincidence. If you say you don't know him, no one will believe you. We won't believe it, and neither will anyone else. Then let's get to know each other. Qin Yang asked. Knowing each other shouldn't be illegal, right? Liang Guanjin laughed and said, of course it's not illegal. Little Qin, the other party probably wouldn't do that in China, right? Qin Yang shook his head. Director Liang, I don't know that. I don't think it will happen unless someone does something reckless. After a few seconds of silence, Liang Guanjin said, Xiaoqin, if there's something that requires physical action, tell me what happened, and we'll find another way. We have police and army. Our security bureau number 9 also has martial artists and people with superpowers. Qin Yang smiled and said, Director Liang, don't worry. Unless it's an extremely extreme situation, I don't think that powerful person would cause trouble in the country. Liang Guanjin nodded slightly. Xiaoqin, there's one more thing. Based on our analysis of the infrared images, the bombs used by the other side appear to be more powerful than normal, and their detonation speed is much faster than that of normal bombs. Can you get your hands on one of these bombs? Qin Yang. Director Liang, this is no problem. This kind of explosive was recently produced by my military factory. Liang Guanjin and the others were stunned. Liang Guanjin quickly asked, Xiaoqin, did you develop this explosive? Can you tell me its parameters? Qin Yang said, this is what I researched. Its power is 3 times that of pure nitrogen anionic salt explosives, and its cost is not much different from that of pure nitrogen anionic salt explosives. Hiss! Liang Guanjin and the others gasped in shock. The power of all nitrogen anionic salt explosives is terrifying. This one is actually twice as strong. Director Liang, if this were used on missiles, one missile could be equivalent to the power of the previous 3. Zhang Xiangang said excitedly. Liang Guanjin. Xiaoqin, can this be used in missiles? Qin Yang laughed and said, of course, no problem. It can be used on missiles, torpedoes, and all kinds of shells. Would you like to go and take a look? Liang Guanjin nodded repeatedly. Of course. The car changed its route, and an hour later, it drove into the military factory that Qin Yang had bought. Boss. Luo Songheng quickly arrived in front of Qin Yang and the others. Qin Yang smiled and said, Director Luo, let me introduce you. These are all leaders from above. This is Director Liang, and this is Team Leader Zhang. Director Liang, Captain Zhang. Luo Songheng called out immediately. He had dealt with Shen Feng before, but not with Liang Guanjin, Zhang Xiangang, or anyone else. Liang Guanjin and the others nodded. Director Luo, are you all settling in well after the factory was sold to Shaoqin? Liang Guanjin inquired. Luo Songheng nodded. We're adapting quite well. Before, when there were no orders, everyone was worried about being laid off every day. Now that the company has been restructured and we have work to do, we feel at ease. Qin Yang instructed, Director Luo, have someone bring over some of the products the factory produces so that Director Liang and the others can take a look. Boss, let's go somewhere else. Qin Yang and his group arrived at a warehouse. Soon, Luo Songheng had a lot of things brought over. Director Liang, this is one of those new types of explosives. Qin Yang tossed a piece of explosive to Liang Guanjin. Liang Guanjin's expression changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed it. Shaoqin, can we throw this like that? Won't it explode? Qin Yang laughed and said, Director Liang, don't worry. Even if you throw it like that, or even shoot it with a gun, burn it, or smash it with a hammer, it won't explode. It requires a special fuse to detonate. Liang Guanjin nodded. Liang Guanjin looked at some things on the ground. These are all gadgets made with new types of explosives, such as hand grenades, mortar shells, and rockets. Director Liang, you can take them back and play with them. Qin Yang smiled. Chapter 256, How did Liang Lan become a superhuman? Liang Guanjin, are these things something you can just play with casually? Qin Yang, how powerful are they? Zhang Xingying asked. Qin Yang said, their power is decent, basically 10 times that of ordinary hand grenades and mortar shells. By the way, Director Liang, there's something I need to mention. I took a batch of these things that were made. Liang Guanjin, did some powerful person take it? With his strength, he wouldn't normally need these things. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It's not usually needed, but it's useful in situations like the Golden Sands Gang, where using guns and bombs consumes far less internal energy and mental strength. Liang Guanjin, you should remind the other party that it's okay for him to take these things, but don't let it get out. The formula for this new type of explosive. Qin Yang said, I can't give you the formula. My factory needs a flagship product to keep operating. Just place your order for as many new explosives as you need. The demand for this type of explosive is not large, and our factory's production capacity can fully meet the needs. This type of explosive is extremely powerful, but it's not cost-effective. In general, ordinary explosives are sufficient, and the power of ordinary explosives is already terrifying. Liang Guanjin coughed lightly and said, Shaoqin, the formula for this new type of explosive won't be leaked, will it? Qin Yang, if it were in our factory, the possibility of it being leaked would be very low. Very few people know the formula, and I will conduct regular inspections on them. In addition, this kind of explosive requires a variety of rare earth elements. Some of these rare earth elements are almost monopolized by our country. Even if they are leaked, other countries will not be able to produce them in large quantities. Liang Guanjin breathed a sigh of relief. If the formula for this explosive were leaked, it would pose a huge threat to the enemy if they possessed it. They're in a much better position if they can control the supply of raw materials. Even if it were leaked, the raw materials could be used to strangle the enemy. Qin Yang, these drones. Zhang Xingying picked up a drone. Qin Yang, this is a suicide drone. It contains about 500 grams of explosives and can fly for about 10 kilometers. The explosive power is about the same as that of a 155 mm howitzer. Liang Xingying and Zhang Xingying clicked their tongues in amazement. That's terrifyingly powerful. Qin Yang, how did you control the simultaneous release? That expert released them all at once and controlled them very well. Zhang Xingying asked. Qin Yang, Team Leader Zhang, this is a secret. Zhang Xian was stunned. You did this? That powerful figure released the drones that you secretly controlled. Qin Yang shook his head. Captain Zhang, don't talk nonsense. How could I, a law-abiding citizen, do such a thing? I wouldn't do such a thing even abroad. Liang Guanjin and Zhang Xiangang. They believed Qin Yang loved his country, but they were less convinced that he was a law-abiding citizen. Qin Yang killed more than 20 people from Dongying Kingdom. Although the killing was justified during the duel, what law-abiding citizen would kill someone under reasonable circumstances? Liang Guanjin. Shaoqin, this drone looks a bit rudimentary. Should I upgrade it? Maybe we can just buy some more later. Luo Songheng, standing next to him, looked a little embarrassed. The new explosive is excellent, but it was developed by Qin Yang. They invented this drone. It's sturdy and has pretty good anti-interference capabilities, but it does look rather rudimentary, and its performance isn't particularly outstanding. Director Liang, Let's talk about this later. The military has all sorts of drones, and even if they were to develop one, the sales probably wouldn't be very good. Besides, making money from everything would take away a lot of people's profits. Qin Yang said. Liang Guanjian paused for a moment, then said, That's true. You're quite thoughtful for your age. Xingang, take these with you and test them. Zhang Xingang nodded. Director Luo, I need to borrow a car. Luo Songhen quickly replied. Captain Zhang, no problem. Qin Yang and his group left shortly afterward. Zhang Xingang drove off with the ammunition, while Liang Guanjian and Qin Yang rode to Qin Yang's house. Xiao Qin, do you now control Black Tiger Company? As the car moved forward, Liang Guanjian inquired. Qin Yang, the Black Tiger Company rebelled, killed their boss, and they all followed me. They will not take any business in China anymore. Director Liang, this is what I'm saying to you. If anyone asks about Black Tiger Company, it has nothing to do with me. Liang Guanjin laughed and said, You're quite cunning, not giving anyone any ammunition. That's good. If you give anyone ammunition, we'll have to clean up your mess. Qin Yang arrived home in a little over an hour. Honey, Director Liang. Jiang Muxue carried Qin Yu outside to greet them. Liang Guanjin chuckled and said, Muxue, I've heard that Xiao Qin's cooking is delicious. This old man is here to mooch a meal at your house. Director Liang, welcome, welcome. Jiang Muxue quickly replied. Qin Yang reached out and took Qin Yu from him. Wife, come inside quickly. It's so cold outside. Don't catch a cold. Qin Yang and his group soon arrived at the villa. 2 hours later, Qin Yang and the others finished their meal. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Liang Guanjian and Qin Yang went to the study. Director Liang, is there anything else? Qin Yang inquired. He could tell that Liang Guanjian still had something to say. Liang Guanjian, Xiao Qin, there's something else. How did Jiang Mushua's mother, Liang Lan, become a superhuman? Qin Yang thought to himself, I knew I'd been found out. Liang Lan's daily interactions with so many people made her easily discovered. Qin Yang, Director Liang, she's lucky. Becoming a superhuman, isn't that something anyone can do? Liang Guanjian looked at Qin Yang. Is it really just luck? Qin Yang nodded. Director Liang, what else could it be but luck? Mu Shui is no longer a superhuman. Liang Guanjian took out a metal plate from his pocket. Here, give this to Liang Lan. This thing can conceal fluctuations in mental energy. Wearing it makes it difficult for people of the same level to spot you. Qin Yang accepted the metal plaque. System, does this thing really work? System, host, it is indeed effective. It contains a lot of rare metals that can suppress mental fluctuations. Qin Yang looked at Liang Guanjian and smiled. Director Liang, I didn't expect you guys to come up with such a good thing. Liang Guanjian, we didn't develop it. The United States researched it, we obtained it, and then we copied it. The United States has conducted more in-depth research on superpowers. Qin Yang laughed and said, Director Liang, don't be stingy. Give me a few more pieces of this. What if Mu Shui, or my father-in-law, becomes a superhuman in the future? Liang Guanjian, do you think it's that easy to become a superhuman? The probability of naturally awakening a superhuman is extremely low. Moreover, this brand is not cheap. Such a small piece costs millions of RMB to manufacture. Qin Yang, Director Liang, a few million isn't much. Here, I'll buy 10 more to keep in reserve, just in case we need them later. Liang Guanjian pulled out 2 more yuan from his pocket. This isn't cabbage. Why did you buy 10 yuan worth? Here, take these 2, I won't charge you. Director Liang, thank you. Qin Yang chuckled and accepted the sign. His father might have already reached S level. If he had this ability, ordinary S-level ability users wouldn't be able to see through him. Chapter 257 Wife, what did I say before I left? After Liang Guanjian left, Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan arrived. Xiao Qin, are you alright? Liang Lan looked Qin Yang up and down. Qin Yang laughed and said, Mom, I'm fine. I went out yesterday and came back today. What could have happened? Liang Lan, Mu Shui said you went to Myanmar. That's not a good place. You should go there less often in the future. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, did you go to Myanmar because of the gunman attack on Mu Shui? Qin Yang nodded again. Is the matter resolved? Jiang Wancheng quickly inquired. Qin Yang smiled and said, half of it is solved. I have some clues about the other half, but it will take some time to solve. Dad, I plan to take Mu Shui and Yaya back to our hometown. Jiang Wancheng, you should go back. Have you discussed it and decided when you're leaving? Your mother and I have prepared some gifts for you to take back with you. Dad, there's really no need for that. You prepared quite a few gifts beforehand. Qin Yang quickly replied. Liang Lan smiled and said, Don't worry, Xiao Qin, this gift isn't very big, so it'll be easy for you to take it back. It's a small token of our appreciation for your parents. Qin Yang, if there's nothing else, we should go back tomorrow and come back in about a week. Liang Lan, I'll have someone send the gift over later. Qin Yang took out a plaque that Liang Guanjin had given him. Mom, this is for you. Wearing this can suppress mental fluctuations, making it difficult for other ability users of the same level to detect that you are an ability user. You are almost at a level now, and by then, most ability users will not be able to detect your strength. Qin Yang smiled. Liang Lan's eyes lit up. That's great. It might cause trouble if others find out I have superpowers. Qin Yang, the 9th Security Bureau, already knows. This was given to me by Director Liang of the 9th Security Bureau. Liang Lan put it on quickly. After she put it on, her mental fluctuations did indeed decrease, and to the level of an ordinary person. It was indeed not easy for other ability users of the same level to tell the difference. Xiao Qin, thank you for the gift. Liang Lan said with a smile. Jiang Wanqing. Xiao Qin, let's go to the study. There's something I need to talk about. Qin Yang and Jiang Wanqing quickly arrived at the study. Jiang Wanqing said, Xiao Qin, Secretary Dong asked you to invest in some companies, and you readily agreed? Qin Yang nodded. I will invest in projects that are suitable after I have done my due diligence. I will not invest if the price is not right, or if there are problems with the project itself. Jiang Wanqing, you agreed too quickly. If you had delayed, Secretary Dong would have done you a greater favor, and you would have spent less money in the end. Qin Yang smiled. Dad, that's how ordinary people play. Even if I refused, Secretary Dong would still be close to me, so the size of the favor isn't that important. Delaying it out will indeed cost less money, but the reason why the people of Dongying withdrew their investment is because I killed someone, so there is no need to take advantage of them. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. That's not how a businessman operates. Qin Yang said, Dad, I'm not a businessman. I'm not very interested in business. I'm fine staying at home taking care of the kids. Dad, as long as I am strong enough, there is no need to care about so many things. Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. Perhaps. You are a martial artist, and I am a businessman, so we think differently. Xiao Qin, I heard that the Golden Sands gang in Myanmar has run into trouble. Qin Yang laughed and said, Dad, you're very well informed. Jiang Wanqing, in our circle, we don't have good connections. How can we seize opportunities to make big money? I heard that many members of the Jinsha gang have died. Qin Yang nodded slightly. That's true. I don't know who killed him, and this matter has nothing to do with me. I originally planned to stay there for a few more days, but after encountering such a frightening incident, I rushed back. Jiang Wanqing. They were well aware of Qin Yang's strength. It is highly likely that Qin Yang killed the members of the Jinsha gang. Very good. That's what you'll say to outsiders. Jiang Wanqing said. If you go there, the Jinsha gang will suspect you. Will there be any repercussions? Qin Yang shook his head. Probably not. There aren't many people left in the Golden Sands gang, and I estimate that their key figures will die one after another soon. Shan and his team are already in action. Shan and his team will deal with Wei Changxiong's 2 sons and several other important figures. The remaining Karami had no reason to seek revenge, nor did they have the strength or courage to do so. That's good. Xiao Qin, go back to your hometown and rest for a few days. Relax and relax. Jiang Wanqing said. If Qin Yang killed the Jinsha gang members, he killed over 1,000 people during his trip to Myanmar. Killing so many people might have caused him mental problems. Qin Yang nodded slightly. After a while, Jiang Wanqing and the others left. Qin Yu fell asleep, and Qin Yang and Zhang Mushua went to the bedroom. Honey, what did I say before I left? Qin Yang said with a smile. Mood value plus 460. Zhang Mushua blushed slightly. I don't know. You said a lot of things before you left. How could I remember them? Qin Yang hugged Zhang Mushua and chuckled. Don't remember? Then let me help you recall. I said when I come back, I'm going to devour you. Mood value plus 462. Zhang Mushua said shyly. Honey, I haven't finished losing weight yet. Qin Yang, your figure has fully recovered. Anyone who says you're fat is blind. Honey, let me go. I'm going to take a shower. Qin Yang looked down at Zhang Mushua and smiled. Shall we shower together? Mood value plus 463. Zhang Mushua blushed. and said, "No. Honey, don't you need to deal with the emails? Go deal with the emails first, and you can take a shower after I've finished showering." All right. Jiang Muxue is quite traditional. If they were to take a bath together now, Qin Yang would probably make her feel very embarrassed. Mood value plus 464. Mood value plus 465. Qin Yang went to the study to deal with the emails from the past 2 days, while Jiang Muxue took a shower and occasionally contributed emotional points. It took Jiang Muxue more than half an hour to finish taking a shower. She washed herself very carefully from head to toe. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Muxue quickly crawled into bed. Her heart was pounding. Mood value plus 466. Mood value plus 465. She contributed a lot of emotional points before Qin Yang entered the bedroom. "Honey, I'll be right there in my shower. I'll be there in a minute." Qin Yang closed the bedroom door and said with a smile. Mood value plus 468. Jiang Muxue closed her eyes as if she were asleep. Qin Yang walked to the bedside and looked at Jiang Muxue. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Muxue opened her eyes and said shyly, "Husband, why are you looking at me?" "You're beautiful," Qin Yang said with a smile. Jiang Muxue covered her head with the blanket. "I won't let you see. Later I'm not only going to look at you, I'm going to eat you too. Honey, get ready," Qin Yang said with a smile. Chapter 258 In-depth exchange with Jiang Muxue. Outside the window, the cold wind howled, but inside the room, springtime was in full bloom. Mood value plus 465. Mood value plus 468. Jiang Muxue kept providing emotional points, and her emotional points increased slightly, but only by a tiny bit. Although her emotions fluctuate greatly now, her mental strength is there, and her emotional value is constrained by her mental strength. The battle ended in about an hour. Qin Yang's physique allows him to fight for a longer period, but Jiang Muxue's ability to resist is limited as she is new to the battlefield. "Honey, let's go back to our hometown the day after tomorrow. I feel like my body is about to fall apart." Jiang Muxue nestled in Qin Yang's arms like a kitten. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Qin Yang gently stroked Jiang Muxue's jade-like back. "System, what's my current emotion score?" Qin Yang asked in his mind. 32,800. Qin Yang, let's have 3 draws for 10,000 emotion points each. After the system upgrade, he only drew 100,000 once. I don't know what's going on with the lottery with 10,000 emotion points. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. Your comprehension has increased by 6. Qin Yang felt his mind was clearer. Although comprehension couldn't improve combat power, it was a good thing. It was very useful when he was studying. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S-grade water attribute superpower potion. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. This one is good too. His mother is water attribute, so she can use it. Qin Yang isn't worried about himself now, and he's not worried about Jiang Muxue either, because she has a protective ring. He's most worried about his parents. His father is already an Earth attribute ability user, so if his mother becomes an ability user as well, he won't have to worry too much. It's not that they won't encounter danger, but with increased strength, they can find a way to deal with it. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining S-level drone technology. A massive amount of information quickly flooded Qin Yang's mind. The S-class drone technology was already at the world's top level. Qin Yang asked in his mind, "System, are all 3 of these rewards S-level?" "Yes, host. The first reward is S-rank weak. The second and third rewards are S-rank strong." The system replied, "The rewards for S-level items can vary in strength." Qin Yang asked, "Is the water attribute ability potion better than the earth attribute ability potion my dad got?" "Yes. Although they are both S-rank, this water attribute ability potion is much better. There is a more than 90% chance that it will allow your mother to reach S-rank." Qin Yang thought to himself, his father was already a bit henpecked. It seems he'll still be completely controlled by his mother in the future. Although earth overcomes water, it still depends on which is stronger. One night passed. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Muxue, who was so close to him. Jiang Muxue's eyelashes trembled slightly, but her eyes remained closed. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Wife, now that you're awake, shall we have a morning workout?" Mood value plus 470. "Don't want." Jiang Muxue opened her eyes and said quickly, "Honey, you're amazing. Let me recover first." "Honey, get up. I'm going to sleep in today." Jiang Muxue said sweetly. Qin Yang kissed Jiang Muxue and smiled. Then you can sleep a little longer. I'll wake you up when I've made breakfast. Uh-huh. Beep beep. Just after finishing breakfast, Qin Yang's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Du Wanqing calling. Mr. Du, you're back from your trip? Qin Yang answered the phone calmly. On the other end of the phone, Du Wanqing coughed lightly and said, Master Qin, are you free today? I'd like to pay you a visit. Old Master Du, you can just call me by my name. I'm not used to being called Master Qin. Come here, Qin Yang said. Du Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. He had previously made Du Chongming apologize, but at that time, he left Haiqing on his own for his safety. Later, Du Wanqing learned two things. First, Qin Yang killed more than 20 martial artists from Dongying Kingdom, and Qin Yang actually unleashed the strength of the late stage of Huajing. Second, thousands of members of the Sands gang died. Du Chongming's apology only represents himself. He is not qualified to apologize on behalf of the entire Du family. Du Wanqing knew he had to come in person. An hour later, Du Wanqing arrived at Qin Yang's place. Mr. Du, I heard you went on a trip and wouldn't be back for a long time. I didn't expect you to be back so soon. Qin Yang said with a half-smile. Du Wanqing coughed lightly. Mr. Qin, I went out for a walk and found that the scenery in China is just as good as it is now, and I don't like some of the food abroad. Is that so? Heh. Du Wanqing. Mr. Qin, our Du family has a history with you, and I have come here today to sincerely apologize. Qin Yang said calmly. Du Chongming came by and gave me a fine sword. It was a pretty good sword. Du Wanqing took out a box. Mr. Qin, Chongming is representing himself, but I am here on behalf of the entire Du family to apologize to you. This is just a small token of my sincerity. Qin Yang looked at the box. Du Wanqing opened the box, and inside was a piece of jade. Mr. Qin, this is imperial green jadeite, with a market value of over 100 million. You can use it to make some jewelry. Qin Yang withdrew his gaze. Mr. Du, please take this back. I don't need it. Du Wanqing's expression changed slightly. Qin Yang didn't want it? Did Qin Yang want to cause trouble for the Du family in the future? The Du family used to be a local tyrant in Haiqing, but now Qin Yang has become the dominant force in the area. Mr. Qin, I can add more. Du Wanqing took a deep breath and said. Qin Yang shook his head. There's no need. Whether the gift is worth 100 million or 200 million is not important to me. If your Du family is willing, they can help me with the errands. Du Wanqing. Qin Yang is trying to win over the Du family. Is the Du family going to completely submit to Qin Yang from now on? Old Du, you're unwilling? I am already at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. When I become even stronger, you may not have this opportunity. Qin Yang said. Du Wanqing was thinking quickly. Although he is also at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, just like Qin Yang, he is already old and past his prime. His strength will definitely decline in a few years. Qin Yang now possesses the strength of the late stage of the transformation realm. Moreover, the powerful figure behind Qin Yang is unfathomable. Perhaps it was a wise choice for the Du family to follow Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, from now on, our Du family will listen to you. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Du Wanqing stood up, bowed deeply, and said. Qin Yang raised his hand. An unseen force helped Du Wanqing up. Old Du, now that your Du family is following me, you can't touch things you shouldn't touch in the future. Du Wanqing. Mr. Qin, don't worry about that. Although our Du family is not a moral paragon, we still have our bottom line and principles. Mr. Qin, is there anything you need me to do? Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, There's something I need to know. I obtained a piece of white jade at the youth martial arts tournament. You should secretly inquire where that kind of jade can still be found. Du Wanqing. Mr. Qin, what a coincidence. I happened to see in exactly the same one during my trip to Europe. Chapter 259. Qin Yang's parents encounter trouble again. Qin Yang was overjoyed. Spirit stones are valuable items that can improve the system. They might be useless to others, but to him, such spirit stones are priceless treasures. Mr. Du, where did you see it? Qin Yang inquired. Du Wanqing. I attended a rare and exotic exhibition and saw the same jade there. That jade also had a very high hardness. I don't know who took this piece of jade out. Qin Yang asked. Are they putting it out to sell? Du Wanqing shook his head. They're not meant to be sold. Those items were brought out by several people for an exhibition. It was part of an exchange among European nobles. I have a good relationship with a family, and since I happened to be there, that family invited me to participate. Qin Yang. When the time comes, you can inquire and find out which family owns that piece of jade. Also, find out if that family wants to sell it. Du Wanqing, Mr. Qin, you want to buy it? Qin Yang nodded slightly. I obtained one at the martial arts tournament. This thing might require several pieces to reveal its abnormality. I'll buy it if the price is right. Du Wanqing, those old aristocratic families are all very wealthy, so the other party is probably not very willing to sell. Qin Yang said, you should inquire about it first. It would be best if they sell. If not, I'll think of another way. He wasn't in a hurry for the time being. The highest level he ever reached was SSS, but now it's Earth Immortal level. He still only has SS level cultivation and has never received an SSS level reward. Reaching the Earth Immortal level will probably take a long time. Of course, it would be best to get it sooner, as system upgrades might increase the probability of winning good items in the lottery. Old Du, keep this in mind, but don't be too hasty, otherwise the other party is less likely to sell. Qin Yang said. Du Wanqing nodded. I know that. If they know how desperately we want this, they'll probably ask for a price we can't afford. And the other party might prefer to keep it for their own research. Qin Yang, Old Du, it's good that you know. You can also inquire about whether other countries have this kind of thing. Yes. Du Wanqing nodded earnestly. Qin Yang said with a faint smile, Elder Du, you may leave. For now, please don't let anyone else know that your Du family is following me. Okay. Du Wanqing quickly took his leave. Qin Yang asked in his mind, System, if I get that spirit stone, will I be able to upgrade again? System, if they are the same size, the energy they contain should be about the same. One piece is not enough to upgrade, but absorbing one piece will also have many benefits. Qin Yang remained calm. The system's answer was exactly what he expected. The energy required to advance from SSS level to Earth Immortal level is definitely much less than that required to advance from Earth Immortal level to a higher level. Since Europe discovered one so quickly, there must be more, and the system will definitely be able to be upgraded in the future. Beep beep. Liang Guanjian called Qin Yang. Director Liang, what is it? Qin Yang answered the phone and asked with a smile. Liang Guanjian. Xiao Qin, after Xian Gang brought those things back, we tested them all. The test results were very shocking to us. Qin Yang smiled and said, Is it really that bad? I've already told you about their effects. Liang Guanjian said in a deep voice, You did say that, but what you say is different from what we see with our own eyes. Even ordinary hand grenades are terrifying when using new types of explosives. When this new type of explosive is used on missiles, a single hypersonic missile is enough to destroy an aircraft carrier. Liang Guanjian's voice was quite excited. A nation's missile reserves are limited, and a warship can only carry a limited number of missiles. Replacing them with new explosives will not change the number of missiles, but will significantly increase combat effectiveness. Director Liang, just place your order, and my factory will go all out to produce it. Qin Yang said. Liang Guanjian, orders will definitely be plentiful. Xiao Qin, there's something I need to discuss with you. That factory is yours, but should the military be in charge of security? This new type of explosive is extremely important. Qin Yang, Director Liang, I have no objection. The military is responsible for security, so I am not liable if any problems arise. But Director Liang, let me make this clear from the outset. I don't like people messing around in my factory. If that happens, I won't give face to anyone. Liang Guanjian felt a slight chill. It seems we need to carefully select the person for this position, otherwise it will be troublesome if they clash with Qin Yang. Director Liang, this kind of explosive is a juicy piece of meat. Surely no one would be eyeing it and trying to snatch it from me. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Liang Guanjian, little Qin, don't worry about that. With the strength you've shown and the strength of the powerful people behind you, this situation shouldn't happen. If this happens, Director Huangfu and I will help you. Qin Yang said calmly, It's best if there isn't. But if anyone tries to put their hand in my pocket, don't blame me for being impolite. Liang Guanjian, Xiao Qin, if you need anything, just come to me, or you can go to Director Huangfu. Don't try to handle things on your own. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang went to his study, crackling and popping. Qin Yang typed rapidly on the keyboard. He has already acquired S-level drone technology, and from his current perspective, he is not very satisfied with the drones developed by Luo Songheng and his team in any aspect. There is still room for improvement in the drone's battery life, anti-interference capabilities, stability, and intelligence. As evening approached, the time gradually came. Call. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He has finally designed a new drone. The cost will be 20–30% higher than the original, but its overall performance will be more than double that of the original. Director Luo, I'm sending you a document. You need to build the product according to the design in the document. Qin Yang called Luo Songheng. Luo Songheng was taken aback. There's something new again so soon? Boss, what is this? A new type of drone. Qin Yang quickly sent the document to Luo Songheng. Luo Songheng quickly found relevant experts. Factory manager, where did this come from? This drone is much better than our old one. An old expert said excitedly. Luo Songheng, never mind where it came from. Can you at least build it according to the design drawings? The veteran expert nodded. Of course, no problem. It explains clearly what you need and how to do it. We'd be too stupid not to know. Some parts will take time to arrive. Give us a week, and we will definitely get this drone working. Luo Songheng, hurry up and get it done. If you do a good job, I'll apply for a bonus for you. Thank you, factory manager. It was getting dark at the entrance of Huangyan village. A middle-aged man carrying large and small bags walked into the village. This kind of scene is not unusual as the Chinese New Year is approaching. Captain, someone has entered the village. His identity has been verified. He is Wang Qingming from the village. There is humanity inside an unassuming minibus. The captain in charge from the 9th Security Bureau nodded. 10 minutes or so passed. Captain, Wang Qingming didn't go home first. He went to Mr. Qin's house. The team member reported again. Captain, send 2 people to ask about the situation. The Qin family is doing well now. They're probably just trying to curry favor with them again. Yes, Captain. 2 officers from the 9th Security Bureau quickly approached Qin Hai's house, where De Huang rushed out of the room. Woof woof. Big Yellow barked at Wang Qingming. The other wolfhounds rushed out of the kennel. They rushed towards Wang Qingming. Pour it out. A strange light suddenly flashed in Wang Qingming's eyes. The charging wolfhounds, along with 2 nearby Security Bureau 9 personnel, all instantly collapsed and lost consciousness. Captain, something's happened. That person is very likely not Wang Qingming. The team member in charge of surveillance shouted in alarm. Chapter 260. Qin Hai makes his attack. The captain's expression changed drastically. Shoot him to warn him. Stop him. Someone from the 9th Security Bureau was about to fire, but Wang Qingming suddenly accelerated, making it difficult for them to aim. Woof! Big Yellow pounced on Wang Qingming, who was rushing towards the house. Roll! Wang Qingming shouted. A surge of spiritual energy rushed towards Big Yellow. To Wang Qingming's surprise, something went wrong. Da Huang's body only paused slightly before continuing to rush towards him, then suddenly tackled him to the ground. Mental storm. Wang Qingming's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move. An extremely strong mental force rushed towards Da Huang. Da Huang was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm and had a decent ability to resist mental force attacks, but it was difficult to withstand such a full-force burst. Da Huang's body went limp. Wang Qingming launched a fierce and all-out mental attack, knowing that Da Huang would soon go insane. Rhubarb. Qin Hai went outside the house. His expression changed upon seeing the situation outside. Puff. Wang Qingming was suddenly attacked from behind. A sharp earthen spike pierced his back in an instant. Qin Hai is an earth attribute ability user, and he launched an attack. Wang Qingming let out a scream. The intense pain interrupted his mental attack. Snap! The moment Da Huang recovered, it bit his neck. Wang Qingming's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a martial artist at the Dark Force level and a mid-S level superhuman. How could he have died like this? Qingming. Qin Hai's expression changed. Only then did he get a clear look at Wang Qingming's face. Big Yellow, let go of me. Qin Hai quickly replied. Big Yellow let go of its mouth and ran to the side. Wang Qingming's carotid artery had been bitten through, and a large amount of blood was flowing out of his neck. Qin Hai's expression changed drastically. Wang Qingming was from their village. Whatever the reason, he was killed by the big yellow dog. How are they going to handle this? Mr. Qin. 2 officers from the 9th Security Bureau quickly approached. Mr. Qin, don't get close to him. He might not be Wang Qingming, but an assassin in disguise. Qin Hai was taken aback. Wang Qingming soon fell silent. One of the 2 nearby members of the 9th Security Bureau checked on him, while the other went to wake up his companion. A very realistic mask was torn off, and the guy who had just died was indeed not Wang Qingming. Call. Qin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, it was our mistake. We thought he was Wang Qingming and let our guard down. The captain quickly arrived and apologized. Qin Hai shook his head. It's not your fault. Many people come and go in the village every day. You can't possibly check everyone in detail every day, or people will complain. Captain, he's injured in the back for some reason. The team members inspecting Wang Qingming suddenly said. The captain looked at Wang Qingming's condition and looked puzzled. The ground spikes had retracted and the ground was flat. How could Wang Qingming be injured? Mr. Qin, your dog is something else. The other dogs and our 2 team members are all unconscious, but it's fine. This person must be a superhuman. The captain looked at Qin Hai Dao. Qin Hai, Da Huang is stronger than ordinary dogs. Don't worry about this for now. Hurry up and deal with his body, or the others will be here soon. It was cold, and it was getting dark soon. There weren't many people outside, so no one noticed for the time being. The captain nodded. A car soon pulled up. The body was loaded onto the vehicle, and the blood on the ground was washed away with water. Mr. Qin, we will report this matter. With our limited resources, we may not be able to provide sufficient protection. We'll see what arrangements the higher-ups will make. The captain took a deep breath and said, Qin Hai, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Mr. Qin, this is our duty. We are very sorry that letting him get close has affected you. The captain and his team quickly drove away. Neighbors came out to check on the situation. Qin Hai, what just happened? An old man approached and asked in confusion. Qin Hai, Uncle Zhou, it's nothing. It's cold outside. You should go back inside and warm yourself by the fire. Just say what's on your mind. The old man swayed slowly as he walked towards his home. Qin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. I was almost spotted. The new year is just around the corner, and if someone dies at this time, the whole village will be in an uproar. Honey, another assassin? Qin Hai returned to the house, and Shin Ping frowned. Qin Hai nodded. Don't worry. It's bound to cause some trouble when our son does something big. I'll call him and tell him about it. Shin Ping nodded slightly. Qin Hai quickly dialed Qin Yang's number. Son, another assassin just came. This assassin isn't an ordinary assassin. He's a psychic. He has very strong mental power, so he must be a psychic. Even Da Huang was affected by his mental power. Qin Yang's expression changed. Da Huang has the cultivation level of the mid-stage of the transformation realm, and the influence of spiritual power on Da Huang must make him an S-level superhuman. It's uncertain whether it's early or mid-stage S rank. If someone in the early S rank has a powerful skill, their full power could potentially affect Big Yellow. Dad, how did he get close? Qin Yang inquired. Qin Hai. The assassin disguised himself. He wore a mask and impersonated Wang Qingming. It's almost Chinese New Year. So many people are returning to the village. Son, don't complain about them. Those who protected us were very dedicated. Qin Yang. Dad, why would I complain? It's normal that they can't detect an S-class ability user in disguise. Dad, are you alright? Qin Hai said, we're fine, and Da Huang is fine too. But I just used my special ability to attack. That person has a wound on his back. He was bitten to death by the big yellow dog. The body was taken away by the 9th Security Bureau, and no one else saw it. Qin Yang. Dad, tell me in detail. Qin Hai explained it in detail. Qin Yang pondered that if Da Huang tackled the other party, the people from the 9th Security Bureau would inevitably suspect that Da Huang had a problem. If a capable person goes there, they will definitely discover it. Dad, you don't know anything. I reckon the 9th Security Bureau will notice something amiss with the wound, and they'll assume it was caused by Da Huang. Qin Yang considered for a moment before speaking. Qin Hai. Son, someone has died here. Maybe you shouldn't come back. Yaya is so young. Don't let her get scared. Qin Yang said, I'm married to Mu Shui, and we have a child. It wouldn't be appropriate for me not to go back and visit. People would probably think I've married into the Jiang family. This? Qin Hai hesitated for a moment. There really are such rumors circulating in the village. Qin Yang. Dad, Yaya, don't worry. Yaya won't be affected. I still have my own abilities. In reality, some people are indeed frightened. They were influenced by residual spiritual energy. In some places, due to special magnetic fields and other reasons, the spiritual energy of the deceased can remain for a period of time after death. That could scare people. These remaining spiritual energies are nothing to him. Chapter 261 The Strength of a Grandmaster of the Great Yellow Transformation Realm? Qin Yang frowned after hanging up the phone. Honey, what happened? It looked like you were talking to your parents on the phone just now. Jiang Muxue went to Qin Yang's side and asked. Qin Yang, Mom and Dad have encountered another assassin. This time it's not an ordinary assassin. The killer is an S-level superhuman. Jiang Mushua's expression changed. Are mom and dad all right? Qin Yang shook his head. They are fine, but dad made a move. The Ninth Security Bureau will probably send some powerful experts over, and they might find out about dad's strength. Jiang Mushua, if dad's strength is exposed, and the Ninth Security Bureau knows that my mom is a superhuman, they will know that you can help others become superhumans. I expect there will be a lot of trouble. Qin Yang nodded slightly. One person might have just awakened by chance, but his father and Liang Lan both became superhumans, and the Ninth Bureau of Security isn't stupid. Mu Shui, that assassin is dead. Do you think it's appropriate for us to take Ye back with us? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Mushua, honey, you know better than I do. If you think there's no problem, then there's no problem. I'm not afraid. Qin Yang, Ye won't be scared. I've already told my parents that we're going back, but if you don't want to go back, I'll talk to them again. Jiang Mushua, no need to say anything. I'll listen to you on this matter. Honey, how about we drive back tonight? If we leave now, we should arrive by tomorrow morning. Qin Yang was taken aback. Drive back. Jiang Mushua, taking a plane back and forth every month is quite a hassle, and we arrive at your house at 2 or 3 in the morning. Are we supposed to come to your house in the middle of the night? I can arrive by car in the morning. We can bring more things with us when we drive. I did the math, and Yaya needs quite a lot of things. The experts from Security Bureau 9 shouldn't arrive in the middle of the night. When we get home tomorrow morning, you can give the badge to Dad so his abilities won't be exposed. Qin Yang grasped Jiang Mushua's hand. Honey, it'll take 10 hours to drive back. You'll have a tough time. Jiang Mushua said, Honey, I'm not tired. If I'm sleepy, I can recline the seat and sleep. It's you who will have a very tiring drive back from so far away. Qin Yang, this is nothing to me. With my mental strength and physical condition, I can drive for several days and nights without any problems. Honey, I'll go get ready. Jiang Mushua said, I'll help you. Beep beep. Liang Guanjian received a call from Zhang Xiangang. Xiangang, you've been calling at night a lot lately. What's up? Liang Guanjian inquired. Zhang Xiangang, Director Liang, Qin Yang's parents were attacked. The murderer is an S-level superhuman. He disguised himself as a villager who went home for the new year. Our people were unable to stop him. Liang Guanjian's expression changed. Are Qin Yang's parents all right? Zhang Xiangang said, Qin Yang's parents are fine. Their big yellow dog pounced on and killed the murderer. Liang Guanjian was taken aback. He said in disbelief, an S-class ability user was bitten to death by a mongrel dog that Qin Yang's parents kept? Director Liang, although this is strange, it's true. I suspect that dog was unusual. The killer had a strange wound on his back, and the ground where the killer was tackled was flat. Zhang Xingang said, Liang Guanjian, you mean it's a spirit dog? A spirit dog is a dog that has awakened supernatural abilities. Humans can awaken superpowers, and so can animals, but the chances of animals awakening them are much lower than for humans. Dogs have a higher chance of awakening than other animals, but even so, the chance of a dog awakening is less than 1 in 10 million. Director Liang, I think so. I suggest we send a skilled superhuman to take a look, just in case it gets out of control and hurts Qin Yang's parents. Zhang Xingang said, Liang Guanjian, Xin Gang, De Huang is a spirit dog, and Qin Yang's mother-in-law has become a superhuman. Do you think there might be some connection between the two? Director Liang, there shouldn't be any connection. I guess De Huang was found by the powerful figure behind Qin Yang. Zhang Xiangang said, Jiang Mushua, Qin Yang's parents, and Jiang Mushua's father are not superhumans. Liang Guanjian, perhaps I'm overthinking it. I'll talk to Qin Yang, and then send someone over to take a look. Okay. Liang Guanjian quickly dialed Qin Yang's number. Director Liang, you know? Qin Yang answered the phone. He and Jiang Mushua got ready to leave. Qin Yu was small, so they had a cradle for her to sleep in the car. Liang Guanjian said, Xiao Qin, we will strengthen our protection of your parents and try our best to prevent such a situation from happening again. Qin Yang, Director Liang, this is not your fault. It's difficult for ordinary people to withstand the attack of an S-level superhuman. There's no need to send more people. You can't exactly send experts at the mid to late stage of the transformation realm there. Liang Guanjian coughed lightly. Xiao Qin, what's wrong with De Huang? Qin Yang, Director Liang, to be honest, De Huang is a spirit dog with the strength of a transformation realm cultivator. Someone gave it to me to protect my parents. Liang Guanjian, he was utterly shocked. Not only is Da Huang a spirit dog, but it is also so strong that many martial artists can't become grandmasters even after a lifetime of hard training. A dog actually possesses the strength of a grandmaster. Knowing this, many martial artists would probably be at a loss for their guard. No wonder. Shaoqin, with Da Huang being so strong, it really doesn't make much sense for us to add more ordinary security personnel. Liang Guanjindao. Qin Yang. Director Liang, please find out who the murderer is and what kind of organization he belongs to as soon as possible. Give me a photo of the murderer, and I will also investigate. Liang Guanjin hung up the phone quickly. He didn't mention sending someone to check on Da Huang's condition. Honey, everything's packed. Shall we go? Jiang Muxue said with some anticipation. Qin Yang hugged Jiang Muxue and kissed her, saying, Muxue, you seem quite excited about us driving back. Jiang Muxue, I've never been in a car for so long before. Driving home with you, my husband, is a rare experience. I also want to go back to see what your hometown looks like soon, honey. Qin Yang smiled and said, let's go. I'll give my parents a surprise when we get home tomorrow morning. Jiang Muxue nodded obediently. Qin Yang quickly carried Qin Yu to the car. Qin Yu was asleep and didn't wake up even when the car started. Time passed gradually. Qin Yang drove home quickly. His average speed was much faster than that of ordinary cars, but even so he drove very smoothly. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Qin Yang drove to his hometown town. Honey, have we arrived yet? Jiang Muxue rubbed her eyes and asked. Qin Yang smiled and said, we've arrived in town, and it's only about 10 minutes walk from home. Wow, that's fast. I'll be there soon after I wake up. Honey, are there any hotels in town? I want to get ready first. Jiang Muxue said. Qin Yang nodded. Of course there are hotels, but the hotels in town are not as high class as those outside. It's okay. I just need to wash up and put on some makeup. Jiang Muxue said. Qin Yang drove to the best hotel in town. This hotel was certainly not as nice as the one Jiang Muxue usually stayed in, but the environment was no worse than a 3-star hotel. Honey, give me half an hour. Jiang Muxue quickly washed up and put on makeup. Chapter 262 Qin Yang takes Jiang Muxue back to the village. At Qin Yang's parents' home. Brother Hai, did you slaughter your pig earlier this year? A villager who was watching the commotion said to Qin Hai. Qin Hai and his men slaughtered the pig early in the morning, and by now the pig had been slaughtered and the meat had been cut into pieces. Qin Hai smiled and said, it's a little earlier this year. My son and daughter-in-law should be back today. A woman said sarcastically. Qin Yang found a rich woman, and your family is doing well now. I just don't know if you got a wife or gave your only son away. Qin Hai frowned slightly. Chen Ping retorted, sister-in-law Lu, your youngest son Dawei should be 30 this year, right? Are the two brothers bringing their girlfriends home this year? The two brothers need to hurry up with their marriages. Daqiang is 33 this year, right? What will happen if he doesn't get a wife soon? Sister-in-law Lu's face flushed red. Although Qin Yang found a rich woman who looks good in her online photos, these days even a sow can be photoshopped into Jiao Chan. Besides, she might have a bad temper. Would Qin Yang have to drink her foot bath water at home? Chen Ping's face darkened, and she still wanted to argue with the other party. Just then, Qin Hai tugged at her. Honey, isn't that our son's car? Qin Hai was somewhat incredulous. A powerful-looking Cullinan drove up in this direction. Chen Ping was stunned for a moment. It's definitely my son's car. He drove back, but Mu Shui and Yu aren't home. I'll prepare the firecrackers first. Qin Hai quickly went inside and got out some firecrackers. It's their custom to set off firecrackers when the newlyweds enter the house. Qin Yang quickly drove up. The slaughtering board for pigs was still there in the yard, so Qin Yang parked his car a little further away. Qin Yang got out of the car and opened the back door. Jiang Muxue carried Qin Yu out of the car. Qin Hai and Chen Ping were overjoyed. Jiang Muxue and the others had come after all. Crackling and popping. Qin Hai immediately lit the firecrackers. Qin Yang covered Qin Yu's ears. Qin Yu's beautiful big eyes darted around, showing great interest in everything around her. After the firecrackers finished burning, Qin Hai and his group approached. Jiang Muxue and Qin Yang called out in unison, Dad, Mom. Qin Hai and the others responded cheerfully. Chen Ping said, Mu Shui, why did you come so quickly? Did you drive all night to get here? Jiang Muxue nodded. If we fly back, we have to take a car, transfer planes, and then take another car here. It's a bit of a hassle. It would be more comfortable for Yeye to drive back. Some villagers around stared blankly at Jiang Muxue. They'd never seen such a beautiful girl before. None of the celebrities on TV were as pretty as Jiang Muxue. Sister Lu's face looked rather unpleasant. She just said that Jiang Muxue might be a case of photo fraud, looking good in the pictures online, but not so great in reality. Now that Jiang Muxue is here, she's even more beautiful in person than in the photos. Uncle Zhou. Uncle Wang. Qin Yang took out a pack of good cigarettes and called out to people, stuffing a pack of cigarettes into their hands each time he called out to someone. Qin Yazi, when can we attend your wedding? Qin Yang said, Uncle Zhao, it's too cold now, and it won't look good to wear a wedding dress. Mu Shui and I plan to get married in April, and we will definitely invite you to our wedding banquet then. Okay. After a brief period of excitement, everyone dispersed. Qin Yang took the gifts from the car and brought them inside. Mom and Dad, these are gifts that Mu Shui bought for you, and these are gifts that her parents bought for you. Qin Yang pointed to a pile of gifts. Qinping, Mu Shui, you bought so much again. Your parents have already given us a lot of gifts. Jiang Muxue took Qinping's arm and said, Mom, the previous one is the previous one, and this one is this one. Mom, try on the bracelet my mom bought for you. Jiang Muxue opened a gift box. Inside the gift box was a green jade bracelet. Qinping was taken aback. Mu Shui, this bracelet is so pretty. But this looks very expensive, so it doesn't suit me. Jiang Muxue, Mom, it fits you perfectly. It's not cheap, but it's okay if it breaks. If it does, I'll buy you a new one. Qinping picked it up and looked at it. She quite liked the bracelet. Mu Shui, Mom doesn't know much about bracelets. Can you tell Mom how much this bracelet is worth? Jiang Muxue, this is imperial green. An imperial green bracelet of this quality should cost around 20 million. Qinping's hand trembled. She clicked her tongue in amazement. A bracelet worth 20 million? Mu Shui, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Qin Yang, Mom, please accept it. I've already given my mother-in-law something even better. This is her token of affection. It wouldn't be right for you to refuse. It's not that easy to break. Even if it's damaged and costs 20 million, it's not much for us. Qinping said irritably, Son, you're getting a little cocky. 20 million isn't much anymore. Qin Yang, Mom, I've recently made a little over 100 million yuan. 20 million isn't a lot, so don't worry about wearing it. If it breaks, I'll have Mu Shui buy you a new one. Qinping nodded. She put on the jade bracelet. Jiang Muxue opened another box. Dad, this is a gift from my dad. It's a watch that he treasures. Qin Hai accepted the watch. The items in Jiang Wanqing's collection must be quite valuable. Mu Shui, please thank your dad for me. Qin Hai smiled. Qinping, honey, you're so impolite. You accepted it without even asking the price. Qin Hai chuckled and said, I'm an S-class ability user. If I accept a watch, I can repay this favor myself later. Son, I should have reached S rank, right? I felt my mental strength increase a lot that day. Qin Yang nodded. You've reached S rank, early stage of S rank. Dad, your cultivation level won't improve for now, but with more practice, your strength can still increase. At this point, Qin Yang took out a plaque. Dad, you're wearing this. Wearing this can conceal your spiritual power, making it difficult for people of the same level to detect that you are a superhuman. Qin Hai's eyes lit up. He quickly put the sign on. Mom, eat this. Qin Yang took out the vial of water attribute superpower potion. This is... Qinping asked, puzzled. Qin Yang laughed and said, This is a good thing. It's medicine I made for you. Drink this medicine, and within a month, Mom, you will also become a superhuman. Qinping was overjoyed. Very good. Let your dad show off in front of me. Qinping quickly drank the superpower potion. Qin Yang handed another token to Qinping. Mom, wear this. It will help you conceal your identity once you awaken. Don't let anyone else see this token. People from Security Bureau 9 might recognize this. Qinping and the others nodded. Mood value plus 236. Qin Yang looked at Qin Yu, who was being held by Qin Hai. Qin Yu's little face was already red. Dad, give Yie to me. She needs to poop. Qinping said, Son, I'll handle this. You take Muxue to the new house to take a look. The renovation is almost done. See if there's anything that needs to be changed. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. The renovation went so fast. Qin Hai, adding a lot of money naturally makes it faster. Chapter 263 The murderer is from the United States. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue came out of the house. Woof woof. Big Yellow came running happily from afar. Every day, Big Yellow would patrol the entire village several times. Big Yellow, well done. Qin Yang patted Da Huang's head and said. Big Yellow's tail wagged, so hard it seemed to take flight. Jiang Mushua looked at Da Huang and felt differently. Before, she thought Da Huang was just a dog, but now she knew that Da Huang had the strength of the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Big Yellow, do you still recognize me? Jiang Mushua bent down and asked. Big Yellow nodded. Qin Yang laughed and said, Da Huang has a very good memory. It knows exactly who is in the village now, and it will quickly figure out if a stranger comes by. Big Yellow, I'll give you an extra treat for lunch. Go ahead and do your thing. Qin Yang and Jiang Mushua walked towards their new house. Jiang Mushua whispered, Honey, you told the Ninth Security Bureau that Da Huang is a spirit dog. Will they still come? Probably. They might be here soon. Qin Yang said. Before long, Qin Yang and the others arrived outside the new house. Jiang Mushua's eyes lit up as she looked at the newly built villa. Honey, this house is much better than the current one. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Of course, this villa was designed by a professional designer and built by a well-known company in the province. Let's get married here. Mood value plus 472. A look of longing appeared in Jiang Mushua's eyes. Qin Yang, we'll hold a banquet at home, and we'll also hold a banquet in Haicheng to invite some people. Jiang Mushua nodded gently. Honey, you can arrange it. The two went inside the villa and took a look around. The renovation of the villa was indeed almost complete, and most of the furniture had already been delivered. Honey, what do you think needs to be changed? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Mushua shook her head. Nothing needs to change, it's fine as it is. Although my parents have some money, I'm not a materialistic person and I don't have many fuss over sights. Qin Yang smiled and said, You're just a bit picky about food. Jiang Mushua nodded. Qin Yang, don't worry, wife. From now on, I'll make sure you eat well during the day and have a good, satisfying meal at night too. Mood value plus 475. Jiang Mushua blushed slightly and snorted softly. Husband, I don't know what you're saying, it's weird. Woof woof. Qin Yang heard Da Huang's barking. He rushed to the window. An SUV slowly drove towards their home. The Ninth Security Bureau is here. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Jiang Mushua said in surprise, You're here so early. Honey, thank goodness we came back last night. Otherwise, your father's abilities would definitely have been exposed. Let's go over there. Qin Yang and Jiang Mushua hurried home. Two people from the Ninth Security Bureau arrived. After they got off the bus, they were stopped by Da Huang and his dogs. One of the middle-aged men stared at Da Huang with some confusion. Da Huang's mental strength is indeed stronger than that of an ordinary dog, but it's not S-level. You two are. Qin Hai came out of the house and asked. Mr. Qin, we are from the Ninth Security Bureau. My name is Ho Jiren, and this is my colleague Li Yunxian. The middle-aged man spoke up. Qin Hai. Hello, you can talk to my son about what's going on. He'll be here soon. Okay. Qin Hai returned home. He wore a sign that suppressed his mental power, and since the middle-aged man's attention wasn't on Qin Hai, he didn't realize that Qin Hai was actually a superhuman. Qin Yang and Jiang Mushua arrived quickly. Honey, you go home first. Qin Yang said to Jiang Mushua. Uh-huh. Jiang Mushua obediently went into the house. Qin Yang reached out his hand and said, Gentlemen, I'm sorry to trouble you to make this trip. You can ask me anything. Ho Jiren then introduced himself. Qin Yang, I've heard about what happened in Shanghai. My nephew was supposed to play, but if he had, even if he hadn't died, he would probably have been seriously injured. Thank you. Ho Jiren shook hands with Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and said, It's only right. Captain Ho, your family just slaughtered a pig for the new year. Why don't you have lunch here? Ho Jiren chuckled and said, Qin Yang, if you put it that way, we won't be polite. Qin Yang, I heard from above that this dog is at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, but I found that its mental strength wasn't that strong. Qin Yang, it has the strength of the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Its physique has reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm, but not its mental strength. So that's how it is. Ho Jiren suddenly realized. Li Yunxian, who was standing next to him, said, When animals awaken, some do experience an improvement in physical fitness, but their mental strength is generally average. However, this situation is relatively rare. Captain Ho, how did the assassin get stabbed in the back? Ho Jiren looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang shook his head. I don't know about that. This dog was a gift from someone who said it was very capable, so I let it stay with my parents. And it has been doing a very good job. Ho Jiren nodded slightly. It is indeed very powerful. Your parents have already been saved twice. Qin Yang. Since you know this, Captain Ho, you should know that I definitely won't agree to let you take it away for research. Ho Jiren quickly replied, No. We were just ordered to come and find out what's going on. You know that experts at the transformation realm level are very powerful. We need to understand and statistically analyze both humans and spirit beasts. This is one of the responsibilities of our Ninth Security Bureau. We've encountered similar intelligent dogs before, so there's no need to take Da Huang back for research. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Ho Jiren breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yang, Da Huang is very powerful. You need to make sure it doesn't hurt ordinary people. Qin Yang nodded. What have you found out about the murderer from last night? Who is he? What country is he from? What faction does he belong to? Ho Jiren shook his head. Qin Yang, we don't know yet. There are some martial artists and superhumans in the world who are hiding, and this person is one of them. He is not in any of our documents. Qin Yang frowned slightly. Ho Jiren, Qin Yang, based on our analysis, he should have nothing to do with your trip to Myanmar. The Jinsha gang doesn't have the power to get him involved. He most likely has ties to the United States or Japan. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Needless to say, there is direct hatred towards the Eastern Sakura Kingdom. The United States, on the other hand, may want to provoke him into a conflict with the Eastern Sakura Kingdom. Qin Yang, the Bureau will also conduct an autopsy. Through the autopsy, we can find out the killer's eating habits and determine where he usually lives. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. How could this be found out? Ho Jiren, we can get a general idea. The dietary structure is different in different countries around the world. Beep beep. Ho Jiren's phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone. Captain Ho, the autopsy results are in. We determined that the murderer spent most of his time living in the United States. Ho Jiren, thank you for your hard work. After hanging up the phone, Ho Jiren said, Qin Yang, you should have heard that the murderer is probably from the United States, but we can't be sure that the murderer was sent by the United States. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It's good to know they were sent by the United States. He remained calm. Qin Yang had long known that displaying great strength would attract powerful enemies. He's very strong now, so there's not much to worry about. Chapter 264, the first SSS rank skill. After lunch, Ho Jiren and the others left. Director Liang, I have something to report to you. Ho Jiren called Liang Guanjian. When Liang Guanjian was abroad, many things were handled by others, but now that he has returned to China, he has many more things to deal with. Ji-Run, how well do you understand him? I can't believe it, Liang Guanjian asked over the phone. Ho Jiren said, that dog is a spirit dog, but it doesn't possess earth attribute abilities. It has a strong physique and an energy inside its body. The killer's back injury may have been caused by that energy. Liang Guanjian, what kind of energy? Ho Jiren, I don't know what kind of energy it is. It's similar to internal force, but not the kind of internal force that is cultivated. It feels like that kind of energy has all 5 elements attributes. It's possible that it has a very special constitution. Liang Guanjian pondered for a moment and asked, any other discoveries? Are Qin Yang's parents people with superpowers? Liang Lan is a superhuman, and Da Huang is a spirit dog. Liang Guanjian has some doubts about this. Of course, this doubt doesn't mean he intends to consider Qin Yang an enemy. It is Liang Guanjian's duty to hold this position. Director Liang, no. I had dinner with Qin Yang and his parents. I sensed them carefully, and his parents are perfectly normal. Ho Jiren said. Liang Guanjian thought of the token he had given. But with Ho Jiren's strength, unless Qin Yang's parents were S-level ability users, he would definitely be able to sense it. There are only a few dozen S-level superhumans in the entire country of China. There are over 100 grandmasters of transformation in China, but the number of S-level superhumans is less than that of grandmasters of transformation. Qin Yang's parents were just ordinary farmers, and Liang Guanjian didn't think they could become S-level superhumans so quickly. Is there anything else? Liang Guanjian inquired. Ho Jiren said, the autopsy results show that the murderer is very likely from the United States. Qin Yang knew this news, but he remained very calm. Liang Guanjian said, with Qin Yang's intelligence, he must have realized long ago that if he performs well, the powerful figures in the United States are very likely to target him. It's normal for him to remain calm. Ji-Run, investigate the whereabouts of that murderer. Ho Jiren readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Liang Guanjian's eyes showed worry. Although Qin Yang was quite powerful, with a mid-stage transformation realm cultivation level, his combat strength could even reach the late-stage transformation realm level. There are powerful figures behind them. But he would still be in danger if the United States targeted him. The United States is, after all, the world's leading superpower, and many powerful figures around the world serve the United States openly or secretly. Hopefully, the powerful figures behind Qin Yang can hold out for a little longer. Liang Guanjian thought to himself. The powerful figure who imparted his skills to Qin Yang may not live much longer. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Host, you have reached 100,000 points. The system's voice sounded in Qin Yang's mind. System, my parents have been attacked again. You decide what to do. Give me a 100,000-point lottery. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the SSS level skill blessing spell. The blessing spell can quickly restore abnormal statuses and can also enhance the physical constitution of normal people. Qin Yang was stunned. SSS level skill? This is the first SSS level skill he has acquired. Normally, 100,000 points would get you an S level skill. Now that the system has increased the probability of winning, the chance of getting an SSS level skill is still very low. A flood of information rushed into Qin Yang's body. System, judging from the description, it doesn't seem worth SSS level. Qin Yang thought to himself. System, host, whether it's an illness or missing limbs, these are all abnormal states. Using a blessing spell can make a severed arm grow back. Do you still think it's not worth it? Qin Yang was shocked. A severed limb could regenerate? His current S-level ancient medical skills were far from being that powerful. System, what about the effects on normal people? The system said, when a normal person receives a blessing, their physical and mental strength will improve, their martial arts talent will be enhanced, and the chance of awakening superpowers will also increase. Excitement gleamed in Qin Yang's eyes. It can enhance a person's talent, which is very powerful. But what excites Qin Yang the most is that if he gives Jiang Muxue a blessing, her physical condition and mental strength will improve, and she will be able to give more emotional value every day. Qin Yang quickly processed the information. The blessing spell can indeed improve Jiang Muxue's abilities, but the first use is the most effective. The more times it is used, the less effective it becomes, and the shorter the interval between uses, the less effective it is. It's impossible to make Jiang Muxue very strong quickly. Honey, come here for a second. Qin Yang called out to Jiang Muxue once he was outside. Jiang Muxue followed Qin Yang into the bedroom and said coquettishly, Honey, don't you dare try anything. It's broad daylight, and I still have to help Mom cook. Qin Yang reached out and pinched Jiang Muxue's cheek. What are you thinking? These are the things that keep running through my mind all day long. Mood value plus 475. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang, annoyed. I wonder who's always thinking about these things. Qin Yang. Wife, close your eyes and don't move. Jiang Muxue closed her eyes. The kiss she had imagined never came. Qin Yang quickly cast a blessing spell. Blessing spells require a large amount of mental energy, which is needed to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth. Go. 2 minutes later, Qin Yang finally succeeded in performing the procedure. A soft white light enveloped Jiang Muxue. These white lights quickly penetrated into Jiang Muxue's body. Qin Yang felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, his mental strength is now at the late SS level. If it were only at the early level, Qin Yang estimated that even if he obtained an SSS level blessing spell, he would not be able to use it. Honey, I feel a tingling sensation all over my body. Can I open my eyes now? Jiang Muxue spoke up. The white light had disappeared. Qin Yang said, Open your eyes if you want. Jiang Muxue opened her eyes. Husband, what just happened? Why did I have that feeling? Why does your complexion look so much worse? Qin Yang, I'm fine. Honey, I just used a powerful move. This move will enhance your physical and mental strength. Jiang Muxue was stunned. Mood value plus 495. Qin Yang was overjoyed. Jiang Muxue's emotional value has increased significantly in such a short time. It was 475 before and is now 495. Qin Yang estimated that the price should easily reach 600 this time. Honey, are you all right? Jiang Muxue looked at Qin Yang with concern. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I'm fine. I just used up a lot of mental energy in a short period of time. I'll get a good night's sleep tonight, and my mental energy will be restored tomorrow. Jiang Muxue, honey, you should use this sparingly. It consumes a lot of mental energy and reduces your strength. What if the enemy happens to arrive at that moment? Qin Yang nodded slightly. You're right. But wife, you don't need to worry too much. Even if my strength is reduced, There aren't many people who can stand against me. Time passed second by second. Jiang Muxue clearly felt that her strength had increased. My mind seems to be sharper now. Honey, my mental strength has increased. Am I now a superhuman? Jiang Muxue asked. Qin Yang chuckled and said, You're still far from it. Wife, your mental strength has increased by 30% to 40%. The mental strength of a superhuman is at least 3 times that of an ordinary person. Mood score plus 606. Jiang Muxue was a little disappointed. She hoped that she could also become a superhuman. Chapter 265 Mom becomes a superpowered person. Honey, how much stronger have I become? I feel like I can move things much more easily now. Jiang Muxue lifted a corner of the table and asked, Qin Yang, you've increased by 20–30% so far, and I estimate you can increase by another 10% later. Muscle strength will grow more slowly than mental strength. Your strength is not yet at the level of a normal man, but I can help you increase it in the future. Jiang Muxue put down the table. Honey, this has a big impact on you. You should use it less. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I certainly won't help outsiders easily, but you and Yaya, my parents and your parents still need to improve. The more they improve, the less danger they will face. Jiang Muxue. Honey, let's forget about Yaya. Even if Yaya gets stronger, she can't run away if she encounters danger. Qin Yang thought to himself that the people who should be added the most are Jiang Muxue and Yaya, since Yaya can provide emotion points. Honey, Yaya's mental strength has improved, so she'll be smarter. Don't worry, I'll know what to do. Qin Yang hugged Jiang Muxue and kissed her. Jiang Muxue. Honey, no matter what, you must prioritize your safety. If something happens to you, our whole family will be in trouble. Qin Yang nodded. The next day, Qin Yang's mental strength recovered. He first cast a blessing spell on Qin Yu. Since Qin Yu's foundation was low, her physical constitution and mental strength increased by 50% to 60%. Mood value plus 332. Qin Yu giggled, very happy. Qin Yang was also happy, and Qin Yu's mood score increased significantly. The third day, Qin Yang cast a blessing spell on his mother, Chen Ping. Chen Ping's physical condition and mental strength have also improved significantly. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. After Chen Ping's mental strength growth slowed down, it suddenly increased rapidly again, indicating that her water attribute ability had been activated. Son, I have a feeling something's not right, Chen Ping said somewhat flusteredly. Qin Yang. Mom, don't worry, you're fine. You're activating your superpower, so be careful not to unleash it and destroy the house. How to control it? Calm your mind. Time passed second by second. Chen Ping's superpower was activated in just over half an hour, and she became a B-level superpower user, reaching the peak of B-level directly. She estimated that she would reach a level in a few days. Son, is your mother more talented than me? I wasn't this strong at the beginning. Qin Hai inquired. Qin Yang. Dad, Mom just got an upgrade, and her talent might be a bit better than yours. Qin Yang thought to himself, the superpower potion my mother uses is better than the one Qin Hai uses. Son, will I be more capable than your dad in the future? Chen Ping's eyes lit up. Qin Yang smiled and said, based on the current situation, it should be possible. Mom, there's a 90% or higher chance that you'll become an S-level ability user in the future, and the probability of reaching the mid to late stages of S-level is not low either. Chen Ping glanced at Qin Hai. Let some people gloat. Qin Hai. Son, can my strength still be improved? Qin Yang nodded. It can still be improved, but I can only slightly improve your strength now. Dad, your physique can be improved a lot, but your mental strength won't increase much. Qin Hai is now an S-class ability user. Even if you cast a blessing spell on him, his mental strength won't increase by 30% or 40%. Qin Hai nodded slightly. Back in his bedroom, Qin Yang asked in his mind, System, what is my current emotional value? Host, your current emotional value is over 36,000. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. My mood score is increasing much faster. He was thinking that he planned to promote his father tomorrow, and then they would have to return to Haicheng. There would be 3 lottery draws today and tomorrow. System, 10,000 emotion points for 3 lottery draws. Qin Yang thought to himself. System, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 90 points of internal energy. Your cultivation level has been raised to the late stage of transformation realm. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Your martial arts skills have improved, not bad at all. With his late-stage transformation realm cultivation, late-stage transformation realm physique, and formidable swordsmanship. He could possess the strength of a perfect transformation realm cultivator even without using his spiritual power. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for the upgrade of your spirit pet, De Huang, from mid-stage transformation realm to peak transformation realm. Qin Yang was overjoyed. This reward is a real lifesaver. De Huang's strength at the mid-stage of the transformation realm is quite impressive, but he has already killed S-level superhumans. If the enemy finds out, they will definitely be wary of this. Big Yellow might not be able to handle the next enemy that comes. Having the strength of a fully realized transformation realm expert is a different story. Does that mean they're going to send out an SS-level expert just to target his parents? Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have won 1 grade A antidote pill. The first 2 rewards were S-level rewards, and the third was only a level. Qin Yang was already quite satisfied with this result. This antidote can be given to Qin Hai and his group. If they are poisoned by the enemy, this antidote can save their lives. Another day has passed. Qin Yang also bestowed a blessing upon Qin Hai, increasing Qin Hai's physical constitution by 30–40%, but his mental strength did not increase by even 10%. Qin Hai was quite satisfied with this result. As his physique improved, he felt full of energy. System, use 10,000 emotion points for 3 more lottery draws. Qin Yang thought to himself, okay host. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level lightness skill. The host originally had a level lightness skill, which has been integrated to reach S+ level. A deluge of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind. His understanding of lightness skill has greatly improved. He can increase his speed considerably when using the same amount of internal energy, and his internal energy consumption is much lower for the same distance. Drawing a prize. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level mental piercing skill. The host's original A-level mental piercing skill has been merged to reach S+ level. Qin Yang said in his mind, system, my strength improvement can't be rushed, you know that. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 water attribute ability enhancement pill. This pill can increase the strength of a water attribute ability user. Qin Yang was overjoyed. Those with water attributes must also have other attributes. His parents and others' strength can continue to increase after activating their superpowers. System, my mom is a water attribute ability user. Can she use this? System, host, your mother can use it, but it's best to wait until she reaches S-level cultivation before using it, as rapid power increases may not be a good thing for her. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It takes time to become familiar with and master power. This pill can be left for her mother. She should be able to reach S rank within a month. Using this pill then will significantly increase her strength. System, when we use this pill, my mother's strength should be able to reach the peak of S rank, right? Qin Yang inquired. Even without this, his mother's chances of reaching the mid to late stage of S level are not low. System, host, there's a high probability you'll reach S rank perfection. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Dad, you're unlucky. If mom reaches S rank perfection, you'll be completely overshadowed. It's all fate. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Chapter 266, has De Huang reached the perfection of the transformation realm? Chen Ping held Jiang Mushua's hand reluctantly. Mushua, after we finish the renovation, we'll go to Haiqing to see you and Yaya. Jiang Mushua, Mom, you're welcome to come anytime. You and Dad need to be careful. Qin Hai smiled and said, don't worry, we are all superhumans now. We can take care of ourselves. Son, don't worry about your mother and me. Just take good care of Mushua and Yaya. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Dad, I have something to tell you. De Huang has reached the peak of the transformation realm. Oh, Qin Hai and Qin Ping were extremely surprised. Mood value plus 656. Jiang Mushua was equally surprised. A perfected transformation realm cultivator, isn't that the pinnacle of masters? Even the Shao family patriarch only reached the perfected transformation realm. Big Yellow is just a dog. How could it have reached the perfected transformation realm? Son, when did this happen? Qin Hai asked with surprise. Qin Yang said, it's just something that happened in the last couple of days. You guys know about De Huang's improved strength, but don't tell anyone else. Qin Hai and Qin Ping nodded. Qin Yang took Qin Yu from Qin Hai and said, Dad, Mom, we're leaving. Take care of yourselves. At this point, Qin Yang looked at the big yellow dog next to him. Big Yellow, guard the house well. Big Yellow nodded. Qin Yang put Qin Yu in the child's safety seat, and he and Jiang Muxue got into the car and quickly started the engine and drove off. Honey, I'm sorry you've had to go through all this trouble these past few days. You've never lived in such a bad house in your entire life. Qin Yang said. Jiang Muxue, honey, it's okay. I've never lived in the countryside before, so it's a different experience for me. Qin Yang, we'll come back for the Spring Festival next year. By then, the new house will be finished, and it will be much more comfortable to live in. Uh-huh. Jiang Muxue nodded. 9 hours later, Qin Yang and his group arrived in Haiqing. Beep beep. Not long after I got home, Dong Yuehua called. Xiao Qin, you're finally back. Some business owners really want to meet you. Do you think we should give them that opportunity? Dong Yuehua inquired. Qin Yang. Uncle Dong, I'm not interested in some of the remaining companies, but I can give others a chance. But this is the only chance we'll get. If they miss this opportunity, they'll have to find someone else to invest in them. Dong Yuehua said. I will tell them that if they are not sincere, they should not contact me again. Send me a copy of the list. When do you have time? I'll arrange a meeting between you two. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, then let's do it tomorrow. They're probably in a hurry, and I don't need to deliberately drag it out. Good. Dong Yuehua hung up the phone. Qin Yang called Luo Songheng. Luo, how's your research on the new type of drone going? Luo Songheng. Boss, the information you provided is very comprehensive. We have already completed it based on the information you provided, but we need a new production line for mass production. Need money. Luo Songheng. Boss, we're not short of money. The military has ordered a lot of new explosives from us, and we're studying whether we can use our current production line to meet the demand. But after research, it was found that this might not work. Qin Yang. Old Luo, don't think about saving money. Hurry up and introduce new production lines. Not just new drone production lines, but other production lines as well. Outdated production lines in the factory should be eliminated. Luo Songheng coughed lightly and said, Boss, we're not making much money right now. If we continue to introduce these products, we'll probably spend more money than we earn. Qin Yang. Old Luo, are you afraid of going bankrupt, or are you afraid that with more new production lines, I'll have to lay off employees? Luo Songheng hesitated for a moment. Boss, a little bit of both. Qin Yang said, Old Luo, as long as I'm here, the factory will definitely not go bankrupt. You can rest assured about that. As long as the employees work hard, we won't lay them off. You'll definitely have other things to do in the future. By the way, it's almost the end of the year, so please distribute the year-end bonuses. Select a group of outstanding employees and give them 3 months' salary as a year-end bonus, and give the rest of the employees 2 months' salary. Luo Songheng was taken aback. Boss, although our factory has received orders, the overall business is not doing well this year. Are we really going to pay this much? Because the factory is not doing well, their year-end bonuses have been just a token amount in recent years. Qin Yang said, I'm not looking at the profits for now. What I'm looking at is whether you can get things done. You need to hurry up and get a batch of the new drones out. Okay, boss. Luo Songheng is full of energy. The next day, Jiang Muxue went to Xingchen Technology Company. When Qin Yang arrived at the place where the contract was signed last time, some of the company bosses that Dong Yuehua had contacted were already there. Hello, Mr. Qin. When Qin Yang entered the conference room, everyone stood up to greet him. Their attitude was much more respectful than last time. Last time, they were basically unaware of the situation, but now some of them know what happened in Shanghai, and some even know what happened in Myanmar. Qin Yang sat down in the main seat. Please sit down. Everyone, Secretary Dong has pleaded for you. I'll give you one more chance, but this will be the last. If you're not sincere, just leave. Qin Yang said calmly. President Qin, we are definitely sincere this time. President Qin, please rest assured, we will be sincere. Several people spoke up. Although Jiang Wanqing used to be the richest man in Haiqing, they had never been so humble in front of him before. The situation is different now. They had already sensed the changes happening in Haiqing. Qin Yang is already a grandmaster of internal energy at a young age, and it is estimated that Haiqing will be Qin Yang's territory for the next 100 years. On the surface, they may not have any territory, but in reality, powerful families do have spheres of influence. Previously, Haiqing could barely be considered part of the Du family's sphere of influence. However, the Du family is not that financially strong. Qin Yang is different now. Qin Yang possesses martial prowess, and the Jiang family is wealthy. Haiqing will undoubtedly become Qin Yang's sphere of influence in the future. Let's begin. Prepare the materials one by one, Qin Yang said calmly. The first person approached Qin Yang and said, President Qin, this time we've asked for less funding, but we've increased the number of shares we're offering. Is that acceptable? Qin Yang quickly scanned it. Can. Swish. Qin Yang quickly signed his name. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The first boss was delighted. Having boarded Qin Yang's ship, he knew that there would be far fewer troubles in the future, and all that was left was to work hard. Swish. Swish. Time passed second by second. Qin Yang signed one contract after another. These bosses cherish this opportunity, as it's their only chance. 2 hours later, all the contracts were signed. This time it was much faster than last time. President Qin, there are some people outside who want to see you. They are some company owners you don't want to cooperate with. Li Jinsong, Dong Yuehua's secretary, said. Dong Yuehua was busy and couldn't come today, but he had already sent his secretary, Li Jinsong, over. Let them in, Qin Yang said calmly. Soon, about 20 company owners came in. Qin Yang, why are you excluding us? The owner of one of the companies questioned him. Chapter 267 The Consequences of Threatening Qin Yang. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Li Jinsong frowned and said, Mr. Zhao, please be polite. The boss, Zhao Guangyao, who had just spoken, said angrily, I can't be polite. My company was doing just fine, but Qin Yang caused trouble and ruined my life. Isn't he the one who has to clean up this mess? Qin Yang said coldly. Me clean up this mess? Do I owe you anything? It's their business if the Dongying people withdraw their investment. My investment was a favor, and not investing was my right. Zhao Guangyao. Qin Yang, don't be arrogant. Let me tell you, my uncle is a big shot in the capital. You killed people from Dongying Kingdom and angered them. They withdrew their investment from my company and caused problems because of you. My uncle also receives dividends from my company. Qin Yang thought to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. Mr. Zhao, are you aware of what happened in Shanghai? Qin Yang said indifferently. Zhao Guangyao, I know, so what? You're pretty good. You killed more than 20 martial artists from Dongying Kingdom. But so what? You wouldn't dare kill us, would you? Qin Yang, no matter how capable you are you more capable than the army? Our country has laws. Do you believe I have a way to make things difficult for the Jiang group? Qin Yang looked at Zhao Guangyao. This guy was probably used to being arrogant. There are probably quite a few guys like Zhao Guangyao in the area. Who is your uncle? Qin Yang said calmly. Zhao Guangyao gave a light hum and reported it. Zhao Guangyao's uncle is indeed of high status, but if you're talking about being arrogant in front of him, even his uncle isn't qualified. Beep beep. Qin Yang called Xiao Yi. Brother Qin, what's the good news? Xiao Yi quickly answered the phone and inquired. Xiao Yi, can you do me a favor? I have a friend whose uncle is in the capital, and he's using his uncle to pressure me. Xiao Yi. Brother Qin, of course, no problem. Tell me who the other party is, and I'll go to my grandfather and ask him to intervene. They're really bold, threatening you, Brother Qin. Qin Yang said Zhao Guangyao's uncle's name. Xiao Yi, I'll wait for your call. Qin Yang hung up the phone after speaking. Huang Fuyin and Liang Guanjian are from the 9th Security Bureau. It's not a good idea to ask them to handle this kind of matter, since they are not from the same system. It would be overstepping their authority for them to do so. Finding Xiao Yi will solve the problem. The Xiao family has extensive connections and can find someone to intervene. Qin Yang Yu. Zhao Guangyao's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. Qin Yang said calmly, wait a moment. Your uncle should call you soon. Less than 5 minutes later, Qin Yang's phone rang. Brother Qin, I've already told Grandpa. Grandpa has already contacted the relevant leaders in charge. Xiao Yi said. Qin Yang laughed and said, Xiao Yi, thanks. Next time you come to Haiqing, I'll treat you to drinks. I promise you'll have a great time. Xiao Yi. Brother Qin, then let's forget about it. Even if Lao Wu and I were to drink together, we still couldn't outdrink you. Soon, Zhao Guangyao's phone rang. When he answered, his uncle angrily said, Guangyao, why did you go and provoke Qin Yang? Didn't I tell you not to mess with him? Zhao Guangyao's expression changed slightly as he said, Second uncle, I didn't do anything to him. I just came over and said something. The company is under a lot of pressure right now. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Guangyao's second uncle angrily said, You've ruined me. My superiors called me. I've been suspended from my duties, and I have to undergo an investigation by the organization. You should apologize to Qin Yang right now. Zhao Guangyao's expression changed drastically. Qin Yang made a phone call and his second uncle was suspended from his job? Qin Yang, I was wrong just now. I don't want to invest anymore, so please don't cause trouble for my second uncle. Zhao Guangyao lowered his stance. Qin Yang, if your second uncle is innocent, even if the organization investigates, he won't be in any trouble. If he is guilty, then he deserves to go to jail. You? Zhao Guangyao's face was very grim. Qin Yang said, instead of worrying about your second uncle, you should worry about yourself. Your problem is quite serious. Qin Yang looked at Li Jingsong. Secretary Li, I will not invest in his company for a simple reason. He has evaded a large amount of taxes. What would I do if I were to join such a company? Zhao Guangyao's expression changed drastically. Qin Yang, don't talk nonsense. My company did not evade taxes. Qin Yang, Secretary Li, please report this and have someone investigate. I believe we should be able to find out. Okay. Li Jinsong nodded. Zhao Guangyao's company used to be difficult to investigate because of his second uncle's connections. These are unspoken rules, but now even Zhao Guangyao's second uncle is in dire straits. Secretary Li, no. Qin Yang, I don't want to invest anymore. I'll just leave, okay? Zhao Guangyao said in a flustered manner. Li Jinsong said, Mr. Zhao, you can leave, but don't go too far. The tax authorities may need your cooperation in the investigation. Zhao Guangyao left with a grim expression. Qin Yang's gaze swept over the other bosses. Gentlemen, some of you are in the same situation as Zhao Guangyao, while others have other issues. Do you need me to explain them one by one? President Qin, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Someone stood up and left. Soon everyone else left. Qin Yang, Secretary Li, Dongying Country invests in them, and some of them have close ties with Dongying Country. I'll give you some information later. You should tidy it up and show it to Uncle Dong. He can decide how to handle it then. Li Jinsong looked solemn. Okay. In the evening, Jiang Muxue returned home. Honey, how's it going at work? Qin Yang said with a smile. Jiang Muxue said sweetly, it's great. Honey, I feel very fulfilled working at the company. Honey, I'd like to recruit some AI talent. Sure. Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Muxue said coquettishly. Honey, there's a small problem. The company's funds are a bit tight. Qin Yang smiled and said, as for money, that depends on your performance tonight. If you perform well, money won't be a problem. Mood value plus 660. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Honey, you also own half of Xingchen Technology. Qin Yang, whether Xingchen Technology develops or not is not my concern. If you care, you'll have to show your abilities. Jiang Muxue pursed her lips. Honey, we might need an investment of 2 billion. Can you come up with that? If not, we'll have to seek external financing. Qin Yang laughed and said, 20 billion is nothing. I didn't even tell you about the little bit of money I made in Myanmar before. Guess how much I made there? Jiang Muxue, 10 billion US dollars. Qin Yang shook his head. Jiang Muxue asked in surprise, you earned 2 billion? Qin Yang laughed and said, I've earned 3.7 billion, which adds up to 5 billion US dollars in my original overseas accounts. Mood value plus 666. Jiang Muxue was somewhat incredulous. 5 billion US dollars is equivalent to 35 billion renminbi. It hasn't been that long. Chapter 268, An Ancient Assassin Family. Jiang Muxue asked in surprise. Honey, how did you earn so much? Can this money be transferred to China for use? Qin Yang nodded and smiled. Of course it can be transferred to domestic use. The boss of Black Tiger Company and the people from the Golden Sands gang were very enthusiastic and insisted on transferring money to me. I couldn't refuse their hospitality, so I made a little more than 100 million. Mood score plus 668. Jiang Muxue. They probably enjoyed themselves before transferring so much money to Qin Yang, as they transferred all the small amounts from their secret accounts to him. Honey, you make money so much faster this way. Jiang Muxue said with a somewhat strange expression. Qin Yang. I didn't want to contact them, but they insisted on having me deliver it. I'll transfer some of this money back to China. There's no problem with the investment Xingchen Technology needs. Jiang Muxue nodded. Honey, thank you. Qin Yang smiled and said, go take a nice bath and do your best later. Mood value plus 670. Bad guy. Jiang Muxue gave a soft snort. America. At a large estate, a middle-aged man came to find his father. Father, I have come here on important business. The middle-aged man said respectfully. The old man in front of him slowly trimmed his hair with scissors and said methodically, you didn't call, but came directly to me. Are you afraid that someone might overhear your call? The middle-aged man nodded. Father, the matter is quite important. Speak. The old man put down the scissors, wiped his hands, and said. The middle-aged man said with a solemn expression, Father, Tai Rua is probably in trouble. I sent him to China to kill Qin Yang's father, Qin Hai, but I haven't heard from him for several days. Even if he didn't succeed, he should have some news by now. The old man's expression changed slightly. Why did you send him to kill Qin Yang's father, Qin Hai? The middle-aged man said, Father, someone offered us a large sum of money to kill him. I thought sending Tai Rua would be foolproof, but I didn't expect him to disappear. The old man frowned slightly. The powerful figure behind Qin Yang is likely an SS-level ability user. Why did you accept such a mission? You've made a mistake this time. The middle-aged man said, Father, I didn't want to accept it at first, but they offered $500 million. I couldn't refuse that price. I originally thought I could shift the blame eastward, making Qin Yang think it was the people from Dongying who did the killing, but I didn't expect Tai Rua to go missing. If he's captured alive, the old man said in a deep voice, don't rush, don't panic. Even if he is captured alive, he is a mid-stage S-level ability user, so it won't be easy to get anything out of him. And maybe he wasn't arrested at all. How long have you been missing? Middle-aged man. Father, it's been more than a week. The old man glared at him. You've been missing for over a week. How many days have you been missing? The middle-aged man said awkwardly, Father, it hasn't been 10 days yet. If I say a few days, it's barely acceptable. Father, Qin Yang has returned to his hometown. I'm wondering if Tai Rua just happened to run into Qin Yang, or perhaps he encountered the powerful figure behind him. The old man considered for a moment and said, unless Qin Yang suddenly sent them back and Tai Rua didn't know they had run into him, he wouldn't act so rashly. The middle-aged man said, Qin Yang returned overnight, which Tai Rua probably didn't expect. Perhaps Qin Yang and his group discovered Tai Rua in their town. Father, what should we do? The old man frowned and said, so much time has passed, Tai Rua has most likely run into trouble. Take on fewer missions recently, in case something happens and your family needs help. The middle-aged man nodded. Father, I messed this up. The old man waved his hand. This is what our Saman family does. If the price is right, we can kill anyone, not just Qin Yang's father, but anyone of even higher status. Father, what should we do about this task now? Should we refund the deposit, or find someone else to do it? The middle-aged man inquired. The old man considered for a moment and said, tell the employer that we need more time. If the employer doesn't give us more time, then give up on this task. The middle-aged man nodded. Father, Qin Yang has returned to Haiqing. They probably won't be spending the new year in their hometown. The new year period might be a good opportunity. The old man shook his head. You think it's a good opportunity, but they will be on guard. The powerful figure behind Qin Yang might be waiting at his parents' house. They're on high alert right now that this has just happened. Let's wait a few days before making any decisions. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, father. The old man said, don't worry too much. Even if Qin Yang knows that it was our Saman family that did it, he may not dare to fight us to the death. The powerful figure behind Qin Yang will only live for another year or two at most. Qin Yang's strength probably won't increase much in 1 or 2 years. Even if he can reach the peak of the transformation realm, our United States has more than one SS-level expert. The middle-aged man breathed a slight sigh of relief. Father, you are right. Our country is strong. China is definitely not as good as the United States in terms of top-notch experts. Beep beep. Qin Yang received a call from Liang Guanjin. Director Liang, is there any news about the murderer? On the other end of the phone, Liang Guanjin said, Xiao Qin, our people in the U.S. have sent back news that the killer may be from the Salmon family. The Salmon family is an ancient and powerful assassin family. A murderous intent surged within Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, what I just said was only a possibility. It's not certain yet. I'm telling you this so you can be more vigilant. The Salmon family might take action again. Qin Yang asked, Director Liang, the Salmon family shouldn't have any SS-level ability users, right? Liang Guanjin laughed and said, definitely not. If they did, the Salmon family would have an even higher status in the United States. They would be the top family in the United States. But the Salmon family should have an S-rank expert at the peak of their level. Qin Yang said, the Salmon family is indeed very powerful to be able to send out S-rank assassins and S-rank peak experts. Director Liang, Thank you. It must have taken Liang Guanjian a lot of effort to uncover this information. Liang Guanjian said, Xiao Qin, your parents are under the protection of our Ninth Security Bureau. The fact that the other party attacked your parents shows that they don't respect our Ninth Security Bureau. We will definitely investigate this kind of thing. The information is not yet confirmed, so don't act rashly. Qin Yang laughed and said, Director Liang, don't worry, I never do anything reckless. Liang Guanjian. It's not very credible for Qin Yang to say this now. Even if Qin Yang didn't kill those people in the Golden Sands gang, he was still involved with them. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang went to the computer room in the basement. Intelligent Brain, the Saman family of Chami country. The Saman family is an ancient assassin family. You can also look them up on the dark web. The AI's voice rang out. Yes, master. There is a lot of information on the internet, and even more on the dark web. Even if Qin Yang's hacking skills are extremely high, it is not easy for him to investigate. But this kind of thing is very convenient for AI. Before long, the AI was unable to retrieve a lot of information. However, these reports cannot confirm that the Salmon family was responsible for the incident. Crackling and popping. Qin Yang personally took matters into his own hands and began the investigation. Chapter 269. Come on, let's hurt each other. With the information retrieved by the AI, Qin Yang can conduct targeted intrusion investigations. Qin Yang quickly found out that the eldest son of the Saman family patriarch had returned to the family today, and his cell phone was not with him when he was talking to the Saman family patriarch. Crackling and popping. Qin Yang continued his investigation. Qin Yang confirmed one thing through mobile phone base station information. Chakra, the eldest son of the Saman family patriarch, rarely returned to the family, usually no more than 5 times a year. You rarely go back to your family, and now that you've gone back, something must have happened. Qin Yang thought to himself. Security Bureau 9 suspects the Salmon family, and given the current situation, it's even more likely that the Salmon family sent assassins to kill his parents. Time passed by, and Qin Yang found a lot of information, but this information was not enough to directly confirm that the Salmon family was the mastermind behind the crime. The Salmon family is a long-established assassin family, and they are quite cautious when doing this kind of thing. If we can't be sure, then we should take the initiative. Qin Yang thought to himself. The fact that Security Bureau 9 suspects the Salmon family already indicates a high probability that they were responsible for this incident. Combined with what he and the AI discovered, the likelihood is even higher. Crackling and popping. Qin Yang quickly hacked into a bank. The patriarch of the Salmon family had $1 billion in this bank. Even if his personal wealth was tens of billions of dollars, $1 billion was still a huge sum for him. Qin Yang silently transferred all the money away. He couldn't find any conclusive evidence that the Salmon family had made a move, and now that he's transferring money, even if the Salmon family knows it was him, they still have no evidence. I'll transfer you 1 billion yuan first, as a small warning. Qin Yang thought to himself. The money of the head of the Salmon family and others is deposited in many banks. He could infiltrate banks one by one, but he would offend too many powerful forces. This $1 billion was stored in the bank of the Dongying Kingdom conglomerate, so offending them was no big deal. Beep beep. Soon after, Sadman, the head of the Salmon family, received a call from the bank. Mr. Sadman, is there anything you are dissatisfied with regarding our service? If so, we will certainly make corrections with the utmost sincerity. Sadman asked the bank's financial manager respectfully. No, your service is excellent. Sadman has always been quite satisfied with the bank's services. Mr. Sadman, why did you transfer all of your $1 billion from our bank? If you have any complaints, please let us know, and we will do our best to improve our services. The financial manager spoke with great humility. What? When did I transfer that $1 billion? Sadman asked, puzzled. The financial manager's expression changed. Mr. Sadman, you didn't transfer the money? Our warning system indicated that you had already transferred all the money. I only found out about this after my superiors called to reprimand me. I didn't transfer, Sadman said with a grim expression. The financial manager was dumbfounded. If Sadman hadn't transferred the money, then who had? What to do about such a huge hole of $1 billion? Mr. Sadman, our system shows the transfer is normal. Could it be that your relatives transferred the money away? The financial manager inquired. Sadman's face darkened. Only I know about this money. The financial manager said, Mr. Sadman, here is a card number. All your money has been transferred to this account. Please check with the bank. Sadman quickly obtained an account. He paused for a moment when he saw the account. He recognized the account number. It was his eldest son's bank account. Beep beep. Sadman quickly called Chakra. Father, is there something you need? Chakra inquired. Sadman, you haven't left by plane yet, have you? Come back again. Good father. Chakra was puzzled, but he still rushed to his father's house. The Chakra arrived an hour later. Father, has something changed regarding Qin Yang? Sadman stared at Chakra and said, the bank called and told me that all the money on one of my cards was transferred to yours. Even though you're my son, you still have to give me an explanation for this. Chakra was stunned for a moment. Father, is there a mistake? I didn't do that. Sadman gave out the account number for Chakra. Check this number. Chakra immediately started looking it up on his phone. He quickly discovered that $1 billion had indeed been transferred into the account, but the money was soon transferred to many accounts in different countries overseas. Father, I don't know what's going on either. I didn't do it. Chakra's face turned ugly. Sadman's face darkened. His money had gone into his son's account, and he told the bank they knew nothing about it. Would the bank accept their claim? Investigate immediately. Sadman gritted his teeth and said. 10 minutes later, Chakra said with a bitter expression, Father, we probably can't get this money back. We've likely been hacked. Chakra paused for a moment, then said, Father, could it be Qin Yang? We sent assassins to kill his parents, and he hacked your account and transferred the money. Sadman stared at the Chakra. Rather than suspecting Qin Yang, he suspected that Chakra had stolen the money. Father, believe me, I definitely didn't do this. How could I dare to do such a thing? You should be able to tell that I'm not lying. Sadman, your strength isn't low either. I'm too old to tell. Chakra, have you lost some money gambling lately? I did lose some money, but I swear I didn't transfer your money. Father, I feel that Qin Yang definitely transferred this money. He has both the ability and the motive. Chakra said in a deep voice. Sadman frowned. If that's the case, Tyrell will definitely be captured alive. The top expert behind Qin Yang might come to our Saman family. Chakra's expression changed slightly. Sadman took a deep breath and said, we have another problem. What's been transferred out now is only $1 billion, but there's always the possibility of even more being transferred out in the future. Chakra, Father, what should we do? A powerful enemy could strike their family at any moment, and the money in their bank accounts is not safe either. They are under immense pressure both online and offline. Sadman paced back and forth. Buy more weapons to strengthen the family's defenses, bring back the strong members of the family who are outside first, and withdraw more money from the bank. Chakra nodded. Good father. Sadman. Hurry up, let's go into defensive mode for a while and see what's going on. Maybe it wasn't Qin Yang and his group who did it, but someone else. Chakra. Father, it definitely wasn't me. Sadman nodded. Yes. Chakra was suffering inside. His father still doubted him. We can't get rid of this blame. Chapter 270 Jiang Mushua's talent. Father, Qin Yang must have done this. Should we continue our actions and teach him a lesson? Chakdo's fiery tunnel. Sadman shook his head. We have no evidence. And what if Qin Yang deliberately provoked us? His parents are likely protected by powerful figures. We've already lost a master like Taino. How many such strong individuals does our family have that we can afford to lose? The Chakra has gone silent. The Saman family is very powerful, but they only have 5S level experts in total. This is only because they offered good conditions and made every effort to recruit strong people to join them. Tylenol's failure resulted in heavy losses for them. Father, have we been on the defensive all along? We can actually seek cooperation with other families. Chakra Path. Sadman. We are a family of assassins. If our family joins forces with other families, it shows that we lack confidence, and our business will be affected in the future. Let's see how things go first. Chakra nodded slightly. Father, please believe me, I definitely did not transfer your $1 billion. After Chakra finished speaking, he turned and left. Sadman said calmly, I believe you. Just don't gamble anymore. It's dangerous to be away from home. Yes. Chakra turned and left. Sadman sat down, his face ashen. $1 billion, that's a huge sum of money. So much money just mysteriously disappeared. Even if he goes to the bank, they won't compensate him. Even if you contact his son's bank, the bank will not compensate you. Although their family is very powerful, the bank is backed by a series of conglomerates, and the bank is not to be trifled with. Fuck. The commission to kill Qin Yang's parents was $500 million, and we have already lost $500 million, along with the loss of an S-level expert. In addition, the mission to kill Qin Yang's parents must continue. They also faced the risk of Qin Yang continuing his counterattack. As Sadman thought about it, he grew angrier and angrier. He had initially thought the deal was good, but now he was losing a fortune. Killing Qin Yang's parents should have been a calm and skillful affair, but now it's a hurried and frantic affair. Haicheng, the firing range of the 9th Security Bureau. Qin Yang brought Jiang Muxue here to practice shooting. Jiang Muxue has obtained her gun license, but her marksmanship is not good enough, so she cannot carry a gun for the time being. Qin Yang, you teach him yourself. Your marksmanship is better than mine. Call me if you need anything. Shen Feng left quickly after finishing his sentence. Shen Feng and Qin Yang had a match in Shanghai. Shen Feng was a very good marksman, but he still lost to Qin Yang. Honey, today we'll practice with a handgun. You usually only carry a handgun for self-defense anyway. I'll teach you how to hold it first. Qin Yang began to teach in detail. Jiang Muxue learned very quickly. She was already intelligent, and after the blessing, her mental strength increased by 30–40%, her memory became stronger, and her physical constitution also improved by 30–40%. Jiang Muxue used to have a problem when learning to shoot. She wasn't very strong. But this problem disappeared after her physique improved. Bang! Soon, Jiang Muxue fired the first shot. Mood value plus 675. Jiang Muxue was startled by the loud noise. Honey, is the sound of a gun really that loud? Jiang Muxue said. Qin Yang laughed and said, the sound is quite loud. Some shooting ranges use smaller bullets for their pistols, so the sound and recoil are much less than this. Jiang Muxue, it wasn't this loud on TV. Even with headphones on, the sound was still incredibly loud. The images on TV have been artistically edited. Keep practicing, and make sure your gun-holding posture is correct. Qin Yang said. Jiang Muxue nodded. Bang bang. Jiang Muxue continued practicing earnestly. She had 3 thunder talismans given to her by Qin Yang, but she couldn't use them against ordinary enemies. Guns are still very useful. In particular, she possesses a defensive treasure like the Guardian Ring. Time passed second by second. Qin Yang discovered that Jiang Muxue actually had a talent for shooting. In just half an hour, she had already become quite accurate. Honey, my hands are so sore. Jiang Muxue shook her wrist and said. Qin Yang grasped Jiang Muxue's hand and cast a blessing spell. Blessing spells are a general term encompassing many categories. Previously, they were used to enhance mental strength and physical constitution, but now they are only used to help others recover in certain areas. Helping someone improve as a whole requires intervals, so this partial recovery doesn't consume much of Qin Yang's energy, and it's fine to use it on the same person multiple times a day. Is it still sour? Qin Yang released his hand and smiled. Jiang Muxue flexed her wrists. She exclaimed in surprise, Honey, it doesn't hurt anymore. Honey, you actually helped me recover so quickly. Qin Yang smiled and said, Isn't it amazing? If you can't stand it tonight, you can use it too. Mood value plus 676. Jiang Muxue gave Qin Yang a charmingly coquettish look. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Muxue continued practicing. 2 hours later, Shen Feng returned. After watching Jiang Muxue fire a few shots, Shen Feng asked in surprise, Qin Yang, did Jiang Muxue practice marksmanship before? Her marksmanship is up to standard. Qin Yang shook his head. Muxue hasn't trained, but she has a natural talent for shooting and is improving very quickly. Captain Shen, with Muxue's marksmanship, she should be able to handle a gun by now, right? Shen Feng nodded. Her marksmanship is good enough to handle a gun, but just to be on the safe side. Qin Yang, you should bring her here to practice more. You can come here to practice anytime. Qin Yang nodded. Captain Shen, that's enough practice for today? Captain Shen, I remember clearly. You still owe me a meal. Are you going to pay today? Shen Feng laughed and said, You still remember this? Okay, I'll repay you today so you won't keep thinking about it. Shen Feng was quite happy. Given Qin Yang's current status and position, ordinary people wouldn't even have the opportunity to have a meal with him. Qin Yang's offer to treat him to dinner was a gesture of goodwill, hoping to take their relationship to the next level. It would be good for Qin Yang to get closer to Shen Feng. Shen Feng is a local bigwig in Haicheng, and many times, minor issues can be resolved by asking Shen Feng. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, Qin Yang has been taking Jiang Muxue to practice shooting every day. Jiang Muxue's shooting skills have improved significantly. She is definitely a shooting genius, 1 in a million. Honey, you've practiced enough with your pistol. Now I'll teach you how to use a sniper rifle. Qin Yang said. Mood value plus 678. Jiang Muxue asked in surprise. You're even practicing with sniper rifles? Qin Yang nodded. Practice it. I'll keep a sniper rifle at home. You might need it if you encounter a powerful enemy. Jiang Muxue nodded. Honey, I'm going to practice. Perhaps improving my shooting skills can help you. Qin Yang smiled and said, if you take good care of yourself, you're helping me. Soon, Jiang Muxue began practicing with a sniper rifle. As her physical condition improved, her eyesight also improved. Qin Yang soon discovered that Jiang Muxue's talent for sniper rifles was even stronger than that for pistols. Tisk. Muxue's talent is already this strong. If we continue to improve Muxue's mental strength and physique, Muxue's marksmanship will probably be better than mine in the future. Qin Yang thought to himself. His marksmanship is only B+ level. It was improved by the system, and his natural talent for shooting is average. If he doesn't acquire more marksmanship skills, it will be difficult for him to improve. Jiang Muxue is different. It's entirely possible for her marksmanship to reach a level. Honey, sniper rifle shooting is easier. My shoulder is a little sore. Jiang Muxue got up and rubbed her shoulders. Qin Yang, sniper rifles are much harder to use for the average person, but you have a stronger talent for them. Once your physique improves again, you'll be able to adapt. Honey, I never knew you had such a great talent for shooting. Chapter 271 SS Rank Teleportation Scroll. After Jiang Muxue recovered, she continued practicing. System, shouldn't we have reached 100,000 emotion points by now? Qin Yang asked in his mind. Now, the daily emotional value has increased significantly, with Jiang Muxue and Qin Yu accumulating nearly 30,000 emotional values each day. Host, it's full. Qin Yang. One lottery draw for every 100,000 emotion points. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SS-level teleportation talisman. By using this talisman, you can instantly teleport to any place you have been within 1,000 kilometers. A golden talisman instantly appeared in the system space. Qin Yang was taken aback. I actually got something like this. This teleportation symbol has two uses. The first type is someone who can leave instantly if he is in danger. The second type is someone he can go to rescue if someone close to him is in danger. Given his capabilities, the first scenario is unlikely to occur, but the second scenario is possible. If the second scenario does occur, he won't be helpless. This reward, while not improving my strength, is still pretty good. Qin Yang thought to himself. After Jiang Muxue finished practicing with Qin Yang and the others, they arrived home. Qin Yang took out the gun license that Shen Feng had given him. Wife, take a look. This is your gun license. You don't usually need to carry this with you, but if you're firing a gun, you must be able to take this out. Jiang Muxue nodded. Honey, the gun license came through so quickly. Qin Yang laughed and said, you haven't even finished practicing yet, and this is already here. Your marksmanship is already perfect. Jiang Muxue. Honey, can I carry a gun now? Qin Yang nodded. Where's my gun? Jiang Muxue asked with some anticipation. With a thought, Qin Yang conjured two guns, a pistol and a sniper rifle. Both guns were obtained through a lottery drawn by the system. Their workmanship and quality are impeccable. Honey, this pistol has an effective range of 60 meters. If you use it to shoot, you can wait for the enemy to come within 10 meters. It won't be so easy for the enemy to break through your defenses. Qin Yang gave Jiang Muxue a silver pistol. Jiang Muxue gripped the pistol. Honey, this pistol feels quite comfortable to hold, better than the one I used for practice. And it should be lighter too. Qin Yang. It is indeed lighter, making it easier to carry in your bag. The magazine capacity of this pistol is 20 rounds. I keep a few magazines at home. Jiang Muxue nodded. Qin Yang looked at the heavy sniper rifle on the ground. Wife, this sniper rifle has an effective range of up to 2,000 meters. I've left it at home, but don't touch it. With a smart home protector at home, this is usually unnecessary. Jiang Muxue nodded. She lifted the sniper rifle with some difficulty. Honey, this is so heavy. It's really inconvenient to carry around. Honey, do you have a lighter sniper rifle? Qin Yang. Yes, I do have some. You want some too? Uh-huh. Jiang Muxue nodded. Qin Yang. I'll get you a gun cabinet, and I'll prepare all kinds of firearms for you inside. Jiang Muxue's eyes lit up. Honey, will this cause any problems? Qin Yang shook his head. There won't be any problem. My military factory has them all. What's wrong with having some guns at home? I'll prepare some rifles, submachine guns, and light and heavy machine guns for you. He hadn't originally planned to do it this way, But Jiang Muxue actually has an exceptional talent for shooting. Beep beep. Qin Yang called Shinfeng. Captain Shun, I'd like to install a gun cabinet at home. You guys should have gun cabinets, right? I need a large one. Shinfeng, I'll have someone send it to you right away. The gun cabinet arrived in about 2 hours. It looked no different from an ordinary cabinet, but it weighed over a ton and was very heavy. Thank you for your help. Qin Yang smiled. After the group from Security Bureau 9 who delivered the gun cabinet left, Qin Yang stored the gun cabinet in his system space. He went upstairs and placed the gun cabinet in their bedroom. If enemies come, Jiang Muxue can quickly get a gun. Qin Yang put in pistols, submachine guns, rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, and even grenade sniper rifles, along with a lot of ammunition for all kinds of firearms. Even so, there is still quite a lot of space in the gun cabinet. Qin Yang suddenly thought of something. If the enemy is too strong, Jiang Muxue can carry Qin Yu inside to hide. The space in this gun cabinet is more than enough. System, if I use an S-rank enhancement rune to enhance this gun cabinet, will the guns inside be enhanced as well? Qin Yang thought to himself. He had previously obtained 4 S-grade enhancement runes. He used one for the car, one for the quantum computer, and had 1 late-stage S-grade and 1 perfect S-grade rune left. System, you can gain some enhancement. However, 70% of the enhancement energy will be used to enhance the gun cabinet itself. Qin Yang took out the S-grade perfect enhancement talisman. Strengthen. Qin Yang quickly used the enhancement rune. The gun cabinet and the guns inside were rapidly reinforced. The gun cabinet already possessed high defensive capabilities, and after the reinforcement, even a fully fledged S-rank expert would find it difficult to destroy. System, how much have the guns here been upgraded? Qin Yang inquired. System, the weapon's power has been increased by 50%. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. A 50% improvement is not insignificant. Especially the heavy weapons, a 50% improvement would be too much for even a grandmaster of internal energy to withstand. Honey, come here for a second. Qin Yang shouted. Jiang Muxue arrived quickly. Honey, there's a lot of space in here. If you encounter a strong enemy that you can't handle, you can hide inside. This gun cabinet has pretty good defense. Qin Yang said. Jiang Muxue, husband, I don't need to hide. I have the protective ring you gave me, but with this, I can hide and then fight back with a gun. Qin Yang, Muxue, your defense is strong, but the defense of the Guardian Ring will be constantly depleted. If your defense decreases, you must hide. Jiang Muxue nodded. She tried to enter the gun cabinet. Honey, there's plenty of space in here. It's okay to hide in here in an emergency. But if you stay here for too long, you'll suffocate. Qin Yang, the enemy can't stay for long. If a battle breaks out, the police will arrive quickly. Also, I'll be back soon if a battle breaks out. Even if I'm in another city. Mood value plus 680. Jiang Muxue looked at Qin Yang in surprise and asked, if a battle breaks out, will you be able to return quickly from out of town? Qin Yang nodded. I can teleport up to 1,000 kilometers away, but this comes at a great cost, and I don't usually teleport. Jiang Muxue, husband, since that's the case, if the family has only suffered a minor attack, please don't come back. Xiaobai is very strong. I can also help Xiaobai fight. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I can tell. I'll know immediately if my home is attacked. The AI will issue an immediate warning. Honey, I want to build a new house. Jiang Muxue looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled expression. Qin Yang, this villa was built by the developer. It's fine for most people, but it doesn't quite meet my needs. I'll set up an indoor shooting range or something for your new house. The house can also be built using C200 concrete. Jiang Muxue, Chapter 272, Are you building a house? Honey, is it really necessary to build with C200 concrete? It'll be so difficult to even hammer a nail into the wall later. Jiang Muxue said with a strange expression. Houses built with this kind of concrete could probably survive even at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Ordinary explosions are like a tickle to it. Qin Yang, this is very troublesome for ordinary people, but we can use this kind of concrete. Driving nails or even cutting grooves is not a problem for me. He can use dimensional slash. The dimensional slash can even cleave through space, making it extremely powerful. Honey, I have no objection if you want to build it. Jiang Muxue said. Qin Yang, let's build one. This villa is of decent quality, but it won't be able to withstand some really powerful people. We need to build a sturdier one. Jiang Muxue nodded slightly. Honey, Where do you plan to build it? I think building it in Shanghai would be a better choice. Haiqing is still far inferior to Shanghai in many aspects. Qin Yang pondered. Haiqing is 1,000 kilometers away from his hometown. Shanghai is even further away. The teleportation talisman built in Shanghai can't reach that far, but he may very well get something better in the future. It would indeed be better to build it in Shanghai. My future growth and strength cannot be limited to Haiqing. Qin Yang said. Jiang Muxua, that's what I was thinking. With your strength, husband, you can definitely make Shanghai your sphere of influence in the future. Moreover, Shanghai is more international and can influence the world. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Then I'll build the house in Shanghai. Once I've designed it and chosen a location, I'll find someone to build it. Wife, which area of Shanghai do you like? Whichever area you like, we'll live there. Jiang Muxua, I'm fine with any area. But there are a few things that need to be met. First, it needs to be convenient for me to go to school every month, and the nearby educational resources need to be good. Second, the headquarters of Xingqian Technology needs to be moved there, preferably to a high-tech park suitable for Xingqian Technology nearby. Third, transportation should be convenient. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Honey, are you planning to move the headquarters of Star Technology? Jiang Muxua, there's no need for that for now, but it would be better to move to Shanghai as Xingqian Technology develops. And if you leave, I definitely have to leave too. The headquarters of Star Technology will naturally have to be moved to Shanghai as well. Qin Yang said, construction and subsequent renovations will probably take 1 or 2 years, so there's no rush for Xingqian Technology to relocate. Qin Yang arrived at the computer room on the basement level. AI, design a villa for me based on my needs, and build it using C200 concrete. Yes, master. Qin Yang. The entire villa has 3 floors above ground and 5 floors underground. Each floor covers an area of no less than 1,000 square meters, and the thickness of the exterior concrete walls is no less than half a meter. The basement level will be used as a parking lot. The second basement level will serve as a training and sparring area, the third basement level as a shooting range, and the fourth and fifth basement levels as a post-apocalyptic survival base. There are 3 layers on the ground. The third layer is the security layer, where various weapons need to be installed, including machine guns, laser weapons, drones, etc. The first and second floors are the living areas. You can arrange them as you see fit, but you need to consider the possibility of having more children in the future. By the way, we also need weapons underground. We need to install hidden laser systems in the passages that the enemy has to pass through. AI. Yes, master. The AI completed the design instantly. Master, please take a look at this design. If it's not suitable, please tell me your requirements and I will modify it immediately. Qin Yang quickly reviewed the design of the AI system, offered some suggestions, and after about 10 minutes and several revisions, the design drawings for the new home were finalized. AI, take a look at which piece of land in Shanghai is suitable. Qin Yang inquired. The AI quickly provided 3 options. All 3 plots were suitable, and Qin Yang chose one of them. Beep beep. Qin Yang dialed Liang Guanjin's number. Xiaoqin, is there something you need? Liang Guanjin smiled and said on the other end of the phone. Qin Yang. Director Liang, I want a piece of land in Shanghai to build a house. I plan to move to Shanghai in the future. Liang Guanjin was taken aback. You're going to Shanghai? Qin Yang, is there a problem? Liang Guanjin, it's no problem for me. It's good for the entire 9th Security Bureau to have you living there, but some families in Shanghai might not be happy about it. Some families in Shanghai are quite powerful. Qin Yang said, Director Liang, I don't care about that. Once I become stronger, I'll probably travel abroad quite often, and living in Haiqing won't be as convenient for taking flights. Which plot of land do you want? Liang Guanjin asked. You have made great contributions to the country, so I will apply to give you the land you want directly. Qin Yang. Director Liang, there's no need for that. I'll buy it at the market price, to avoid any gossip later. The land he wanted wasn't very large, and it wasn't in the city center, so the price wouldn't be too high. There's no need to take advantage of this. Qin Yang quickly told Liang Guanjin which piece of land he wanted. Director Liang, there's one more thing. I need a very skilled construction team for this house. Qin Yang said. Liang Guanjin, this is very simple. The military has a very capable construction team. I'll help you get in touch with them. Director Liang, thank you. I'll send you the design drawings. Qin Yang quickly sent the design drawings to Liang Guanjin. Liang Guanjin clicked on it and looked at it carefully. He was dumbfounded. Even when other people build bunkers, they don't go this far. The outer wall is more than half a meter thick and uses C-200 concrete, so even if a missile hits it, the wall will not be damaged. Even more outrageous are the safety layers on the 4th and 5th basement levels, where the chaos soil is over a meter thick. A nuclear bomb could explode on the roof without any problem. Xiaoqin, your house is too outrageous. Liang Guanjian called Qin Yang. Qin Yang, Director Liang, is it possible to build it? Liang Guanjian laughed and said, of course there's no problem building it. With our country's infrastructure capabilities, this is easy. Do you really need to build something this outrageous? I'm afraid this house couldn't have been built cheaply. Qin Yang, Director Liang, money is not a problem. Mu Shui has been attacked, my parents have been attacked twice, and I myself have been attacked as well. It's better to be cautious. Liang Guanjian said, I'll build it for you secretly first, so that some families in Shanghai won't cause you trouble now. Director Liang, thank you. Director Liang, just let me know if there's anything I can do to help you. Liang Guanjian chuckled and said, Little Qin, there are many places where you can be of use with your skills. But the new year is just around the corner, so you should enjoy the new year in peace. Would you like to come to Beijing for a visit after the Chinese New Year? Qin Yang, Director Liang, I will come after the new year. As for Mu Shui, we'll see if she has time then. Huang Fuyin's illness requires treatment. It's not very convenient for him to leave the capital. He will have to go to the capital to treat Huang Fuyin. The next day, beep beep, Duanqing called. Mr. Qin, the Barton family owns that piece of white jade, and the Barton family has no intention of selling it. Qin Yang, how powerful is the Barton family? Duanqing, the Barton family is an old aristocratic family, and it is quite powerful among the old aristocrats. The total assets of the Barton family exceed 10 billion euros. Their family has an S-class superhuman. Chapter 273 The Barton family has arrived. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. With assets exceeding 10 billion euros and an S-class superhuman, the Barton family is indeed quite powerful. Any other information? Qin Yang inquired. Mr. Qin, I have also received information that the Barton family's piece of white jade was stolen from China in the past, but I cannot confirm whether this information is true or not. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Duane thought this news was very good. If the Patton family acquired their wealth legally, he is a reasonable person and wouldn't be inclined to forcibly take it. But if the Barton family stole that piece of white jade, then it would be perfectly reasonable for him to take it back. Perhaps we can also ask for some interest at that time. Old Du, where did you get this information from? Qin Yang inquired. Duanqing, I learned this from a fallen nobleman who didn't have a good relationship with the Barton family, so I can't be sure if it's true. He speaks with absolute certainty. Qin Yang said, Mr. Du, thank you for your hard work. This news is very important to me. Mr. Du, could you please invite key members of the Barton family to China? Duanqing, Mr. Qin, I'm afraid that won't work. Their old aristocratic circles are quite exclusive, and I can barely get in touch with them. Don't be fooled by my mid-stage transformation realm cultivation. Some of them still act superior to me. Even though those old noble families have declined, they all still maintain a high status, not to mention a family like the Barton family, which is still very powerful. I estimate that we can only invite their non-core members. Qin Yang, non-core members are of little use. It's very difficult for non-core members to know their family secrets. Forget about it for now. Just find out about the Barton family once you know the item is with them. Europe, the Patton family. Father, look at this. A middle-aged man opened a treasure box. Inside the treasure box was a piece of white jade. This piece of white jade is almost identical to the one Qin Yang obtained. What's wrong? Lord Barton inquired. Their family has had this piece of jade for a long time and has studied it extensively, but without any progress. The middle-aged man was Elvis, the second son of the Marquis of Barton. He said, Father, a piece of the same jade from China has come into the hands of a young man named Qin Yang. Someone was interested in our jade. After investigating, I found that the person was from the same place as Qin Yang. The Marquis of Barton picked up the piece of white jade. He used his power again to examine it carefully, but the white jade did not react to his power at all. It appears to be just a slightly harder rock. Bring Qin Yang over here. Just ask him directly. The Marquis of Barton said calmly. Elvis shook his head. Father, it's difficult. Qin Yang is no ordinary young man. In the China Youth Martial Arts Competition, he demonstrated the strength of the late stage of the transformation realm. Moreover, He may have an SS-level expert behind him. Marquis Barton paused, taken aback. Is that so? He's too old to manage things much, and besides, things in the East are too far removed from their lives. Elvis said, Father, it is true. According to the information I have received, that SS-level expert is very likely also a grandmaster of internal energy. Qin Yang received his teachings. Marquis Barton shook his head. Impossible. An SS-level ability user who is also a grandmaster of internal energy. How could such a powerful person remain unknown his entire life? Elvis, I don't think it would be possible in other countries, but the other party is Chinese, and there are many reclusive masters in Chinese culture. What they are pursuing may be immortality or what they call the Tao. Marquis Barton frowned slightly. That's not impossible. Father, something happened recently. Elvis recounted the destruction of the Golden Sands Gang in Myanmar. Marquis Barton narrowed his eyes. There's a suspicion that the opponent is deliberately showing off their strength. Although they are still very strong, they're probably about to die. I know quite a few ancient martial arts practitioners from the East. Grandmasters of Transformation Realm can pass on their skills, but their strength will drop drastically after passing on their skills. People usually only look for a successor when they are about to die. Elvis's eyes lit up. If that SS-level expert is about to die, even if Qin Yang has the strength of the late stage of the Transformation Realm, he is not to be feared. Marquis Barton pondered for a moment and said, Elvis, go to the east and see Qin Yang. We don't want him to be killed before we know the secret. Yes, Father. Elvis nodded. Father, what can I give him to make him reveal the secret? Marquis Barton said calmly, protection. Tell him that we can provide him with protection since the powerful figure behind him has died. Otherwise, he might very well die. Yes. Elvis nodded. Elvis arrived in Haicheng a dozen hours later. He had already obtained Qin Yang's phone number through someone. Beep beep. Elvis dialed Qin Yang's number. Who are you? Qin Yang inquired. It's an unfamiliar number, but it's filtered by an AI system, so the caller is definitely not a salesperson or a telecom fraudster. On the other end of the phone, Elvis said somewhat arrogantly, Qin Yang, I come from the Barton family in Europe. My father is a marquis, and I am also an earl. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He also wanted Du Anqing to lure someone from the Barton family over. The other party came to us on their own initiative? Oh, I don't know you, bye-bye. Qin Yang said in a deliberately indifferent tone. Elvis said, Qin Yang, wait a minute. Our Barton family is a noble family with a history of hundreds of years. Qin Yang, being a noble is nothing special. Every surname in our country has produced great figures throughout history. My surname is Qin, and do you know who the first emperor of China was? Elvis. He speaks Chinese and knows quite a bit about Chinese history. Qin Yang brought up Zhu Long, leaving him speechless. Qin Yang, our Barton family has an S-level superhuman, and our family has assets worth tens of billions of euros. Elvis took a deep breath and said, the title of nobility was useless to him. He could only speak practically. Qin Yang chuckled and said, that's more like it. You're here to discuss cooperation? You can come over since you're at home now. Elvis's lips twitched. Qin Yang, I think you've misunderstood. I'm in the presidential suite at the Sihai Hotel in Haicheng. Come see me, and we can talk. Qin Yang said calmly. Then forget it. I don't actually plan to start overseas business for the time being, so whether or not I talk to you is not important to me. Elvis. He took a deep breath and said, Qin Yang, wait a moment, I'll come see you in half an hour. Elvis was somewhat annoyed, but the secret of that white jade has troubled them for over 100 years, and if Qin Yang knows it, he must find out. After hanging up the phone, Elvis was somewhat puzzled. Does Qin Yang not know about the Barton family? Du Anqing and Qin Yang have no relation? Damn yellow-skinned monkey. How dare you disrespect our Barton family? You're dead the moment you find out the secret of that white jade. A cold glint flashed in Elvis's eyes. Half an hour later, he arrived outside Qin Yang's villa. Chapter 274 Domineering? More domineering than you. Elvis glanced around at the villa where Qin Yang and his group were staying. This villa might seem quite nice to ordinary people, but to aristocratic families like Elvis, it's just average, even shabby. Ding dong. Elvis's bodyguard stepped forward and rang the doorbell. A moment later, Qin Yang opened the door. And you are? Qin Yang inquired. Elvis said with a somewhat arrogant expression, I come from the Barton family. You can call me Earl Elvis. Qin Yang said calmly, Mr. Elvis, you can come in. Your two bodyguards will stay outside. Elvis frowned. Qin Yang, they need to ensure my safety. Mr. Elvis, if you can't follow my rules, you can leave now. Elvis took a deep breath and said in a low voice, you stay outside. Yes. The two bodyguards stayed outside while Elvis entered the villa. Mr. Elvis, please have a seat. Qin Yang said calmly, and then sat down. Elvis sat down and said, Qin Yang, after I finish the call, you should have learned about our Barton family. Our family is an old noble family. Qin Yang raised his hand. Mr. Elvis, I have no nobles here. If you can't lower your stance, we have nothing to talk about. Elvis frowned slightly. He said in a deep voice, Qin Yang, you are very powerful. You have already reached the late stage of the transformation realm at such a young age, but the powerful figure behind you won't last much longer, will he? If he dies, you'll realize that even if you have the cultivation of the late stage of the transformation realm, it's really nothing. A sniper bullet or a grenade, or even a tiny bit of poison, can kill a person at the late stage of the transformation realm. Qin Yang stared at Elvis with a cold expression. Qin Yang, true power lies in the rules. The powerful figure behind you possesses the strength to break the rules, but your late-stage transformation realm strength is insufficient to do so. But we, the Barton family, are different. Over time, we have become the rule makers. Qin Yang seemed to be deep in thought. Elvis's words actually make sense. A martial artist who suddenly rises to the late stage of the transformation realm has a shallow foundation, and the powerful family's tentacles have already reached into every aspect of life. However, Elvis was unaware of one thing. He was not at the late stage of the transformation realm. He was currently a late-stage SS-level ability user. This strength is enough for him to disregard many rules. You continue. If there's anything else you want to say, please say it. Qin Yang said calmly. Elvis, you have offended the Eastern Kingdom. If the powerful figure behind you dies, given the relationship between your Hua Kingdom and the Eastern Kingdom, the Hua Kingdom's powerful figures cannot protect you. The Eastern Cherry Kingdom will not listen to the other powerful figures of your Chinese kingdom. But the Patton family is different. Our family is backed by a powerful noble group. If we are to protect the people of Dongying Kingdom, they must obey us. Qin Yang said with a half-smile. Mr. Elvis, after all this build-up, what exactly are you trying to say? Elvis said, you have a piece of white jade. Do you know how to use it? Our Barton family has a piece of the same white jade. I want to know what that piece of jade is. Qin Yang muttered to himself. He wanted to get the jade from the Barton family, who actually wanted to know what white jade was from him. I'm afraid the Barton family won't sell that jade easily. Mr. Elvis, I see. Where did you get that piece of jade from? Qin Yang inquired. Elvis, where I got it is a secret. Qin Yang, I want to know this secret. If I know where it came from, I might gain more. If I can't tell you this secret, you can leave. Elvis's face darkened. Was everything he just said just a waste of time? Qin Yang's attitude remained stubbornly firm. Qin Yang, a long time ago, a war broke out, and that piece of jade was a trophy our family obtained during the war. I won't go into the specifics. Elvis said in a deep voice. Qin Yang said, you don't want to say the specifics. Let me guess, you stole that jade from China, right? Elvis's face turned cold. Since you've guessed it, I might as well tell you. That piece of jade was indeed obtained from China before, but back then you were still in power as emperors. After so much time, it has become part of our family. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. It's good to know that the Barton family stole that jade. Elvis, what kind of robber logic is that? You think that stolen goods will eventually become yours? Qin Yang snorted coldly. Elvis said, that's how the world is. The strong have more resources, and the strong own this world. Qin Yang, if you tell me the secret, you can gain the friendship of our Barton family, and I can even help you become a nobleman in our country. The benefits you will enjoy will far exceed what you have now. In China, you can only have one wife, but in our country, if you are a nobleman, you can have 10 wives without any problem. Qin Yang smiled and said, you've said a lot. Now listen to what I have to say. Give me that jade from your Barton family, and I might let your family off the hook. Elvis paused, taken aback. He doubted he had heard correctly. Was Qin Yang threatening him just now? Qin Yang, do you know what you're saying? You're threatening this Earl, and you're trying to steal our precious jade. Elvis said sternly. Qin Yang smiled and said, you heard me right. I am threatening your Barton family. You said it yourself. The strong possess more resources in this world. Elvis, that jade is useless to you. But if you don't hand it over, you and your father will both die. Elvis's face turned ashen. Qin Yang, how dare you? Qin Yang said calmly. Mr. Elvis, if I were a coward, would I dare to kill those people from Dongying Kingdom? Those people come from many powerful forces in Dongying Kingdom. I need to see that piece of white jade tomorrow. If you don't bring it to me, you will all die. I want to see if the rules can bring you back to life. Elvis. He was used to being tough, but he didn't expect Qin Yang to be even tougher than him. Qin Yang, if you dare to target our family, the entire noble group behind our family will not let you off the hook. Elvis said in a cold voice. Qin Yang said calmly, I won't make a move. I wasn't the one who killed you. What can you do to me in China? How many divisions does the aristocratic group behind you have? Elvis. He gritted his teeth and said, Qin Yang, you can't do this. If you tell us the secret, we'll give you money. How about 100 million euros? Qin Yang, I just made it very clear that your people must deliver that piece of white jade tomorrow. If I don't get it by 8 p.m. tomorrow night, someone will definitely come looking for you and your father, and other important members of your Barton family may also die. By the way, don't let outsiders know about this. If you spread rumors, you'll still die in the future. Elvis was furious. This shows a complete disregard for their family. Chapter 275, The Barton Family's Compromise. Elvis suppressed his anger. Qin Yang, what you're doing is wrong. Your China is a land of etiquette, and this is how you've never done things. Qin Yang smiled and said, You're right. Our country, China, is a land of etiquette, so I'm being reasonable. I first confirmed that you stole that jade. I didn't intend to kill you right away. Elvis. His face darkened as he said, Qin Yang, you killed us. Can you bear the wrath of the noble group behind us? Can your parents, your wife and daughters bear it? You need to think carefully about the consequences. Qin Yang said, You don't need to worry about these things. If your family retaliates, someone will kill everyone in your family. Any other family that gets involved will be killed as well. This is a language you can understand. Elvis's lips twitched. He used to feel comfortable dealing with Chinese people, so why did he feel so uncomfortable talking to Qin Yang? Qin Yang, tell me the secret of that jade, and our Barton family will give you 300 million euros. How about it? Elvis took a deep breath and said. Qin Yang said, You don't need to test the value of that jade anymore. Whether you say 100 million euros or 1 trillion euros, my answer will be the same. If you don't bring that jade over by tomorrow, you'll die. Elvis. Oh. The next second, Elvis screamed in agony. An invisible spiritual force attacked him, and Elvis felt as if steel nails were being driven into his head. Senior, please don't kill him yet. Qin Yang spoke up. A few minutes later, Elvis felt a little better, but he still felt a terrible headache. A headache he hadn't experienced even after 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. Mr. Elvis, are you feeling better? If so, would you like to make a call home now? Qin Yang inquired. Elvis took a deep breath. Qin Yang, what you're doing is absolutely a huge mistake. Qin Yang said, whether it's right or wrong, we'll know in the future. But if you don't obey, your Barton family will have no future. Elvis took out his phone with a dark expression. He dialed his father's number. It's afternoon here, but morning there for his father. Elvis, is there a result? Lord Barton immediately inquired on the other end of the phone. Elvis, father. Qin Yang said that the jade was stolen from China, and he wants us to return it to him. If we don't, someone will kill us. If we tell the other forces to unite against him, someone will kill us too. Marquis Barton. He roared. Didn't you explain it to him clearly? The powerful figure behind him won't live much longer and can't protect him for long. Does he want to die after offending the Barton family? Elvis, father, I've already told you everything. I've explained the situation clearly to Qin Yang, but he's a madman, and he's still continuing to extort money from me. If we don't give it to him tomorrow, both you and I will die. The rest of the core members of our Barton family may also die. I just experienced a psychological attack. I couldn't find the enemy, and my head felt like it was going to split open. Marquis Barton said with a grim expression, Elvis, give the phone to Qin Yang. I'd like to have a talk with him. Elvis handed the phone to Qin Yang. Hello. Qin Yang said calmly. Marquis Barton, who also spoke Chinese, said, Qin Yang, your threats against the Barton family are a great provocation to our entire aristocratic group and even to our entire Western world. Don't tell me you're only at the late stage of the transformation realm. Even if you had SS-level strength, you wouldn't be qualified to do this. Qin Yang said calmly, Mr. Barton, I'm just taking back what you stole. Even if I were to die, you would all die before me. With your entire family by my side, I won't lose out. Lord Barton's face darkened. You should have enough time. You'd better come early, Don't wait until I'm asleep to bring it over. Marquis Barton took a deep breath and said, Qin Yang, we can give you the thing, but can't you at least let us know what it is? Qin Yang's heart stirred. The Marquis of Barton might know that others possess it, and even if he doesn't, if he knew that the white jade was useful, he would certainly try to find it. Mr. Barton, this is fine. If you have someone send the jade over, I can tell you. Qin Yang said calmly. Marquis Barton said, the jade will be delivered by tomorrow evening. I hope you will keep your word and deliver it by then. Qin Yang said calmly, don't worry about that. As long as you send the jade over, I will tell you. After saying that, Qin Yang returned the phone to Elvis. Elvis, I'll have someone send the jade over. Tomorrow, take the jade to Qin Yang and ask him about its purpose. The Marquis Barton said in a deep voice. Good father. Elvis said. That piece of jade was useless to them. If they knew how to use it, even if they gave it to Qin Yang, it might be worthwhile for the Barton family. Qin Yang smiled and said, Mr. Elvis, I'm waiting for you. If you don't bring anything tomorrow, I suggest you and your father just commit suicide. That way you'll die more comfortably. It won't implicate the rest of your family either. Elvis. He felt like he would be driven mad if he talked to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, I will bring that jade tomorrow. I hope you will keep your promise and tell me the secret. Qin Yang smiled and said, You can rest assured, I will absolutely keep my word. Elvis stood up. He walked out with a gloomy face. Jiang Mushue's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Husband, will the Barton family give you that jade? She is currently working at the company, but she and Qin Yang had just established a spiritual connection. She just provided a lot of emotional points. Qin Yang, I think they probably will. The Barton family has a lot of wealth, and they definitely don't want to die. They will target me, but not now. Mood value plus 685. Jiang Mushue said with some worry. Honey, they won't be the only ones targeting you in the future. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Don't worry, my wife. In the future, my strength and our family's strength will both become stronger. As long as we are strong enough, there will be very few forces that would dare to help them target us. And the Barton family might not even dare to take action at that time. Jiang Mushue said sweetly, Husband, hurry up and become even more powerful. Yeah, and I can't live without you. Honey, I have to go to a meeting now. Qin Yang severed the mental connection. System, how many emotion points do I have? Host, the current number is 32,500. Qin Yang said, 3 draws for every 10,000 emotion points. System, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. Your physique has increased by 120 points. Your physique has increased to 285 points. Host, your physique is equivalent to that of a martial artist who has reached the peak of the transformation realm and has mastered external martial arts. Streams of energy surged into Qin Yang's body. Every cell in Qin Yang's body rapidly strengthened. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. The body's internal strength has reached the perfect level, which is very good. Chapter 276S, Class Missile Technology. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level calligraphy. The host's original calligraphy was A+ level, and after fusion, it is now S+ level. A flood of calligraphy information entered Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. I haven't received a reward like this in a long time. I didn't expect to get such a reward just for checking in. System, is calligraphy worthy of an S-level reward? Qin Yang asked in his mind. Host, S-grade calligraphy can resonate with people. It possesses a power that shakes the soul. Power is not only in force. Culture is also a kind of power. Host, if your power increases rapidly but your state of mind does not improve, you may lose your way as a result. The system notified me. Qin Yang was taken aback. After killing those people from Dongying Kingdom, he killed thousands of people from the Jinsha gang. Perhaps he has already been affected to some extent, but he himself has not yet realized it. Those people from Dongying Kingdom and Jinsha gang deserve to die, but killing them should absolutely not affect his own state of mind. He can slaughter living beings with a peaceful mind, but there's a problem if he can't control himself and wants to kill people indiscriminately. System, you're right. Let's continue the lottery. Qin Yang took a deep breath and thought to himself, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining S-class missile technology. A flood of missile-related information rushed into Qin Yang's mind. What level is this reward within the S rank? Qin Yang quickly inquired. There's a big difference between a strong S-class and a weak S-class. China's missile technology is very advanced. If it were at the weak S-class level, it might not even be as advanced as China's current missile technology. The strong S-class level should be more advanced. System. Host. This is a strong S level. The calligraphy you obtained before was only a weak S level. Qin Yang nodded. This is a strong S-class product. A weak S-level calligraphy skill is sufficient. I've already achieved that level before, and after fusion, it's already at an S+ level. It wasn't long before all the information was digested. Now that we've acquired missile technology, it's time for Luo Songheng and his team to develop a new type of missile. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Other civilian companies have already developed hypersonic missiles, so there's nothing wrong with him developing his own missile. Hypersonic missiles have a long manufacturing cycle, so we can develop a short-range man-portable missile first. Qin Yang thought to himself. China now has man-portable missiles, but in Qin Yang's opinion, the current man-portable missiles are not strong enough, their range is not long enough, and their power is also somewhat insufficient. Moreover, current missiles are not intelligent enough. Crackling and popping. Qin Yang went to his study and quickly got to work. The information needs to be typed out in his mind. Don't underestimate the small size of the missile he wants to build. It requires a lot of input, making it much more troublesome than drones. Even if he frantically typed for 8 hours every day, it would take him 3 or 4 days to get all the information. This is because he types very fast. For an ordinary person, it might take 1 or 2 weeks to complete. In the evening, Jiang Muxue returned home. Honey, it felt really weird to bring a gun to work today. Jiang Muxue put down her bag. Her pistol was in her bag. Qin Yang smiled and said, You'll get used to it. It's normal to feel strange bringing a gun to the company on your first day. Your handgun has fingerprint authentication, so even if someone else gets hold of it, they won't be able to use it, and they won't even be able to open the magazine. Don't worry. Jiang Muxue nodded. It's not that I'm afraid someone will take my gun. The chances of someone touching my bag are low. It's just that I feel a little strange that I'm carrying a gun on me. Qin Yang hugged Jiang Muxue and kissed her, saying, Wife, it'll be safer for you to carry a gun. You can take care of ordinary gunmen with your gun. I'm going to write a piece of calligraphy. You can look at it more often. Jiang Muxue asked in confusion, Husband, what word? Qin Yang led Jiang Muxue to the study. Taking out his brush and ink, Qin Yang considered for a moment and wrote, If the heart is pure as ice, one will not be alarmed even if the sky falls. 8 large characters leap off the page. Jiang Muxue stared blankly at the words Qin Yang had written. She felt that these 8 words had a magical power, flowing gently through her heart like a clear spring. 1 minute, 2 minutes. It took Jiang Muxue 7 or 8 minutes to regain her senses. She felt as if her entire soul had been cleansed. Honey, your calligraphy has gotten even better. Jiang Muxue exclaimed in amazement. Qin Yang smiled and said, It has improved somewhat. Improving one's martial arts requires improving one's mental state as well, otherwise it is easy to go astray and become possessed by evil spirits. Jiang Muxue nodded. She was actually a little worried. Jiang Muxue was worried that Qin Yang might cause problems after killing so many people, but now that she sees him writing such a work, she is no longer concerned. Qin Yang will be fine. Mood value plus 346. Qin Yang released Jiang Muxue and chuckled. Yaya is awake. She's probably hungry. I'll go make her some milk. I'll go get Yaya. Jiang Muxue quickly walked towards Qin Yu. Half an hour later, Zhang Wanqing and Liang Lan arrived. Xiao Qin, can you check if I've reached S rank? I feel like my strength has suddenly increased a lot today. Liang Lan asked with some anticipation. Qin Yang smiled and said, Mom, yes. You've already broken through from an A-level ability user to an S-level ability user. You're still improving, and I estimate you'll reach the mid-S level. Liang Lan was overjoyed. S rank is equivalent to a Grandmaster of Internal Energy, a level of strength she never dared to imagine before. Beside him, Zhang Wanqing felt a pang of jealousy. His wife is already an S-class superhuman, while he is still an ordinary person. As a man, he craves power even more. Xiao Qin, when will I have any hope of becoming a superhuman? Zhang Wanqing couldn't help but ask. Qin Yang, Dad, it depends on fate. Everyone's situation is different. Some people are fast, and some are slow. Mu Shui is not a superhuman yet. Liang Lan glanced at Zhang Wanqing. Honey, what's the rush? If it can help you, Xiao Qin will definitely ask for your help. Qin Yang smiled and said, Dad, don't worry. My strength is still improving, and as I get stronger, Maybe you'll be even stronger too. Jiang Wanqing asked in surprise. Xiaoqin, you've gotten stronger again? What's your current strength? Qin Yang, I am currently at the late stage of SS level. Looking at the world, my strength should be among the top 2. His ability level is only late SS level, but he has 2 abilities, including a powerful spatial ability. He is also a martial artist with a strong physique. His overall strength should be at the perfect SS level. Hiss! Jiang Wanqing and his group were shocked. Xiaoqin, with your strength, Haiqing is a bit too small for you. Jiang Wanqing said. Qin Yang, Dad, there's something I was just about to tell you. I'm planning to build a house in Shanghai, and Mu Shui and I might live there in the future. Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. With your abilities, you'd be better off going to Shanghai. Haiqing only has a population of over 10 million, while Shanghai has over 20 million, and there are even more wealthy people in Shanghai. Shanghai is facing the entire blue planet. Liang Lan asked, when are you going? Yaya is still so young. I want to see her often. Jiang Mushua said, Mom, don't worry. The house designed by Qin Yang won't be built so quickly. It will probably take 1 or 2 years to complete the construction and decoration. Liang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Jiang Wanqing asked in confusion. Xiaoqin, what kind of house are you building? Why does it take 1 or 2 years? For ordinary people, building and decorating a house takes this long, or even longer. But who is Qin Yang? A house is nothing to a powerful company. Chapter 277, The Second Spirit Stone, is in hand. Qin Yang. The house I designed can withstand missiles, rockets, and attacks from powerful warriors in peacetime, and its security layer can withstand nuclear bombs in wartime. Even if a nuclear bomb explodes overhead, nothing will happen. Jiang Wanqing. No wonder it took so long. He felt that 1 or 2 years was a bit too short to meet such high expectations. Xiaoqin, what you've done is way too outrageous. Jiang Wanqing said. Qin Yang. The house needs to be well defended so that Mu Shui and Yu will be safer when they encounter powerful enemies. Liang Lan smiled and said, that's good. You'll definitely want to have more children in the future, and if Mu Shui gets pregnant again, she'll spend more time at home. Jiang Mushua's face flushed slightly. Mom, we don't have that idea yet. Liang Lan. You can do without it for now, but you'll still need it in the future. It will take a year or 2 for the house to be built and decorated, and that will be the perfect time to have a child. The age gap between the 2 children shouldn't be too big, otherwise they won't be able to play together. Qin Yang and Jiang Mushua nodded. The next morning, 2 members of the Barton family arrived in Haiqing. Lord Elvis. These are things the head of the family asked us to send over. One of them gave a treasure box to Elvis. Elvis opened the box to examine it. The treasure box contained their family's piece of white jade. The items are correct, you can go back now. Elvis looked up and said, yes. The 2 men who delivered the items said respectfully, and they quickly took their leave. Elvis took out the white jade and carefully stroked and felt the jade. But several minutes passed, and he found nothing. This piece of white jade appears to be just an ordinary stone. What exactly is this thing? Elvis thought to himself. To figure out what the rock was, they conducted many tests, including blasting it with bombs, smelting it in a steel furnace, and pressing it with a hydraulic press weighing tens of thousands of tons. The stone remains unharmed. The Barton family knew it was definitely a treasure, but no matter how precious it was useless if they didn't know what it could be used for. Their family has had this piece of white jade for 160 years, yet they still know nothing about it. Qin Yang. Even if you snatch this piece of white jade from us, you may not necessarily be the one to win in the future. A cold glint flashed in Elvis's eyes. He put the white jade back, took the treasure box, and set off. Half an hour later, Elvis was only 1 kilometer away from Qin Yang. Host, I have sensed the energy stone. The energy stone is moving and is rapidly moving towards you. The system reminded Qin Yang. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. It must be Elvis who brought their piece of white jade. White jade is good as long as it's an energy stone. He has already deeply offended the Barton family. If that white jade isn't an energy stone, then he's really gone too far. Ding dong. Elvis arrived shortly afterward. Qin Yang opened the door and saw Elvis. Elvis looked displeased. With the power of the Barton family, he had never suffered such humiliation before. They were actually forced to give away their family treasures. Elvis, come in. Qin Yang said calmly. When Elvis entered the house, he said in a deep voice, Qin Yang, this is the piece of white jade that belongs to our family. As agreed, you must tell me what it is. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Elvis opened the treasure box and took out the white jade. The thing is here, what is it? Qin Yang took the white jade with a smile and said, it's an energy stone containing special energy. Elvis paused, taken aback. Energy stone? What is its purpose? You just want to know what it is, but I've already said it. I don't need to say what it does. Elvis. He frowned and said, simply saying it's an energy stone is too simplistic. We need to know what it is, including what its function is. Qin Yang smiled and said, its function is very simple. Its energy can be absorbed. Absorbing its energy can make you stronger. He couldn't absorb this energy directly, but the system could. If the system absorbed it, he would also become stronger. So it's true that absorbing energy can make him stronger. Elvis was taken aback. You can absorb it? Qin Yang shook his head and said, I can't absorb it, but obtaining it will also benefit me. It will increase my strength. As for how much it can improve, you guess. Oh, by the way, absorbing the energy here might allow the senior behind me to live longer. Your Barton family shouldn't do anything reckless. Elvis. Qin Yang obtained the white jade at the martial arts tournament. During the youth martial arts tournament, Qin Yang already had the cultivation level of the mid-stage of the transformation realm and demonstrated the combat power of the late stage of the transformation realm. Now that piece of white jade should be gone. Is Qin Yang stronger now? Has he reached the late stage of the transformation realm? If Qin Yang already possesses the cultivation level of the late stage of the transformation realm, he might even have reached the strength of the perfected transformation realm. Moreover, Qin Yang has now obtained another piece. Is Qin Yang capable of reaching the pinnacle of the transformation realm? Thinking of this, Elvis's face darkened even more. If Qin Yang was this strong, they wouldn't be able to get their revenge. Qin Yang, you say this white jade is an energy stone, and that energy can be absorbed. How can I believe you? Elvis said in a deep voice. He needed to make sure he wasn't being fooled by Qin Yang. Qin Yang called out, Senior, are you there? Elvis doesn't believe me. Try absorbing the energy inside. System absorb. Qin Yang thought to himself. The white jade soon emitted a faint white light. Elvis stared in surprise at the white jade in front of him. They had tried countless methods to get a response from this piece of white jade, but to no avail. Qin Yang, I want to touch it. Elvis said in a deep voice. Qin Yang said, you're asking for too much. If you want to touch it, I'll give you 100 million euros and you can touch it however you want. You can keep it and wait for the energy inside to be completely consumed. Elvis. Qin Yang, 100 million euros is too much. Qin Yang shrugged. If you think it's too expensive, then don't touch it. Elvis called his father to explain the situation. Give it to him. Try to see if you can absorb its energy. This is what the Marquis Barton said in a deep voice on the other end of the phone. They could easily come up with 100 million euros. This jade might be his hope for prolonging his life and becoming stronger. Good father. Elvis hung up the phone. Qin Yang, I can give you 100 million euros. You just said I can hold it until its energy disappears. Qin Yang, that's right. But you can't leave it while you're holding it. The energy will be gone in a few hours. Elvis nodded. He quickly transferred the money after getting Qin Yang's account information. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. 100 million euros is equivalent to more than 8 small goals. You can earn so much with just a few words. What more could you ask for? Elvis simply cannot absorb the energy inside. For you. Qin Yang gave the jade to Elvis. There's a gym on the basement level. Go there. My daughter is probably waking up soon, so don't scare her here. Qin Yang said calmly. Elvis nodded. He took the jade to the gym on the basement level, where the system could continue to absorb energy since it was very close. Why isn't there any response? Elvis tried to absorb the energy inside. He was a B-level ability user, but he couldn't absorb any energy from the jade at all, let alone sense it. Chapter 278 The Benefits of Absorbing the Second Spirit Stone. Half an hour passed. Elvis clearly felt that the jade stone had shrunk, and the energy within it was indeed being absorbed. But he couldn't absorb the emitted energy no matter what he tried. Beep beep. Elvis dialed his father's number. Father, I'm holding that piece of jade now. It's gotten warm and is emitting a white light. It's also gotten a little smaller, but I can't feel any energy. Elvis said. Marquis Barton. Take a video. We might need to investigate it later. Then take the jade to Qin Yang to search for it. Okay. Elvis quickly filmed the video. After filming the video, he took the jade upstairs, where Qin Yang was playing a game with Qin Yu. Elvis, what are you doing up here? Qin Yang glanced at Elvis and said, Elvis said in a deep voice. This jade is getting smaller, but I can't feel any energy emanating from it. What could be the reason for this? Qin Yang said calmly. Isn't this normal? Even I, a grandmaster of internal energy, can't sense it. Do you think you can? If you could sense it, would I let you hold it? Elvis. Qin Yang. If you can't feel it, then forget it. You can leave. I'm not inviting you to lunch here. Elvis's lips twitched. He spent 100 million euros and didn't even have enough to eat? Qin Yang, the powerful figure behind you should have told you the reason by now, right? Qin Yang. Isn't the reason simple? If your strength isn't sufficient, you naturally can't sense the energy it emits. How do you make it emit energy? Elvis continued to ask questions. Qin Yang lowered his head and teased Qin Yu. Elvis, you're asking too many questions. I've already done a good job answering you. Don't push your luck. If you don't want to try anymore, put your things down and leave. If you come back out, it means you've given up trying. Elvis returned to the gym with a frown. He continued to think of various ways to try to absorb energy. However, all these methods were in vain. The energy inside the energy stone is terrifying. A single energy stone contains the energy of 1 billion tons of TNT explosion, which is beyond the absorption capabilities of ordinary cultivators. 3 hours passed. The system's voice sounded in Qin Yang's mind. Host, absorption complete. The highest lottery level remains unchanged, still Earth immortal level, but there are some benefits. System, this time it's much faster. Is it because there's less energy or because the system has been upgraded, so the speed at which energy is absorbed from the energy stone has increased? Qin Yang inquired. System, host, the energy stones are all of the same size, and the energy they contain is almost the same. It's just that the speed of energy absorption has increased after the upgrade. Elvis came out of the gym. He spent more than 3 hours trying without any success. My stomach is growling loudly with hunger. Qin Yang, that piece of white jade is completely gone. How much benefit could the powerful figure behind you have gained from absorbing the energy of the white jade? Are you at the late stage of the transformation realm now? Elvis said in a deep voice. Qin Yang said with a half smile. Elvis, do you think I would tell you something so confidential? Elvis, you're telling me the situation can prevent us from misjudging the situation. You may not fear the Barton family, but we have a vast aristocratic group behind us. We can still control the power of the state. Qin Yang said calmly. If you act recklessly, the first family to be destroyed will be your Barton family. You have been passed down for hundreds of years. Do you want to perish? Guess my current strength. You can guess what kind of power the person behind me is. Elvis looked grim. That 100 million euros was basically wasted. Qin Yang, many forces know that our family possesses that jade, and many forces also know that I have come. I'm sure some people will guess that my arrival is related to that jade. If our family can't produce it, those powerful forces will definitely know that you obtained that piece of jade. And they'll know that the jade is definitely useful. Elvis said in a deep voice. Qin Yang, if it's something other forces guessed, I naturally won't bother you. But if you deliberately leak the information, you'll be in big trouble. People will die. Your stomach is growling. You can go now. Elvis. He clutched his stomach and hurried away. Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, what are the specific benefits of absorbing this piece of white jade? System. The range for collecting emotion values has been increased from 1,000 kilometers to 1,800 kilometers. That's it. The probability of drawing good items hasn't increased? Qin Yang inquired. The system said, Host, there is no improvement. That improvement came from the level increase. This improvement is basically just an increase in the range of emotion points that can be obtained. Then it accumulated energy for future upgrades. Qin Yang pursed his lips. He also wanted to increase the odds of winning the lottery even further. However, it's good that the range for obtaining emotion points has increased so much. At 1,800 kilometers, he can now cover the entire eastern, central, and southern regions of China from Haiqing. Most importantly, this can cover many areas of Dongying Kingdom, and if we add more, it can cover Dongjin City. Many people in Dongying Kingdom died at his hands, and they will surely retaliate. Even if they don't retaliate against him, they will still cause trouble for Dongying Kingdom. It's certain that we'll get to work in the future. When he goes to Dongying Kingdom to cause trouble for them, he can't bring his wife and children with him, so he needs to have a wider range of emotional value acquisition. Qin Yang opened his phone and checked. Haiqing is more than 1,900 kilometers away from Dongjinqing. 1,800 kilometers is still not enough, But if Jiang Muxue takes Qin Yu to Shanghai, it will be within reach, as Shanghai is only a little over 1,700 kilometers away from Dongjin City. In addition, as his mental strength increases, the range of emotional value he can acquire will also increase, easily rising from 1,800 kilometers to over 1,900 kilometers. System, how many more energy stones are needed for another upgrade? Qin Yang inquired. System, host, I'm not sure. It could be 1 or 2 pieces, but it shouldn't need 3. Qin Yang pursed his lips. You asked for nothing. He estimated that he would need 1 or 2 more pieces. There must still be 1 or 2 spirit stones on Earth. System, has your sensing range for spirit stones increased? Host, this has increased to 1.8 kilometers. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It seems that this distance is 1,000th of the range for collecting emotion points. Beep beep. Qin Yang's phone rang. It was Liang Guanjian who called. Director Liang, what's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Liang Guanjian asked, Xiaoqin, I received news that someone from the Barton family has seen you. Don't let the Barton family mislead you. Director Liang, what kind of enticement? Liang Guanjian coughed lightly and said, Xiaoqin, Elvis has a daughter who is very beautiful. Don't let them lure you to Europe with their beauty trap. Qin Yang, Director Liang, am I that kind of person? Liang Guanjian, the Barton family is an old aristocratic family. I'm not worried about them promising you aristocratic status. But if they use a honey trap, I'm really afraid you'll fall for it. Qin Yang, Director Liang, what about trust between people? Chapter 279 My cultivation has reached the late stage of the transformation realm. Liang Guanjian, I trust you in other aspects. You have money and ability, but it's hard to say in this area. As the old saying goes, even heroes find it hard to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Qin Yang asked curiously, Director Liang, is Elvis's daughter really that beautiful? With Mushue's looks, aren't you worried if she's not exceptionally beautiful? Liang Guanjian, Xiaoqin, didn't you say you weren't interested? Qin Yang chuckled and said, Director Liang, it's purely out of curiosity. Qin Yang felt he should maintain the persona of being interested in beautiful women. He and Jiang Muxue have already. You know, it's okay for now, but it will be harder to gain emotional points over time. Maintaining this persona will allow him to gain emotional points in the long run. In addition, to prevent him from being lured away, the country may offer him better conditions and relax restrictions. Xiaoqin, you don't have to be curious about this. Liang Guanjian Dao. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Director Liang, it's normal for me to be curious about these things since I'm still young. I'll look into how beautiful Elvis's daughter is later. Liang Guanjian coughed lightly and said, Xiaoqin, Elvis stayed at your place for quite a while. What did you two talk about? I'm not doubting you. I'm just curious. Qin Yang is very important to the country. It would be a lie to say that Liang Guanjian wasn't worried at all about Elvis staying with Qin Yang for so long. If Qin Yang is lured to Europe by Elvis, it would be a huge loss for China. Qin Yang, they had a piece of white jade at home, and after I discussed it with them, they sent me that piece of white jade. Director Liang, you can ask directly. I understand that you are doing this for the country. Liang Guanjian breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoqin, I know you are patriotic. Otherwise, you wouldn't have killed those Dongying people. But it's my duty, so I still need to find out. Many of our country's top talents have been corrupted. Is the white jade you're talking about the kind of jade obtained at the youth martial arts tournament? Qin Yang, yes. Liang Guanjian asked in surprise, you can use this? Able. Liang Guanjian pondered for a moment and said, Xiaoqin, our 9th Security Bureau actually has another piece. Since you can use it, I'll talk to the director and have it sent over to you. A look of surprise appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. The 9th Security Bureau actually has one? Director Liang, how much? I'll buy it. Liang Guanjian, there's no need to bring up money. You've helped the country a lot by answering those experts' questions, and you haven't asked for anything in return. This is a free gift for you. I arrived around 6 o'clock. Just prepare a few bottles of good wine. Liang Guanjian quickly contacted Huang Fuyin. Qin Yang actually managed to make use of that kind of jade? Huang Fuyin was somewhat surprised. He couldn't utilize his SS-level cultivation at all. Liang Guanjian said, it shouldn't be Qin Yang, but rather the powerful figure behind him who can use that kind of jade. Director, I've suggested giving that jade to Qin Yang. If I can't give it away for free, I'll buy it. Huang Fuyin, even if it's money, it's my money, not yours. That thing is useless to us, give it to him. You should find out what use that jade is. In the evening, Liang Guanjin arrived at Qin Yang's place. Qin Yang prepared a sumptuous meal and fine wine. The system has sensed that Liang Guanjin brought energy stones, so the system might be able to upgrade again. Little Qin, is this a feast? Liang Guanjin said with a smile. Qin Yang, Director Liang, I'm afraid you'll talk nonsense. I'll definitely make sure you eat and drink while to shut you up. What nonsense am I talking about? Liang Guanjin Dao. I'm afraid you're making things up and saying I've taken a liking to Elvis's daughter. Mood value plus 688. Jiang Muxue came out of the kitchen with rice in her hands. Honey, tell me more about Elvis's daughter. Qin Yang. Elvis from the Barton family came by, and Director Liang actually suspected I would be seduced by a honey trap. Wife, you be the judge. Am I that kind of person? Mei Muxue glanced at Qin Yang. Yes. Ha. Liang Guanjin burst into laughter. Xiao Qin, Muxue should know you very well. If she says you are, then I think my previous suspicions were not wrong. Jiang Muxue said with a half-smile. Honey, isn't Elvis's daughter really beautiful? Qin Yang nodded. It is indeed beautiful. Blonde hair and blue eyes, just like a princess in a fairy tale. Mood value plus 690. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Liang Guanjin was worried about this, and she was also somewhat worried about it. The more outstanding Qin Yang is, the more these worries arise. After a satisfying meal, Qin Yang and Liang Guanjin went to the study. Xiao Qin, this is for you. Can you explain how to use this thing? Liang Guanjin took out the jade stone. Qin Yang. Director Liang, this is an energy stone. I can't absorb the energy in this kind of energy stone, but it can be absorbed, and I can also gain some benefits from it. Just then, the white jade emitted a faint light. At the same time, it quickly became warm. Liang Guanjin asked in surprise, Xiao Qin, what's going on? Qin Yang. Its energy is being absorbed. Director Liang, you can hold it and feel it. You shouldn't be able to absorb it. Liang Guanjin picked up the energy stone. He carefully sensed it, but found nothing. Xiao Qin, can I meet that senior? Liang Guanjin Dao. Qin Yang. Director Liang, I've never met him. If you want to see him, just say so yourself and see if he wants to see you. Liang Guanjin clasped his hands in greeting and said loudly, Fellow Daoist, I am Liang Guanjin, the Deputy Director of the 9th Bureau of Security. May I ask if I may grant you an audience? Several seconds passed without any movement. Liang Guanjin said regretfully, Since you don't want to see me, then forget it. Xiao Qin, you said you got some benefits? Qin Yang exuded the aura of a late-stage transformation realm cultivator. Director Liang, I've reached the late stage of the transformation realm. My full power is barely enough to reach the level of a perfect transformation realm cultivator. Qin Yang smiled. Liang Guanjin stared at Qin Yang in shock. He is at the peak of S level, which is equivalent to the peak of transformation realm. Qin Yang's strength is no weaker than his. Today, Qin Yang also obtained 2 pieces of jade. If the powerful person behind him gets them, Qin Yang might be able to improve further. At that point, he might not be as good as Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, what are you doing? You're only in your 20s and you're already this amazing. Liang Guanjin exclaimed in amazement. Qin Yang. Director Liang, it's all luck. Liang Guanjin said irritably. Luck? Why did it have to fall on your head out of the more than 1 billion people in China? You think you can learn swordsmanship just by being lucky? Qin Yang thought to himself. What luck? Who told him to have a cheat code? He won all those things in a lottery. Little Qin, now that you've obtained another jade stone, can you improve even further? Can your senior skills improve as well? Liang Guanjin inquired. Qin Yang shook his head. I don't know. I might be able to improve myself, but I really have no idea whether the seniors behind me have improved their strength. I hope there will be an improvement. He hopes the system can be upgraded. Director Liang, do you know where else you can find this kind of jade? Liang Guanjin shook his head. I'm not sure. The United States has dominated the world for so long, so it should have some. Russia has a large territory and was very powerful back then, so it might have some too. The British Empire, the Eastern Cherry Kingdom, may also have one. At this point, Liang Guanjin's expression became serious. Little Qin, your strength is very strong now, but this is also the most dangerous time. Some forces will not want to see you become a grandmaster. Liang Guanjin said in a deep voice. Chapter 280 The Barton Family's Plan. Elvis arrived home as quickly as possible. Father. He bowed to his father, Elvis. Tell me about it. The Marquis Barton said in a deep voice. Elvis, the jade stone disappeared. It took a total of 3.5 hours from the start of absorption to its complete absorption. Marquis Barton, have you seen anyone else? Is it possible that Qin Yang absorbed that jade? Elvis said, I didn't see anyone else. I think it's unlikely that Qin Yang absorbed it. He spends a lot of time playing with his daughter. I'm staying on the basement floor of his villa, which is separated from me by more than one wall, so absorbing the energy shouldn't be easy. Father, the powerful figure behind Qin Yang can fly. I think he is very likely a space ability user. He may have used an illusion that I can't see him. Marquis Barton nodded slightly. This is possible. If the other party is a spatial ability user, Evie's could completely disappear by setting up a spatial barrier or something. Elvis, you have a task. Find out where you can find that kind of white jade. Lord Barton said. That white jade is actually an energy stone that can enhance cultivation. Perhaps he can improve it in the future. At his age, Marquis Barton knew that if he didn't improve his strength, it would decline, and the influence of the Barton family would decrease. What if Qin Yang tries to steal it again after we find it? Isn't that just making things easier for Qin Yang? Elvis asked. Marquis Barton, that jade was stolen from China. Even if we expose it, Qin Yang will have a point to make. It's a dog-eat-dog world. If we could steal from him before, he could steal from us too. If the new white jade doesn't come from China, what reason will Qin Yang have to forcibly take it away? Elvis said, he might say, we could steal it before, so why can't he steal it now? Marquis Barton. He pondered for a moment and said, he probably wouldn't dare. We dared to rob back then because we were strong enough. He now has a powerful backer who dares to take it back, but that powerful backer probably doesn't have long to live. It only takes a little over 3 hours to absorb all the power, so the power inside that rock probably isn't that much either. Elvis was somewhat worried. Could it be that the powerful figure behind him is still alive? Marquis Barton shook his head. Unlikely. The powerful figure behind him is probably pursuing immortality or the Tao, and passing on that power to someone else would definitely have an impact. Would you do that in my shoes? Elvis shook his head. If it were a son or grandson, it might be possible, but Qin Yang is not one. Marquis Barton. When people get old, they become afraid of death. I don't believe the powerful figure behind Qin Yang would give up his power unless he was nearing the end of his life. He's probably just trying to hold on for as long as possible. He'll die, so why would Qin Yang dare to rob us again? Elvis nodded. Father, I will do my best to find him. Marquis Barton. You must hurry, but don't make a big fuss, lest others become suspicious. Knowing the value of that kind of white jade, no one will sell it to you. Elvis nodded. Marquis Barton looked at Elvis and asked, Elvis, is Elena about to graduate? Yes, father. Marquis Barton. Even if we obtain the white jade, we might not be able to find a way to absorb its energy, but if Qin Yang becomes one of our own. Elvis paused, taken aback. Father, do you mean? Marquis Barton said, Qin Yang is very capable. He has such cultivation at such a young age. Moreover, according to the information, he is good at calligraphy and painting. He is also very likely a top hacker. Elena might be able to snatch him away. Elvis, father, Qin Yang is already married. According to Chinese law, he cannot remarry. Marquis Barton said calmly, that's all right. Can't Qin Yang divorce Jiang Muxue? Do you think Elena is inferior to Jiang Muxue? Elvis shook his head. Of course not. Elena is the jewel of our family. The Jiang family is rich, and our Barton family is rich too. Jiang Muxue is just an ordinary person, but Elena is an aristocrat. But Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue already have a child. I think Qin Yang really likes his daughter. For his daughter's sake, I'm afraid he won't divorce Jiang Muxue. Marquis Barton. Qin Yang doesn't need to abandon Jiang Muxue. He can get a divorce first, then change his nationality, and will help him become a nobleman. Then he can marry both Elena and Jiang Muxue at the same time. Elvis hesitated for a moment. Father, won't this make Elena feel bad? Marquis Barton. Qin Yang may already have the cultivation level of the late stage of the transformation realm, or even the strength of the perfect transformation realm. With such strength at such a young age, it's not like Elena is being wronged. Besides, Jiang Muxue might not be happy about it. If she doesn't agree, Qin Yang wonders if a rift will gradually grow between them. Elvis's eyes lit up. Marquis Barton, ask Elena. With Qin Yang's looks and abilities, I believe Elena will agree. Yes, father. Elena was attending university in their city. Elvis made a phone call, and Elena returned shortly afterward. Father. Elena bowed to Elvis. Elena, sit down. I want to discuss something with you. Elena sat down next to Elvis. Elvis explained Qin Yang's situation. Elena, would you be willing to marry Qin Yang? Elena exclaimed in surprise. Father, is Qin Yang really that amazing? He's only 25 and already stronger than Grandpa, and he's amazing in other areas too. Elvis nodded. Absolutely true. Qin Yang might already be in the late stage of the transformation realm. If he reaches the late stage of the transformation realm, he will have the strength of the perfect transformation realm. This is extremely strong, even on a global scale. Elena, Father, do you want me to seduce Qin Yang? Elvis coughed lightly. That's too direct. There may be no one more outstanding than him among the younger generation. Are you willing? Elena, I want to see his picture. Elvis quickly found Qin Yang's photo, and Elena's eyes lit up. Qin Yang is quite handsome. He looks refined yet very capable. I like him. Father, do you still have any photos of Jiang Muxue? Elvis then found a photo of Jiang Muxue. So beautiful. Father, it won't be easy to seduce Qin Yang. Elena said. Elvis, Elena, you're beautiful too. You're about the same as Jiang Muxue in that respect. But you have an advantage. You're a noble woman, while Jiang Muxue is an ordinary person. Moreover, we can make Qin Yang a nobleman as well. Qin Yang's strength cannot be inherited by his descendants, but if he becomes a nobleman, the noble title can be inherited. Elena nodded. I have another advantage. If Qin Yang becomes a nobleman, he can marry multiple women. Elvis, he didn't mention this earlier. As a father, he was embarrassed to say it, and it was enough for Elena to know. Father, I feel there's a good chance. When do I leave? Elena asked. Elvis said, you'd better leave tomorrow. I'll buy a villa in Qin Yang's neighborhood. From now on, you'll be neighbors. Chapter 281 Huang Fu Yin's Fierce Battle in the Dark. Beep beep. Chen Ping called me via video around 10 p.m. Qin Yang's heart tightened. Making a video call so late. Is something going to happen again? De Huang has now reached the peak of his cultivation and is very strong, but there are still SS-level superhumans abroad, so his parents are not absolutely safe at home. Mom, is something the matter? Qin Yang quickly connected the video call and asked. If there's a problem, he can teleport back instantly. Chen Ping said happily. Son, I feel my strength has suddenly increased a lot. I should have reached S rank. Can I take that pill now? Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that his mother had made a breakthrough. If you calculate the time, it's indeed almost time to break through. Mom, take a day or two to get used to the power before taking that pill. If you can't control the power, it's easy to cause problems. Qin Yang said. Chen Ping. Okay, I'll get used to it first. The new year is the day after tomorrow, so take good care of yourselves. Don't worry about us. Your dad and I are both S-level ability users. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. His parents have both become S-level superhumans, and De Huang is even at the peak of S-level. Unless an SS-level superhuman personally goes to him, even a peak S-level expert would be defeated. There are also people from the 9th Security Bureau over there. They're not to be trifled with either. Mom, you don't need to worry about us. Qin Yang smiled. Chen Ping. Son, with my current skills, I should be fine if I don't sleep for 2 or 3 days, right? I'm going to practice all night, so I don't fall asleep and tear the house down. Fine, Qin Yang said. Knock knock. Jiang Muxue knocked on the door and came in. Honey, I heard you video chatting with Mom. Are you all right? Qin Yang shook his head. Chen Ping. Muxue, did I disturb your rest? Jiang Muxue quickly replied. Mom, no. We don't usually go to bed that early. Qin Yang has to reply to emails, and I also have some company matters to handle. Mom, are you and Dad all right? Chen Ping smiled and said, we're doing well. I made the video call to tell Qin Yang that I've reached S rank. Muxue, I heard your mother has also reached S rank. Jiang Muxue nodded. Uh-huh. My mom reached S level a few days ago. Mom, it's great that you've reached S level too. That makes you both much safer. Mood value plus 695. Jiang Muxue's face lit up with joy. If something happens to Chen Ping and the others, Qin Yang will be heartbroken, and he might even feel deeply guilty. The stronger Qin Hai and Chen Ping's ability to protect themselves, the better. Chen Ping. Muxue, don't worry about us. Son, try to find a way to make Muxue a superhuman as soon as possible. Qin Yang felt helpless. His biggest wish was for Jiang Muxue to improve, as her daily mood score would increase significantly if she did, but he hadn't managed to win anything in the lottery that could improve her. Mom, this can't be rushed. Qin Yang said with a hint of helplessness. Qinping, Mu Shui, please be careful. Also, the new year is coming soon, so don't work so hard. Jiang Muxue nodded repeatedly. After chatting for a while, Qin Yang hung up the video call. Honey, are you done with your work? Qin Yang smiled and said, I'm not finished yet, but these aren't that important. Let's take care of other things first. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue let out a soft cry. Mood value plus 695. Qin Yang carried Jiang Muxue to the master bedroom. Mood value plus 697. Mood value plus 700. The outskirts of the capital. A man in black stood atop a small hill. Director Huangfu, aren't you coming out now that you're here? The man in black said calmly. Huangfu Yin appeared quickly. Isn't it going too far for you to threaten me with murder to intervene? The man in black stared at Huangfu Yin and said calmly. Director Huangfu, I had no choice but to do this. Who told you to be such a coward and not show your face much? Are you going to pass out? Huangfu Yin sneered and said, whether I'm capable or not, we'll know after we fight. You were my defeated opponent before, and you will definitely be my defeated opponent now. The man in black laughed and said, you're right, you'll know once you fight. Kill. The man in black instantly drew his sword and lunged at Huangfu Yin. Huangfu Yin, an SS-level metal-type ability user, controlled several throwing knives and also attacked the man in black. Clang, clang, clang. The throwing knife and the man in black's knife clashed at lightning speed. Crack, boom. Both of them were very strong, and the surrounding trees kept falling down. 5 minutes passed. Huangfu Yin sneered. You've become stronger, but unfortunately, you're still no match for me. He is an SS-level metal attribute ability user, and also a mid-stage transformation realm martial artist, giving him a slight advantage. The man in black chuckled eerily. You're very powerful, but according to the information I've gathered, you're likely nearing your end. How long can you maintain your SS-level strength? I can't do it anymore. Huangfu Yin sneered. He intensified his offensive. On the surface, Huangfu Yin continued to have the upper hand, but in his heart, he was secretly groaning. Such a high-intensity battle was quickly depleting his vital energy, and his injuries would worsen. His strength will decline when he expends a lot of energy. This bastard must be killed. Huangfu Yin thought to himself. He intensified his offensive, unleashing a barrage of deadly moves. The man in black had sustained several wounds, none of which were fatal, but they would bleed. Huangfu Yin looks much better. He is a metal-type ability user with strong defense. He can withstand attacks from opponents. Huangfu Yin, you're getting impatient. Even if it means getting seriously injured, I'll wear you down. The man in black chuckled strangely. Huangfu Yin sneered. I'm not in a hurry, I'm furious. You've come here several times already. This time, I'll make sure you die right here. Time passed second by second. Huangfu Yin appeared to be getting stronger with each battle, but in reality, he was secretly suffering, as this time the exertion was greater than ever before. The man in black wasn't having an easy time either. His injuries continued to worsen under Huangfu Yin's attacks. Huangfu Yin, that's enough for today's game with you. Let's play another day. The man in black threw out a smoke bomb. As the smoke rose, the man in black quickly disappeared into the smoke. Huangfu Yin stopped. He is of the metal element and is not very suitable for pursuit, and if you continue to pursue him, his body will not be able to withstand the attacks. Beep beep. Huangfu Yin made a phone call. The environment here is severely damaged and needs to be addressed. Huangfu Yin's physical condition is better than expected. How much longer can this guy hold on? The man in black, who left, thought to himself. He originally wanted to fight Huangfu Yin for a longer time, ideally until Huangfu Yin's strength dropped to SS level, so that he could kill Huangfu Yin directly. However, Huangfu Yin's strength did not decrease. Moreover, it is quite resilient. If the fight continues, he might bleed to death. Little Qin, I just had a fight with that powerful figure from Dongying Kingdom. Could you come to the capital tomorrow? Huangfu Yin sent a message to Qin Yang. It's 3 a.m., so he shouldn't make a phone call. Beep beep. Qin Yang quickly dialed Huangfu Yin's number. He stayed with Jiang Muxue for a while before getting up again. The emails have already been replied to. We need to develop that man-portable missile as soon as possible. Director Huangfu, what's the situation on your end? Qin Yang inquired. Chapter 282 Emergency Treatment for Huangfu Yin. Huangfu Yin, I beat him and ran away. He was injured and bled a lot, so he probably won't dare to come back for a while. I feel a little uncomfortable. Qin Yang said, I have no problem coming over, but the new year is coming soon, and I'm afraid the Dongying Kingdom will suspect you. The day after tomorrow. No, it's already past midnight. It should be said that tomorrow is the new year, and he rushed to the capital today, and his medical skills are quite good. The people of Dongying are not stupid. Huang Fuyin said, Xiaoqin, if you come by civilian airliner, you will definitely be discovered and suspected. You should leave tonight and fly over by military helicopter. You should head back tomorrow morning. It might be possible to fool the spies of Dongying Kingdom, but it will be quite difficult for you. Qin Yang laughed and said, This is nothing hard. It's hard to deal with foreign enemies when the new year is almost here. Arrange a helicopter and give me an address. I'll find a way to get there quietly without being detected by nearby spies. Despite the full investigation by Security Bureau 9, there is likely still a few spies hiding nearby. This is a villa community, but there are tall buildings in nearby communities that can see this area. Some spies are very well hidden. Good. Huang Fuyin hung up the phone and quickly made arrangements. When Qin Yang entered the bedroom, Jiang Muxue was sleeping soundly. Without waking Jiang Muxue, Qin Yang left a note and then instantly teleported a kilometer away. Huang Fuyin quickly sent the address to Qin Yang, and Qin Yang arrived at the address Huang Fuyin sent 10 minutes later. A helicopter was already waiting for him. Mr. Qin, we need 3 or 4 hours. You can close your eyes and rest for a bit. I'll call you when we arrive. Qin Yang boarded the helicopter and walked along the pilot's path. Okay, let's go, Qin Yang said. The military helicopter quickly took off and flew towards the capital at top speed. Qin Yang pondered silently. Should we use a blessing spell on Huang Fuyin? If he uses this, his true strength will be revealed. His medical skills are extremely powerful given his cultivation level. However, techniques like blessing spells are not at the transformation realm level. His blessing spell is SSS level. Would Huang Fuyin believe that someone at the transformation realm level possessed such abilities? Let's check on Director Huang Fu's situation first. Qin Yang thought to himself. If Huang Fuyin's condition is critical, then we have to use a blessing spell. We can't just watch Huang Fuyin collapse, can we? The 9th Bureau of Security has always treated him quite well. They gave him the energy stones for free. Moreover, if Huang Fuyin falls, there will be many more problems, and he will have to step forward to deal with those troubles. If Huang Fuyin's condition could still hold out, Qin Yang thought it best to treat him with medicine first. If we delay a bit, his strength will increase, and his parents' strength will also increase. It's best not to expose him for now. 3.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The helicopter landed, and Qin Yang met Huang Fuyin. Xiaoqin, thank you. Huang Fuyin shook hands with Qin Yang and said gratefully. Qin Yang sized up Huang Fuyin. Huang Fuyin's complexion was much worse than before. Director Huang Fu, let's hurry. Refuel the helicopter, and I'll head back as soon as possible. Qin Yang said. Huang Fuyin nodded. Qin Yang quickly took Huang Fuyin's pulse. Director Huang Fu, you've expended a lot of energy this time. Luckily you received treatment before, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to hold on. Huang Fuyin, I feel the same way. I was in better shape after previous battles than this one. Dongying Kingdom already suspects I'm not in good shape, and that bastard is willing to risk his own injuries to make me wear myself down. Qin Yang made a mental assessment. Huang Fuyin's condition was quite bad, but he arrived in time and managed to stabilize the situation with his medical skills. It hadn't yet reached the point where he needed a blessing spell. Director Huang Fu, I'll treat you right away. After the treatment, I'll prescribe some medicine for you to replenish your strength. Qin Yang said. Huang Fuyin nodded. Okay. Qin Yang quickly inserted silver needles first, and then used incantations and talismans to treat Huang Fuyin. Huang Fuyin's essence was originally dissipating rapidly, but after Qin Yang dealt with it, the rate at which the essence was consumed slowed down. Huang Fuyin felt that his condition had recovered a lot. Little Qin, you've reached the late stage of the transformation realm? Huang Fuyin inquired. He heard it from Liang Guanjin, but now that they've met, he still wants to ask in person. Qin Yang, I have reached the late stage of the transformation realm. Huang Fuyin exclaimed in admiration. Amazing. When I was your age, I was only an A rank, and I didn't become an S rank ability user until I was 29. Little Qin, are you interested in taking over my job someday? Qin Yang shook his head repeatedly. Director Huang Fu, I'm not interested. Although your position has great power, it also comes with many constraints, and I don't like being constrained. Huang Fuyin said, Are you really not interested? Many people are interested in this position. If you are interested, I will recommend you with all my might. Qin Yang shook his head. I'm perfectly fine being an ordinary citizen. If any force or country dares to target me, I'll take them down directly without considering the consequences. But you can't do that when you're in that position. Huang Fu-yin chuckled to himself. You're really cool that way. Little Qin, Dongying Kingdom will continue to test us, and they will target not only me, but also you. You're at the late stage of the transformation realm, so you can't hide this for long. Qin Yang. Director Huang Fu, I'm not afraid of them. Huang Fu-yin. The powerful figure behind you is very strong, but some attacks are impossible to defend against. You must be careful. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Muxue woke up. She quickly found the note on the bedside table. Qin Yang told her to get up later and stall for time. There might be spies watching their house. Mood value plus 702. Jiang Muxue was somewhat worried. The capital city is a murky place. Qin Yang's first trip there, could it be that they deliberately tricked him into going there to deal with him? Although she believed it was highly unlikely. But she would still be very worried if there was a small chance of something going wrong. Time passed second by second. Back in the capital, Qin Yang's treatment was over, and he had already prescribed several medicines for Huang Fu-yin. Xiao Qin, come to the capital in a while, and I'll treat you well. Some important figures also want to meet you. Huang Fu-yin escorted Qin Yang to the helicopter. Qin Yang nodded. I'll be coming back to treat Huang Fu-yin in a while. It'll also be time for him to meet some important figures then. The helicopter took off quickly. Elena has arrived at Haicheng Airport. She flew over from Europe last night. Have you bought the villa yet? Elena got into the luxury car that picked her up and asked. Miss, it's done. I've already signed a contract with the landlord and can move in, but it will take some time to complete all the formalities. A woman said respectfully. Elena, how far is it from Qin Yang's house? The woman said, it's only 100 meters away. You can see Qin Yang's house from the balcony. Elena nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 283. Elena meets Jiang Muxue. More than an hour passed. Elena arrived at Qin Yang's neighborhood. Beep beep. Qin Yang received a text message notification. The text message notification was sent by the AI. Master, Elvis's daughter, Elena, has arrived. Her car has driven to Villa number 10. Qin Yang frowned. Elvis's daughter is here? Liang Guanjian said Elvis's daughter is very beautiful. Is the Barton family planning to use a honey trap on him? AI, send me the video. Qin Yang typed back. Soon the AI sent a video. The video shows Elena getting off the bus. Qin Yang sees that Elena is carrying 2 large suitcases of luggage. She's not just here to visit. She's going to stay. It does seem quite beautiful. Qin Yang muttered to himself. AI, find me a high-resolution photo online. He hadn't looked up what Elvis's daughter looked like, but now that she was here, he needed to find out. Yes, master. The AI quickly found a high-resolution photo. The photo showed Elena just as he had previously described, with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking like a princess from a fairy tale. His looks are definitely top-notch. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Jiang Muxue is top-tier in looks, and so is Elena. They're just different types. Not good. Qin Yang's expression changed slightly. He suddenly realized a problem. It will take him more than an hour to get home. When Elena arrives, will she go to his house to look for him? The news that he has no home might leak out. AI, keep an eye on Elena's situation. If she goes out, send me her video immediately. Qin Yang typed the instructions. Yes, master. 10 minutes later, the AI sent a video. Elena went out with a bag in her hand, heading directly in the direction of Qin Yang's house. Honey, Elvis's daughter is here. She's moved into Villa number 10 and is carrying gifts on her way to our house. I'm still an hour or two away from home, so don't let her know I'm not home. Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 705. Honey, you're really charming. Elena actually came all the way from Europe to get close to you. Jiang Muxue sent a message to Qin Yang. That's right. Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 706. Elena quickly arrived outside the villa. The bodyguard stopped her, but after consulting with Jiang Muxue, they let her through. Elena is, after all, the daughter of the Barton family, and there's no reason to turn her away since she brought gifts. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Jiang Muxue opened the door. She was amazed when she saw Elena outside the door. Elena's features combined Western cube-like features with Eastern softness. It was hard for a man not to be attracted to her looks and figure. Mood value plus 708. Elena smiled and said, Hello, Ms. Jiang. I am your new neighbor. My name is Elena, and I come from the Barton family in Europe. Our family is interested in investing in Haiqing. I hope you will not be offended by my unauthorized visit. Jiang Muxue, hello. Elena, your Chinese is excellent. Please come in. Elena followed Jiang Muxue into the house, her gaze sweeping over her. Ms. Jiang, where is your husband? I have some business I'd like to discuss with him as well. Mood score plus 709. Jiang Muxue thought to herself, is this business? Elena must have come here to seduce her husband. But Elena said that, so she couldn't lash out. Elena, please have a seat. My husband is busy with work. He told me not to bother him because work is very important. Now that you've moved in, we can talk later. Jiang Muxue sat down and said. Elena sat down as well. President Jiang, let me talk to you first, and then I'll talk to your husband later. Our Barton family wants to establish ourselves in Sea City. Elena did indeed talk to Jiang Muxue about investing. For the Barton family, investing some money is not a big deal. China's economy is doing well now, and many European companies are investing in China. Mood score plus 709. Mood value plus 710. Jiang Muxue would give her an emotion value every now and then. Through conversation, she discovered that Elena was not only beautiful and from a good family, but also very outstanding herself. Mr. Jiang, it was a pleasure talking to you. Now that we're neighbors, let's visit each other more often. Elena said with a smile. Jiang Muxue frowned slightly, but outwardly, she couldn't afford to fall out with Elena, since Elena hadn't indicated that she was there to steal her man. Okay, Jiang Muxue nodded with a smile. Elena stood up and said, Mr. Jiang, I'll go prepare some food. Would I have the honor of inviting you and your husband to lunch with us? Mood value plus 712. Jiang Muxue, Elena, let's do it another day. I don't know how long my husband's affairs will take, and you've just moved in and have a lot of things to do. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll make an appointment with you another day. Elena smiled and said goodbye before leaving. Half an hour later, the helicopter arrived in Haiqing. Qin Yang connected with Jiang Muxue through mental energy. Wife, I've arrived in Haiqing. I'll be back soon. Jiang Muxue, honey, I've already checked for you. Elena is really beautiful, so pretty it's almost pitiful. Honey, I smell something sour. Can you check if the vinegar in the house has been spilled? Mood value plus 710. Jiang Muxue, Elena wanted to invite us to lunch, but I turned her down. Honey, are you disappointed? A little. Mood value plus 713. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. After Elena arrived, Jiang Muxue's mood improved considerably. If Elena stays here for a while, he estimates that Jiang Muxue's mood will be at its maximum every day without him having to put in any effort. Honey, since you feel regretful, how about I invite her over for dinner? I'll go to the office to work overtime then, so it won't be inconvenient for you two to talk. Jiang Muxue sent a message in an annoyed tone. Sensible. Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 713. Mood value plus 714. The helicopter Qin Yang was and landed quickly. After driving to a place only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the villa, Qin Yang teleported to the study in a secluded spot. Boss. When Qin Yang came out of the study, Cheng Hong and the others bowed to him. Qin Yang asked, where is Mu Shui? Cheng Hong. Boss, Madam is in the nursery. She's taking care of Yaya. Madam seems a little unhappy. Qin Yang arrived at the nursery quickly. Honey, who bullied you? Your mouth could hold a whole oil bottle. Qin Yang said with a smile. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. A big bad guy bullied me. Yaya, when you grow up, you must avenge your mother. Qin Yang hugged Jiang Muxue and kissed her. Wife, you don't need to wait for Yaya to grow up. I'll help you get revenge. Whoever bullies my wife, I'll bully their wife. Mood value plus 715. Jiang Muxue reached out and put her hand on Qin Yang's waist. Then she slowly turned her hand 90 degrees. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Qin Yang quickly called out in a mocking manner. Jiang Muxue snorted. It's good that you know pain. If you still dare to bully me, next time it'll be a 180-degree turn. Honey, Elena is ostensibly here to discuss business, but her true intentions are all too obvious. Qin Yang chuckled and said, there's nothing I can do about it. Who told you to be so handsome, husband? Jiang Muxue. Chapter 284. Little White makes a move to kill. Honey, shall we go shopping to buy New Year's goods? Qin Yang smiled and said. Jiang Muxue's eyes lit up. Although she probably didn't lack anything at home, she really enjoyed shopping with Qin Yang to prepare for the new year. Uh-huh. Jiang Muxue nodded happily. Qin Yang. Chung Hong and the others all have families, right? Should we give Chung Hong and the others a holiday so they can go home? They need to go back and spend time with their families all year round. Chung Hong's family lives not far from Haiqing, and they can get home in 2 or 3 hours during holidays. Jiang Muxua, of course they have families. Parents wouldn't dare hire someone who has no family or ties. I have no objection to giving them time off, but since they are all on holiday, we need to call my parents over to take care of Yaya. Qin Yang smiled and said, we should invite them. Tomorrow is Chinese New Year. Do you want to spend it separately from your parents? They're at home taking Yaya and us to buy New Year's goods. Good. Jiang Muxua called her mother. Liang Lan readily agreed. Soon Jiang Wansheng and Liang Lan arrived, and Qin Yang took out some red banknotes. Chung Hong, you have both performed very well. You're given a week off to go home for the Chinese New Year. Take this and buy some things for your families. Qin Yang gave Chung Hong and the others a red envelope containing 20,000 yuan each. Thank you, boss. Chung Hong and the others said with delight. Yang Xian said, Boss, I can come on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Qin Yang shook his head. No need to rush. You can come on the 6th day of the New Year. If you have something to do at home, you can ask for leave and come a day or 2 later. Spend more time with your family during the Chinese New Year. Yang Xian and the other 3 left happily. Dad, Mom, thank you for taking care of Yaya. Muxue and I are going out to prepare for the New Year. Qin Yang smiled and said. Liang Lan smiled and said, it's no trouble at all. Yaya is the life of the party. We'll keep her happy. You and Muxue can go shopping or see a movie. No need to rush back. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue drove away quickly. Tomorrow is the New Year, and the atmosphere is festive everywhere. Wife, fireworks are not prohibited this year. Let's buy more fireworks to take home and set off for fun. Qin Yang smiled and said, uh-huh. Jiang Muxue nodded. The family probably had all the other New Year's goods they needed, as Chung Hong and her family had prepared them, but they really didn't have any fireworks. Qin Yang's system space does contain some real stuff, but you can't just blast it. Eastern Cherry Kingdom. An elderly man in his 60s or 70s received the news that Qin Yang had not left Haiqing and was shopping with Jiang Muxue. Father, it seems Qin Yang did not cure Huang Fuyin. A middle-aged man in front of the old man said. They suspected that Qin Yang had treated Huang Fuyin, but Huang Fuyin did not seek out Qin Yang after the fierce battle, so their previous suspicions might be wrong. The old man pondered. If Qin Yang didn't leave, then the SS-level expert behind him has most likely left. I don't believe Huang Fuyin didn't pay the price for fighting me. He didn't seem relaxed to me. The middle-aged man said, Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue are shopping. If the SS-level expert behind Qin Yang weren't here, Qin Yang's house would be very empty right now. If we could capture Qin Yu. Qin Yu has the protection of families such as the Shao family and the Ouyang family, which is useful to many forces, but this protection is relatively weak for some forces in Dongying Kingdom. After all, Dongying Kingdom and Hua Kingdom were originally enemies. Take Qin Yu away? The old man pondered. The middle-aged man said, Jiang Wansheng and Liang Lan are very rich. Taking action against them would be condemned by many wealthy people internationally, and it would be quite troublesome to arrest them. It would be much easier to kidnap a child like Qin Yu. This is a good opportunity. The old man nodded slightly. He trusted his intuition. Huang Fuyin needs to find a skilled doctor for treatment. Qin Yang's medical skills are very strong, and the powerful figure behind him is probably even more skilled. Huang Fuyin will likely seek treatment from that powerful figure. Then let's take the risk and give it a try. Let Night Demon carry out this plan. The old man said. Night Demon is a ninja in their organization, and also a late-stage S-rank superhuman, making him extremely powerful. If the powerful figure behind Qin Yang wasn't there, Night Demon would very likely have taken Qin Yu away. Father, if the Night Demon attacks, he will be killed. The middle-aged man was somewhat worried. The old man said, I feel more at ease with Night Demon taking action. Although there may not be any SS-level experts over there, there might be some experts from the 9th Security Bureau. Those with lower strength might be given away for free. The middle-aged man nodded. I will have someone notify Night Demon to take action. Night Demon had already infiltrated Haiqing, and once the news was sent, Night Demon would soon be able to carry out the mission. 5 minutes later, Night Demon received the order. Take Qin Yu away? Night Demon frowned slightly. If the powerful figure behind Qin Yang were to kill him, he would die, but he knew he had to carry out the organization's orders. Since the organization gave me this order, The space-age ability user behind Qin Yang shouldn't be here, right? The night demon moved silently. His figure moved swiftly through the shadows, his supernatural ability allowing him to blend in almost perfectly. His name is Night Demon, and he excels at fighting at night, but his powers are equally effective during the day. About 10 minutes later, he approached Qin Yang's villa, but the people from the nearby Security Bureau 9 did not notice him. The 9th Security Bureau has martial artists and superhumans nearby. They can stop ordinary martial artists and superhumans without any problem, but they really can't do anything about late-stage S-rank superhumans. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Night Demon waited quietly. There's a sewer nearby where he can escape. If the SS-level expert behind Qin Yang is here, he should be able to spot him. As soon as that SS-level expert appears, he'll immediately run into the sewer. There was no movement for a full minute. Night Demon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this situation, he believed that the powerful figure was truly not there. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Night Demon cautiously crept to the back of the villa. He knew the villa had bulletproof glass, but he carried a bomb that could easily shatter it. After shattering the glass, he could quickly sneak in, subdue Qin Yu immediately, and take her away. With Qin Yu as a hostage, the people from the 9th Security Bureau wouldn't dare to shoot him. Meow. Suddenly, the Night Demon heard a cat meow. He turned and looked at a small white cat lying nearby. This little white cat is naturally a white kitten. It had already discovered that the Night Demon was waiting there. Call out. Little White moved instantly. Night Demon seemed to see a white lightning bolt. Cats are naturally agile, and Little White's speed was terrifying. At a greater distance, Night Demon could still react, but now he and Little White are only 2 or 3 meters apart. Xiaobai has reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. This distance is negligible to a master of the transformation realm. Puff! Little White's claws grazed the Night Demon's throat. Night Demon raised his defense at the last moment, which was enough to withstand normal attacks, but he was only a late-stage S rank, and his specialty was not defense. His defense was simply not enough to deal with Little White's attacks. Night Demon clutched his neck. His carotid artery was slashed open, and blood gushed out. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. He had actually been killed by a cat. Meow. Little White landed lightly. He had an elegant demeanor. Chapter 285 Mr. Qin, I am Elena. Night Demon's eyes widened as he collapsed. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Being killed by the powerful figure behind Qin Yang would be one thing, but to be killed by a cat is an utter disgrace. Meow meow. Xiaobai arrived at the villa in front of Jiang Wanqing. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Jiang Wanqing inquired. Xiaobai walked a little forward and then looked back, seeing Jiang Wanqing following it and leading him outside the villa. Jiang Wanqing saw the Night Demon's corpse. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. Xiaobai, did you kill him? He knew that Xiaobai had the strength of a perfect master. Xiaobai nodded, and Jiang Wanqing called Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, someone approached the villa and was killed by Xiaobai. There are plants nearby that are blocking the view, so no one has noticed it yet. Qin Yang's expression changed slightly. Dad, we're leaving right away. Don't touch the body. I'll deal with it when I get back. Good. Jiang Wanqing returned to the villa. Honey, what's up? Liang Lan approached Jiang Wanqing and asked him. Jiang Wanqing told Liang Lan about the situation. Liang Lan is now an S-level superhuman, but he is still just an ordinary person. Liang Lan said. This person was able to approach quietly, so he must be very strong. He should be an S-level ability user. He is probably here for Yaya. Jiang Wanqing nodded. If the other party wanted to kill or capture them, they would have had better opportunities at other times. There was no need for them to come here. Qin Yang and the others were not here, and only Qin Yu was left at home. Mood score plus 718. Honey, what corpse? Jiang Mushua lowered her voice and asked. Qin Yang. Someone got near the villa, probably trying to capture or kill Yaya. That person was killed by Xiaobai. I have to go back and deal with it. Mood value plus 720. Jiang Mushua's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, he deserves to die. Yaya is still a baby, and he actually came to capture or kill her. The fireworks have been bought. Let's go back right away. Qin Yang nodded. They returned home in less than half an hour. Qin Yang examined the wound on the corpse's neck. A proper examination would easily reveal that it had been grabbed. It was inconvenient for the 9th Security Bureau to take the body away. Qin Yang didn't want Xiaobai's existence to be known for the time being. Receive. Qin Yang stored the corpse in his system space, as well as the blood-stained soil nearby. Honey, how are you? Qin Yang returned to the house, and Jiang Muxue inquired. Qin Yang, it's all taken care of. That guy is very likely a ninja from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom. Since he came to deal with Yaya, he deserves to die. Mood value plus 721. Jiang Muxue gritted her teeth. He deserves to die. Killing him directly would be too lenient. We should capture him first, and then make him wish he were dead. Qin Yang glanced at Jiang Muxue. Honey, why are you looking at me like that? Qin Yang laughed and said, I thought you were afraid, but it seems I underestimated you. Jiang Muxue said bitterly, I wouldn't be so angry if he targeted me, but he actually targeted Yaya. Honey, what kind of influence does he have? Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, if we act now, this person might be from the faction of that SS-level ability user in Dongying Kingdom. The other party probably knew that Huang Fu-yin was in poor condition, and that Huang Fu-yin would likely seek medical treatment in this situation. The other party was unaware that he had returned so quickly. His medical skills were very strong, and the other party probably believed that the powerful person behind him was also very skilled in medicine. What faction does that powerful figure belong to? Jiang Muxue asked. Qin Yang shook his head. We don't know yet. Even the 9th Security Bureau doesn't know the identity of this powerful figure. We'll have to go to Dongying Kingdom to find out. Jiang Muxue asked, Honey, can you beat him? Qin Yang smiled and said, I will definitely win. His strength is still a bit weaker than Director Huangfu's, while my strength has now surpassed Director Huangfu's by a considerable margin. Director Huangfu is roughly at the mid-SS level. He has late SS level cultivation, but his combat strength is at the peak of SS level. Honey, that guy is the mastermind behind this. If you have the chance, could you catch him and make him suffer? Jiang Muxue asked. Qin Yang laughed and said, Wife, you've given the word. I'll catch him, and I guarantee he'll suffer a fate worse than death. Jiang Muxue nodded. Jiang Wansheng then walked towards them. Xiaoqin, Xiaobai will be all right after killing that guy, right? Qin Yang, even if people find out, it's fine. Besides, there are no bodies outside right now, so who said anyone died? Don't let anyone know about this during the new year. Jiang Wansheng nodded. You should move to a different place. Living in the same neighborhood as ordinary people can disturb others. Qin Yang, we have acquired the new land. After the new year, the military's construction team will start construction, and the main structure should be completed in 4 or 5 months. The subsequent renovations will take a lot of time. Living there won't bother anyone else. Jiang Wansheng nodded. Beep beep. Qin Yang called Huang Fu-yin. Xiaoqin, what's the matter? Huang Fu-yin asked kindly. Director Huangfu, someone came to my house. Their target was Yaya, but she is now dead. Qin Yang said. Huang Fu-yin asked in surprise, You killed him? What was the opponent's strength? Qin Yang, I didn't kill that guy. Muxue and I were out shopping when he came near my house. He was a ninja with late-stage S-rank cultivation. Huang Fu-yin was taken aback. A ninja of this strength might be Night Demon. Where's his body? Qin Yang, his body has gone to another dimension. Director Huangfu, you said he might be the Night Demon. Do you know anything about the Night Demon? What faction does he belong to? Huang Fu-yin, I don't know what force it is. Night Demon has killed many people in our country and left his mark before. Xiao Yi's grandfather once fought against him. But we couldn't keep him. This guy is a master of sneak attacks and incredibly cunning. If he dies, we'll definitely have a few drinks. Qin Yang said, Let me ask him what he looks like. If you know what he looks like, Director Huangfu, you should be able to confirm if it's him, right? Certainly. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang went to his study to draw. With his drawing skills, he quickly drew the person, though he didn't draw him very realistically. Only about 70–80% accurate. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang sent the photo to Huang Fu-yin. This is what I drew based on the description. Is it the Night Demon? Qin Yang sent a message to inquire. That's him. Huang Fu-yin smiled broadly. Late-stage S-rank ability users are no ordinary breeds. Losing such a powerful individual would be a source of considerable distress for the enemy. Xiaoqin, please thank the powerful figure behind you for me. More than a dozen of our 9th Security Bureau members were killed by Night Demon. Huang Fu-yin issued a statement. Qin Yang muttered to himself. The Night Demon was killed by Xiaobai. Thank you, Xiaobai. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at that moment. Qin Yang opened the door, and there stood Elena. She dressed up meticulously. She looks even better now than when she first came. Mr. Qin, I am Elena. Elena extended her hand and smiled. Chapter 286, Jiang Mushue's Frustration. Qin Yang did not shake hands with Elena. He asked, "Are you Elvis's daughter from the Barton family?" Elena withdrew her hand and nodded. "Mr. Qin, that's right, my father is Elvis. I heard from my father that our family has some minor conflicts with you. I came to Haiqing to resolve the conflict. My family would like to invest in Haiqing. Is that possible?" Qin Yang, "Yes, please come in." Elena went inside the house. She looked towards Jiang Mushue in the living room. Mood value plus 722. Jiang Mushue walked towards Elena and smiled. "Elena, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Elena blinked. "Mr. Jiang, we're neighbors now, so we'll have plenty of time to see each other in the future." Mood value plus 724. Jiang Mushue said, "I'm often at the company, so I might not have that much time." Elena smiled and said, "That's all right. I can discuss some business with President Qin." "President Jiang, you're in charge of Starry Sky Technology, so you probably don't have time to deal with other things." Jiang Mushue. She was unhappy but couldn't say anything. If Elena wanted to do business with Qin Yang, could she stop her? This would make her, Jiang Mushue, seem petty and narrow-minded. Qin Yang said, "Elena, you can discuss business with my wife. All our family's business is handled by my wife. She's responsible for earning money to support the family, and I'm responsible for being handsome." Mood value plus 723. Jiang Mushue wanted to both laugh and roll her eyes at Qin Yang. Giggle. Elena burst out laughing. "President Qin is really humorous. Mr. Qin, the money you've made is more than an average person could earn in 10 lifetimes." Qin Yang looked at Jiang Mushue. "Wife, you talk business with Elena. I'm going to check on Yaya." Jiang Mushue nodded. Elena hurriedly said, "President Qin, please wait a moment. President Qin, Haiqing is now within your sphere of influence. I wonder how much investment would be appropriate for our Barton family." Qin Yang said calmly, "You can invest however much you want. It's not just your Barton family. Other forces can do the same. I'm not worried about you casting too many votes. Honey, you can talk to her about the specifics." After finishing his sentence, Qin Yang went upstairs to find Qin Yu. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan were with Qin Yu on the third floor, and Qin Yang could hear the sound of a piano coming from there. Jiang Mushue said with a half-smile, "Elena, I wonder how much your Barton family is planning to invest." Elena, "Ms. Jiang, it's the Lunar New Year. Let's not talk business for now. Mr. Qin doesn't seem to be busy. I wonder if I could invite you and Mr. Qin to dinner." Mood value plus 722. Jiang Mushue was a little sad. Elena invited them to lunch, which they declined. Now she's inviting them to dinner, and Qin Yang is free, so she feels bad refusing again. "Elena, let me ask my husband if he has time tonight." After Jiang Mushue finished speaking, she dialed Qin Yang's number. She put it on speakerphone. "Honey, Elena has invited us to dinner. Do you have time?" Qin Yang said, "Let's talk about that later. I don't have time today." Elena is currently working well to boost his emotional value, so there's no need for them to have dinner together for now. They can eat together later when the effect weakens. Mood value plus 724. Jiang Mushue was overjoyed. A hint of regret appeared on her face. "Elena, I'm sorry, my husband doesn't have time. It seems we'll have to wait until another time for dinner." Elena nodded. "Then in the future. Anyway, now that I'm living here, there will be plenty of opportunities like this. I'll take this time to learn Chinese cuisine properly. I can cook for myself then." Jiang Mushue. Mood value plus 725. Upstairs, Qin Yang was overjoyed. Now, even if he hugs and kisses Jiang Mushue, he might not have any emotional points. He might have some during the night, but Jiang Mushue usually only needs one time to finish, so he can't collect enough emotional points for the day. He has to figure out a way during the day as well as at night. But where do you usually find that many emotional points? With Elena moving in, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Yaya. Qin Yang entered the piano room, and Qin Yu stretched out her little hand. Qin Yang took her from Jiang Wanqing. "Mom, your piano skills have improved a lot since then." Liang Lan said happily. "There has been an improvement. It should be because my mental strength has improved since I became a superhuman, but I haven't improved much, only a little bit." "Xiao Qin, please play a tune. It's been a while since I've heard you play." Qin Yang said, "I haven't played much lately. My piano skills haven't improved at all in the last 2 months." "You're already amazing even without improvement," Liang Lan said. Yeah, Grandma will hold you. Daddy will play the piano for us." Qin Yang sat down at the piano. Soon, melodious and beautiful music began to play. Although Qin Yang's piano skills had not improved recently, he had already reached the A+ level, which was quite impressive. Calligraphy and piano are A+ level, which is world class. S level is so high that it can move people's souls. Very few people throughout history have been able to reach this level. Qin Yang suspected that those who possessed S-level skills were either superhumans or had other special talents. Elena listened attentively. The piano sound was very faint coming down from the third floor, but Elena could still barely hear some of it. Mr. Jiang, the music is beautiful. Can I go upstairs to listen? Elena asked. Mood value plus 725. Jiang Mushua nodded. Of course. They went up the stairs to the second floor. The sound of the piano was coming from the third floor, but Elena didn't go up. She could hear it clearly from the second floor. President Jiang, is this President Qin playing? The previous music was also beautiful, but not this good. When the song ended, Elena said. Jiang Mushua nodded slightly. She was too embarrassed to lie about this. And besides, her father wouldn't, and everyone knew her mother's abilities very well. Excluding them and Qin Yang, the only other person upstairs was Qin Yu. It couldn't have been Qin Yu who played it, could it? Elena's eyes lit up. President Jiang, President Qin is really amazing. He is so young and already has the skills of a grandmaster. Moreover, President Qin is very good at calligraphy, painting, and piano. Elena exclaimed in admiration. Jiang Mushu, she'd be happy if others called her Qin Yang, but she wasn't happy at all when Elena called him that. Elena moving in was clearly an attempt to poach her boyfriend. Moreover, Elena poses a significant threat to her. Giggle. Upstairs, Qin Yu was laughing happily. She also seemed to enjoy listening to Qin Yang play the piano. Xiao Qin, Yaya likes to listen to it too. Sing one more song. Liang Lan said with a smile. Okay. Qin Yang quickly began playing the second piece. He gained a lot of emotional points after the song ended. Elena and Jiang Mushua went downstairs. President Jiang, President Qin's piano skills are truly superb. I can also play the piano, but my level is only average. I hope to receive guidance from President Qin sometime in the future. Elena said with a smile. Jiang Mushu, she felt depressed. If Elena openly stole her husband, she could rightfully drive Elena away, but Elena didn't do that, which made her very upset. Chapter 287, The Second SSS Rank Reward. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Happy Chinese New Year. Qin Yang heard the sound of firecrackers early in the morning. System, how many emotion points do I have now? Qin Yang asked in his mind. Host, your current emotional value is over 123,000. Qin Yang, system, it's Chinese New Year today. Let's have 3 draws, 2 for 10,000 emotion points, and 1 for 100,000 emotion points. You should be more generous during the New Year, right? You don't want me to look down on you during the Chinese New Year, do you? System. Drawing prizes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 130 points of internal energy. Your cultivation level has been raised to the peak of the transformation realm. A great deal of internal energy surged into Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang smiled. He's progressed from the late stage of transformation realm to the peak of transformation realm, which the Guardian Golden Lock possesses formidable defensive capabilities. It also boasts excellent resistance to poison. Qin Yang was overjoyed. This thing is similar to the Guardian Ring. The Guardian Ring is suitable for Jiang Mushua, while this is suitable for Qin Yu. It would be a perfect New Year's gift for Qin Yu. System, I give you a thumbs up. I got an SS level reward with just 10,000 emotion points. There's still 100,000 emotion points left. Qin Yang thought to himself. He already had 100,000 emotion points yesterday, but he waited until today to draw the prize. It seems the system is being more generous today because it's Chinese New Year. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the SSS level Guardian Qilin. The Guardian Qilin can increase the house's defense tenfold and launch a counterattack when attacked by enemies. The Guardian Qilin can sense toxins and issue a warning. Qin Yang was overjoyed. I actually got a second SSS level reward. His mental energy entered the system space. There was a golden Qilin statue in the system space. The Qilin statue was not very big, only about 30 or 40 centimeters long, but it looked majestic and imposing. System, how strong is the attack power of the Guardian Qilin? Qin Yang asked in his mind. The attack power of the Guardian Qilin is SS level. Its specific attack ability is related to the distance. When the enemy is inside the house, it is SS level perfect. Within 50 meters of the house, it is late-stage SS level. Within 100 meters, it is mid-stage SS level. And within 200 meters, it is early-stage SS level. Cannot be attacked beyond 200 meters. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. He was already very satisfied. The main function of the Guardian Qilin is to protect the house, not to attack. There is also the attack from 200 meters away by Xiaobai. A house with 10 times the defensive power will be fine, no matter what kind of house it is. System, host, everything is fine normally. But the Guardian Qilin can only raise the defense to SSS level at most. If the house itself has very strong defenses, it cannot be increased tenfold. Qin Yang, reaching SSS level is fine. This ordinary villa probably can't be fully upgraded, but the newly built villas should be able to have full defense. Villas built with C200 concrete already have strong defensive capabilities. It's unimaginable that they could be strengthened tenfold. The weak points of a house are its glass and doors. Even bulletproof glass is much weaker in terms of defense. The Guardian Qilin can make up for the weak points of a house. Honey, what are you laughing at so early in the morning? Jiang Muxue woke up and rubbed her eyes. Qin Yang put his arm around Jiang Muxue and smiled. Last year during the Spring Festival, I was still single. This year, I actually have a wife and a child, and I've become stronger too. Isn't that something to laugh about? Worth. Jiang Muxue nodded. Honey, you won't abandon me and yeah, will you? Qin Yang kissed Jiang Muxue and smiled. Silly girl, how could that be? Keeping the home fires burning while having affairs on the side, isn't that good enough? Mood value plus 728. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. If you keep doing this, I won't want you anymore, humph. Qin Yang. Wife, how about some morning exercise? Jiang Muxue shook her head repeatedly. No, you bad boy. Mom and Dad are here, and they're already up. Let's get up quickly. Qin Yang got up. He took out the Qilin statue that was meant to protect the house. Honey, is that a Qilin? Jiang Muxue said in surprise. Qin Yang nodded. This is for warding off evil spirits. This Qilin is an antique, which I obtained in Myanmar. I'm taking it out today for the new year to ward off evil spirits. To ward off evil spirits? Jiang Muxue asked in confusion. Honey, having little white to ward off evil spirits is good enough. Qin Yang laughed and said, this is a treasure. It must be a valuable item left behind by cultivators in the past. It can enhance the house's defenses, and it can also attack. It can also issue a warning when it senses toxins. Mood value plus 730. Jiang Muxue stared at the Qilin statue in surprise. Honey, is this Qilin really that powerful? Qin Yang nodded. Its maximum attack range is 200 meters. Within 200 meters, it has SS level strength. The closer it gets, the stronger it becomes. Inside a house, it has SS level perfect strength. The windows in the building will be reinforced significantly, so S-level martial artists and superhumans probably won't be able to break them. Ordinary bombs shouldn't be able to shatter them either. Jiang Muxue was extremely surprised. Qin Yang smiled and said, Wife, the soundproofing of the house will be improved. Even if we make a lot of noise at night, even if your mother is a superhuman, she won't hear us. Mood value plus 732. Jiang Muxue, she said coquettishly, nonsense in broad daylight. Let's get out of here quickly. Qin Yang carried the Qilin downstairs and told Jiang Wanqing and the others about its situation. Jiang Wanqing said, this is a good thing. With this Qilin, we won't have to worry even if Xiaobai leaves occasionally. Qin Yang nodded. He found a place and set up the Qilin. Mom, if the Qilin gives a warning, it means someone has poisoned us. You must tell me immediately. Qin Yang said. Liang Lan nodded. We haven't been here long. Muxue, you have to be careful. Someone has poisoned us before. Liang Landao. Jiang Muxue nodded. Qin Yang told me. Liang Lan took out 3 red envelopes from her pocket and said with a smile. Xiao Qin, it's Chinese New Year today, so you, Muxue, and you will each receive a red envelope. Thank you, Mom. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue accepted the red envelopes. Qin Yu also reached out her little hand and grabbed the red envelope that was handed to her. I have some too. Jiang Wanqing laughed. He also sent red envelopes to Qin Yang and the others. The red envelopes were bulging, probably containing 10,000 yuan each, although that was nothing to Qin Yang now. But this was the biggest red envelope he had ever received. Muxue, you should hurry up and wish Qin Yang's parents a happy new year. Liang Landao. Jiang Muxue nodded. I'll make a video call right away. Qin Yang took out the SS-grade small golden lock. The small golden lock came with a red rope. Yeah, this is a gift from Daddy. Qin Yang smiled and said. He put a small gold lock on Qin Yu's wrist. Dad, Mom, don't take this off. This little golden lock is a defensive treasure with strong defensive capabilities. It can even withstand sniper rifle shots. Jiang Muxue was overjoyed. Qin Yu can't stay at home forever. With this, she feels much safer going out for a stroll. The main character is celebrating the Lunar New Year and wishes everyone a Happy New Year in advance. In 2026, I wish everyone good health and prosperity. Chapter 288 The God-Making Plan of Dongying Kingdom. Eastern Cherry Kingdom. Any news about Night Demon? The SS rank expert from the Eastern Cherry Kingdom, who dispatched the Night Demon, inquired. Father, not yet. The SS rank expert from Dongying Kingdom is named Fujiwara too. He frowned deeply. Yesterday, he sent Night Demon to take Qin Yang out on the street, but there has been no news since. He fears something has happened to him. Is there any commotion near Qin Yang's house? Fujiwara asked. Before him, his son Fujiwara Jiro said, Father, according to the information we have gathered, there is no movement, and no battle has taken place near Qin Yang's house. Did Night Demon betray us and deliberately go into seclusion? Fujiwara Ito said. Night Demon wouldn't betray us. He must have been controlled or killed in a very short time. Fujiwara Jiro's expression changed slightly. The powerful figure behind Qin Yang hasn't left? Fujiwara sighed and said, That should be the case. I thought he went to the capital, but I was wrong. Father, if Night Demon is captured alive, he will know us, and our identities will be exposed. Fujiwara Jiro said worriedly. Fujiwara, even if Night Demon is captured alive, he probably won't leak the secret. With his strength and patience, it won't be easy to get him to talk. Fujiwara Jiro breathed a slight sigh of relief. Father, what do we do now? Wait. Fujiwara said in a deep voice. Huang Fu-yin didn't seek treatment from Qin Yang and the others, so I believe his condition must be very serious. I only have external injuries, while Huang Fu-yin has severe internal injuries. I think his strength will decline within 6 months at most. Fujiwara Jiro, that's great. I wonder how much longer that powerful figure behind Qin Yang can live. Fujiwara Ito said. Qin Yang rose to prominence half a year ago, so he can only hold on for another 6 months. His strength will probably gradually decline after that. Father, he passed on internal energy to Qin Yang. He's still an SS-level ability user. Are you sure his strength will decrease? Fujiwara Jiro asked. Fujiwara Ito, which elderly superhuman strength doesn't decline? When their internal energy is depleted and their physical condition is affected, their superhuman abilities will definitely decline as well. It's just that the drop is slower. Fujiwara Jiro's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he said, Father, since they can only hold on for another 6 months, shouldn't we start the God-making plan? Fujiwara was considering it. They secretly developed a drug that could greatly enhance the strength of their ninjas, and also greatly increase the probability of activating their special abilities after use. But there are 2 problems. First, the mortality rate from taking this drug is not low. Second, this drug only works for 1 year, after which people who use it will gradually die. But only they know these 2 secrets. Has the drug been improved recently? Fujiwara asked. Fujiwara Jiro shook his head. Father, it's too difficult to improve it now that it's come to this point. This medicine just releases the body's potential ahead of time. Father, we need to hurry. It takes time for the effects of taking the medication to improve. Qin Yang's strength is increasing rapidly. We shouldn't let the old man's strength decline while Qin Yang's strength rises again. Fujiwara nodded slightly. Qin Yang's strength has improved quite quickly. Execute it. Have people take the medication separately, and don't let them know what the consequences of taking that medication will be. Fujiwara said in a deep voice. Fujiwara Jiro nodded. Father, I will make arrangements immediately. I hope that God will bless our Eastern Cherry Empire and that an SS-level ability user will emerge from among them. Fujiwara nodded slightly. They plan to send thousands of ninjas to participate. If they are lucky, they may be able to produce SS-level superhumans. This is a trade of lives for a short-term surge in strength. Father, when our people become strong enough, it will be the time when all martial artists and superhumans in China are wiped out. A murderous glint flashed in Fujiwara Jiro's eyes. They knew that they were not as militarily powerful as China, but they believed that Dongying Kingdom was no weaker than China in terms of martial arts. They believed that if their strength increased rapidly in the short term, they could definitely surpass China. If they slaughter many Chinese martial artists, the powerful figures from the United States and other countries will definitely take action. They will kill all the martial artists in China. Keep this confidential, Fujiwara said in a deep voice. Yes, father. Fujiwara Jiro nodded and turned to leave. He needed to hurry and carry out this top-secret god-making plan. Mu Shui, don't worry about us. We have quite a few guests here. It's very lively. Ping and Jiang Mushui were video chatting. She turned her phone camera around and saw that there were indeed quite a few people in the house. Jiang Mushui noticed that some of them seemed to be officials. Perhaps the county leaders had gone to pay their respects during the new year. Mom, we'll celebrate the new year with you tomorrow, Jiang Mushui said. Ping said with a smile. Okay, Mu Shui, where are your parents? I'll wish them a happy new year too. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan came over. Relatives by marriage. Liang Lan greeted warmly. Happy Chinese New Year. Happy Chinese New Year. Ping, Liang Lan, and the others exchanged pleasantries and talked for half an hour before Jiang Mushui finally hung up the video call. Yang said, Wife, I told you before, even if we don't go back, my parents won't be lonely this year. People from the town, county, and even city will probably come to pay their respects during the new year. Jiang Mushui nodded. Jiang Wancheng laughed and said, Little Qin, if you don't tell anyone, your place will probably be very lively. Many people from all over Haiqing will definitely come. Qinyang, Chenghong, and the others are all on holiday. With so many people coming, I'm too lazy to clean up. It's fine for the family to just have a quiet new year together. Liang Lan nodded. That's good. It's rare for us to have such a quiet new year. Night gradually fell. Bang! Bang! Qin Yang and Jiang Mushui were setting off fireworks outside, while Jiang Wancheng and the others watched with Qin Yu in their arms. Qin Yu laughed happily and wasn't scared at all. One night passed. When Qin Yang woke up, he picked up his phone and, as expected, many people had sent him New Year's greetings. He sent and replied to a lot of New Year's greetings last night, and unexpectedly accumulated quite a few more messages. Happy New Year, honey. Jiang Mushui opened her eyes and said. Qin Yang tossed his phone aside and chuckled. Mu Shui, let's start the first battle of the new year. With the guardian spirit, your parents won't be able to hear anything. Jiang Mushui snorted. Husband, do you think I'm afraid of you? The battle soon broke out. By the time the battle ended, Qin Yang had accumulated 20,000 emotion points. System, 10,000 emotion points for 2 lottery draws. The first day of the new year, you know what I mean. Qin Yang thought to himself. System. In the lottery, congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-level metallic ability potion. Qin Yang was taken aback. Jiang Wancheng is of the wood element, so he can't use this. Qin Yu is not of the metal element either, so she can't use this either. System, who among my close friends is of the metal element? Qin Yang asked in his mind. Host, Huang Fuyin is of the metal element, and Ouyang Wu is of the metal element. Qin Yang muttered to himself, I can't use Huang Fuyin. He's a metal elementalist, but he already has an SS-level cultivation. This special ability potion can be given to Ouyang Wu. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS-level AI technology. The host originally possessed S-level AI technology, and after fusion, the host's AI technology has been upgraded to SS plus level. A massive amount of information quickly flooded into Qin Yang's mind. Chapter 289 SS plus level AI technology. Qin Yang quickly processed the information he had acquired. SS plus level AI technology is awesome. Qin Yang muttered to himself. It turns out that S-level AI technology was already world-class, but now his AI technology is ahead of its time. Qin Yang estimates it's about 1 or 2 decades ahead. With the right hardware, this technology would allow battlefield robots to accept fuzzy command attacks, and drones would no longer require precise control. In the medical field, AI can assist in diagnosis, and its level is estimated to surpass that of most doctors. AI can also shine in areas such as new drug development. In the financial sector, big data-driven intelligent risk control, anti-fraud detection, and other capabilities can be greatly enhanced. In the field of smart cars, SS plus level AI technology can greatly enhance the autonomous driving capabilities of vehicles. So strong. Qin Yang was amazed. While AI technology is not yet widely used, SS Plus level AI technology can be applied to countless areas, and this technology can bring about tremendous changes in society. As long as SS Plus level AI technology is promoted, China's technology can definitely lead the world. Qin Yang pondered. The development of new technologies will bring many benefits, but at the same time, it will also take away the livelihoods of many people. He must consider this carefully. It can be applied to the military first. Qin Yang thought to himself. Many technologies were initially developed for military purposes, which could greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Chinese army, and doing so would not have much impact on people's livelihoods. Honey, what are you thinking about? Jiang Muxue drew circles on Qin Yang's chest and asked. Qin Yang, I'm wondering if we should do it again. Mood value plus 735. Jiang Muxue shook her head repeatedly. I'm not coming. Honey, you're like an ox. You've worn me out. Besides, it's so late. We should get up. Just kidding. Qin Yang chuckled. The two got up quickly. Chen Ping had already prepared a hot breakfast. While eating breakfast, Jiang Wanqing asked, Xiao Qin, are you going to pay New Year's visits to Secretary Dong and Mayor Yang? Qin Yang nodded slightly. Let's go. Although I'm quite strong now, I can't be arrogant. Dong Yuehua and Yang Shiyuan are local officials, and they have treated him well, so they should be given the respect they deserve. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ouyang Wu left his home and came to Qin Yang's place. Old Qin, what do you want with me? Ouyang Wu inquired. Qin Yang handed Ouyang Wu a cup. Drink this medicine. Gurgle. Without saying a word, Ouyang Wu drank it down. After he finished, he asked, Old Qin, what is this? Most medicines are bitter, but this one isn't bitter at all. Qin Yang, this is poison. Ouyang Wu curled his lip. I'd accept anything you give me, even if it's poison. Qin Yang smiled and said, this is a special ability potion that allows you to safely and harmlessly activate your metallic special ability. Oh, Ouyang Wu was overjoyed. Old Qin, can I become a superhuman? His strength would be even greater if he combined superpowers with martial arts. Simply practicing martial arts is very slow. Qin Yang said, if things go smoothly, you'll become a superhuman within 10 days. If things go slowly, you'll become a superhuman within a month. Given your situation, you'll reach rank A after awakening. It will definitely reach S level in the future. Ouyang Wu's heart raced. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, Old Qin, you're not kidding me, are you? I can reach S rank. An S-class superhuman is equivalent to a grandmaster of internal energy. Qin Yang said, you'll definitely reach S rank. I estimate you should be able to reach the mid or late stage of S rank. Ouyang, you must keep this medicine a secret. Mu Shui hasn't arrived yet. It wasn't easy to prepare this. Ouyang Wu. Old Qin, hurry up and give it to your sister-in-law. Qin Yang said, everyone is different, and everyone's situation is different at different times. There are too many things to consider when preparing this medicine. Can we get it done to tell your fortune? You're quite lucky. He wanted to give it to them, but unfortunately he didn't get to draw it. Ouyang Wu chuckled foolishly. After awakening, I told everyone that I became a superhuman through natural awakening. Qin Yang, don't say it out loud at first. Make a sign to cover up your mental fluctuations, and we can talk about it later when my strength has improved. Okay. Ouyang Wu nodded. Old Qin, have you become a superhuman? Qin Yang nodded with a smile. How strong are your superpowers now? Ouyang Wu asked curiously. Qin Yang, I'll keep my strength a secret for now. You'll find out later. Go back and go into seclusion for a while. Wait until your ability reaches S rank before you start showing off. Don't let yourself get assassinated by spies from an enemy country. Ouyang Wu nodded. Old Qin, do you think I'll awaken a metal-type superpower? Qin Yang, you have awakened a metal-type ability. It's quite impressive that you, a martial artist, have such an ability. Ouyang Wu nodded. Thanks, Lao Qin. Qin Yang, after you awaken, be careful to control it and practice more to avoid losing control of your powers and hurting people. Good. Academician Chen arrived at the research institute. He was given a rare few days off during the Spring Festival. He didn't take a break during the Spring Festival last year and the year before. At that time, he felt that China's AI was lagging behind, and that time was of the essence, so he didn't go back even though his family urged him. He feels he has caught up this year. Moreover, China has produced a genius like Qin Yang among its younger generation. Taking a few days off to spend time with family is no problem. Academician Chen, you have received many new emails. Most of them are from Mr. A. That's what Academician Chen's assistant said. The assistant can only see who sent the email, not the content. Only Academician Chen himself can see the content. Good. Academician Chen quickly turned on his computer. Mr. A is Qin Yang's codename. Why have so many emails come in these past few days when he hasn't asked any questions? When Academician Chen opened one of the emails, he was stunned. This email is an answer to a question he had asked him before, a question that Qin Yang hadn't been clear about either, but now Qin Yang has provided a detailed explanation. So that's how it is. It took Academician Chen half an hour to read the email. Without taking a break, he opened the second email. After reading more than a dozen emails, Academician Chen was shocked. Qin Yang had answered some of his previously hypothetical questions. Qin Yang's skill level has improved significantly. Academician Chen came to this conclusion. Qin Yang's level used to be higher than his, but he could barely see Qin Yang's back. Now he can't see him at all. He had no idea what level Qin Yang was at. What a blessing for China. Academician Chen was visibly excited. Qin Yang's skills have improved significantly, and many of the problems that used to bother them can now be solved, allowing for a leapfrog development in AI in China. Beep beep. Academician Chen called Liang Guanjian. Academician Chen, how was your rest? Liang Guanjian answered the phone with a smile. Academician Chen, Director Liang, I have something to report. Comrade Qin Yang's AI skills have improved significantly. A significant improvement? Liang Guanjian said in surprise. Academician Chen, if I were a junior high school student, Qin Yang would already be at the level of a college student. No one, domestically or internationally, is better than him. Chapter 290, I know a little bit about missiles. Liang Guanjian said, didn't you say before that Qin Yang's skill level was better than yours, but not by a huge margin? Academician Chen sighed. This is the difference between ordinary people and geniuses. Qin Yang can fly in the sky, while ordinary people like me can only crawl on the ground. Liang Guanjian. Academician Chen is a top expert in the field of AI in China, yet he says he is just an ordinary person. What do ordinary people say? Academician Chen, has Qin Yang really improved this much? Academician Chen said, Director Liang, you don't understand AI, but you understand cultivation. You might not notice if other cultivators improve a little, but wouldn't you notice if they improve a lot? Liang Guanjian laughed and said, if the improvement is significant, I really won't be able to detect the opponent's hidden strength. Academician Chen, Qin Yang sent me more than a dozen emails, all of which contained questions that had accumulated over time. Some of them were just ideas I put forward, which were originally expected to take more than 5 years to resolve. Qin Yang has already resolved it. His skill level is at least 5 years ahead of the industry average. Liang Guanjian exclaimed in surprise, a 5-year lead? If he teaches you more, we can be 5 years ahead in this area. Academician Chen, I am making a conservative estimate. His level may be more than 5 years ahead of the industry. But if we want to be 5 years ahead overall, we need other aspects to cooperate. Director Liang, I'd like to see Qin Yang. How about I go and wish him a happy new year? Liang Guanjian. Academician Chen, you're getting on in years. Academician Chen. So what if I'm old? Those who are more accomplished are my teachers. Qin Yang is indeed better than me in this regard. I can learn more from face-to-face communication. After considering for a moment, Liang Guanjian said, Academician Chen, it will be too much trouble for you to go. He will be coming to the capital in a few days. I'll see if I can arrange for you to meet. Good. Liang Guanjian hung up the phone immediately after speaking. He still had many questions he wanted to ask Qin Yang. Questions that Qin Yang might not have been able to answer before, but should be able to answer now. Beep beep. Liang Guanjian dialed Qin Yang's number. Director Liang, what good news is there? Liang Guanjian asked in surprise. Qin Yang, have you made great progress in AI technology? There has been progress, however slight. Qin Yang said, it went from S level to SS+. In an industry where the highest level in AI is only S, his SS+ rating is extremely valuable. Liang Guanjian asked expectantly, Little Qin, will this promotion be useful in the military? Qin Yang, Director Liang, of course we can use them. The autonomous decision-making and analysis capabilities of equipment such as drones, robotic dogs, and unmanned submarines can be greatly improved. The operator just needs to give general instructions. AI-controlled unmanned factories will also be much more efficient. This level of AI will be much faster in experiments and research on new materials. Liang Guanjian's heart raced. China's military has made great progress, but Liang Guanjian is still worried that the stronger the military, the better. Xiaoqin, do these require hardware compatibility? Liang Guanjin inquired. Qinyang, of course, it needs to be compatible with the hardware. Director Liang, just tell me which enhancement you want and send me the hardware information, and I will match it for you. There's no charge, but I can't guarantee the progress of the work. I still have to take care of my child. Liang Guanjin smiled and said, Don't worry, Xiaoqin, it definitely won't affect your time taking care of the baby. You can do it whenever you have time. Liang Guanjin knew that Qinyang said this, but in reality, Qinyang often replied to emails late at night, and now even more experts and academicians were asking Qinyang questions. Xiaoqin, besides AI and drones, do you have any knowledge of other military applications? Liang Guanjin inquired. Luo Songheng and his team were already manufacturing missiles, but Liang Guanjin did not inquire about their situation. Qinyang, I know a little bit about missiles. Liang Guanjin was taken aback. Really? Xiaoqin, what's your level in missile technology? Liang Guanjin quickly inquired. Qinyang said, It's top tier globally. The level of my missiles is much lower than that of AI, about the same as drones. Liang Guanjin coughed lightly and said, Xiaoqin, could you arrange for a few more academicians in this field to exchange ideas with you? Qinyang, you can arrange it. But now I have a lot of people talking to me, and I can't guarantee that I can answer their questions in a timely manner. And there's no guarantee they can answer that. Liang Guanjin quickly replied, Of course. Xiaoqin, there's something else. Academician Chen wants to see you. Could you arrange a meeting between you two when you come to the capital? He originally intended to visit you to wish you a happy new year. Qinyang, it's not right for him to wish me a happy new year. The country's rapid development is inseparable from people like Academician Chen. That would be disrespectful to our seniors. It's no problem to meet in the capital. A faint smile appeared on Liang Guanjin's face. One thing he greatly admired about Qinyang was that Qinyang was very capable, but unlike some young people who become arrogant just because they have some talent. Xiaoqin, it's settled then. Qinyang, Director Liang, I have something to tell you. My factory will be producing a batch of man-portable missiles, and I need to send some of them out. Is this a gift for the powerful figure behind you? You can give it to him if you want, but you have to tell him not to use it recklessly in the country, and make sure it doesn't harm innocent civilians when it's used. Liang Guanjin gave instructions. He did not forbid Qinyang from sending this thing. On the one hand, the powerful figure behind Qinyang was very strong, and under normal circumstances, he had no need to use a missile. On the other hand, that powerful individual is an SS-level space ability user. Once Qinyang produces it, that powerful individual can directly take away the missile. It's impossible to completely ban it. Qinyang, Director Liang, don't worry about that. The powerful figure behind me shouldn't harm the innocent. That's good. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Jiang Muxue went over and opened the door. Elena smiled and said from outside the door, President Jiang, I made some pastries and brought some for you to try. Mood value plus 745. Jiang Muxue felt somewhat helpless. Elena didn't do anything outrageous, but she was always around. Sometimes they would go out to sunbathe or take a walk in the neighborhood, and that's when Elena would appear. The neighborhood is a public place, so how could we not let Elena walk around? Elena would occasionally come to visit, and Jiang Muxue couldn't bring herself to kick her out. Thank you, please come in. Jiang Muxue said. You can't hit someone who's smiling. What could Elena do when she brought over the pastries she had made? Mood value plus 746. Mood value plus 748. Qinyang stayed upstairs and didn't come down to see Elena, but soon Jiang Muxue contributed a lot of emotional points. System, what's my emotion score? Qinyang asked in his mind. Host, your current emotional value is 200,500. I can now get around 40,000 emotional points every day. Qinyang thought about it. You can save up your emotional points later to participate in the lucky draw during the Lantern Festival. We can use these 200,000 emotion points now. Chapter 291 2 SS Level Skills. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining SS Level Disguise Technique. The host originally possessed S-Level Disguise Technique, which has now been upgraded to SS Plus level. The system's voice rang in Qinyang's mind, and a large amount of information quickly flooded into his mind. Qinyang sensed some special energy entering his body, and his bones absorbed a great deal of it. This special energy would make it easier for him to disguise himself. I actually got this. Qinyang muttered to himself. An S-rank disguise technique is already quite good, but the range of change it can make is relatively small, and the height can only fluctuate within 10 centimeters. The range of changes is even greater when the disguise technique reaches SS plus level. There are no problems with changing one's height within 20 centimeters, and one can change one's height, weight, or build at will. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the SS level mental illusion skill. A massive amount of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind, and with the system's assistance, he quickly processed it. Mental illusion is a mental attack skill that can trap the target in a mental illusion created by the user. SS level mental illusions can be extremely realistic, and those who are not strong enough to attack them cannot distinguish between illusion and reality. This skill is not bad, Qin Yang muttered to himself. He currently has relatively few psychic abilities, only psychic piercing, psychic detection, and psychic suggestion, and even these abilities are only at the S+ level for psychic piercing. Other skill levels are also a bit low. Having this SS level mental illusion skill is much better. System, this lottery draw was pretty good, Qin Yang thought to himself. Although the probability of drawing good items has increased, with 100,000 emotion points, you'll most likely still draw an S-level reward. This time, I actually drew 2 SS level rewards. Knock knock. Jiang Muxue knocked on the door and entered the study. Husband. Jiang Muxue looked at Qin Yang with a depressed expression. Qin Yang hugged Jiang Muxue and kissed her, saying, Wife, why do you look so wronged? Tell me who bullied you, and I'll go beat them up to avenge you. Jiang Muxue said in a muffled voice. Who else could it be? Elena. She just came over to bring us pastries. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Isn't it good? A close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Mood value plus 755. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. She said irritably, Elena has no good intentions. Qin Yang, I think she meant well. She felt you were working hard at night and wanted to help you out. Jiang Muxue, mood value plus 756. Jiang Muxue reached her hand to Qin Yang's waist. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Do you want to win her over? Mom and Dad have left, and I have to go to work. You'll have a very convenient time from now on. You can visit her at home or something. Qin Yang chuckled and said, There's nothing I can do about it. Your husband is too handsome, so it's easy for other people to have their eyes on him. You stinky bastard. Jiang Muxue gave a soft snort. She knew Qin Yang wouldn't cheat on her easily, but Elena was so beautiful and outstanding, and with her constantly working hard, Qin Yang's defenses might be broken down at any time. Wife, if you can't stand it, just kick Elena out. Qin Yang said. Jiang Muxue said helplessly. How can I kick her out? She didn't say she wanted to steal my man. She bought the house. What reason do I have to kick her out since she's living here? Honey, I'm going to work tomorrow. You're not allowed to do anything reckless after I start working, okay? Qin Yang smiled and said, You don't have to go. It's not a big deal if Starry Sky Technology goes bankrupt. Jiang Muxue shook her head. I founded Star Technology, and I hope to see it become a great company. I can't just stay at home and sulk every day. If you cheat on me, I won't want you anymore, humph. Qin Yang, are the pastries Elena made delicious? Mood value plus 756. It's delicious, have some more. Jiang Muxue pouted. A secret base in the Eastern Sakura Kingdom. Aoki, this drug was developed by the organization, and a small vial like this costs hundreds of millions of yen. It could greatly enhance your strength, but it also carries certain risks. Are you willing to try it? A middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He held a pale blue vial in his hand. Team leader, how dangerous is it? How strong can you be? Aoki asked. The middle-aged man said, It's hard to say how dangerous it is. Everyone's situation is different. It might be very low, or it might be higher. It's also hard to say about strength. It should be able to reach SS rank at its highest. Think it over carefully. Aoki considered for a moment and said, Team leader, I'll use it. I'm sure I can activate my superpower. I believe you can do it too. The middle-aged man quickly injected Aoki with the medicine, then left, leaving Aoki in the room. This room is equipped with one-way mirrors. You can't see out from the inside, but you can see in from the outside. Soon, a look of pain appeared on Aoki's face. The middle-aged man outside calmly instructed, Record it. Yes, team leader. Aoki wasn't the first to come here for the injection. There had been about 30 people who had received it before, of whom 1/5 died and 2/5 were left disabled. However, 2/5 of them successfully activated their superpowers, but unfortunately, none of them were particularly strong. Yes. Two people were standing nearby, one with paper and pen, the other with a tablet to record everything about Aoki, so as to provide information for future improvements. Soon, Aoki inside began to scream in agony. Qin Yang's superpower potion was given to him by the system. It was mild, and there was no pain during the awakening process. However, the potion produced by Dongying Kingdom was not like that. The medicine they developed was very painful to take. If not taken properly, it could cause one to die in excruciating pain. 2 hours passed. Aoki was lying on the floor in the room, barely breathing, but not quite dead yet. Well, the middle-aged man sighed. Another one failed. These were all elites of the Empire who died. It takes a lot of effort to train a ninja. It's a pity that so many middle-aged people died. But he couldn't do anything about the orders from above. Tell me when you die. The middle-aged man turned to leave. Just then, the alarm suddenly went off, and the instruments in the room detected an increase in energy within the room. The middle-aged man quickly turned around. Flames suddenly burst into flames, burning away his clothes, but his hair remained untouched. Team leader, it's a success. Energy reaction level A, and it's still rising. One of the people recording said excitedly. The middle-aged man stared intently at the unconscious Aoki in the room. An hour later, the energy reaction reached S level. Well, excitement gleamed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Their base has suffered over a dozen deaths and injuries, but they've managed to produce one S-level ability user. Those dozen or so were no match for an S-class superhuman. Team leader, the energy reaction is starting to decrease. It's estimated that Aoki's strength is only at the mid-S rank. Another half hour passed, and one of the recorders said. The middle-aged man said, "You can't call him Aoki anymore. From now on, everyone, including me, has to call him Lord Aoki." Chapter 292. Over 1,000 ninjas missing? Captain Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Xian just arrived at Qin Yang's place. Zhang Xiangang said with a smile. Qin Yang, I've come to wish you a happy new year. A belated happy new year. Qin Yang, shall we talk in the study? Good. Zhang Xiangang nodded. I knew your arrival wouldn't be so simple. Qin Yang said as he walked. If Zhang Xiangang said it was fine to talk outside, it meant there was nothing important. If he wanted to talk in the study, it meant that Zhang Xiangang had come here for something important. Qin Yang and the others soon arrived at the study. Captain Zhang, what's so important that you made this trip during the Spring Festival? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Xiangang said with a solemn expression. Qin Yang, we have received intelligence that many ninjas from Dongying Kingdom have disappeared. Gone. Captain Zhang, what do you mean by that? It's impossible to keep it a secret if many ninjas from Dongying Kingdom come to China, is it? Qin Yang frowned. Zhang Xiangang, it's possible to keep it a secret. They definitely couldn't hide the fact that they came by plane, but it's possible if they came by boat. Qin Yang asked, what is their strength, and how many do they number? Their strength is not particularly strong. We currently estimate that there are about 200 or 300 of them. There may also be missing ninjas in other parts of the world. Zhang Xingang said. Qin Yang, Captain Zhang, you wanted to see me because... Zhang Xingang coughed lightly and said, Qin Yang, you have strong hacking skills. Can you hack into the intelligence agencies of the United States and Japan and obtain top-secret information in this regard? We do have skilled hackers ourselves, but none of them are as good as you. The disappearance of so many ninjas must mean something important has happened. Qin Yang, are there any unusual movements from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom and the United States military? Zhang Xingang shook his head. There have been many small moves, but no big moves. Qin Yang asked, Captain Zhang, are you aware of the god-making project? A plan to create a god? I don't know. I learned about this plan a few days ago, but I don't know the specifics of the god-making plan. Considering the disappearance of those ninjas, the god-making plan may have been launched. Zhang Xiangang said with an extremely solemn expression. Qin Yang, do you mean that Dongying Kingdom wants to create a god, and that they want to use drugs to stimulate the strength of those ninjas to greatly increase? Possibly. Qin Yang nodded. Zhang Xingang frowned. By doing this, many of those ninjas will definitely die, and their numbers will decrease, but some of them will definitely become much stronger. Their overall strength will increase. Qin Yang said, Captain Zhang, if that's the case, then there's another problem. If they do it this way, those ninjas who took the drugs definitely won't live for very long. This means they will have a big plan within a year or two. Zhang Xuangang's expression was extremely solemn. The martial arts world of Dongying is very powerful. Although their population is much smaller, the overall strength of their martial arts world is likely not much weaker than that of China. If they produce many more powerful individuals, the situation will become extremely dire. Qin Yang, please investigate this. Zhang Xiangang pleaded. We need to figure this out. Qin Yang nodded. Captain Zhang, don't worry, I will investigate. Among the martial artists of our country, I can definitely rank in the top 3 who have the greatest hatred for Dongying Kingdom. They won't miss me if they take any action in the future. Zhang Xiangang nodded. No one could possibly be overlooked except Qin Yang. You should have the missing ninja list, right? Have. Zhang Xiangang gave Qin Yang a USB drive. Not long after, Zhang Xian took his leave. Qin Yang arrived at the machine room in the basement. AI, check the list and see if you can find out where these people are now. Qin Yang plugged the USB drive into the channel. The AI quickly searched the internet, and soon its voice sounded. Master, they have left the city and have no electronic devices on them. No query can be performed without internet access. A map appeared on the computer. The AI marked the locations where they disappeared. These locations were everywhere, mostly on the outskirts of the city. Qin Yang stared at the map. These ninjas may not have actually left the city. They might have left first, avoiding surveillance, and then secretly returned to a research base together by car. Qin Yang thought for a moment and then instructed, System, use this list to expand your investigation to include more ninjas, both domestic and foreign. Let's see if we can find out more. AI, yes, Master. The AI quickly launched an investigation. Many ninjas from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom are scattered around the world, and China's intelligence capabilities abroad are not very strong, making it difficult to investigate the situation of those ninjas. But it's very simple for the AI. Many ninjas in the Eastern Cherry Kingdom are connected, and by following the clues, the AI can find the other ninjas. It was easy to determine whether the remaining ninjas were missing. You can simply check the other person's phone usage history. The device that is turned off is likely to have a problem. If your phone isn't turned off, you can open the camera and take a look. Master, a total of over 1,000 people have gone missing. That's what the AI replied. Qin Yang's expression changed slightly. The 9th Bureau of Security only found 200 or 300 people. If that's all and no other ninjas have gone missing, then it's possible that they were just conducting some kind of experiment. The situation is different when thousands of people are missing. It is highly likely that the Eastern Cherry Kingdom is not conducting an experiment, but rather that its God-making project has truly begun. Crackling and popping. Qin Yang began hacking and searching for information. After successfully hacking in, he had the AI assist in the analysis. But after 2 hours of work, Qin Yang hadn't gotten anything out of it, and it's very likely that this information wasn't posted online. Beep beep. Qin Yang called Zhang Xiangang. Captain Zhang, I haven't found the specific plan, but I've discovered a problem. It's not just 200 or 300 people who have gone missing, but over 1,000 ninjas. Other countries also have Dongying Kingdom. Zhang Xiangang gasped. Thousands of ninjas have gone missing. This must be a big operation. A mere 1,000 ninjas would be a formidable force. In the event of war, each of them could easily kill 30 to 50 people on average, if their strength increases significantly again in the short term. Qin Yang, are you sure? Qin Yang said, it's basically confirmed. Zhang Xian had just hung up the phone and rushed to report to his superiors. In this situation, Dongying Kingdom is probably gambling with its national destiny again. A storm is brewing. Qin Yang muttered to himself. We still need to continue improving our strength. We're quite strong now, but it's still not enough. Beep beep. Qin Yang's phone suddenly rang. Mom, is something wrong? Qin Yang quickly answered the phone and asked. Qin Yang's mother, Chen Ping, said with a smile. Son, I've become stronger. I feel like I've reached the late stage of S rank, and my mental strength is still increasing. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what it was about. He laughed and said, Mom, I told you before, you have a very good chance of reaching the peak of S rank after taking that pill. I estimate you'll reach it around the Lantern Festival. By then, you will be a top expert in the world. How many SS-level superhumans are there in the world? S-rank perfection is definitely a top-tier expert in the world. Chapter 293 New Type of Explosive Exposed. Beep beep. Liang Guanjin called. Director Liang, what is it? On the other end of the phone, Liang Guanjin said, Xiaoqin, there's something we'd like to ask for your opinion on. Qin Yang. Director Liang, just tell me what it is. Liang Guanjin. Thousands of ninjas from Dongying Kingdom have gone missing. They must have some big plans. To prevent them from causing trouble, we need to show them what we're capable of. We plan to fire a hypersonic missile, and the missile's munitions will use the new explosives you have been researching. What do you think? Qin Yang laughed and said, Director Liang, you don't need to ask me about this. The explosives have been sold to you. How you use them is your own business. Liang Guanjian, I still have to tell you, other countries will definitely investigate our test launches thoroughly, and it is very likely that it will be found out that you sold the explosives. Your troubles will increase. Qin Yang said, Since I've put it out for sale, it's only a matter of time before other countries find out. I'm still wondering why you haven't put it out yet. When it's time to draw your sword, you have to draw your sword. Liang Guanjin laughed and said, Since you put it that way, I'll report it. I estimate we'll have a test launch tomorrow. The missiles are still the same missiles as before, but the explosives have been changed, increasing their power by more than 10 times. That should give the enemy a real headache. The new type of explosive developed by Qin Yang is only 3 times more powerful than a pure nitrogen anionic salt bomb, but its power is indeed more than 10 times that of a conventional bomb. Previously, only conventional ammunition was used in test firings. Director Liang, you need to issue a notice first, and it would be best to invite some media to witness the effects of the attack. It would also be advisable to inspect the target location before the attack. Otherwise, people will think we planted a bomb beforehand. Qin Yang said, Liang Guanjian, Shaoqin, you're right. With such a powerful explosion, others might indeed become suspicious. I reported the situation to the higher authorities. Liang Guanjian quickly communicated with the relevant parties, and not long after, Qin Yang saw a news report that China would test fire a medium to long-range hypersonic missile. China also invited media to observe the event on site. This news quickly attracted the attention of many media outlets. If a missile were to be tested at the home of the Indian leader, I doubt many reporters would dare to go to the site to watch, even from several kilometers away, as it would be extremely unsafe. But everyone is very confident in China's missiles. The missile's attack error is estimated to be no more than 10 meters. Why the sudden urge to test fire a missile? Hasn't this type of missile been test fired before? I reckon there's something new again. Many netizens discussed the matter online, and intelligence agencies from various countries quickly investigated the cause. The next day, many reporters arrived at the observation site. Dear journalists, that rocky mountain is our target for this attack. You can go and take a look before we attack. The attack will be launched in 2 hours. The military has organized a response. Many reporters went to the Rocky Mountain. The mountain wasn't very big, but it was made of hard granite, so ordinary bombs would have little effect. Reporters flocked to report on it. Many people around the world are paying attention to this test launch. They knew that China must have something good to reveal after making such a big fuss this time. 2 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. 1,500 kilometers away. Boom! A hypersonic missile takes off at an extremely high speed, reaching a terrifying speed of Mach 10. 3,400 meters per second. It only takes a dozen minutes to travel 1,500 kilometers. The media reporters retreated 2 kilometers away, their various cameras ready to take pictures. The large screen showed a missile streaking across the sky. There's nothing special about it. The speed is unchanged compared to before. If there are no surprises, China will make a fool of itself this time. Some reporters were discussing it in hushed tones. The missiles arrived quickly. Boom! The missile struck its target at terrifying speed, and an instantaneous, horrific explosion occurred, shattering the entire Rocky Mountain and sending a huge mushroom cloud into the air. The observing reporters were dumbfounded. Is this the effect of a missile bombardment? Could China have planted miniature mushroom bombs inside its missiles? The shockwave arrived quickly. Even at a distance of 2 kilometers, the shockwave was still very strong. Fortunately, they have protective gear here that can withstand the shockwave. God, what did I see? How could the missile be so powerful? Were we just sure it wasn't a small mushroom bomb that was used? The reporters began to speak. Military personnel stepped forward to reassure everyone. Dear journalists, there's no need to worry. We absolutely did not use any mushroom bombs, and there will be no radiation. This missile uses a new type of explosive, which is green, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free. A reporter immediately raised his hand and asked, how many times more powerful is this new type of explosive compared to traditional explosives? A military spokesperson said, This explosive is more than 10 times more powerful than traditional TNT. One missile strike is more effective than a dozen. It is very effective against large moving targets at sea or bases deep underground. The American reporters present changed their expressions. Large mobile maritime targets are mainly aircraft carriers. This is a show of force from China. That mountain is gone. A reporter looked into the distance in astonishment. The dust settled, and the mountain that was just there was gone. Although the Rocky Mountain wasn't very big, it was made entirely of granite and was very solid. It was amazing that such a rocky mountain was destroyed by a missile. This power is terrifying. Dear journalists, I have a few more gadgets to show you. The military spokesperson said with a smile. A soldier took out a conventional hand grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it forcefully. Boom! A sound much louder than a regular hand grenade rang out. A fairly large crater was blown into the ground. The reporters were shocked once again. That's not a grenade, that's a mortar. Soon the military brought out a mortar, and the shells were fired with an explosive force comparable to heavy howitzers. It feels good. I have a phobia of insufficient firepower, but after watching this demonstration, I feel that my condition has improved a bit. This new type of explosive is great. It's environmentally friendly. I'm an environmentalist, and we should produce more of this new type of explosive. This new type of explosive is probably quite expensive. It's a bit extravagant to use it in hand grenades, but it would be incredibly cost-effective to use it in missiles and rockets. Countless Chinese netizens watching the live stream were thrilled. This new type of explosive is incredibly powerful. Check it out. Get the formula for this explosive as soon as possible. The head of U.S. intelligence looked grim. China does not have this new type of explosive, and they would suffer greatly if war broke out. The missiles fired by China are fast, accurate, and incredibly powerful. How can we possibly compete? Baka. Many people in Dongying Kingdom looked extremely grim. The U.S. is doing a bit better. They feel immense pressure. I suspect that Qin Yang was the one who developed this explosive. Qin Yang has a military factory. A person from the intelligence department of the Eastern Sakura Kingdom said in a deep voice. Chapter 294 New Type of Drone. A secret address of the Fujiwara family. Fujiwara Jiro arrived in front of his father, Fujiwara II. Father, has the plan to create a god been leaked? This action by China feels like a warning to us. Fujiwara Jiro frowned. Fujiwara said calmly. Many of our ninjas have gone missing. The intelligence agents in China are not to be underestimated. They will definitely notice this. The god-making plan should not have been leaked yet, but this launch is indeed very likely a warning to us. Fujiwara Jiro nodded. The launch plan was so sudden, and the new type of explosive was even exposed directly. Father, I've thought of something. When the Golden Sands gang in Myanmar was attacked, the explosion was very powerful. It's very likely that it was this kind of explosive. Fujiwara narrowed his eyes. I thought of that too. This explosive was probably developed by Qin Yang. We need to find a way to get a sample from Qin Yang's military factory. Otherwise, we'll be in a very passive position if war breaks out. Fujiwara Jiro nodded and said, Indeed, this kind of explosive is terrifying. Its power is more than 10 times that of conventional explosives. I just don't know how much it costs. Fujiwara. Even if it's expensive, China can definitely afford to use it in missiles. The high price of missiles is mainly due to other factors. Jiro Fujiwara. Its power is very strong, which means that even a small drone can be extremely powerful. A small drone can destroy a tank. Small drones carrying this new type of explosive pose a much greater threat to martial artists and superhumans. Fujiwara frowned slightly. The increased threat to martial artists is indeed a problem. Medium and large drones are easier for martial artists to dodge. These drones are not flexible enough and are loud, so martial artists and superhumans can detect them from a great distance. Small drones or flying vehicles can carry small bombs. Martial artists or those with supernatural abilities react quickly. In the past, when drones approached them, they could quickly dodge and escape the killing range by moving 5 or 6 meters away. If new types of explosives are used, the explosive power is increased more than tenfold. They might need to run at least 20 meters away to be safe. The difference between 5 or 6 meters and 20 meters is huge. Most martial artists don't have enough time to dodge 20 meters in time. Like I said, we need to have it. If we also had this, it wouldn't pose a threat to us. Fujiwara said in a deep voice. Fujiwara Jiro. Father, I will make arrangements. There are quite a few people in that factory who should be able to come up with a solution. Fujiwara waved his hand. Go ahead and get busy. Report any important news to me immediately. Don't make phone calls. You might be wiretapped. Fujiwara Jiro bowed and left. Qin Yang drove to his military factory. He brought Xiaobai over. Meow. As soon as Qin Yang opened the car door, Xiaobai ran away. Luo Songheng, who was standing next to him, quickly said, Boss, I'll arrange for someone to bring your little white cat back later. Qin Yang waved his hand. No need to arrest them. If it wants to go back, it will naturally come back with me. He brought Xiaobai here on purpose. The new type of explosive has been completely exposed, and this military factory is now sure to attract global attention. It is very likely that martial artists and superhumans will infiltrate it. Xiaobai is here to catch spies. The factory's current arrangements are quite strict, but they can't handle powerful martial artists or superhumans. It's much better with Xiaobai guarding this place. His house has a guardian unicorn, so there's not much of a problem. Even SS-level superhumans who break into his house don't have a good ending. Okay, boss. Luo Songheng nodded. Take me to see the drones and missiles you've developed. Yes, boss. Luo Songheng led Qin Yang to a warehouse. This warehouse contained many manufactured drones. There were also several boxes of man-portable missiles. Boss, this is the drone you designed. It's a bit more expensive to make, but its performance is greatly improved. Luo Songheng said. At this point, Luo Songheng paused. Boss, isn't its performance a bit excessive? Experts at the chip factory say that its computing power is far from excessive. Changing to a different chip can reduce the cost by 200 yuan. Qin Yang said. Only with powerful chips can we upgrade. These drones need to improve their AI autonomous decision-making capabilities. He then took out his phone. Qin Yang quickly connected to one of the drones using his mobile phone. He sent an installation package to the drone. The installation package contains an AI program written by Qin Yang. This drone was designed by Qin Yang himself, and he is very clear about its performance, so the program is a perfect match. The program installed automatically very quickly. Take off. Qin Yang spoke directly. The drone quickly took off on its own. Qin Yang said, conduct a thorough inspection of this warehouse to see if there is anyone else besides the two of us. Buzz. The drone flew out and began its inspection. Luo Songheng stared at the drone in surprise. This drone was clearly unmanned, but it could understand and quickly execute Qin Yang's commands. Boss, this. Luo Song was shocked. Qin Yang said, I installed an AI program that gives it human-like thinking abilities. It doesn't need precise control, just give it commands. That's too strong. Luo Songheng was amazed. Most drones nowadays require control, which can be quite cumbersome. Large-scale drone shows can control many drones at once, but that involves a fixed procedure. The drone returned from its patrol very quickly. Master, no one else has been found. Sounds came from inside the drone. Luo Songheng said, no wonder we need a loudspeaker. We thought it could be eliminated. Qin Yang said, turn on your own Wi-Fi and transfer the AI program I just gave you to the other drones here. The other drones will receive the message and transmit it in the same way. The drone hovering in front of me said, yes, master. 10 drones were displayed, and soon all 10 drones were equipped with AI programs. All drones take off. Qin Yang gave the order. The remaining drones that had not yet taken off quickly took off as well. Qin Yang looked at Luo Songheng and smiled. Director Luo, these drones are very easy to control. They can be used to secretly monitor the area around the factory. Luo Songheng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, Boss, do you mean we need a surveillance system on the surface, and also these drones monitoring us secretly? Qin Yang nodded. These drones can monitor from a distance, and the enemy may be detected before they get close to the factory. Once they detect the enemy, they can quickly surround them. Luo Songheng. Boss, am I supposed to control these things? You can control it remotely yourself. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, I can take control of it. He doesn't need to control any of these things himself. He can let the AI control them, and the AI can control them very well. Director Luo, arrange their charging locations. They will automatically return to charge when they run out of power. Qin Yang said. Luo Songheng nodded. Don't worry, boss. I will set up charging points in some safe and discreet locations. Qin Yang, how many drones are there in total? How many man-portable missiles are there? Chapter 295 The Invaders of the Military Factory. Luo Songheng said. We have 3,000 drones, each carrying a pound of new bombs. We just developed the man-portable missiles, and we've only made 60 or 70 in total. Qin Yang opened a box of missiles. These missiles are only about 30 centimeters long, and it is not difficult for one person to carry more than a dozen. Does the range and other specifications meet the design requirements? Qin Yang picked up a missile and asked. Luo Songheng, boss, it matches perfectly. Its maximum range can reach 3,600 meters, and helicopters within that range would have a hard time escaping its attack. When equipped with a new type of explosive, it can destroy heavy tanks. Qin Yang nodded slightly. One advantage of man-portable missiles compared to drones is that they are much faster. Director Luo, how's the missile production line going? Qin Yang inquired. Luo Songheng, the new production line hasn't arrived yet, but it should arrive soon and be put into production within a month. However, we don't have any orders yet. This new type of man-portable missile has not yet been demonstrated. Qin Yang, you don't need to worry about the orders. Once the production line is here, you should go all out to produce. Let's start by producing 100,000 of these missiles. Luo Songheng was taken aback. Boss, are you producing this much? Boss, this is much more expensive than a drone, and since it's peacetime now, it might not sell. Qin Yang said, each one costs around 100,000. Even if we produce 100,000, the total cost would only be 10 billion. Even if we can't sell them, I can afford to lose 10 billion. Luo Songheng clicked his tongue in amazement. My boss is really rich and powerful. Boss, where's the new drone? Should we produce to order or produce in bulk? Luo Songheng inquired. Qin Yang, drones are cheaper, so let's produce more of them, starting with 300,000 units. Luo Songheng, my boss is really too capricious. The cost of 300,000 new drones is another several billion. Senior, you should take these drones and missiles. Director Liang said to use them with caution in China. Qin Yang suddenly looked up and said. Luo Songheng looked up, but saw nothing. But the drones in the warehouse disappeared quickly, and the boxes of missiles also vanished instantly. Boss, this is... Luo Songheng said. Qin Yang said, I have a powerful backer. He is a space ability user. Haven't you heard of him? He's here, and these things are gifts for him. The higher-ups know about this. Luo Songheng nodded. Boss, I'm only in charge of production. How you use the things you produce is your business. Qin Yang, don't worry about losing your jobs. Even if there are no orders, you still need to maximize production capacity. I never expected you to make money from this factory. I have a fear of insufficient firepower. Luo Songheng smiled and nodded. I have some too. Boss, in that case, I'll go all out with production. Qin Yang nodded slightly. You can continue producing. He earns at least several billion US dollars every year, and the production of what I just mentioned would easily bring in 2 billion US dollars. I can afford it. Money earned but not spent is just a number. It's best if these weapons aren't used immediately after they're produced. Their value will become apparent if they are used later. Boss, those missiles also have chips inside. Can they also load AI programs? Luo Songheng inquired. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Yes, it can be loaded. With this, their attacks will be more precise. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 4 in the morning, the cold wind was howling and it was raining. An S-rank water attribute ability user approached, his figure perfectly concealed in the rain. The Qin Yang arsenal was surrounded by armed police, various cameras, and even infrared detection equipment. But neither the people nor the equipment detected this superhuman. Luo Songheng is at the factory. This superhuman was after Luo Songheng. He also wanted to steal some samples from the factory. The organization behind him investigated and found that the employees in the arsenal did not know the formula for the new bomb. Moreover, it would be difficult for ordinary employees to smuggle it out. When they leave work, they have to pass through the equipment, and there are several dogs guarding the exit. If someone tries to smuggle something in, there's no way to avoid it. Meow. Xiaobai stood up. It has been guarding the armory recently. The superhuman who infiltrated is a top-tier S-class expert, very powerful, but Xiaobai's sensory abilities are also strong. Xiaobai arrived in front of a drone. Meow, meow, meow. It cried out 3 times. Buzz. The drone immediately took off. Qin Yang had already instructed the AI that Xiaobai's actions indicated that the enemy had been detected and the drone needed to act immediately. Buzz. Buzz. Drones also took off from several other locations. The superhuman who had sneaked in heard the commotion. He quickly stopped advancing and hid in a puddle. Xiaobai circled around the area where the superpowered individuals were hiding. This circle is a perfect circle. This is an attack signal. The attack location was the circular area it circled. Buzz! One of the drones flew over. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. The number of bombs inside the drone was reduced, but the explosion was still very loud. The explosion was very powerful. What happened? Luo Songheng was awakened by the sound of the explosion. His expression changed drastically. An explosion in the factory was a major event. If an explosion occurs inside the warehouse, then we're doomed. Cough, cough. The hidden superhuman has appeared. He lost a leg in the explosion and had many other wounds on his body. Even if he were a fully fledged S-class superhuman, he would still find it difficult to withstand such a powerful explosion at close range. Buzz! One drone after another approached. The superhuman who was blown out was deathly pale, and fear was evident in his eyes. These drones were likely carrying new types of bombs. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The man shouted in very broken Chinese. He probably learned this phrase before he came, so that he could beg for mercy in Chinese if something went wrong. Splash. Several guards arrived quickly. Don't move. The guards all aimed their guns at the superhuman. The surrounded superhuman dared not move at all, and since his leg had been blown off, it was not easy for him to move. Luo Songheng arrived nearby quickly, but he did not approach. Superpowered individuals have all sorts of methods. If he gets close and gets caught by one, he'll be in trouble. Give him 2 tranquilizer shots. Luo Songheng gave the instructions. Soon the superhuman was shot twice, and the 2 shots of anesthetic had no effect on the elephant. Beep beep. Luo Songheng dialed Qin Yang's number. Director Luo, what's the matter? Qin Yang took his phone and went to the study. Luo Songheng. Boss, there's an intruder. The outer security didn't detect it. The intruder is probably a superhuman. The intruder was a white man. He lost a leg when our drone blew it off. Chapter 295 Branding Iron for Hemostasis and Disinfection. Qin Yang said, no matter who he is, if he sneaks into our factory, he deserves to be blown up or maimed. Director Luo, don't get too close to him. Even if the superhuman is injured by the explosion, he might still be able to capture you. Luo Songheng. Boss, I didn't get close. I had someone shoot him twice with a tranquilizer gun. The intruder is now anesthetized, and the doctor is stopping the bleeding. Qin Yang. The superhuman might wake up. After you stop the bleeding, lock him up and evacuate everyone. I'll leave immediately and be there in an hour. Okay, boss. Qin Yang hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, he called Shinfeng. Shinfeng answered immediately. The amount of explosives in the drone had been reduced, but the explosion was still very loud. Someone called the police, and Shinfeng had already received a call from his subordinates. Mr. Qin, is it about the factory explosion? What happened? Shinfeng quickly replied. He was actually about to call Qin Yang, but it was the middle of the night, and he was afraid of disturbing Qin Yang. Qin Yang. A superhuman infiltrated the factory and was detected by the drone monitoring system. One of the drones crippled the superhuman. I'm going there now. Captain Shen, please calm down the people in the surrounding area. Shinfeng said, the public isn't worried. The military factory is over 100 meters away from the nearest residential building. Qin Yang, we can handle the infiltration of the superhuman. You didn't need to make this trip. Qin Yang, the intruder is a white man, and I estimate that he has at least the late stage of S-level cultivation. There may be other superhumans secretly helping him. That's your job. Shinfeng coughed lightly. He was merely a martial artist at the peak of the Dark Force realm. With a gun in hand and the help of the others, he could handle ordinary S-class ability users, but late-stage S-class ability users were beyond their ability to deal with. Qin Yang, see you later. Shinfeng hung up the phone after speaking. He definitely has to go if something like this happens. Qin Yang arrived in less than an hour. It normally takes an hour and a half to get from home to the factory, but now that it's late at night and there aren't many cars on the road, Qin Yang sped up a bit to hurry over. Qin Yang, Shinfeng, and the others came to greet them. They arrived a while earlier. Qin Yang, Captain Shun, I just sped. Could you please contact the traffic police department to help me with this? Shinfeng laughed and said, I don't think I need to handle it. The traffic police probably won't care about your license plate. Qin Yang, your status level includes some privileges. Shinfeng knew that Qin Yang's status was S-level. That's good. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Luo Songheng, boss, that person hasn't woken up yet, but he has moved slightly. He'll probably wake up soon. The physical endurance of an S-level ability user is really strong. Qin Yang, Not all S-class ability users have such a strong resistance to and ability to break down anesthetics. Let's go take a look. Not long after, Qin Yang and his group saw the superhuman. Captain Shen, do you know this person? Qin Yang inquired. Shen Feng shook his head. I don't know him. I know almost all the top-tier S-class ability users in the world. Is this person not that strong? Qin Yang. He is at the peak of S rank. Shen Feng's pupils contracted slightly. It turned out to be a top-tier S-rank ability user at the peak of their abilities. No wonder he hadn't sensed how strong the other person was. Shen Feng could sense the strength of early and mid-stage S-rank ability users, but his ability to sense late-stage S-rank ability users would decrease. He couldn't sense much from an S-rank perfect expert. You're awake, and don't you plan to open your eyes and take a look? Qin Yang said calmly in English. The lying superhuman slowly opened his eyes. He was a water attribute superhuman, and his body had a strong ability to process anesthetics that had entered his system, but it hasn't been fully resolved yet. He had originally thought that once he fully resumed his operations, he might be able to escape by capturing a person of high status. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang discovered it. You'd better let me go. The organization behind me is not one you can afford to offend, the white man said in a deep voice. Qin Yang, it seems you're from the United States, and the organization behind you is a very powerful one, right? Tell me about it, and see if it can scare me. If I'm scared, I might let you go. The white man remained silent. He's not stupid. He can't reveal the organization behind him. Qin Yang said calmly. You dare not say? If you dare not say, then the organization behind you isn't that powerful. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Director Luo, shouldn't the factory have some red-hot iron blocks? Luo Songheng nodded. Boss, yes. This is a military factory. Qin Yang said. Have someone bring a few pieces over. His leg is still bleeding. Let's treat the wound first. Okay, boss. Luo Songheng made a phone call. A few minutes later, someone came over carrying a steel bucket, inside which were several dark red iron blocks. What do you want to do? The white man was terrified. Qin Yang said. Your leg was blown off. The broken leg is too shattered to be reattached. I'll use an iron block to treat this broken leg for you. Let me treat the rest of your wounds as well. This will help prevent infection. You're welcome. The white man's face showed fear, and he said sternly, Qin Yang, you can't do this. If you do this, the organization behind me will not let you off the hook. Qin Yang, I'm just trying to be helpful. If your wound gets infected, it could be fatal. The white man said, I won't get infected. I'm a perfect S-class water attribute ability user. It won't be so easy for bacteria to multiply and cause damage in my body. I don't need this. Qin Yang shook his head. No, you need it. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of iron with tongs, and the white man said in fear, No, you can't do that. Oh, the white man screamed the next second. Qin Yang pressed the iron block onto the man's broken leg. The anesthetic was still somewhat effective, but even so, the excruciating pain made the white man feel like he was dying. Sizzle. A meaty aroma wafted out, but the aroma of meat quickly turned into the smell of burning. I'll talk. The white man screamed in agony. Qin Yang moved the iron block away. He laughed and said, Although it was a bit rough, your leg is less likely to get infected now. Should we treat the other wounds as well? The white man quickly shouted, No need. My name is Anglu, and my organization is the European Imperial Cult. Qin Yang looked at Shen Feng and said, Captain Shen, have you heard of him? Shen Feng shook his head. Anglu. Our imperial church is very powerful and controls many forces, but we are hidden in the shadows, and the world is unaware of our existence. Qin Yang stared into Anglu's eyes. He possessed late-stage SS-level mental strength, but Anglu also had S-level perfection. He couldn't directly determine from Anglu's words whether Anglu had just lied. Anglu, make a phone call. Call the high-ranking figures in your imperial cult. Qin Yang said calmly. Chapter 296 The Situation of the Emperor's Cult. Anglu, I am in a high position. Qin Yang, with your S-level perfect cultivation, I naturally know that you are a high-ranking member of the Emperor's sect. You can just call someone whose status is no lower than yours. By the way, what is your position in the imperial cult? What are the different positions in your imperial cult from top to bottom? Anglu remained silent. These are all secrets of the imperial cult. Qin Yang picked up a piece of iron with the pliers. The iron wasn't as red-hot anymore, but you could still see the red glow. If it landed on him, it would still burn him to the point of unbearable pain. Anglu, don't rush, tell me slowly. Let me treat your wound first to prevent it from getting infected if left untreated. Qin Yang smiled and said, Anglu. He gritted his teeth and said, I am a black cardinal. In our imperial church, the highest-ranking person is the pope, then the vice president, and then the 3 bishops. They are cardinals, black-robed cardinals, and white-robed cardinals. Qin Yang asked, what are the responsibilities of the 3 bishops respectively? Anglu. The cardinals are in charge of missionary work. If the current leader is in trouble, the cardinal will become the new leader. The black cardinal is in charge of killing. The white-robed bishop is in charge of the money. Shen Feng asked in confusion. The sect leader is in trouble, and the one who takes over as sect leader is not the vice-sect leader, but the cardinal? Anglu shook his head. That's not how it is. The vice leader is there to assist the leader and can never become the leader himself. Otherwise, the vice leader might harm the leader. The vice chairman is usually promoted from a black cardinal, and a black cardinal who is in charge of killing is not suitable to become the leader. Qin Yang asked, where do you rank in terms of strength within your sect? Anglu. I'm not too sure about the specifics. The vice leader used to be at the peak of S rank, but he hasn't made a move in a long time, so I don't know what his strength is now. The sect leader's strength is probably not as great as mine, but as far as I know, our Emperor sect's leader has an extremely powerful treasure that can kill top experts. Only the sect leader knows what this treasure is. Qin Yang pondered. Blue Star has existed for billions of years. There are things like spirit stones on Blue Star, as well as other treasures. It is not surprising that the Emperor sect has such a treasure. Call your cardinal. Qin Yang said calmly. Since the cardinal is the successor to the papacy, he should not leave the headquarters easily. He needs to know where the imperial religion is located. Qin Yang handed his phone to Anglu. Anglu said with a gloomy face, Qin Yang, I have already told you a lot of things. If you continue to investigate, it will not be good for you and your family. If you let me go, I can compensate you. And I promise you I will never come back again. Qin Yang said calmly, make a phone call. I would have treated you if you hadn't called. Anglu. Qin Yang, have you thought this through? Once you make this call, you'll never be able to get rid of it. Smack. Qin Yang slapped Anglu across the face. Did I give you face? You came here to steal things and then threaten me? Anglu was furious. As a top-tier expert at the peak of S rank and the black-robed leader of the Emperor's cult, he was treated with great respect by European nobles. Yet, he was slapped in the face. Qin Yang, you. Anglu glared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at Luo Songheng. Director Luo, have someone send some more new iron blocks. These are too cold. Okay, boss. Luo Songheng nodded. Anglu. Qin Yang then threatened him with a red-hot iron block. He didn't understand other languages, but he understood this scalding hot language. I'll hit. Anglu gritted his teeth and said. He knew he would suffer the consequences if he didn't fight back. Qin Yang didn't mince words. If he didn't say anything, he would definitely continue to treat him. Beep beep. Anglu quickly dialed the number. A call from China? Cardinal Joseph of the Imperial Church was puzzled. He had no friends in China, so who in China would call him? After thinking about it, Joseph answered the call anyway. Scam calls shouldn't reach him. Hello. Joseph began to speak. Anglu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Joseph, it's me. I was captured after coming to China. You must save me. Joseph's expression changed. He recognized the voice as Anglu's. Anglu was a top-tier S-rank expert. Had he been captured? Anglu, who captured you? We will definitely find a way to save you. Joseph quickly replied. Anglu said, I was captured by Qin Yang. The new type of explosive that China recently showcased must have been developed by Qin Yang, and I wanted to come here to get the formula. Qin Yang extended his hand. Anglu returned the phone to Qin Yang. Qin Yang said calmly, Mr. Joseph, I am Qin Yang. You can redeem Anglu for 10 billion euros. Joseph, although the Imperial Church is wealthy, 10 billion euros is still a large sum of money for them. Qin Yang, the Imperial cult is not to be trifled with. Are you sure you want to detain Anglu and defend the Imperial cult? Joseph said in a deep voice. If you release Anglu, we can live in peace. Qin Yang sneered. Mr. Joseph, are you implying that you're not to be trifled with, but that I'm easy to bully? Just because I've captured your people, I have to obediently release them? You have 3 days to consider. After saying that, Qin Yang hung up the phone. Damn it, Joseph frowned. He quickly reported the situation. Shen Feng asked Qin Yang. Qin Yang, what about Anglu? He might escape if we lock him up here. Qin Yang said, I'll take him away later. It's not safe to keep him here or at your place. He's strong, and someone might come to his rescue. Shen Feng nodded slightly. Anglu, are you sure you don't want to treat your other wounds? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Anglu, he gritted his teeth and said, no need. Qin Yang, since the other wounds don't need it, then you can settle the cost of disinfecting the wound on your leg. It's not much, just 1 billion euros will do. Anglu's eyes widened. What did you say? You branded me with a red-hot iron, and you expect me to pay you? Qin Yang curled his lip. Mr. Anglu, I don't like hearing that. You came to steal things, and I kindly helped you with your treatment. How can you say that to me? If you say that, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yang picked up a piece of red-hot iron. This piece of iron was delivered later, and it was still very hot. 1 billion euros is too expensive. I don't have that much money. 100 million euros. Anglu gritted his teeth and said, 1 billion euros, not a penny less. After I treat your second wound, it will be 2 billion euros. Qin Yang said with a smile. Anglu. Qin Yang looked at Anglu's face seriously and said, I think you need to treat this wound on your face. An infection from this wound could easily affect your brain. He brought the branding iron closer. Anglu felt the incredible heat from the soldering iron. I'll give it to you. Anglu gritted his teeth and said, given Anglu's strength and status, he could certainly come up with 1 billion euros, but it wouldn't be an easy task. This is cash, not an asset. Qin Yang smiled and said, that's more like it. I treated you, so it's only right that you pay for the treatment. Anglu. He was filled with deep regret. What are you doing here in China? Chapter 297 Husband. I have an assassin here. Anglu gritted his teeth and transferred 1 billion euros to Qin Yang. His heart was bleeding. He got burned by Qin Yang with a branding iron and still had to pay him money? What kind of nonsense is this? Director Shun, would you like some? Qin Yang looked at Shen Feng and smiled. Shen Feng shook his head repeatedly. Don't get me into trouble. If you can accept this kind of money, how can I, representing the country, accept it? Besides, with my limited power, what if the Emperor's sect doesn't dare to retaliate against you, but comes after me instead? Qin Yang shrugged and said, that's a pity. You'll just have to watch me enjoy the benefits all by myself for 1 billion euros. Shen Feng said, we didn't do anything. When we arrived, Anglu had already been captured by you, and you were the one who interrogated him. Qin Yang shook his head. Captain Shun, this isn't an interrogation, it's treatment. It's only right that we charge him for his treatment. Shen Feng. Qin Yang, will the Emperor's Church give you 10 billion euros? Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, that's hard to say. It depends on the Emperor's Church's financial resources and how much importance it attaches to Anguru. Anguru's influence also needs to be taken into account. Someone from them should be coming to negotiate. Director Shun, will you be participating in the negotiations? Shen Feng shook his head. I'll pass. You can talk to them yourself. I'm not getting involved. It's not appropriate for me to represent the country and get involved in this kind of thing. All right. Qin Yang reached out and sealed Anglu's acupoints, and Anglu immediately felt his strength in his hands and feet decrease. Qin Yang, what have you done? Anglu spoke in loud, fluent English. Qin Yang said calmly, keep your voice down. If you speak too loudly and disturb me, I'll have to charge you. Anglu was speechless. You have to pay to speak louder? What did you just do to me? I feel so weak. Anglu lowered his voice. Qin Yang, I have sealed your acupoints, which has affected the flow of qi and blood in your body. Your strength is now weaker than that of an ordinary man. Anglu sighed inwardly. It seems there's little hope of escaping. Director Luo, could you please arrange a truck to take him to my home? Qin Yang gave the instructions. Anglu had a broken leg and other injuries, and Qin Yang didn't want him to get his car dirty. Okay, boss. Anglu was quickly lifted onto the truck. He was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Qin Yang arrived home an hour and a half later. It was already daylight. Mood value plus 766. Jiang Mushua went downstairs to the garage and asked in confusion, Honey, what's going on? Anglu was carried down. You can leave now, Qin Yang said. After the two security guards left the factory, he looked at Jiang Mushua and said, he infiltrated my factory and had his leg blown off by the surveillance drone. He is a perfect S-class superhuman. Jiang Mushua stared at Anglu in surprise. Anglu was actually a perfect S-rank expert, but he looks quite miserable now. Wife, I've locked him in the basement. Don't go to the basement, and don't tell Cheng Hong and the others not to go there either. Qin Yang said. Jiang Mushua nodded. Honey, You go ahead and do your work. Anglu was quickly taken to the basement, which contained a gym, a computer room, and 3 other rooms. Anglu was locked in a storage room. Qin Yang, could we change rooms? Anglu asked, somewhat frustrated. Qin Yang, it's already quite good that you have a storage room to live in. Anglu, tell me more about your imperial cult. I'm very interested. Anglu closed his eyes and remained silent. Don't you want to eat? You're badly injured. You'll die if you don't eat. Qin Yang said calmly. Anglu, he was usually a very domineering person, but when he met Qin Yang, he found himself being thoroughly manipulated. What aspect do you want to know? Anglu gritted his teeth and said. Qin Yang chuckled and said, all aspects. What kind of powerful figures does your emperor's sect have? Where is the emperor's sect headquarters located? What are its strongholds? Which families and companies are controlled by the emperor's cult? Which other high-ranking believers are also part of the emperor's cult? Anglu, if he were to reveal all of this, even if he returned to the sect, he feared there would be no place for him there. You don't want to talk about it? If you don't tell me, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. Qin Yang smiled and said. Anglu's face darkened. You're a devil. I've met many Chinese people, and they're all kinder than you. Qin Yang chuckled and said, thank you for the compliment. I was just speaking to you in a language you can understand. If you don't tell me, I'll go find some ants and sprinkle some sugar on your wound. They'll like it. Anglu's lips twitched. I said. Qin Yang said, don't lie to me. Someone from your emperor's church is coming to negotiate. I will verify with them. Besides, my network skills are pretty good. Anglu began to tell the truth. An hour later, Qin Yang learned much more about the imperial cult. Those on the European stage are mostly puppets, acting as spokespeople for various factions, some strong and some weak. The Barton family, for example, can only be considered a small to medium-sized power. The Barton family, along with many other established noble families, formed a powerful aristocratic group. The imperial cult can rival the aristocratic groups, but its overall strength is currently inferior to that of the established aristocratic groups. Qin Yang, you'd better release me, and don't try to extort so much money from our emperor's sect. You can't afford to offend our emperor's sect. Our imperial cult is not some small force. Anglu said in a deep voice. Qin Yang said calmly. The emperor's sect is very strong? Then I'd like to ask you how many divisions your emperor's sect has. Does your emperor's sect dare to launch a large-scale invasion of China? Anglu, Qin Yang, I'm talking about power. What's the point of bringing up the country? Qin Yang chuckled and said, interesting. If you launch a small-scale invasion, I'll handle it myself. But if it's a large-scale invasion, our national machinery will be mobilized. Not a single cent less of the 10 billion euros. Your imperial church is perfectly capable of coming up with 10 billion euros, even if they think you're not worth that much money. 4:30 p.m. Zhang Muxua finished her work and was ready to leave. She took the private elevator to the parking lot on the basement level. The other employees were still at get-off work at that time. Zhang Mushua's heart tightened. She sensed something was wrong. She has security personnel from Bureau 9, a total of 8 people. There are usually 2 people in the underground parking lot, and those 2 people will greet her when she comes down. They didn't show up today. Zhang Muxua, please come with me. A cold voice rang out. A white man appeared not far away. He was in his 30s or 40s, and he was holding a gun. Mood value plus 768. Mood value plus 770. Zhang Muxua felt flustered. She had been attacked while driving before, but that was inside the car. Now she was being held at gunpoint face-to-face. Qin Yang quickly established a mental connection with Zhang Muxua. When Zhang Muxua is at the company, she occasionally displays emotional values, but there is a period of time between each emotional value. Such a continuous occurrence is definitely problematic. Honey, I have an assassin here. Zhang Muxua quickly thought to herself. Chapter 298, Zhang Muxua awakens her superpower. Qin Yang, wife, don't be afraid. Your ring has strong defense, so there won't be any problems. Don't rush to shoot. Wait until he gets close before you fire. Honey, I understand. Hearing Qin Yang's voice, Zhang Muxua calmed down considerably. Who are you? Zhang Muxua stared at the approaching man and said. The white man who approached smiled and said, Zhang Muxua, your husband arrested someone he shouldn't have, so I'll have to ask you to come with me. Zhang Muxua understood. This person must be Angla's companion. She felt a little regretful. It would have been better if this person were from the Barton family. That would give her a reason to drive Elena away. You must stay away. I have a gun. Zhang Muxua reached into her bag as she spoke. The approaching white man laughed and said, Jiang Muxue, do you think I'm intimidated by you? Even if you have a gun, do you think you can hit me? Stop. I really have a gun, Jiang Muxue said sternly. The white man in front of her continued to approach. Fine. You have a gun. Go ahead and shoot me. But I have to warn you, if you shoot, I'll shoot too. What will happen to your daughter if you die? Is Qin Yang planning to find a stepmother for your daughter? The white man was very close to Jiang Muxue. He simply did not believe that Jiang Muxue was carrying a gun, let alone that she would dare to fire it under these circumstances. Keep in mind that his gun was also pointed at Jiang Muxue. Even if Jiang Muxue hit him, as long as it wasn't a headshot, he would still have a chance to shoot and kill her. Wife, now is the time. Qin Yang's voice echoed in Jiang Muxue's mind. The white man was less than 7 steps away. A gun is fast from 7 paces away, and both fast and accurate within 7 paces. Jiang Muxue immediately took out her gun. Court death. The white man fired with a cold smile. Bang! The bullet fired by the white man struck Jiang Muxue precisely in the right shoulder. Hit. Jiang Muxue was unable to lift her hand and fire again. Jiang Muxue did not dodge. She believed Qin Yang would never let anything happen to her, and she knew that dodging was futile and would only affect her shooting. The white man was incredulous. The bullet he fired reached Jiang Muxue's body, but it seemed to hit an invisible wall of air, and the bullet did not hurt Jiang Muxue. Bang! Jiang Muxue fired the shot. The white man was caught off guard and was hit in the chest, though the bullet didn't hit his heart. Bang! The white man fired at Jiang Muxue again, this time hitting her in the head. However, the bullet was once again stopped by an invisible force. Bang! Bang! Jiang Muxue quickly fired 2 more shots. One of the shots hit the white man in the heart. You? The white man's eyes widened. He was a mid-stage S-class Earth attribute ability user, quite powerful, yet he died at the hands of an ordinary person. Mood value plus 770. Mood value plus 774. Jiang Muxue's heart was beating very fast. She looked dazed and confused. She had killed someone. Honey, you did a great job. Qin Yang's voice echoed in Jiang Muxue's mind. Mood score plus 1052. Qin Yang was stunned. How could it have increased so much? System, what's going on? Qin Yang quickly asked in his mind. System. Host, Jiang Muxue should have awakened. Qin Yang was surprised. He hadn't even given Jiang Muxue the superpower potion yet, and Jiang Muxue had already awakened her own talent? It would be best if one could awaken to this truth on one's own, even if it's just becoming a low-level superhuman. His parents and Jiang Muxue's mother became S-level superhumans, and they may be upgraded in the future, but they became superhumans by relying on superhuman drugs. The upper limit is finite. They should be able to become SS-level ability users, but it will be very difficult to advance beyond SS level. It would be much better if Jiang Muxue awakened on her own. Mood value plus 1,233. Mood value plus 1,456. Jiang Muxue's mental strength increased rapidly, and at the same time, the emotional value she provided also continued to increase. Squeak. A car quickly pulled into the parking lot. The officers from Security Service 9 outside heard gunshots, got out of their vehicle, and saw the body of a white man on the ground. Mr. Jiang, are you all right? One of them quickly asked. Jiang Muxue came to her senses and shook her head, saying, I'm fine. You should check if Jiang Yao and the others are all right. Jiang Yao was one of the 2 people waiting for her in the parking lot. Soon, the group of people who came in saw Jiang Yao and the others. They weren't dead, they were just knocked unconscious. Call. Jiang Muxue breathed a sigh of relief. She turned off the safety and put the gun in the bag. Mr. Jiang, what's going on? One of the people who came in asked with a puzzled look. Jiang Muxue, this person is a superhuman. He infiltrated and tried to capture me alive, but I shot him dead. I'm not feeling well right now. Can we talk later? The captain at the head nodded. Jiang Muxue looked at the corpse on the ground and said, Please handle this to avoid causing panic. I'll rest in the car for a while first. Jiang Muxue got into her car. Mood value plus 1,688. Honey, I killed someone. Qin Yang heard Jiang Muxue's slightly flustered voice. Honey, this man is here to arrest you. If you get arrested, the consequences will be very serious. He deserves to die. Qin Yang comforted Jiang Muxue. Honey, I feel a throbbing headache. What could be the cause? Qin Yang. Wife, congratulations. You awakened to become a superhuman without my help. Your potential as a superhuman will be higher. You might even become an SSS-level superhuman in the future. It's not entirely impossible for his parents to become SSS-level superhumans, but it would be at least 10 times more difficult for them. Mood value plus 1,723. I've become a superhuman? Honey, are you sure? Qin Yang said. It's not certain yet. I'm on my way. I'll be able to confirm it when I get here. Don't do anything before I get here. Just stay quietly in the car and don't get too agitated. Jiang Muxue obediently replied. Okay, husband. She doesn't dare drive back now. She felt a throbbing headache and her hands and feet felt weak. Qin Yang arrived in less than half an hour. The 9th Security Bureau had cordoned off the area and no one saw the body. Husband. Jiang Muxue opened the car door and rushed into Qin Yang's arms. It's all right now. Qin Yang hugged Jiang Muxue tightly and said softly. A faint smile appeared on his face. He confirmed that Jiang Muxue had become a superhuman, specifically a lightning attribute superhuman, but her level was only C. This was considered average among newly awakened superhumans. Wife, congratulations on becoming a superhuman, Qin Yang said with a smile. Jiang Muxue asked, Honey, what level am I? Grade C. Chapter 299 Mental Illusion, Hellish Package. Jiang Muxue pouted. Only C level? Honey, why is my awakened ability so low level? Qin Yang smiled and said, Most people who awaken their abilities start at level C, some start at level B or even level A, and some start at level D or E. Initially, we estimated that C level would account for 60%, B level and D level would account for 35%, and the rest would only account for 5% together. This is at a normal level. Jiang Muxue, oh. Qin Yang chuckled and said, That's good. You became an ability user on your own, so your potential is higher. With my help, you'll definitely reach SSS level in the future. Jiang Muxue said coquettishly, You're just bragging. Your husband is only at the SS level of cultivation. Qin Yang muttered to himself. He was only SS level, but the system's highest level was now Earth Immortal level, and after reaching Earth Immortal level, he had already absorbed 2 spirit stones. One more piece, and we can definitely upgrade. It's worth mentioning that after the system absorbed the spirit stone from the 9th Security Bureau, the distance for collecting emotion points has reached more than 2,600 kilometers. Centered on Haicheng, the 2,600-kilometer radius can cover almost the entire territory of Dongying Kingdom, as well as northern Myanmar or the southeastern coastal region of Maoxiong Kingdom. If he needs to travel to these places on business, he can gain emotional points while Jiang Muxue and Qin Yu are at home. Honey, are you feeling better? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Muxue nodded slightly. I feel better. Honey, I was actually prepared to face this kind of thing, but I still didn't perform well when it happened. Qin Yang shook his head. Wife, you're wrong about that. Soldiers in the army train every day, and many of them vomit a lot when they are actually fighting the enemy. You didn't vomit just now, so you did a very good job. Don't overthink it. We can't be soft on the enemy. Jiang Muxue took a deep breath. I wasn't feeling well just now, but I felt much better after you came, honey. Lie down on my lap and rest for a while. You just woke up and then killed someone again. Calm down, Qin Yang said. Jiang Muxue lay down on Qin Yang's lap, and Qin Yang held her. Jiang Muxue gradually felt at ease and calmed down. The emotional value will no longer be displayed continuously. Her emotional value reached a peak of over 1,800. Qin Yang sensed that Jiang Muxue's mental strength was still slowly increasing, and he estimated that her emotional value would reach 2,000 by then. It turned out to be over 700. A surge to 2,000 daily mood points can significantly increase your mood score. He currently has around 40,000 emotion points per day, but if it skyrockets to 2,000, Qin Yang estimates he'll be able to reach 100,000 per day. With some accumulation, he could eventually earn 1,000,000. Honey, is that guy a superhuman? Jiang Muxue asked. Of course, if he weren't a superhuman, how could he have gotten in right under the noses of Security Bureau 9? He is an S-Class Earth Attribute ability user. He must have burrowed in from underground. Qin Yang said. Mood value plus 1856. Jiang Muxue was stunned. She killed an S-level ability user? Honey, I actually killed an S-Class superhuman. Qin Yang chuckled and said. The other side was careless. He didn't expect you to be able to withstand bullets. If you hadn't been careless, killing him wouldn't have been so easy. The environment here is also a reason. The ground here is thick concrete. Just because he can get in doesn't mean he can control the concrete. Don't let your guard down just because you killed an S-class ability user. You never know what tricks they might have up their sleeve. Jiang Mushua nodded gently. Honey, I know. I feel much better. Honey, you drive? Let's go home. Jiang Mushua sat up as she spoke. Okay, let's go home. Qin Yang got out of the car and handed the sports car keys to someone else. Lu Dong, can you drive that car home for me? Okay, Mr. Qin. Lu Dong said respectfully. Qin Yang drove himself home with Jiang Mushua. Just as he arrived, Liang Guanjin called. Xiao Qin, I heard Jiang Mushua was attacked. Is she all right? She's just not feeling well because she killed someone. Qin Yang said. Liang Guanjin said. I heard from the people below that Jiang Mushua was stimulated and awakened as a superhuman. Among the 9th Bureau personnel protecting Jiang Mushua was a martial artist, but only at the Dark Force level. Yes, Mushua has become a superhuman, but it only reached level C. Qin Yang said, I want a few more of those brands that Director Liang uses to conceal his presence. I'll spend the money to buy a few. Liang Guanjin asked in confusion. I gave you 3, and that's it? Qin Yang, I wanted to study that, but I messed it up. Could you have someone send me a few more? I'll come in person. Liang Guanjin said, Didn't you arrest people from the Emperor's cult? Someone from the Emperor's cult will probably come tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang went to the basement. Anglu, who is this? Qin Yang took out his phone and showed a photo of a white man lying on the ground. Anglu's pupils contracted sharply. Anglu, you're not being honest. You have an accomplice, but you haven't said anything. This accomplice of yours went to my wife's company to try and arrest her. Who is he? Anglu. He is not my companion. I don't know who he is. He may be from the United States, or he may be a strong man recruited by the Eastern Cherry Kingdom. The Russian Bear Country is also a possibility. Many countries want to obtain the formula for new explosives. Qin Yang shook his head. You're still not being honest. Since you're not being honest, I'll let you have your fun. Senior, please give him the hellish package. Anglo felt a thought. Is the powerful figure behind Qin Yang nearby? The next second, Qin Yang used his SS-level mental illusion skill. Anglu felt his body being pulled, and he kept falling and falling until finally, he fell into a pot of boiling oil. Oh! Anglu screamed in agony. His body is still in the room, unharmed, but his mind has entered a hallucination, and the pain he is experiencing is now very real. It hurts so much. Anglu screamed incessantly. His body struggled in a vat of boiling oil. He tried to climb out, but the vat was too big. Terrifying pain tore at every nerve. 5 minutes passed. Anglu finally emerged from the frying pan, but he found himself on a mountain of knives. The man-eating demon below was getting closer and closer, so he could only climb upwards, with each step the knife piercing his flesh. 5 more minutes passed. In reality, Anglu's voice was hoarse from shouting, but with a thought from Qin Yang, the mental illusion disappeared, and Anglu felt as if he had finally returned to the human world. Anglu, how are you feeling? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Anglu's eyes were filled with fear. Devils, you are all devils. Hell really exists. Qin Yang, who was the person in the photo just now? Anglu hesitated for a moment. Qin Yang smiled and said, You know about hell, so you should know that hell has not just 2 levels, but 18. His name is Marcus, and he is a member of our Imperial cult. Marcus is a mid-S rank Earth attribute ability user. Anglu's expression changed, and he quickly said, Chapter 300 Negotiating with the Emperor's Cult. The next day, Liang Guanjin arrived at Qin Yang's place. Director Liang, Qin Yang, and Jiang Mushua called out. Liang Guanjin looked Jiang Mushua up and down and smiled. Mushua, congratulations. You've also become a superhuman, and a very rare lightning attribute superhuman at that. Jiang Mushua said somewhat embarrassedly. It's done, but my husband said it's only C level, and there's not much difference between being awakened or not at my level. Liang Guanjin shook his head. That's still different. After awakening, your mental strength will be enhanced. For one thing, you will have more energy when you work, and your memory will also be improved to some extent. Jiang Mushua smiled and said, That's true. Director Liang, you and your husband can talk. I won't disturb you. Qin Yang led Liang Guanjin to the basement. Director Liang, please let me go. Upon seeing Liang Guanjin, Anglu immediately pleaded loudly. Liang Guanjin is a top-tier S-class superhuman, as is Anglu. Anglu had met Liang Guanjin before. Liang Guanjin stared at Anglu. Anglu used to be so powerful, but now he's in such a sorry state. Anglu, you were captured by Qin Yang. I just came to take a look. I can't help you. Liang Guanjin said calmly. Anglu quickly said, Director Liang, you are the Deputy Director of the 9th Bureau of the State Security of China. Qin Yang is a martial artist in China. Doesn't he fall under your jurisdiction? He is restricting my personal freedom. Qin Yang. Anglu, if you say another word, you die? How about I set you completely free? Anglu. He quickly shut his mouth. Liang Guanjin. Qin Yang has an S-level status, and according to the laws of our country, he has certain privileges. As an intruder, you deserve to be killed by him. Anglu's lips twitched. He thought he would be free once Liang Guanjin came over. Xiaoqin, have you asked everything you need to ask? Liang Guanjin looked at Qin Yang and asked. Qin Yang nodded. I've asked about most of them, and I now have a pretty deep understanding of what the emperors taught me. Unless they cause large-scale chaos, the country doesn't need to intervene. Liang Guanjin nodded slightly. He looked at Ongru. Ongru, if your imperial cult causes widespread chaos, don't blame us for being impolite. Furthermore, you must not harm civilians. One of your powerful members attacked Jiang Muxue. If this happens again, you will bear the consequences. Anglu nodded. Xiaoqin, if they pay the ransom, release Anglu. It's not advisable to fight the imperial cult for now. His main purpose in coming here was this, to prevent Qin Yang from taking the ransom and then killing Anglu. China is currently engaged in a struggle with the United States, and its relations with Japan are even worse, resulting in a significant impact on foreign trade. At this time, it is crucial to maintain stable relations with Europe as much as possible. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Director Liang, don't worry, I keep my word. If they pay the ransom, I will definitely release him. Even if Anglu hadn't broken his leg, Qin Yang wouldn't be afraid to release him. If you pay the ransom but don't release the hostage, what will people think? Your reputation will be ruined, and who will want to do business with you like that again? Those losses are all financial. Xiaoqin, I won't be participating in the negotiation later. I'll be nearby. Call me if you need anything. Liang Guanjin Dao. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Liang Guanjin stayed for a while longer before leaving Qin Yang with 4 concealed tokens before he departed. Ding dong. The people from the imperial cult have arrived. Qin Yang opened the door, and 3 people came in, 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was a man in his 50s. He had something to conceal his aura and spiritual power, but Qin Yang could still tell that he was a late-stage S rank. Mr. Qin, let's negotiate. The man in the lead said in a deep voice. Come in. Qin Yang said calmly. The 3 members of the emperor's sect entered the villa, and Qin Yang sat down, as did the other 3. Mr. Qin, we, the Imperial Church, have objections to your proposal to ransom Anglu for 10 billion euros. We can pay the ransom, but not this much. The middle-aged man at the head of the group said in a deep voice. What's your name? Qin Yang said expressionlessly. The middle-aged man said, My name is Ulysses. I am quite familiar with the law. I was sent here by my superiors to negotiate. Mr. Ulysses, I demand a ransom of 10 billion euros. That's a notification, not a negotiation. If you don't accept it, you can take the body back. Qin Yang said indifferently. Ulysses frowned and said, Mr. Qin, you are very strong at such a young age, which is remarkable, but how long can that SS-level expert behind you protect you? There's no need for you to fall out with our imperial cult. Qin Yang sneered. You come here to steal. If you succeed, you profit. If you fail, you tell me all this? You think you can mess with me just because your imperial cult is not to be trifled with? Ulysses said in a deep voice, Mr. Qin, you are not quite aware of the strength of our imperial church. Our imperial church has a very strong influence throughout Europe. Qin Yang waved his hand. Don't tell me these things. If you don't want the money, I'll kill Anglu. Ulysses, we'll offer 10 billion renminbi to ransom 1 person. 10 billion renminbi is a lot. Qin Yang glanced at his phone. I'm too lazy to talk to you guys any further. I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. If you agree, you can pay and take the person away. If you don't agree, you can take the body away. Ulysses. His prepared arguments were useless. Qin Yang was adamant about demanding a ransom of 10 billion euros. Qin Yang, your factory isn't even worth that much money. A young man next to Ulysses said. Qin Yang started playing on his phone and ignored them. After a while, Ulysses said, Qin Yang, you seem to need that kind of white jade. You won one at the youth martial arts tournament, and you got another one from the Barton family. Qin Yang's heart stirred. Does the imperial cult possess energy stones? Do you have any? Ulysses said, I know where it is. We'll give you that piece of jade, and you release Anglo. Qin Yang snorted. You wish. Do you think a piece of jade like that is worth 10 billion euros? In Qin Yang's heart, it was worth it. It's worth more than 10 billion euros, even 100 billion euros. But the value of jade must not be known to the emperor. If you give me that piece of jade, I will give you 1 billion euros less, and you can give me 9 billion euros. Ulysses said, even if we don't have that jade, it will cost us a great deal to get it. How about we give you 2 billion euros plus the jade? Not good. Qin Yang snorted. He checked the time. 6 minutes left. If you don't agree to ransom him within 6 minutes, Anglo will die. He won't live another second. Qin Yang, don't be so arrogant. The young man said sternly. Qin Yang glanced at him. If he continues to be rude, you will die. The young man's expression changed drastically. 5 minutes passed quickly. Ulysses said a lot in 5 minutes, but Qin Yang remained unmoved, threatening to kill him if he didn't get the money. You win, we agree. In the last few seconds, Ulysses gritted his teeth and said, Chapter 301 100 billion euros have arrived. Qin Yang said calmly, You're wasting time by dragging your feet. Why don't you just agree without hesitation? Ulysses, where's Anglo? We need to see the person before transferring the money. Qin Yang, Anglo is in the basement. Transfer the money first, and then I'll take you down to find him. No. Ulysses shook his head. Qin Yang, my rules are my rules. If you don't follow my rules, you can leave. I don't need the money. I don't care about the 10 billion euros. Ulysses frowned. Qin Yang, we haven't even seen him. How do we know if he's still alive? What if he's about to die? Qin Yang asked in surprise. The person is about to die, and you're not going to redeem him and try to save him? Is this how your imperial cult treats its own people? Watch out. It might be your turn next time, haha. Ulysses was speechless. Qin Yang, don't worry, he's still alive and well, and his strength hasn't been lost. He's exactly the same as when we caught him. Should we still ransom them? If you don't want it, I'll just kill it. Ulysses took a deep breath. Yes. Anglo is a top expert in the imperial cult and has many supporters within the cult. If they don't redeem the person, they will be in big trouble if word gets out. Money is the essence of the entire imperial education system. The trouble will be their own doing in the end. The card number is here. Qin Yang gave Ulysses a bank card number, which he had temporarily created to receive money. All the money in the card would be transferred out later. He didn't want his account to be targeted. Bite. Not long after, Qin Yang received a text message notification that his account had gained 10 billion euros. AI, transfer the money. Qin Yang sent a message to the AI. Don't let the money be transferred and then returned later. Yes, master. The AI quickly shifted the money globally. At the same time, a large number of accounts received money, and then this money was quickly transferred to other accounts. After dozens of transfers, the source of the funds could not be traced at all. Europe. A top hacker from the Emperor cult shook his head and said, we can't track it. That money has been broken down into smaller amounts and scattered all over the world. I failed here too. Another top hacker said. A powerful member of the Emperor's sect frowned and said, your hacking skills are all very advanced, yet you couldn't track this down? The top hacker who spoke first said, the money immediately went to tens of thousands of accounts, and then from those tens of thousands of accounts to even more accounts. How can you track someone down if they travel all over the world dozens of times like that? The powerful figure from the Emperor's cult frowned deeply. 100 billion euros is a lot for the Imperial Church. The person is inside. Qin Yang led Ulysses and the others to the basement. Ulysses pushed open the door. They saw Anglo lying on the ground. In the dead of winter, he lay on the cold ground without a mat or a blanket. Anglo also broke one of his legs. There were still some bloodstains he left on the ground. Ulysses, you finally arrived. Anglo saw them as if they were family. Ulysses looked at Qin Yang and said coldly, Qin Yang, what happened to Anglo's leg? Didn't you say it was in the same condition as when you caught it? It's in the same condition now. Qin Yang, that's right. His leg was blown off by a drone, and it was already broken when they captured Anglo. Is there a problem? Ulysses, is this okay? This is a huge problem. Anglo's strength was greatly reduced after losing his leg. Qin Yang looked at Anglo. Anglo, judging from what Ulysses is saying, if they knew your leg was blown off, they might not ransom you. Ulysses' expression changed slightly. Anglo, that's not what I meant. I came here on orders from the organization, and I will definitely save you. I'm just angry that Qin Yang deliberately concealed the truth. Ulysses quickly replied. Angla nodded slightly. Can I go now? Qin Yang smiled and said, I've received the money. You can leave now. Anglu, if you ever become my enemy again, the 18 levels of hell will open for you. You will find yourself unable to live and unable to die. Angla's expression changed. The hell he experienced, the boiling oil hell and the hell of knives, were so terrifying that he never wanted to experience them again. Hold on to Angla steady. Let's go. Ulysses said in a deep voice. Qin Yang smiled and said, just a reminder. If you want revenge, you can come to me. But if you come to my family and friends, your Emperor cult headquarters will be blown to smithereens. You know the power of this new type of explosive. The powerful figure behind me carries a large number of bombs. Those bombs are enough to level your headquarters hundreds of times over. Ulysses and his companions' expressions changed. Qin Yang, you'll regret this later. Ulysses said in a deep voice. Qin Yang frowned and said, It was over, so why are you threatening me? You might be in trouble. Oh. The next second, Ulysses screamed in agony. He suffered an extremely strong mental attack, which was not fatal, but terrifying enough to turn him into a vegetable. Olympus collapsed. The woman next to him quickly helped him up. Qin Yang, you. Angla's expression changed. Qin Yang, I didn't attack him just now. I swear on my integrity, I really didn't attack him just now. It was definitely not him who attacked. Because it was the Guardian Shielan that attacked Ulysses. At home, the Guardian Shielan possesses SS rank perfect strength. Don't worry, he's not dead. I think he's just asleep. Anglu and the others. Did a late-stage S-rank powerhouse suddenly fall asleep? Let's go, Anglu said in a deep voice. The other two led them away quickly, and they didn't dare utter another harsh word. Call. Anglu breathed a sigh of relief as he left the neighborhood. He used his mental energy to enter Ulysses' body and carefully examined him. A few minutes later, Anglu frowned and said, Ulysses isn't just unconscious. He's probably in a vegetative state and may not wake up for a long time. Lord Anglu, let's hurry back. There are powerful healers in the sect who might be able to cure him. That's what the woman said. Anglu nodded. But he estimated it wouldn't be so easy to cure. His recent examination results are very serious. Even with treatment, he may not wake up for 3 to 5 years. One of his legs was blown off. The ransom cost 10 billion euros. Marcus is dead, and Olympus is in trouble too. This time, the Imperial Church has suffered a huge and terrible defeat. The Emperor's cult claims to possess power and energy stones, but which power exactly is it? Qin Yang muttered to himself. He didn't press Ulysses and the others about this. If he had, they would have known that the white jade must have been extremely useful to him. It may become more difficult for him to obtain spirit stones in the future. Moreover, the Emperor's cult will likely obtain that spirit stone. He can just seek help from the Emperor's cult. Chapter 302. I drew an SSS-level treasure. Anglo and his companions returned to Europe. Anglo-Saxon was filled with regret upon returning to European soil. I really shouldn't have gone to China. Anglu. The powerful figures who received Anglu and his group were stunned. Anglu said bitterly, My leg was blown off. If I had been any unlucky, I would have been killed. Ulysses was then carried off the plane. Anglu, what's wrong with Olympus again? The visitor asked in confusion. Anglu, when we were about to leave, he threatened Qin Yang, and then the powerful figure behind Qin Yang made a move. He must have suffered a powerful mental attack. He may become a vegetable. The powerful figure who had arrived changed his expression. Ulysses is a late-stage S-rank powerhouse, a top expert even within the Emperor's cult. Ulysses becoming a vegetable is a huge loss. Where is Marcus? Why didn't he come back with you? The powerful figure took a deep breath and asked. There shouldn't be any bad news, right? Anglu said bitterly he's dead. He went to capture Jiang Muxue, but was killed by the people protecting her. The powerful man gritted his teeth. Damn it, Qin Yang and his gang dared to do this. They all deserve to die. His wife, children, parents, and in-laws will all die. Anglu shook his head. We'd better not touch his family. If we do, headquarters will probably be blown to smithereens. He knows where our headquarters is. The powerful figure behind him carries a large amount of new explosives with him. The powerful figure who came to pick him up. We have never suffered such a loss before. Are we, the Emperor's cult, just going to let this go like this? Anglu, let's wait a bit. The powerful figure behind Qin Yang shouldn't last much longer. Once he's dead, it'll be easy for us to deal with Qin Yang. Let's go back first. A few days have passed. Jiang Muxue hasn't been to work for the past few days. She was attacked and even killed someone, so she's not in the mood for the time being. Besides, she's become a superhuman and needs to practice. Although Qin Yang is not a lightning attribute ability user, he has no problem teaching Jiang Muxue to practice control. Happy Lantern Festival, honey. Jiang Muxue opened her eyes early in the morning and said sweetly. Qin Yang pulled Jiang Muxue into his arms. Wife, on this festive day, let's do something more enjoyable first. Time to get up. It's still early. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue first had a morning exercise session. During the session, Jiang Muxue contributed 40 to 50,000 emotional points. System, what's my emotion score? Qin Yang asked in his mind. He hadn't participated in the lottery for the past few days. He was just waiting to accumulate his emotional points for today's draw. Today is the Lantern Festival. Although the system said it was the same as the regular lottery, Qin Yang felt that the winning rate seemed to be higher during the holiday lottery. Host, your emotional value is 1.12 million. Jiang Muxue has awakened to become a superhuman, and he now gains emotional points much faster than before. System, 1 million emotion points per time, 100,000 per time. Today is the Lantern Festival, and it's also the first time we're holding $1 million lottery. You decide what to do. System, lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level flying treasure, the Sky Shuttle. The Sky Shuttle has a maximum flight speed of Mach 3 and can carry up to 4 people. A futuristic-looking aircraft appeared in the system space. Its shape resembles a water droplet. A lot of information entered Qin Yang's mind. The Royal Shuttle possesses strong stealth capabilities, making it virtually impossible for modern radar systems to detect, and optical satellites in space also cannot detect it. Its defensive capabilities are also quite good. It has no problem with withstanding attacks from ordinary missiles. In terms of battery life, it uses a nuclear battery, providing unlimited power. This is good. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. While a speed of Mach 3 is not as fast as a hypersonic missile, it is still faster than a fighter jet. It only takes a little over half an hour to get from Haicheng to Dongjin City in Dongying Kingdom. It only takes 3 hours to get to Europe. He will definitely need to go abroad to handle some things in the future, and having this will make it much easier for him to go abroad. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5 Elements Enhancement Pill, one of each attribute, all of which are S-grade. Some information flooded into Qin Yang's mind. This reward consists of 5 pills, each corresponding to one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. All 5 pills are S-grade perfect pills. This one is good too. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. This reward is definitely an SS-level reward, and both his parents, Jiang Muxue's parents, can use it. Jiang Wanqing can only be used later. Jiang Wanqing is not a superhuman yet. If Mom uses this again, she might reach SS rank. But she needs to consolidate her strength for a while before using it. Qin Yang thought to himself. His mother, Qin Ping, should be close to reaching S rank perfection. She has improved so much in such a short time, so she needs to consolidate her progress. She won't be able to use that S rank perfection pill for at least 2 months. His father and Liang Lan can use it immediately. They already possessed S rank strength. Using S rank perfect pills, they would most likely reach S rank perfection. Even if they lack talent or luck, they will definitely have no problem reaching the late stage of S rank. Honey, what are you thinking about? Lazybones, get up. Jiang Muxue got up and dressed. Qin Yang. Wife, what are you saying? I've been working hard all morning. How am I lazy? Mood value plus 2035. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Get up quickly. We still need to go to my parents' place. Today is the Lantern Festival, and Liang Lan and her family are at home. Liang Lan invited them over for dinner. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Muxue video called Qin Yang's parents. Happy Lantern Festival, Dad and Mom. Jiang Muxue said with a grin. Happy holiday to you, Muxue. As Qin Ping and the others spoke, Qin Yang, holding Qin Yu close, saw Qin Yu and Qin Ping and the others couldn't stop smiling. Son, I have good news for you. Last night, my superpower reached the S-level perfection. Qin Ping said with a smile. Mood score plus 2037. Jiang Muxue's eyes showed surprise. Mom, you're already a perfect S-level ability user? Qin Ping. I made the breakthrough at 3 or 4 in the morning. You were probably asleep, so I didn't tell you right away. Muxue, how are you now? Jiang Muxue. I can barely control it, but I'm only a C-level ability user, and my strength is still very weak. Mom, congratulations. Qin Yang said, Mom, your cultivation level has increased, but cultivation level is not the same as combat power. You need to practice more regularly. Chen Ping smiled and said, I practice. I practice when I do laundry and cook. Now I can control the water in the well directly without using a pump. Every day I take a walk along the river, and while I walk, I try to control the water in the river. Qin Hai, son, my mom is really amazing now. I am no match for them at all. Qin Yang said, Dad, you're at the early stage of S rank, and Mom is at the peak of S rank. How could you possibly beat her? I'll give you something good later. With the sky shuttle, he could get back to his hometown in 20 minutes. Chapter 303 Treating Grandpa, Jiang Muxue. Jiang Wanqing's home. Qin Yang arrived with Jiang Muxue and Qin Yu. Dad, Mom. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue got out of the car and called out. Jiang Wanqing and the others responded with smiles. Yeah, Grandma, hug me. Liang Lan accepted Qin Yu with a smile, and Qin Yang took some gifts he had bought out of the trunk. Xiao Qin, there's no need to buy these things. We have everything at home. You can just come over during holidays in the future, Liang Lan said with a smile. Qin Yang, Mom, it's one thing for you to have children, and it's another for us to show our filial piety. Mom, besides these, I have a small gift here. Qin Yang took out a small gift box. He opened the gift box and found a pill inside. Liang Lan was of the fire element, and this pill was dark red. Xiao Qin, this is? Liang Lan asked curiously. Qin Yang, this is a fire attribute pill that can enhance the strength of fire attribute ability users. This pill will most likely allow you to reach the peak of S rank. Liang Lan was shocked. Beside him, Jiang Wanqing. He's still just an ordinary person, but his wife is about to achieve S-level perfection. Little Qin, can this tiny pill really allow my superpower to reach the S-rank perfection level? Liang Lan said in disbelief. There is an 80-90% chance that I can reach the perfect S-level cultivation, and there is a 10-20% chance that I can only reach the late S-level. Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Wanqing remained silent. Jiang Muxue smiled and said, Mom, eat quickly. Qin Yang is here, so he can help you if anything happens. Liang Lan swallowed the pill. She soon felt the medicinal power of the pill spreading out. Her mental strength began to grow. Qin Yang said, Mom, in as little as half a month, your cultivation level will reach the peak of S level. You need to seize this time to master your power. Liang Lan nodded. Having an S-rank perfect superpower is already incredibly strong, and she's also fire attribute. If she doesn't control her power properly, she could burn down her entire house if she's not careful. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Wanqing. Dad, you can't become a superhuman yet. Jiang Wanqing nodded silently. He was a little sad. Qin Yang's parents have both become superhumans. His wife has also become a superhuman long ago, and Jiang Muxue herself has awakened to become a superhuman, although she is only a C-level superhuman. He's now at the same level as Qin Yu. Honey, let me carry Yaya. Don't let the fire get out of control and burn Yaya after you take the pill. Jiang Wanqing reached out and hugged Qin Yu. Qin Yang laughed and said, burning it is impossible. The little golden lock on Yaya's body is a very strong defensive treasure. Even if Mom attacks with all her might, it will be difficult to break through the defense. Jiang Wanqing. I was careless. It turns out Qin Yu is much better than him. Xiao Qin, I invited Grandpa Muxue to celebrate the Lantern Festival with us. He should be here in a little while. Do you have any ideas about his health problem now? Liang Lan asked expectantly. Qin Yang nodded. I'll take a look later. He has a solution to Grandpa Jiang Muxue's problem. He now knows an SSS-level blessing spell, which can replenish the essence that Grandpa Jiang Muxue has consumed. Xiao Qin, has your healing ability improved? Liang Lan asked with delight. Qin Yang nodded. Not long after, Jiang Xinghua arrived by car. Jiang Wanqing's driver had picked him up from his home. Little Qin, it's been a long time. Jiang Xinghua said with a smile. He was amazed. Qin Yang was no longer the same as before. In the past, Qin Yang was just an ordinary young man, and he had some opposition to Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue's marriage. Qin Yang has now become a grandmaster of internal energy. Qin Yang has powerful backers, and many martial arts families in China have good relations with him. Grandpa, it's been quite a long time. Qin Yang said. He sensed that Jiang Xinghua harbored some resentment, as his eldest son's death and his second son's imprisonment were both related to him. Even knowing that it was Jiang Wanyue and his family's fault, Jiang Xinghua would still feel uncomfortable with his two sons acting this way. This is only human nature. Liang Lan. Dad, Xiaoqin's medical skills have improved. Why don't you let him take a look at you? Maybe he can cure you. Jiang Xinghua looked at Qin Yang in surprise and said, Little Qin, your medical skills were already very good. Have they improved again? If it's convenient, could you please take a look at me? Grandpa, is this all right? Qin Yang smiled. He was too lazy to rush to treat Jiang Xinghua, but since Liang Lan mentioned it, and Jiang Xinghua himself said so, he definitely had to treat Jiang Xinghua. Grandpa, let me take your pulse. Thank you for your help. Jiang Xinghua sat down and extended his hand. Qin Yang quickly finished taking Jiang Xinghua's pulse and said, Grandpa, I can now treat your illness. After I cure you, please don't say that I did it. Jiang Xinghua nodded. I understand. They say it was the powerful person behind you who treated me. If you can cure my illness, I bet there are a lot of people who would seek your treatment if they knew about this. Qin Yang nodded. The treatment is quite costly. If some people come to us for treatment, we might offend them if we don't treat them. You should know this all too well. Grandpa, come with me to the study. Jiang Xinghua followed him into the study. Qin Yang first performed acupuncture on Jiang Xinghua, and then he arranged for him to use talismans, incantations, and spells. These are ancient medical techniques. His ancient medical skills are now at the SS level, making it difficult to restore Jiang Xinghua's original essence. These are mainly for the purpose of concealment. Qin Yang silently activated an SSS-level blessing spell. Jiang Xinghua felt a warm current flowing through his body, some of which was heading towards his head. Jiang Xinghua now suffers from chronic headaches due to excessive depletion of his vital energy. As time passed, Jiang Xinghua gradually felt that his headache was not so bad. More than half an hour passed. Qin Yang deliberately made himself look very tired. He had indeed exhausted a lot of his mental energy, but he still had the internal energy of a grandmaster of transformation, and his physique was also at the grandmaster level. Even if his mental energy was greatly depleted, his expression shouldn't be like this. Grandpa, how are you feeling? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Xinghua turned and looked at Qin Yang. He was moved when he saw Qin Yang in this state. The slight resentment in his heart vanished. Xiaoqin, thank you. I feel much better. I used to have headaches, but now I don't. Jiang Xinghua wrote. Qin Yang. Grandpa, you've recovered a bit, but one treatment isn't enough to fully recover. I'll treat you again after you've recovered on your own for a while. Your powers will be restored by then. Jiang Xinghua's eyes lit up. Xiaoqin, can my superpowers be restored? Qin Yang nodded and said, he should be able to recover. But even if he does recover, I don't recommend that you treat other people, Grandpa. At your age, don't overexert yourself. Jiang Xinghua smiled and said, it's good that you can recover. You don't have to treat others, but it's good that your superpower has been restored. If you're away on a business trip in the future, I can still treat Ye and the others if they have any problems. Qin Yang nodded. That's true. Chapter 304. Qin Yang heads to the capital. In Huangyan village, Qin Yang's parents watched the Lantern Festival Gala. Qin Yang and his mother established a spiritual connection. Mom, I'll be in the room. Don't make a sound and don't let the people from Security Bureau 9 hear me. Qin Yang's voice echoed in Qinping's mind. Qinping was taken aback. Honey, I heard our son's voice. He said he would come into the room and told us not to call out. Qin Hai was puzzled. Wasn't his son in Haiqing? Qin Yang rode the sky shuttle to the sky above Huangyan village. With a thought, he stored the sky shuttle in his system space and then teleported directly into his room. Son, why are you back? Qinping lowered her voice and said in surprise. Qin Yang, I came back to visit for the Lantern Festival. I brought Dad a pill. This pill should be able to help Dad's superpower reach the S-level perfection. Qin Hai was overjoyed. Can he also reach S-rank perfection? Qin Yang took out the pill that was suitable for Qin Hai. Dad, it's not 100% certain we'll get there, but there's a 70-80% chance we'll get there after taking this pill. Qin Yang smiled. Qin Hai nodded. This was already very strong. Qin Hai quickly ate the pill. Qin Yang did not give Qinping her pill yet. She would have to wait 2 months before she could take it. Dad, you should practice more often. Once your strength reaches the peak of S rank, and you and De Huang join forces, you won't be afraid of most SS rank experts. Qin Yang said. Qin Hai nodded and said, I am of the earth element. There is earth everywhere in the countryside, which makes it very convenient for me to practice my abilities. Son, were you teleported here? This must be very taxing on you, right? Qin Yang said, I wasn't teleported here. I used another method. Don't ask me for details. It's not a good thing if too many people know this. Qin Yang kept the use of the sky shuttle a secret from Jiang Muxue. Small items like the Guardian Ring are easier to explain, but for a large item like the sky shuttle, if he says it's an antique, Jiang Muxue probably wouldn't believe him at all. If you're too lazy to make up an excuse, it's better to keep it a secret for now. You absolutely must not tell. Qin Ping quickly asked, Son, would you like some glutinous rice balls? Qin Yang nodded. I've already eaten, but I can still have another bowl. Good. Qin Ping smiled and went to cook the glutinous rice balls. The next day, Qin Yang arrived at the capital airport. Old Qin, over here. Ouyang Wu waved to Qin Yang. Qin Yang arrived by plane. He's good at using the air shuttle for covert operations, but for open operations, it's definitely better for him to travel by plane. Ouyang, not bad. You've already reached a level. Qin Yang approached and said with a smile. Ouyang Wu said with delight. I arrived the day before yesterday, Lao Qin. With my current rate of improvement, can I reach S rank? Qin Yang nodded slightly. Very likely. The two quickly got into Ouyang Wu's car, and Ouyang Wu drove off. Old Qin, where are you going? I was your personal driver when you were in the capital. Qin Yang, let's go to your house first. Your family has provided protection for Yaya, and I haven't even had a chance to visit your Ouyang family to express my gratitude yet. I need to visit your Xiao family and Tuoba family as well. Ouyang Wu. Old Qin, you can come to my house, but it would be too formal to express my gratitude. Qin Yang pursed his lips and said, I'm not thanking you. I'm thanking your grandfather. Of course, I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll go to your house to pay a visit to old Master Ouyang. Old Qin, a visit is welcome. You're welcome. Ouyang Wu drove home. Knowing that Qin Yang was coming, the Ouyang family opened their main gate wide to warmly welcome him. Master Qin, I have long admired you. Ouyang Wu's grandfather, Ouyang Da, cupped his hands in greeting. Qin Yang. He quickly said, Grandpa Ouyang, please call me by my name. Calling me Master Qin is making me tired of it. Ouyang Da, I've heard some rumors that you've not only reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm, but have also reached the late stage of the transformation realm. I am only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. There's absolutely nothing wrong with calling you Master Qin. Qin Yang looked to Ouyang Wu for help. Ouyang Wu said, Grandpa, you should call him Qin Yang. Calling him that will probably scare him away. Ouyang Da quickly said, that won't do. Qin Yang, since that's the case, I'll call you by your name. Grandpa Ouyang, please accept this small gift. Qin Yang took out a piece of calligraphy and painting. He prepared gifts for the Ouyang, Xiao, and Tuoba families. His calligraphy is rated S+. His painting skills are also at an A level. It was quite nice of him to give his own calligraphy and paintings as a gift. Xiao Qin, thank you. Ouyang Da accepted it with a smile. Qin Yang had lunch at Ouyang's house. He went to the Tuoba family in the afternoon and arrived at the Xiao family in the evening. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Xiao Yi asked, Brother Qin, my grandfather has reached the peak of the transformation realm, but he has some hidden injuries from practicing martial arts and is not feeling well. Can you take a look at my grandfather? Xiao Yi's grandfather, Xiao Jingshou, cupped his hands and said, Little Qin, your medical skills are very strong. Please take a look at me. Sometimes I feel pain even in the gaps between my bones. Old Xiao, let me take your pulse. Qin Yang said. Xiao Jingshou extended his hand. Qin Yang placed his fingers on Xiao Jingshou's wrist, and after a short while, Qin Yang silently withdrew his hand. Brother Qin, what's wrong with my grandfather? Xiao Yi quickly asked. His grandfather had seen doctors many times, but it was no use. Other doctors hadn't found anything wrong. But Xiao Jingshou's pain was real. Xiao Yi sometimes saw his grandfather enduring excruciating pain. Qin Yang said, Old Xiao, you have neuralgia. You have practiced martial arts and engaged in various real combats for many years. You have suffered a lot of injuries. Your muscle injuries have healed, but some of your nerve injuries have not. When you're young, your nerve activity is very high, so there aren't many problems. But as you get older, the problems start to show. Xiao Yi, Brother Qin, is this serious? Qin Yang nodded. If this continues, it could lead to paralysis. Xiao Jingshou's expression changed slightly. Qin Yang smiled and said, Old Xiao, don't worry. Your problem is quite serious, but I can still treat it. Xiao Yi, I need a quiet room. Xiao Jingshou said, Qin Yang, there's no rush. I've been sick for several years now, so what's a few more days? I'll bring gifts and visit you another day to ask for your help. Qin Yang shook his head. Mr. Xiao, please don't do this. I don't want a lot of people coming to my door later. I'm not tired now. I'll treat you right away. Xiao Jingshou. Qin Yang, thank you very much. Qin Yang's treatment ended half an hour later. The ancient medical technique used to treat Xiao Jingshou was SS level, which was sufficient to treat him. Old Xiao, you need 3 treatments. I'll come back to treat you when I have time later. Qin Yang smiled. Xiao Jingshou said gratefully, thank you. Qin Yang, I'll go to Haiqing the last 2 times. I won't openly seek medical treatment there. I'll use other reasons to go to Haiqing. Once it was even readily available. Qin Yang was puzzled. Xiao Jingshou laughed and said, your wedding? As far as I know, Qin Yang, your wedding is in early April. It's early February now, so there are only 2 months left. I'll go to the wedding banquet then. Chapter 305 Qin Yang's cultivation level is revealed. Qin Yang smiled and said, Old Xiao, welcome. Old Master Ouyang and Old Master Tuobo will also be there. You can come along. Xiao Jingshou nodded. We had already agreed to go together. Qin Yang, I've heard some people say that you've already reached the late stage of the transformation realm, and that your strength is at the peak of the transformation realm? Qin Yang thought for a moment, and then released his aura. Elder Xiao, I have reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Xiao Jingshou stared at Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang, your improvement speed is too fast. You were only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm during the youth martial arts tournament. Qin Yang laughed and said, please keep this a secret for me. I haven't even told Grandpa Ouyang and the others that they don't have such cultivation, because I'm afraid they'll think I'm showing off. Xiao Jingshou nodded. Qin Yang, you have reached the peak of the transformation realm. Your swordsmanship is extremely strong, and your hidden weapons and fist techniques are also very good. I estimate that I would not be your match in a fight. Qin Yang, your experience is very rich, but at your age, you shouldn't fight with all your might too easily. Xiao Jingshou nodded. I'm getting old. The future belongs to you young people. Qin Yang, you and Xiao Yi are friends, so I'll have to trouble you to look after him in the future. Don't worry, sir. Xiao Yi had helped him a lot in the past. Qin Yang will never forget those who have helped him. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jingshou instructed, Qin Yang, you may meet some high-ranking officials in the capital. Remember one thing. Do not take sides in politics. With your abilities, you can choose not to take sides. If you have enough strength, you won't have to take sides. You'll have friends everywhere. If you choose sides, you'll always have enemies. Qin Yang nodded. This was the wisdom of survival. The Xiao family's success in the capital was inseparable from this. Mr. Xiao, I will not take sides. Qin Yang said earnestly. His situation is somewhat different from that of the Xiao family. Xiao Jingshou has reached the peak of the transformation realm, and what the Xiao family needs to do is not to take sides. He has already reached the peak of the SS level strength. He himself is a team. Xiao Jingshou smiled and said, a wise move. We martial artists should stay away from politics. We just need to stand with the country and the people. Xiao Jingshou was also a little worried. If Qin Yang sided with the Xiao family, he couldn't get too close to Qin Yang. If Qin Yang didn't take sides, then there would be no problem. Mr. Xiao, you are right. Mr. Xiao, I have some things to do tonight, so I'll be leaving now. Qin Yang got up, said goodbye, and left. Xiao Jingshou escorted Qin Yang to the gate. Ouyang Wu drove away with Qin Yang, and Xiao Jingshou looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, befriending Qin Yang is the best decision you've ever made in your life. Oh, Xiao Yi was stunned. His grandfather had a very high opinion of Qin Yang. He still has most of his life left to live, yet he's already made the right decision of his life? What do you mean? You should spend more time with Qin Yang in the future. This will benefit you and the Xiao family. Grandpa is getting old and can only protect the Xiao family for another 10 years at most. Xiao Jingshou said in a deep voice. Xiao Yi nodded. Grandpa, I will. Qin Yang is indeed worth befriending, but he is too strong now. My strength is far inferior to his. Xiao Jingshou, you have a family behind you. Of course, you also need to work hard to improve your own strength. Ouyang Wu stopped the car half an hour later. There were no surveillance cameras at the place where he parked. Old Qin, are you sure you want to stop here? Qin Yang said, I'm sure. I have other things to do. You should focus on your practice. Once you've reached S rank and stabilized, I'll give you something good. Ouyang Wu's eyes lit up. Old Qin, what good stuff is it? Qin Yang opened the car door. You practice first. If you don't practice well, you won't get any good stuff. That metallic pill is suitable for Ouyang Wu. The Eastern Sakura Kingdom currently has a plan to create gods, and they are likely to produce more superhumans. On the Chinese side, they need more powerful individuals. If Ouyang Wu's superpower can reach S level, coupled with his status as a dark force level martial artist, his combat strength will be very strong. When the time comes to fight against Dongying Kingdom, Ouyang Wu will also be able to participate. A dozen minutes later, Qin Yang met Huang Fuyin. "Xiao Qin, come in quickly," Huang Fuyin said with a smile. Qin Yang examined Huang Fuyin and said, "Director Huang Fu, your condition hasn't improved much. Treatment and medication are unlikely to bring you back to full health." Huang Fuyin sighed. "I can sense that the improvement is only so-so. I'll give you some time. You should be able to stabilize my situation. But the enemy probably won't give me much more time. I am prepared to die for my country. If that SS-level expert from Dongying Kingdom comes after me again, I will try to take him down with me." Qin Yang looked at Huang Fuyin. From Huang Fuyin's words and expression just now, he could tell that Huang Fuyin did indeed have such intentions. "Director Huang Fu, I can cure you," Qin Yang said. He could use blessing magic to heal before, but he can stabilize Huang Fuyin's condition with medical skills. The longer he stabilizes the condition, the stronger he will become. He has now reached the peak of SS level strength. Even if the blessing technique is exposed, it won't be a problem. I trust you. But there probably isn't enough time, Huang Fuyin said. The large number of missing ninjas have not yet appeared. The Eastern Kingdom's god-making plan should have been launched, and the plan should be progressing quite smoothly. If the plan doesn't go smoothly and some of the ninjas die, the plan will likely be temporarily halted, and the remaining majority of the ninjas should appear. The ninjas did not appear. Director Huang Fu, I have other methods. I am not only skilled in medicine, but I also know other treatment methods, Qin Yang said. Huang Fuyin was taken aback. You have healing abilities? I guess so. Qin Yang quickly cast a blessing spell. His mental energy was rapidly depleted, and a faint white light appeared, enveloping Huang Fuyin's entire body. Some of Huang Fuyin's hidden injuries quickly disappeared. Huang Fuyin's original essence also began to recover. However, the recovery of the original source is much slower. Huang Fuyin stared at Qin Yang in shock. He was an SS-level ability user. When Qin Yang used his powerful mental energy, he could clearly sense that Qin Yang's mental energy was much stronger than his own. SS-level late stage. Huang Fuyin could not believe it. After Qin Yang was revealed to be a grandmaster of internal energy, Huang Fuyin and the others actually concluded that Qin Yang was not an SS-level superhuman. Huang Fuyin has now realized he was wrong. Qin Yang is that strong man. The Grandmaster of Transformation Realm is something many people can only dream of, but it turns out that the Grandmaster of Transformation Realm was just a disguise for Qin Yang's true strength. Half an hour later, Qin Yang stopped. His mental energy has been greatly depleted, but with his perfected Transformation Realm cultivation, perfected Transformation Realm physique, and the items in the system space, even if Huang Fuyin turns against him, it will be Huang Fuyin who dies. Qin Yang, thank you, Huang Fuyin said solemnly. Qin Yang smiled and said, Director Huang Fu, you are a senior colleague. You can continue to call me Xiao Qin. Huang Fuyin, your strength is greater than mine, so if I continue to call you Little Qin, it will make me seem like I'm taking advantage of my seniority. Qin Yang shook his head. Director Huang Fu, no. You have sacrificed a lot for our country, and I respect you very much. Otherwise, I would not have exposed my strength to help you. Huang Fuyin laughed and said, So you finally admit it? Qin Yang, it's true that I have SS-level cultivation, but I never said that I don't have an SS-level expert behind me. Yeah. When did SS-level powerhouses become so easy to appear? Chapter 306 Qin Yang's Killing Plan. Director Huang Fu, you don't believe me? Qin Yang pursed his lips. Huang Fuyin chuckled and said, I believe that the Jinsha gang has lost thousands of people. How could it be you who killed them, right? If it were you, it would easily cause a diplomatic dispute. Qin Yang looked at Huang Fuyin with a sincere expression and said, Director Huang Fu, whether you believe it or not, I believe that I definitely have an SS-level expert protecting me. Huang Fuyin, are you an SS-level spatial ability user? But I feel that your mental strength is also very strong. The strength is only at the late stage of SS level, but the amount of mental strength is more than that. What's going on? Qin Yang laughed and said, I have both psychic and spatial abilities, so my mental strength is naturally much greater than that of other ability users of the same level. Huang Fuyin was shocked. He's actually a dual elemental ability user. Both psychic and spatial ability users are special ability users, and both abilities are quite impressive. Qin Yang, you just treated me. Huang Fu Yin inquired. Qin Yang said, that could be considered a psychic ability. Or perhaps it's an ability that comes with my psychic ability. Huang Fu Yin nodded slightly. There are many types of superpowers, and even the same superpower can have many different variations. It's understandable that Qin Yang's mental superpower carries some other special abilities. I'm relieved that you're so strong. I've always worried that if I die, what will happen if no SS-level expert in our country steps forward? Or what if the SS-level expert who does step forward is too self-serving? Your late-stage SS rank ability is more than enough to stabilize the situation, Huang Fu Yin said with a smile. Director Huang Fu, don't try anything with me. I'm just a stay-at-home dad. My job is to take care of my child at home. I'll help you recover, and you can stabilize the situation yourself. Qin Yang waved his hand. Huang Fu Yin. Qin Yang, aren't you even slightly tempted by power and status? If you want, I can give you this position. Qin Yang, no need. Director Huang Fu, you should have noticed that your hidden injuries have all healed. Only your depleted vital energy hasn't recovered yet. I'll treat you twice more, and you'll be fine. You are now perfectly capable of fighting. Huang Fu Yin helplessly advised. Qin Yang, I'm so old. How much longer can I continue to work? Sooner or later, someone will need to take over my position. You are the best candidate. Qin Yang shook his head. My ambitions lie elsewhere. I'm pursuing SSS level, or even higher. Besides, I'm used to freedom. I can't do this kind of work. Well, Huang Fu Yin sighed. Perhaps it is because of your purity that you have been able to achieve such strength at such a young age. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Purely what? He achieved such strength because of the system. Qin Yang, the missing ninjas from Dongying Kingdom have not appeared. They must have already started their god-making plan. What do you think? Huang Fu Yin inquired. Qin Yang said, they want to gamble on the fate of the nation again. This time they have no other chips but martial artists. We can take all their chips at once. Huang Fu Yin's heart stirred. You mean? Qin Yang said, we launched missiles, and the new explosives will make our military even stronger. They dare not launch a military attack against us now. I suspect they want to use martial arts duels. Huang Fu Yin pondered for a moment and said, you mean, they might want to hold a youth martial arts tournament, but on a larger scale, to slaughter a large number of our martial artists? Qin Yang nodded. If a large number of our warriors die, we will no longer be a threat to the strongmen of other countries. Their strongmen can come and cause trouble at will. Huang Fu Yin pondered. This is something that the Eastern Cherry Kingdom would do. How do they know we'll agree? Their rising ninjas probably won't last long. Huang Fu Yin Dao. Qin Yang. It won't be difficult to force us to agree. Their ninjas can concentrate their attacks on specific areas, and our warriors will have to retreat and resist. If we do not resist, we will be killed one by one. Huang Fu Yin frowned deeply. That's crazy. But the Eastern Cherry Kingdom is a crazy country, and they are actually capable of doing such things. You mean if they do that, we'll agree to fight them to the death? Even if you're a late-stage SS rank, we might not be able to win. And even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Many martial artists in our country probably won't step forward. A look of worry appeared in Huang Fu Yin's eyes. Qin Yang. Director Huang Fu, my idea is that the strongest fighters from our two countries should find a place where no one will disturb them and fight to the death. Only the winner can leave. The losing side must die. Huang Fu Yin gasped. Qin Yang's idea was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Qin Yang, isn't this too risky? They need to gamble with the fate of the nation. They need to take a desperate gamble. We don't. Huang Fu Yin Dao. Qin Yang, we need to carry out a cleanup. The martial artists from Dongying Kingdom are the ones who need the most cleanup. Once we get rid of those martial artists, the rest will be easier to deal with. Huang Fu Yin frowned and said, it's too risky. Like I said before, even if you are a late-stage SS level, we are not guaranteed to win. Mental energy is consumed very quickly during combat. With more participants, there will be more variables. If many people on our side choose not to participate, then our strength will be greatly reduced. Qin Yang, I only have the late stage of SS level cultivation, but my current strength is already at the peak of SS level. Huang Fu Yin was taken aback. Qin Yang actually has the strength of a perfect SS level? If that's the case, the situation will be much better, and Qin Yang might be able to instantly kill the opponent's SS level expert. Qin Yang, you've been hiding your strength all this time. Are you waiting to pull off a big surprise against Dongying Kingdom? Huang Fuindao. Qin Yang shook his head. I haven't thought that far ahead, but now I feel that we have this opportunity. It's not easy to wipe out those ninjas who are usually scattered all over the place. We can find an island, and the strongest fighters from both sides can go ashore and fight to the death there. Huang Fuyin pondered. He had all sorts of worries before Qin Yang arrived. I never imagined they'd be considering wiping out all the ninjas of the Eastern Sakura Kingdom. Qin Yang, your idea is brilliant. It would be wonderful if we could wipe out all the ninjas of Dongying Kingdom. But we must win big. Otherwise, powerful figures from other countries will definitely come. Huang Fuyin said in a deep voice. China has all kinds of weapons and equipment, but if superhumans and martial artists from other countries come, are they going to bomb their own country with airplanes and missiles? Martial arts practitioners with superpowers need martial arts practitioners to deal with them. Qin Yang nodded. We need a big victory. Huang Fuyin said in a deep voice. You are confident? This is no joke. Even if we win, unless it is a great victory, it may still ruin the fate of the nation. Qin Yang. Director Huang Fu, there's no rush. The God-making project hasn't been going on for very long. They still need time to improve the strength of those ninjas. Let's talk about it later. Things may not necessarily develop this way. Chapter 307 The Shock of the Veteran Academicians. Huang Fuyin. The arrow is on the string and must be released. If they have already started their God-making plan, there is no way out. Things could very well really turn out this way. Qin Yang laughed and said, We'll see when the time comes. If they really want to fight us, our swords might just be a match for them. Huang Fuyin nodded. I feel much more at ease knowing you have this kind of strength. The strength of Chinese martial artists is at least no weaker than theirs. Qin Yang. Director Huang Fu, please keep this a secret for me. I don't want to reveal my strength yet. Huang Fuyin nodded slightly. Qin Yang said, I'm meeting with higher-ups tomorrow, Director Huang Fu. Is there anything you want to remind me of? Huang Fuyin laughed and said, There was something to remind you of, but since you've already reached the late SS level, there's nothing more to remind you of. Just say whatever you want when the time comes. You can mention what you want tomorrow. Qin Yang, I don't want anything. I'm doing very well now and don't want to get involved in anything. Huang Fuyin, if you don't want to accept some of the ideas from above, you can just refuse. I won't report your strength to the higher-ups. I'll pretend I don't know anything about it. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. A special car arrived at Qin Yang's hotel to pick him up. Qin Yang looked at the 5-star red flag in front of the car and felt excited. He had finally reached the point where he could ride in such a car. Mr. Qin, please. One of the people who came with the car said respectfully. Qin Yang got into the car, and the 3 cars set off. His car was in the middle, with 1 car in front of and 1 in back. The motorcade drove into the hotel where the state banquet was being held. A red welcome carpet was laid out in front of the hotel, where a big shot he usually only saw on TV was waiting for him. Qin Yang, I've been waiting for you like the stars and the moon, and now you're finally here. This big shot warmly stepped forward and shook hands with Qin Yang. Hello, Professor Zhong. The big shot who shook hands with Qin Yang was named Zhong Jingwen. His status was even higher than Huang Fuyin's, and he was one of the top figures in China. Qin Yang, let's go inside first. Zhong Jingwen said with a smile. Soon Qin Yang and his group arrived at the hotel. In the banquet hall, Qin Yang met the other 3 big shots. Their status was slightly higher than Zhong Jingwen's. Old Li, Old Wei, Old Chun. Qin Yang quickly bowed and said. Old Li and the others took turns shaking hands with Qin Yang. Old Li laughed and said, Little Qin, we've wanted to meet you for a long time, but we've all been quite busy, so it's been delayed until now. You're even more handsome in person than in the photos. Qin Yang. Mr. Li, you spotted my greatest strength at a glance. Haha, Old Li and the others laughed. Old Wei said, Little Qin, I heard from Huang Fu that he wants you to take over his job in the future. Don't you want to take over? Qin Yang shook his head. Old Wei, I'm not interested in power. What I'm interested in is improving my own abilities and making money. Qin Yang and Elder Wei continued to chat. He was very capable, and Elder Wei and the others needed to understand his thoughts. In-depth exchanges could help everyone gain a better understanding. He is very strong, and he has good relationships with Huang Fuyin and many martial arts families. Some people in the higher-ups may be a little worried about him. Xiaoqin, we've asked enough questions. Do you have any requests? You can make them up to us. Old Li said with a smile. Qin Yang shook his head. I don't have any demands. After a satisfying meal, Qin Yang left. What do you think? After Qin Yang had gone quite a distance, Elderly inquired about it. Old Wei. Xiao Qin is a bit too calm. I feel that Xiao Qin's strength is stronger than we estimated. Professor Zhong. Xiao Qin is a patriot. Once you understand that, the rest is not important. Old Li and the others nodded slightly. They talked a lot during the meal, and from their conversation, they could tell that Qin Yang was a patriot, but he wasn't the kind of person who would be easily manipulated. They can ask Qin Yang for help with important matters, but it's best to forget about trying to manipulate Qin Yang. In a certain place, several senior academicians gathered together. Old Chun, you know Mr. Qin best. How old is Mr. Qin? Is he 50? One of the senior academicians asked. Academician Chen knew Qin Yang's specific situation, but some academicians did not. Brother Shen, you'll find out soon enough. Academician Chen said. Another academician said, Old Chun, tell us so we can be mentally prepared. Is he one of our own, or an expert we poached from abroad? These academicians all looked at Academician Chen. Academician Chen pleaded, Everyone, please don't ask me anymore. I promise to keep it a secret. You'll know soon enough when Mr. Qin arrives. 5 minutes passed. The door to Academician Chen's room was pushed open, and Qin Yang walked in. Academician Chen and the others all looked at Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, I am Chen Guoguang. Academician Chen was the first to greet them warmly. Qin Yang smiled and shook hands with Academician Chen. The other academicians stared at Qin Yang in shock, estimating that he was at least 50 years old. So Mr. Qin is only in his early 20s? Old Chun, is this Mr. Qin? Someone exclaimed in shock. Chen Guoguang smiled and introduced to everyone. Everyone, let me introduce you to Mr. Qin, whose name is Qin Yang. Academician Shen quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Mr. Qin, I just want to ask you one question. Are you married? My granddaughter is 21 years old this year and is studying at Peking University. She is the campus beauty of Peking University. The academicians. Old Shen, you're shameless. Mr. Qin, I also have a granddaughter, and my granddaughter is beautiful. Qin Yang coughed lightly. Dear academicians, I am already married and have children. Chen Guoguang. Brother Shen, don't you think about it? If Mr. Qin hadn't gotten married, I would also have a granddaughter. Mr. Qin, let me introduce you. After introducing Qin Yang, they quickly started chatting. The more they talked, the more surprised Chen Guoguang and the others became. Some of them are experts in AI, some in missiles, and some in drones, but none of them are as good as Qin Yang in any of these areas. Qin Yang had answered their questions before, so they knew he was capable. But when they met him in person, they realized that he was even more capable than they had thought. They had initially thought that Qin Yang would take a long time to answer the questions they raised in the email, but now they realized that wasn't the case. Qin Yang answered very quickly. Qin Yang and the others chatted from the afternoon until evening. They didn't have a big meal. Instead, they had a light snack and continued talking. We chatted until 10 p.m. Chen Guoguang and his group left reluctantly. They all benefited greatly today. Call. These senior academicians are really working hard. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Guoguang and the others were all quite old. He was tired after talking for so long, so they were naturally even more tired. If he hadn't told them to stop, they would have continued. Qin Yang has great respect for these senior academicians. The country's development to this point is inseparable from their contributions. They are different from some experts. Chapter 3080 No. I'm surrounded by beautiful women. In Haicheng, Qin Yang returned home. Honey, you seem a little unhappy. Qin Yang hugged Zhang Muxue and kissed her. Zhang Muxue said in a muffled voice, The neighbors in Building 7 have moved away. Qin Yang asked doubtfully, Building number 7. I remember it was a middle-aged couple, right? We didn't have any connection with them, so it's fine if they move out. Zhang Muxue said dejectedly. Moving away is no problem. The problem is that our new neighbors are a pair of beautiful sisters. What do you think they're thinking? Qin Yang's villa is number 8. Number 7 is closer to their villa than number 10. Qin Yang. Honey, don't overthink it. Maybe they just want to move in here. Mood score plus 2066. Zhang Muxue pursed her lips. I asked the former neighbors of villa number 7, and they said that someone else bought their house for 20 million more than the original price. What could possibly make someone pay such a high premium? Qin Yang. You are the daughter of the richest man in Haicheng. Maybe they want to get close to you and do business with your father? Zhang Muxue. She rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Honey, you're pretending not to know. They're definitely after you. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Really? It seems my charm has increased again. Good thing. Jiang Mushua pouted. Villa number 7 is to their left, and villa number 10 is to their right. They are surrounded by beautiful women. Elena, who lived in villa number 10, was already giving her a headache, but unexpectedly, a pair of beautiful sisters moved in as well. Honey, do you have photos of those two sisters? Let me see. Qin Yang said. Mood score plus 2068. Jiang Mushua rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Honey, what are you trying to do? I don't have any photos. If you want to see them, go look at them next door. Qin Yang pinched Jiang Mushua's cheek. Wife, what are you thinking? I want the photos to investigate their background, in case they are spies. I know who they are. Jiang Mushua said. Qin Yang asked, Who is it? Jiang Mushua. They are both from the United States. They are the daughters of the president of a top investment company in the United States. Their mother is Chinese and their father is American. Their family's assets are estimated to be $50 billion. The Jiang family's assets are worth hundreds of billions of RMB, but that's still far less than $50 billion. Qin Yang stroked his chin. Honey, have I gotten more handsome lately? Jiang Mushu. They're here, Qin Yang said. He heard someone leaving the villa next door, and with a sweep of his mental energy, he saw the two sisters next door. The two sisters are indeed very beautiful. Individually, they are slightly inferior to Jiang Mushue and Elena, but together they are not inferior. The weather was still quite cold after the Lantern Festival, and both of them were wearing shorts. Their long, fair legs were very eye-catching. The daughters of the president of a top investment firm, and they're beautiful twins too. They've really gone all out. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Mood value plus 2070. Jiang Mushue glanced out the window and saw the twin sisters coming towards them. Honey, they probably know you're back. Jiang Mushue said in a muffled voice. Qin Yang, you told the bodyguards not to let them in. Jiang Mushue said helplessly, That won't do. My family also has some business dealings with American companies. If they don't do anything excessive, I can't just leave. Ding dong. The doorbell rang soon after. Yang Xin opened the door, and the two sisters quickly came in. Qin Yang didn't see them when he got upstairs, but even so, Jiang Mushua still showed a lot of emotional points. He didn't participate in the lottery these past 2 days. His emotional value exceeded 200,000. System, 100,000 emotion points for 2 lottery draws. Qin Yang thought to himself. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S-rank spirit dog. A large black dog appeared in the system space. Qin Yang also obtained some information. This large black dog possesses S-rank perfect strength. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Another spirit dog. This is a great reward. Little White is still in his military factory. If Jiang Mushue misses Little White, she can exchange it for him. Jiang Mushue can bring Xiaobai with her when she goes to work. Let's name this dog Big Black from now on. Qin Yang muttered to himself. He's terrible at naming things, so this method is simple and worry-free. Drawing a prize. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an SS-level sword technique. Your original sword technique was S-level. After fusion, your sword technique has been upgraded to SS plus level. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. I drew an SS-level reward with 100,000 emotion points, which is pretty good, and it's also a very useful sword technique. In the past, even if he drew an SS-level sword technique, it wouldn't have been of much use because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. But now, his martial arts cultivation level has reached the peak of the transformation realm. He is already able to unleash the power of an SS-level sword technique. A massive amount of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind, and with the system's assistance, he quickly digested and absorbed it. With SS-level swordsmanship, even with a significant depletion of his mental energy, he would still retain the strength of an early SS-level expert. Knock knock. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Mushue entered the study. Honey, how are you? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Mushue glared at Qin Yang angrily. Honey, at least Elena seems honest on the surface, but neither of the two sisters seems honest on the surface. They must come to see you often. Qin Yang, that's great. I get bored at home too. Mood score plus 2086. Jiang Mushue reached her jade-like hand to Qin Yang's waist. I'll make you bored. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Honey, I was just kidding. Qin Yang's pretense was genuine. Jiang Mushue frowned and said, Honey, we're having our wedding in 2 months. I think they're deliberately trying to steal you away before we get married. Qin Yang smiled slightly. Shall we go out? We haven't even taken our wedding photos yet. Let's go to Sanya, travel there, and take our wedding photos while we're at it. You can control the company remotely, and the general manager can handle the details. Jiang Mushue's eyes lit up. When are we going? Qin Yang. It depends on when you want to go. Yeah, will come with us too, and she'll take some photos. Uh-huh. Jiang Mushue nodded, and after thinking for a moment, she said, let's wait a few more days. There are several important meetings at the company in the next few days, and I'll explain some things to everyone. Besides, the sisters next door just arrived, and if we leave now, it would make it seem like I, Jiang Mushue, am afraid of them. Qin Yang nodded with a smile. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. To Jiang Mushue's further dismay, 2 new neighbors moved into the community, and both of them were young and beautiful women. One from the land of the Russian bear. Her father is an energy tycoon in Russia. Another one, like Elena, is from Europe. She is a princess from a European royal family. Although her family is not particularly wealthy, they are of noble status. The 2 new neighbors live in villas not far from Qin Yang's villa. Now I'm truly surrounded by beautiful women. Chapter 309 Upgrading Private Jets.